This guy just used up all his good karma to win the lottery, only to find out he's got a terminal illness and is about to kick the bucket. Damn it, can't you just let me live? It turns out Isaac was reincarnated, but as a bald skeleton. Through sheer effort, even though he started as the weakest type of summoned monster, Isaac eventually evolved into the Lich King, the ruler of death. Over hundreds of years, Isaac revived the demon race from the ashes, not out of passion for fame, but because of a pact with the world. If Isaac completed his mission, he would be turned back into a human. Today is the day he finished that task, so he left his subordinates in the other world and went to the heavens alone to meet the gods. So, I have completed all your requirements. I hope you haven't forgotten your promise. You will turn me back into a human. But life isn't a fairy tale. Instead of keeping their promise to turn Isaac into a human, those despicable gods decided to seal the skeleton away in a bug for eternity. A moment later, somewhere else. Oh, my head hurts. It's good to have my consciousness back. Why did I let those gods trick me? Is it because I'm just a hollow skull with no brain? As he fully regained consciousness, Isaac realized he was in the body of a baby. This is a human body, I'm human again? No, it can't be. Did those bastards want to eat me alive? Suddenly, he felt a sense of regret. Could the seal have malfunctioned? As Isaac was deep in thought, a voice rang out. Oh, holy child. The maid said with a smile, the holy child has opened his eyes. Holy what? While Isaac was bewildered, the maid continued. He was sleeping so peacefully, and now he's awake. Right, it would be great if he could just go back to sleep, the male servant replied, continuing to shake the baby bottle in his hand. Who are these people? Did I really become a human? What do I do now? I feel a bit guilty, the maid said, smiling in a way that didn't match her words at all. But hey, this is our job. After all, I'm truly sorry, holy child. We know you just woke up, but we have to put you back to sleep. Sleep well, holy child. Isaac watched the male servant slowly bringing the very suspicious bottle to him, and he thought to himself, I only just died once. Am I about to die again? Realizing the situation, Isaac used every move he had, absolutely refusing to drink from the bottle, which made the male servant anxious. Why won't he eat? Isaac turned his head away sharply, thinking to himself, don't even dream of it. I worked so hard to become human again. I can't fall for such an obvious trap. For now, I should just find the reason behind why I became a human in the first place. Be a good boy and eat up so you can sleep forever. I mean, have a good sleep, Master Isaac. The name Isaac made him jump. Did he just call me Isaac? Things were starting to clear up. Isaac remembered that demons often mispronounce his name as King Isaac. Perhaps that was why the long-haired god who used that disaster-class artifact engraved the name Isaac instead of his real name onto the bug. That's why he wasn't sealed properly. And on top of that, he was reincarnated into a body with the same name. Those gods were so arrogant, yet so careless, allowing him to escape the seal. Thinking this, Isaac opened his mouth to laugh, accidentally giving the male servant the chance to shove the bottle into his mouth. Isaac immediately used his strength to push it away. The male servant used all his strength to keep the bottle in place, preventing it from slipping out, and said to the female servant next to him, Give me a hand. Why is this kid so strong? The maid immediately helped him fix the bottle in place. The liquid in the bottle poured into Isaac's mouth. Is this vegetable juice? It tastes terrible. Are they trying to kill me with this disgusting drink? I just became a human, and a strange feeling was surging powerfully within his body. At the same time, at the Holy Empire of Helen's church. By now, that kid must be taken care of, right? Bishop Masabarit was gloating when a majestic voice rang out. You seem to be in a good mood. Bishop Masabarit looked up to see Alexander Hakup, the emperor of the Holy Empire of Helen. He bowed respectfully and said, I pay my respects to the son of the Holy Empire. Bishop, why are you here? Alexander Hakup asked guardedly. I am here to see the candidate for the position of Holy Child from the Joshua family. Whenever it concerns the Holy Child, our Holy See cannot stand idly by. Masabarit smiled. Alexander Hakup looked at him with a knowing gaze. I see. So, because it involves the Holy Child, you came here yourself, huh? But if something goes wrong with the candidate for the Holy See again, it will be very bad, won't it? Ha ha. What do you mean by that, my lord? Before Masabarit could finish his sentence, a cry of surprise came from the Holy Child's room, drawing everyone's attention. Young master, young master. Hearing the panic in the maid's voice, Masabarit smirked, then followed the emperor. As he rushed to the Holy Child's room. What happened to the Holy Child? The emperor pushed the door open roughly and questioned. The maid replied, Young master, he's just so adorable. The tense atmosphere was immediately replaced by joy. Look at that round belly. So cute. He's a big eater. Is this the legendary little angel? Look at this. He's already finished all 15 bottles of that terrible vegetable juice. While everyone was busy chattering, Maria Barris gritted her teeth and thought, Impossible. He's still alive? After eating all that, he's still not affected? How? That wasn't normal vegetable juice. Returning to a few minutes earlier, a strange feeling is surging powerfully inside my body. Don't tell me I'm going to die in vain again. Wait, that is a lethal poison for priests because it destroys their holy power. The effect isn't immediate, but if you absorb a certain amount, it can be fatal. But this poison was created from the magic of the demon race for me. As a former demon king, this is amazing. I can't believe they're actually gifting me something this incredible. I'm absolutely loving this. I won't let all this nutritious food go to waste. With that, Isaac stops resisting and proactively grabs the bottle to chug it down. Gulp, gulp. He even throws a tantrum, demanding more after finishing the whole thing, leaving the two servants completely baffled. He's asking for seconds, right? I feel like I'm actually starting to understand him. The more he eats, the happier we should be, right? Poison I mean that veggie juice can't work instantly, right? The male servant says, happily grabbing another bottle for Isaac. This is incredible. Absorbing mana like this is the best. I don't know who put the poison in, but this guy is absolutely top tier. All right, time to think about the next step. With that in mind, Isaac closes his eyes. I'll leave the conscious world to enter my subconscious and head into the deepest, darkest depths. It's the primal world where I can forge my mana core. I'll be safe here. Now, let's get to work. I'm going to draw on all the mana. I need to condense it into a mana core to use magic. If I want to cast spells later, this is a necessary step. Suddenly, the mana core in Isaac's hand glows. Making him panic, he thought it might be a mana explosion. But it's not. It's a mana core. Usually, they appear in 3 basic colors, but this one is white. The problem isn't the color. I haven't even collected enough mana yet for such a tiny core. So what is this massive level of energy? It's far exceeding my expectations. Just how many blessings were bestowed upon this fragile body? At this rate, I'll become a monster far stronger than I ever imagined. Survival. A powerful will has been carved deep into my soul, the will to survive. The burning desire to live to the point of madness that became the origin of the Demon Bone King. And I've inherited that entire legacy within this body. While Isaac creates his mana core in his subconscious, outside, the two servants see him lying still with his eyes closed and remark, this time, he's really a goner, right? Should we check? Just as the female servant finishes, Isaac suddenly raises one finger. He signals for one more bottle, leaving them speechless. Is he still alive? Back to the present. Emperor Alexander Hackup breathes a sigh of relief knowing Isaac is fine. So it was just a false alarm. Right, other than the near assassination attempt. There's nothing to worry about here. Isaac thinks to himself, then tilts his head and happens to notice Masabarat's strange expression. What's this? What's with that look he's giving me? Is he annoyed that I ate too much? No, that can't be it. It'll be trouble if I get suspected, so I need to act clueless. Smile innocently. Easier said than done. Isaac tries to flash the cutest smile he can manage at Masabarat. The result? It just makes the man's expression darken even further. What is wrong with this brat? That amount of poison should have been enough to make him cough up blood and die, so how does he still have the energy to laugh at me? A few days ago, at the tower's headquarters, a cardinal, who is also the head of the Berry family, Hiraberry, pours himself a glass of deep red liquid and speaks up. Whoever becomes the saint child will control the entire holy kingdom. Ridiculous. But everywhere I go, people keep insisting that their kid is the saint child. Even those lowly servants are doing it. Behind him, Masabarat places a hand on his chest and bows respectfully. Please rest assured, we will definitely take good care of the saint child candidates. Hiraberry chuckles. Of course. But I've heard some unpleasant rumors that one of the saint child candidates comes from the Joshua family, the family known as the Emperor's right-hand arm. Hearing the strange tone in Hiraberry's voice, Masabarat breaks into a cold sweat. If it's them, we can't. Before he can finish, Hiraberry throws the glass of red liquid onto the rug near his feet and says, when you get there, that child should already be dead. Your job is to confirm that truth. I'll handle the rest. The saint child must come from the Berry family. Back to the present, Masabarat sees Isaac drinking so much poison and still lying there grinning, and he gnashes his teeth in anger. He thinks to himself, didn't they say this brat would definitely be dead? Why is he still alive? This can't be happening. At the same time, Alexander Hackup walks up to the crib, watches Isaac, and laughs. How interesting. Shiny platinum hair, isn't this the hair color of the person who founded the Holy Kingdom? Am I right, Masabarat? Masabarat panics and says, Your Majesty, you cannot say such things. Isaac looks at Alexander Hackup in surprise, thinking, this guy is the Emperor? Alexander Hackup looks at Masabarat and says, why not? I could even say this boy is closer to the gods than the current pope. No wonder he's the final candidate for the saint child position. Hearing that, Isaac is shocked and thinks, what? I'm a Saint Child candidate. Now I understand why they keep talking about all this holy stuff. Masabarit is deeply worried. This is bad. The Emperor is starting to show favoritism toward this brat. I can't let this continue. Thinking that, Masabarit smiles and walks over. Your Majesty, please allow me to examine this child for a moment. May I? Alexander Hackup asks suspiciously. Huh? For what reason? Masabarit explains, this isn't normal. There's no way a newborn baby could handle all that veggie juice. Alexander Hackup asks, does a Saint Child candidate not have permission to eat the clergy's food? Isaac thinks to himself, a demon king like me becoming a Saint Child candidate? Truly ironic. Masabarit says, just as a precaution, please allow me to examine the boy, Your Majesty. Alexander Hackup replies, the people from the Joshua family are coming soon. Let's wait until then to figure it out. Masabarit still wants to persuade him but suddenly stops because he sees Isaac just burp out a bit of demonic energy. Isaac realizes the problem and quickly covers his mouth with his hand. I hadn't fully digested the magical energy yet, and now I've been caught. With a nervous heart, I looked up at Masabarit. I noticed Barry was also staring intently at me. After a few seconds, Masabarit suddenly smiled and spoke. Your Majesty, I have just sensed a suspicious aura emanating from this child. My word, it is truly highly suspicious. I worriedly thought to myself, has this bastard really figured me out? Masabarit continued, this child could be a fake candidate possessing magical power. We must immediately report this to the heretical inquisitors. Upon hearing this, I knew for certain that I had been found out by this old geezer due to my careless actions earlier. In my heart, I cursed him. Damn you. Meanwhile, Emperor Alexander Hackup, hearing what Masabarit said, flew into a rage and shouted, how dare you? How dare you speak like that about a precious holy child candidate? Huh. Masabarit calmly smiled and said, Your Majesty, please. There is no need to be so emotional. After all, the Pope himself has already declared the child of the Berry family as a holy child candidate. Alexander Hackup was slightly startled, thinking, does he want to put his own person in the position of holy child? He has no respect for anyone. I was furious and thought, so that's it. He wants to get rid of me for this reason. Just then, Masabarit picked me up and continued, in that case, someone go summon the heretical inquisitors at once. I cursed, you piece of trash. I was panicking, not knowing what to do, when I heard Alexander Hackup speak up. Wait, the Joshua family is one of the royal family's most loyal allies. Therefore, as emperor, I strictly demand that you re-examine this child, Masabarit retorted. I understand, Your Majesty. However, the Pope has stated that the investiture ceremony for the crown prince will only take place once the holy child has been decided. Hearing this, Alexander Hackup's expression shifted drastically. He thought, if we don't support the child chosen by the Pope as the holy child, they don't intend to hold the crown prince's investiture ceremony. I noticed the change in Alexander Hackup's face and worriedly thought, these lowlifes, this is bad. Masabarit also sensed it, so he very confidently smiled and said, if you do not want to hand this over to the Holy See to handle, we can confirm it right now using my exorcism arts. If this child is normal, they will be safe, but if they are a demon, they will perish. Just as Masabarit said that last word, it was the moment his face was struck by me with a baby bottle, spraying a mouthful of blood. I looked at one of his teeth flying out and inwardly gloated, keep lying, you jerk. After all, I'm just an innocent, naive baby. At the same time, I wore an adorable smile to match. Masabarit, however, didn't find it adorable in the slightest. He was in pain, thinking, what was that? That baby bottle and that hit just now. The people around us exclaimed, that child is definitely the holy child. Masabarit stared closely at me, thinking, I can truly feel holy power within their body, but the power just now was. While he was deep in thought, I gave him a few more thwacks. I gleefully thought to myself while hitting him, take that for trying to mess with me, this king. After eating a few more hits, Masabarit had a theory. Is this magical power? The others had also realized it, especially Alexander Hackup. On his face now was a smile full of joy, watching the golden light emanating from each of my strikes. I continued to strike, thinking I'll cast a reinforcement spell to make the bottle sturdier, and all I need to do is keep playing the part of a harmless, cute baby. Very quickly, the crowd saw Maria. Barry kneel on the ground and shout, the bishop has been purified by the holy power. I smugly looked at Masabarit and thought, how about that? Only then did I notice the golden light on the bottle. Wait, what's this? Even though it's very weak, every time I use magical power, a small amount of holy power appears. These two are antagonistic, but they've conflicted with each other, so they can't be used together, right? Speaking of which, does this mean it's related to that white magic core? While deep in thought, I suddenly noticed Masabarit had snatched the bottle from my hand and tossed it aside. Then he glared at me and turned to say to Alexander Hackup, "I swear to the heavens this brat is a heretic. We must perform an exorcism right immediately." I sighed and thought, what a complete and utter bastard. While he was still blabbering and not paying attention to me, I slipped my hand into his chest pocket. I'm being forced into this. I don't actually want to do this, but don't you have a very interesting toy right here? A relic used to seal the corpse of a high-level demon. This object uses a trait of the demon race, to absorb magical power by devouring the bodies of their own kind. This guy has always kept this thing well hidden to prevent being hunted by demons, I thought to myself, while simultaneously pulling an arm emitting demonic energy out of Masa Barrett's chest, wrapped in a layer of cloth, and a cross-shaped string wrapped around the outside. Masa Barrett was terrified when he saw this, but how could a newborn baby possibly know about this? That thought had just flashed through his mind when something even more terrifying occurred. I saw myself throw the relic onto the floor and snap my fingers, thinking, "Try to stay safe, you jerk. Since you were so stubborn about targeting me in return, I'll let you broaden your horizons a bit. Try defeating this thing, you slime ball." With the snap of my fingers, the relic seemed to come back to life. The bandages slowly unraveled from the arm, and in the blink of an eye, a massive amount of demonic energy erupted. Everyone in the room felt this immense aura and grew vigilant. Looking at the arm, someone uncertainly shouted, "A demon." Alexander, while vigilantly watching the newly appeared demon, shouted loudly at Masabaret, "Why is a demon soul appearing here? Bishop Masabaret, what is the meaning of this? Daring to keep a demon on your person, have you lost your mind?" Masabaret countered, "Can't you see? The relic was taken out by this child." Alexander pointed a finger at him and questioned, "A relic is an item that seals a dead demon. How could a dead demon come back to life?" After that, he ordered, "Protect the saint child from the spirit." The Holy Knights shouted, obeying the bishop's command as they drew their swords and charged toward the phantom. One of them rushed to Masa, snatching Isaac from his arms. Masa stood there, trembling, stammering, "Why?" As Isaac lay in the knight's arms, the Holy Knight watched Masa with a smug expression, thinking, "Serves you right." He was secretly testing the bishop's strength by watching him fight the spirit, but when he looked toward the spirit, he realized it was staring right back at him, shrieking, "Destroy the saint child! Destroy the saint child!" A giant question mark appeared over Isaac's head. What the? The answer became immediately clear. The spirit's target was none other than Isaac. Shrieking again, the spirit lunged toward him. Seeing this, the Holy Knights rushed to block its path, roaring, "Protect the young master!" Isaac was baffled. What's wrong with this ghost? I'm the one who brought it back to life. So why is it gunning for me? Though, nobody seemed to care about that part. Well, whatever. With the Holy Knights protecting me, I should be safe now. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than he saw a Holy Knight get sent flying backward by the spirit. Isaac shot a skeptical look at the knight lying on the ground, thinking, are these guys really Holy Knights? Meanwhile, the spirit had already batted aside several more knights and reached out a spectral claw toward Isaac, howling, "Destroy the saint child! Rescue the demon king!" The Holy Knight holding Isaac began to shake with fear as the spirit drew closer, clutching Isaac even tighter. Isaac, however, kept a blank face, thinking, good grief, looks like I'll have to take control of this thing myself. Why are there so many people trying to end my life in this new life? Then, Isaac lifted his small face and looked coldly at the claw inches away. "I set you free, and this is how you repay me. By trying to attack me, you insolent little brat," he mused, a sliver of demonic energy flashing through his eyes as he glared at the spirit. Instantly, the spirit froze, because, in its vision, what stood before it was no longer a newborn saint child, but a demon bone king, overflowing with majesty, looking down on it as if it were nothing more than a pathetic ant. A second later, a brilliant golden holy light erupted from Isaac, illuminating the entire room. The spirit, in particular, was practically engulfed by this golden radiance. The spirit let out shrieks of terror. While everyone else was too stunned by Isaac to pay attention, it bolted out the door like a gust of wind. A Holy Knight shouted, "The demon! The demon is trying to escape!" But no one bothered to react. All eyes were fixed solely on Isaac. That light, that's definitely holy power, right? Lord Isaac defeated a high-level spirit. Truly extraordinary. At his age, he is truly worthy of being our young master. Isaac looked at his own hands, which were still emitting strands of golden light. He pondered, what is this? Is this actually holy power? What the hell is going on? My mana was completely drained. I can't believe it. Is this strange body converting my mana into holy power? Wait a minute. If that's the case, how am I supposed to hoard mana? Mana in this holy kingdom is scarce enough as it is. At the same time, Masa had been restrained by the knights. Even so, he struggled and screamed, "Let me go! You bunch of idiots. That brat is a heretic using the mana of the demon race. How dare a demon set foot in the Holy Kingdom? Your Majesty, please let me prove it. I will use an exorcism spell so everyone can see his true colors. Alexander roared. Enough, Bishop. You dare slander an innocent saint child candidate as a heretic. You even unleashed a high-level spirit right in front of the Holy Knights. Even if you are a man of the Pope, don't think I'll let this slide easily. Hearing this, Moss's face turned ash-gray. He knew exactly how miserable his end would be. The seed of doubt had been planted. Sooner or later, the spies planted here would be caught. If that happened, it would be a massive blow to the Pope's power. Even if it costs me my life, I have to find a way to save my family. If it's come to this, at least I have to take this saint child candidate down with me. Thinking this, Massa gritted his teeth. He secretly drew a magic circle behind his back. When the spell was complete, a lion-like beast was summoned and charged rapidly toward Isaac. So, you're finally showing your true colors? Does he really think he can take me out with such a weak attack? Isaac thought, just about to use his mana to handle the beast, when he suddenly remembered he had completely drained his mana earlier. As the beast loomed closer, Isaac suddenly noticed a magic attack flying from the doorway toward the beast, taking it down in an instant. Following that, a young man walked into the room with several others, saying, "Who dares to lay a hand on the child of the Joshua family?" The person who arrived was the seventh son of the Joshua family, Riley Joshua. The holy knights in the room gasped, "It's the Blue Saint. The Knights of Joshua are here." At that moment, Riley pointed at Massa, who was kneeling on the ground, and commanded, "Seize this bishop immediately." Understood, the knights behind Riley shouted. Riley's command was executed immediately. Massa struggled, screaming, "Let me go. You Joshua lapdogs. How dare you lay your filthy hands on me?" Isaac, like an old man, rubbed his chin in contemplation. Wait, Joshua, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before. Just as he was trying to remember, Riley spoke again. "Show your respect. Now." Hearing this, the holy knights who followed Riley all knelt in unison before Isaac and shouted, "It is an honor to meet the young master of the Joshua family." Isaac was astonished, thinking, "Look at their discipline. That's even better than the royal knights." Riley walked up to Isaac and smiled. "Sorry I'm late, Isaac. Even though I can't fully make up for that mistake, we brought a small gift." As he spoke, Riley leaned over and gestured toward a holy knight. Isaac followed his gaze toward the knight. When he saw the man reach into his chest and pull out something that shimmered with light, he couldn't help but be curious, thinking to himself, "Wait, is that gold? Or a whole bag of gold?" A second later, that same paladin presented the item right in front of Isaac. This is a figurine of the Demon King being executed. The paladin then pulled out several other models and added, "And here's another one where he's being burned alive. And this one shows him being crushed by the Saintess." As each figurine was brought out, Isaac's face grew even more blank, but those around him had a completely different reaction. "Our young master is so precious. Look at how much he loves it. He's even crying from joy." Isaac was speechless. Worried about his future, he thought, "How am I supposed to survive in a family full of absolute lunatics?" But wait, Joshua, he finally remembered. Those were the Saintesses who tried to defeat him. Isaac recalled in his head, "I'm Saintess Joshua, the 45th generation. I am the 61st generation saint, and you are unworthy of even knowing my name." Remembering that, Isaac felt a slight headache. He thought, all of them came from the Joshua family? Seriously. Not only was I born as a saint candidate, but I was born into a family of holy warriors too. What kind of terrible sins did I commit in my past life to deserve this punishment? While he was lamenting his fate, Massa continued to struggle. "You Joshua bastards. That boy is definitely a heretic. Where did you even find him? I will expose your true colors. You are sheltering a monster. Has the Joshua family rotted to this extent? I will purify this entire house in the name of God." Riley drew his sword and slashed it across Massa's neck, creating a shallow wound just enough to force him to shut his mouth. He spoke coldly, "Be grateful. It is only due to the tolerance of the Joshua family that you haven't been beheaded yet." Isaac thought, "Oh, this guy is actually pretty useful." That "shut up, you smelly bishop" move was honestly impressive. I wonder if he plans to use that as an excuse to go against the Holy See. Next, he looked at the paladins surrounding him. "Young master, you suffered enough. From now on, you only need to see beautiful things and hear only good things, okay?" Hearing them talk and seeing their attitude toward him, Isaac could only sigh heavily. What a bunch of idiots. I actually miss the Blue Knights of my house. At least they were truly strong fighters. Among his former subordinates, it seems someone had a bit of an obsession with the color blue. Just then, Alexander spoke up. "I apologize for the trouble, everyone. By the way, Riley, could I trouble you? To inform your family head that the royal family wishes to adopt your young master. Riley looked at Alexander and asked, Your Majesty, you must be joking, right? Isaac was surprised and thought, What? The royal family wants to adopt me? Alexander continued, The whole world is targeting your young master. You surely know that better than anyone. I don't deny the strength of the Joshua family, but is that really enough to protect this child? Especially since the Pope is very unhappy with him. One of the main reasons is that the child's hair color is very similar to the founder of the Holy Kingdom. Maybe even the Demon King is targeting him. Isaac thought, No way. The Demon King is me. How could I be targeting myself? After some thought, Riley spoke up. With all due respect, Your Majesty, this child carries the blood of the Joshua family. Therefore, we will raise him no matter the cost. Even if we have to face the Pope or the Demon King, the Joshua family is more than capable of handling them. Furthermore, the previous saintess, Melissa, always wished to meet the Demon King again. Alexander nodded slightly, and Violet continued. In that case, the Joshua family has even more reason to keep the child, who is the direct descendant of Saintess Melissa Joshua. Melissa, let us raise him. Held in Riley Joshua's arms, Isaac heard the name Melissa and whispered, Melissa, the final boss I faced before I attacked the world was that Melissa, the most fearsome and insane saintess I ever fought. Not only was I born as a saint candidate in a holy family, but I'm even a direct descendant of Melissa? What kind of twisted fate is this? The story of the saintess is, after being defeated by the Demon King countless times, they decided to create a saintess as the ultimate weapon. A staff created by God to punish evil. The mighty blue lion of the hunting squad, wielding holy light, the greatest light of the Holy Kingdom, the highest level a holy knight can reach, with fighting power exceeding that of the saintesses. It was said the Demon King would soon be defeated. The attack and defense were nearly equal to a god, and the vitality was at the level of a cockroach. If necessary, they could regenerate. Isaac looked radiant, getting stronger over time with a very long lifespan. However, the Demon King was ruthless. Isaac thought, I never killed a saintess, because if I did, it would be like shooting myself in the foot. Killing one would cause all their holy power to return to God, allowing them to create a version of the saintess that was much stronger. But that last saintess, Melissa, she was terrifyingly strong. And now she's become my ancestor. Riley Joshua, with a look of devotion, continued. She lived her whole life just to witness the destruction of the Demon King. The Joshua family is the birthplace of the saints whose mission is to eliminate everything that dares to oppose God. I am certain the Joshua family is capable of protecting this child. Alexander frowned slightly, lost in thought. A paladin suddenly spoke up. That's right, sir. Do you know how many saintesses died at the hands of the Demon King? Isaac protested internally. That's so unfair. I haven't harmed anyone, the paladin continued. One was locked in a labyrinth by the Demon King because he thought she wasn't even worth fighting. Isaac thought, I already let her out. Who knew she was born with such a terrible sense of direction? And 5 other saintesses died from the rage curse left behind after facing the Demon King. Isaac was furious. He thought, for heaven's sake, if you're sick, go see a doctor. Riley saw Isaac's face turning red and chuckled. Don't worry, my little darling. We'll take care of everything. Even if it's a curse, we will definitely protect you. Hearing that, Isaac became even more irritated. He shouted in his mind, Am I the only one who finds this ridiculous? Then, Riley lifted Isaac up and smiled. This child coming into this world is a great blessing. His parents only had one small wish, that he wouldn't grow up to be like that Demon Bone King. With a constipated look on his face, Isaac silently sent a message to his father. To the mother I've never met. I'm sorry for disappointing you both. Alexander spoke up, Riley Joshua, please reconsider. It's been 155 years since the Demon Bone King was sealed. Isaac was shocked, thinking, It's been that long? Wait, does that mean Melissa is dead? She must have been at least 50 back then, he mused. Alexander continued, As the demon race grows stronger, the Saint Child is the key for the Holy Empire to regain the upper hand. This child is truly vital to our imperial family. Furthermore, right now, in Joshua, there isn't a single saintess left to oversee things. It has been a year since the saintess gave birth to this child and vanished with her husband. Isaac started, silently crying out, My mom is a saintess. Riley spoke up. Even if they aren't here, he is still here. Our family is more than capable of protecting this child. Isaac clutched his head with both hands, thinking, Great. I don't think anything else could shock me more. Just the fact that his mother was a saintess was enough. But just as he thought that, he heard Alexander say, Lord Melissa, is she not out there defeating the Demon Bone King's minions? Riley Joshua replied, She will return soon, for she is eager to see her grandchild again. Hearing the name Melissa, Isaac slumped over, face palming. Oh, for heaven's sake. She's got to be 200 years old by now, right? How does she live so long? Alexander said, It seems it will take some time for her to return. The child's condition is a bit strange. Is he all right? Riley replied, The boy is fine. Isaac groaned internally, Fine. How can you call this fine? What's worse than finding out your old enemy is still alive? If that hag Melissa finds me, I'll be burned at the stake. Anyone but her. Why does it have to be Melissa? The one person I don't want to deal with right now? The only way to survive is this. An idea popped into Isaac's head. He reached out with both hands and grabbed Alexander's finger, wearing a cute smile as if to say, Your Majesty, please take me with you. Alexander said happily, Oh, look at this child. He clearly wants to come with me to the Imperial Palace. Riley spoke up, He's just very clingy, Your Majesty. Alexander tugged at one of Isaac's arms, saying, There are so many things the Imperial family can provide for him. Although the Joshua family has produced many saints, when it comes to childcare, they are still lacking. Violet also grabbed Isaac's other arm, pulling him toward her and saying, This child is destined to become an exorcist knight who will destroy the demons in the future. The Joshua family is the most suitable place to train exorcist knights. Besides, he is the first saint child in history, so the Imperial family wouldn't have any experience either, would they? Then, the two of them just kept tugging Isaac back and forth. The Imperial family is better. No, the Joshua family is right. Isaac felt like his body was about to be torn apart, crying out in his heart. A holy knight saw this and hurriedly shouted, Please calm down. You're hurting the young master. Hearing that, they finally stopped. But neither of them let go of Isaac's hands. Isaac thought, I've already chosen to go with the Imperial family, so please let go. I don't want to die yet. Besides, my survival instinct appeared in the form of light. Everything is pointing toward the Emperor. That means I'll have a higher survival rate if I go with him. I can't let this opportunity slip away. At the same time, the arm Alexander was holding started to glow with a blinding golden light. Alexander smiled and said, That is a wise choice, Saint Child. A second later, Isaac was surprised, thinking, This is that night. In a secluded spot, Masa knelt on the ground before a group of hooded figures and shouted, This is unfair. He clearly used magic power. I'm certain that child is a descendant of the Demon King. The figure in the lead replied, Is holy power granted by the gods something a lowly demon can use? Under the moonlight, it was clear that the speaker was none other than Hira Berry. At the same time, another hooded figure behind Hira suddenly drew a sword and approached the kneeling Masa. Masa saw this and screamed in fear. It was definitely magic power. Sir, how could someone like me mistake holy power for magic power? At the Holy See, we despise what you just said, Cardinal Masa. He only managed to say those 3 words before stopping, as his head had been severed by a single sword strike. Hira nonchalantly looked at Masa's headless corpse and continued, Those were blasphemous words against the gods. Behind him, a hooded figure said, I will reorganize a team to complete this mission. Hira said, That won't be necessary anymore. The Emperor has already taken the child. We will have plenty of opportunities to strike at the Imperial Palace. Make use of that. This time, make sure to eliminate the target. At night, the figures in black cloaks stood waiting for orders from their leader. The leader smiled sinisterly and said, Since the Emperor is taking the child with him anyway, there will be many opportunities in the Imperial territory. We will plan for that later. Thinking of the surviving Saint Child candidate that they had failed to harm, he hissed maliciously. This time, that brat will surely die. On a beautiful morning, bright sunlight streamed through the window. Right now, Isaac was lying down, digging his ear under a clear blue sky. A sophisticated carriage was escorted by a group of people. Inside the carriage, Isaac thought, I'm heading to the Joshua estate. Upon hearing this news, the leader of the hooded group was quite shocked. The followers behind him thought with concern, Wait, sir. A few days ago, a brilliant light flashed in Isaac's room. Isaac was stunned, thinking, What was that light? It was so blinding that even though I was in the Emperor's arms, I had to cover my eyes with my tiny hands. He thought to himself, Why is it so bright? My eyes. The light radiated from Riley Joshua's body. He said, Yes, Your Majesty. The Joshua estate is not a good place to raise a child. He placed his hand on his chest and bowed slightly to show his sincerity. You might think that place is just full of demon corpses and mana cores, but Isaac, did you really think your craving for survival shone that brightly? Riley gestured with his hands as he spoke, his face shining so brightly in Isaac's eyes that he looked like a giant spotlight, the most valuable thing in the Joshua family. At best, it's just the corpse of the skeleton king. Hearing that, little Isaac shuddered in shock. A mental image flashed in his head. A dried-up skeleton lying in a wooden coffin with its hands crossed over its chest. Wait, what? My body? You guys are holding onto my body. He reached out his tiny hand to grab Riley's index finger, complaining, You should have told me that sooner. Riley paused mid-sentence, distracted by his nephew's actions. But finally, he let the other tiny hand of Isaac reach out and grab his index finger. He babbled something incoherent, which to him meant, "Look at this, uncle." In the Emperor's embrace, Isaac beamed like an angel. He gripped Riley Joshua's finger tightly. At that moment, his uncle, Riley Joshua, was as happy as a man who just had the harvest of a lifetime. He blushed, moved, and called out his nephew's name. Back in the present, with green trees, white clouds, and golden sunlight, Isaac was lying inside the ornate carriage, hands behind his head and legs crossed. Staring at the passing scenery through the carriage window, he thought, even though I was dragged out of the royal family and into the military, if I want to get my body back, I have no other choice. He felt a lingering attachment to his magic-filled skeletal remains, thinking, that body, which I trained in mana to the point of rivaling the gods, if I could get that back, being level 10 wouldn't mean a damn thing. Recalling that face, which shone like the sun, the truth pierced Riley Joshua's heart. Isaac analyzed it further. Plus, that was the first time I'd seen the light of a will to survive shine so brightly. Following Uncle to Joshua will be very beneficial for my survival. Inside the carriage, naturally, Isaac wasn't alone. Beside his cradle was Riley Joshua. Sitting across from them was a commander of the Blue Knights. He spoke up, asking why the Pope's forces were pursuing young Master Isaac. Hearing that question, the little boy crawled up, curious to hear the gossip, thinking, I'm just as confused, why are they freaking out like that? Riley looked at his nosy nephew beside him and explained, because we received a prophecy from the gods. They said the saint will become the child of the gods. Hearing that, Isaac was startled. The commander continued, meaning he will be the next pope. Riley Joshua replied, exactly. That's why the Barry family wants to have a saint. Hearing the two of them talk, Isaac's face darkened. He furrowed his brows and cursed silently. What kind of weird development is this? The Pope is the strongest priest, capable of using level 10 holy magic. He's no different from a king. To all the priests and holy knights in the Holy Kingdom, he is a figure with power almost equal to the Emperor. Isaac gritted his teeth, analyzing, for thousands of years, the Barry family has produced the popes. That's why they're going crazy at the thought of a saint taking that away from them. That's why all the other families want to produce a saint, too. Suddenly, the carriage stopped. There was noise outside. The two adults looked out the window. Riley Joshua opened the window, poked his head out, and asked what was going on. The coachman replied anxiously, Young Master Riley Joshua, we've reached the principality, but there's a small problem. While he was explaining, the gate guards approached from a distance. Two guards standing behind them held their spears crossed, signaling that passage was forbidden. The leader raised his hand to block the group. Sorry, but you cannot enter the principality. Isaac thought curiously. What is it this time? Riley angrily opened the carriage door, stepped out, and scolded them. Do you dare not recognize the Joshua family crest? What kind of education did you people get? The opponent grinned, revealing sharp fangs. Of course you can't come in. All three of them transformed, fangs and claws appeared. We are here to wipe out the child who inherited the Saintess's bloodline. A Blue Knight exclaimed. The demon race. Even Isaac, who was leaning over the carriage windowsill, was shocked, thinking, what the hell is this? I definitely ordered them to stop attacking human territories. What the hell is the new Demon King doing? The lead demon laughed loudly and declared, Listen, you lowly humans. Our honorable king has ordered the extermination of all saints and saintesses without hesitation. Hearing that, Isaac knew his suspicions were correct. I knew it. The new Demon King has already taken the throne. The demon continued, In the name of our great skeleton king, King Isaac, we shall take the saint's life. Isaac muttered irritably, In the name of what, you idiot? When did I ever say that? The lead demon laughed and threatened, If you leave the child behind, His Majesty the Skeleton King might spare your life. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful bolt of blue lightning struck the loud-mouthed demon. When the lightning vanished, the demon had been reduced to a charred corpse lying on the grass. The other two demons yelled in fear. That lowly holy knight, the holy knight gritted his teeth. How dare you say that to an exorcist of the Joshua house? It looks like you don't want a simple death. Riley Joshua pointed his sword at the two demons blocking the gate. Listen here. He pulled his sword to his chest and recited the oath, to protect all the small things in this world, with both hands holding the sword against his chest and the tip pointing straight to the sky. Not just Riley Joshua, but the entire Blue Knight unit behind him did the same. They said in unison, The Joshua family will destroy all evil. We will pursue you to the ends of hell to exterminate your kind. Riley Joshua sneered, I can't believe that wicked Skeleton King would send his subordinates just to steal his own body. This statement seemed to provoke the demons. They charged forward to attack. Lowly human, how dare you? One of them lunged forward and shouted, blaspheming the Demon King. Isaac, for the resurrection of His Majesty the King. At that moment, the commander of the Blue Knights snatched Isaac out of the carriage. As soon as he got out, the carriage was blown up. He dashed away like a blur. "Forgive me, young master." Being carried away, Isaac didn't understand what was happening. He wondered, "What's going on? Is someone impersonating me?" After retreating to a safe distance, he stopped. He set Isaac down on the ground. "Please wait here, my lord." He created a blue protective barrier around him and said, "I'll be right back." Isaac was surprised. A protective barrier? He reached out his hand to touch it. Even a high-ranking demon couldn't break through this. It really is incredibly powerful. He analyzed with a pleased tone. Since nothing can enter from the outside, it means nothing from the inside can escape either. Isaac closed his eyes. If that's the case, then this desire to survive, he triggered the release of his magical energy. He sat calmly, cross-legged, closing his eyes to control the magical power. "Hear my call." Created from magic but possessing intelligence, a whisper came from the observer. As soon as it appeared, it acted just like a puppy. Excitedly, it flew over and nestled into its master's embrace. "My master, my lord." Isaac communicated with it through his mental senses. Yeah, I get it. It's been a long time. Quiet down, or you'll get caught." It calmed down. "I thought I would never have the honor of seeing your great face again." He sighed. "I thought I was done for, too." Watching the phantom, happy like a child, Isaac whispered to himself, "It has been quite a while. Although it's just a reconnaissance spell, it possesses its own consciousness. I created it because using magic for tracking and manual analysis was way too troublesome. Throughout our journey, it developed its own personality, though it's still quite naive." It praised him. "Your cruelty is as great as ever. Congratulations on seizing the body of a child without a single sin." Hearing this, Isaac scoffed. The phantom flew in circles around the barrier. It wondered, "But what did those filthy gods do to my master? Even as wicked as my master is, I cannot believe they would place you into the filthy body of this child." Isaac was annoyed. "Enough. Scan for enemies." The phantom obeyed. "I'm starting now." As it spoke, its magic began to permeate the air. "I will now scan a radius of 100 meters. Once the scan finished, it observed the battlefield between the demons and the Blue Knight Order. Reporting, "There are 88 enemies, all of them monsters. Beings like them will never compare to you, my great master." Isaac was startled. Are they crazy? Wait, 88? Are they trying to start a war or something? Thinking about the prospect of more guards, he felt troubled. It would be such a hassle if the security in the territory became stricter. Calling his subordinates would become even more difficult. Damn, to think it's come to this. I have to get this done before the Rothsteiner family catches me. Within the barrier, he leaned forward, determined. Even if I have to use all my stored mana, I must do this myself. Seeing this, the phantom wondered. It turned its attention to the battlefield and continued to report, "There are currently 51 enemies." It seemed slightly surprised itself. The number of enemies was decreasing rapidly. There were only 31 left now. Isaac was stunned. "What? Why so suddenly?" The phantom reported, "Now there are 13. On the battlefield, the Blue Knights fought while keeping an eye on their surroundings. One reported, 'Young master, something is coming.' Riley Joshua immediately ordered the entire troop to hold their defensive positions. There weren't many demons left. The phantom said, 'Only 4 demons remaining.' Raising his head, Isaac thought, 'Finally here, huh?' 'Brother,' a demon said, feeling excited. 'Let's do this together. Today, we take the life of the saint.' The newly arrived demon looked like a shadow. It whispered, 'The saint.' The remaining demons were excited, but only the skeleton demon king before it could finish. A purple shadow zipped past them, finishing them off. They were shocked by the sudden turn of events. The Blue Knights were also startled and panicked. The phantom beside Isaac said cheerfully, 'No more enemies,' while he frowned with worry. A lich appeared in the middle of the battlefield. Its presence made the knights hesitate in fear. The phantom reported what it saw on the field. 'I have discovered a lich.' It wasn't clear what someone had done to make the lich go mad. 'How dare you put your filthy hands on my king? Pay for your insolence with your lives.' Targeted by the lich, Isaac turned pale with anxiety. What the hell is wrong with it this time? The lich's eyes were sharp. 'My king, my only master.' It went berserk. 'How dare you imprison him in the body of this lowly child?' The demon's soul exploded, directing its distorted emotions toward Isaac. 'You have freed him.' It looked at the knights below and cursed. 'Do not look at that child with your disgusting eyes.' The lich threatened. 'Otherwise, I will gouge your eyes out.' Below, the commander of the Blue Knights asked softly, 'Riley, Joshua, young master, what is that demon saying?' The truth was, humans cannot understand the language of demons because they speak a completely different tongue. Inside the barrier, the little phantom beside him laughed happily. 'Oh my, it's chaotic out there, isn't it? Isaac was speechless, watching what was happening. Looks like that bastard realized I'm the Bone King. His effort to track me is commendable, but over there, orders are being issued. All the knights heard the command and prepared for battle. The group replied, understood. They were ready to charge. Seeing that, Isaac felt even more troubled. Why do you have to show up so blatantly? In the back, within the sturdy barrier, he waved his hands and shouted in the babbling language of a child that no one understood but him. Hey, you guys, don't touch my property. That's my huge mana core. Seeing their young master shouting loudly, the commander was startled and worried. You'll attract the demon's attention. Young master Isaac, please, just try to hold on a little longer. I will resolve this. Before he could finish, he heard the lich laughing loudly. It looked toward Isaac, holding its face like a blushing maiden, laughing gleefully. Master, you recognize me. The one who leads my destiny has officially acknowledged me. Not understanding what it was saying, and only seeing it laugh, the commander felt a bit panicked. Young master, Riley Joshua, this demon is provoking us. Right after that, it ignored all the knights and dashed toward Isaac. I will come to your side immediately, master. Riley had already spotted that lowly creature targeting Isaac. The lich approached the barrier where Isaac was and continued to curse. You filthy Saint Knights. How dare you lock him in such an unclean place? Isaac rejoiced inwardly. Oh, nice. This guy sees me. He was excited to see it approach. He wouldn't have to watch his mana core being exercised anymore. He ordered it. First of all, hurry up and help me break this barrier. It happily raised its claws. As you command. It slammed its claws hard against the barrier. The commander yelled, 7 swords, young master, watch out. Riley was also panicked. Isaac, meanwhile, wore a triumphant smile as he saw the barrier shatter. He grabbed the lich as mana surged through him. He praised it, well done. Immediately after, he drained the mana from its body. So, what now? Stop making a scene and get some rest. This terrified the lich as it watched its body being sucked into the totem. The lich shrieked, Master. As it was pulled back into the totem, it wailed. Why? Meanwhile, Riley and the squad leader were rushing over and witnessed the scene. Riley was stunned. Could it be? He looked at his nephew, who was grinning without a single scratch, and at the totem in his hand. He muttered, Is that a holy art that transforms demons into totems? The squad leader was overjoyed. The first mission was a complete success. He is truly extraordinary. The Blue Knight squad cheered. Young Master Isaac, that is a holy art that only those as powerful as a saintess or a cardinal could ever use. He couldn't begin to understand the thoughts of these ignorant humans. Holy art? What are you talking about? I use magic. Riley Joshua stood there, watching silently. He crossed his arms and voiced his suspicions. That was definitely a holy art to turn a demon into a totem. But why would such a high-level holy art be used? And yet I didn't feel a single trace of holy energy. The squad leader was still lost in his joy and replied, You know, sir, it's only in the most dire situations that a person's full potential is unleashed. Recalling the scene where the lich shattered the barrier, he analyzed, that demon must have targeted the young master. The demonic soul surely sensed danger by instinct, so it must have risked everything to eliminate this potential threat. The squad leader cheered happily, flattering him. Isn't our young master just incredible? I'm sure of it. I swear. The holy child is definitely our young master. This left Riley Joshua speechless. He watched as the squad leader tried to kiss Isaac's cheek, only to be annoyingly stopped by his nephew. Riley Joshua thought to himself, It's true. Even the demon race has started to take notice of this child. In the event that he isn't the holy child, then there must definitely be something special about him. He lowered his head, feeling frustrated. But why did it have to be a boy? He furrowed his brows, his face stern as he remembered the curse. Because of the Demon Bone King's curse, every son of this family. In the end, as he was lost in thought, he heard the squad leader speak. I have decided. Holding Isaac in his arms, the man swore an oath. In the name of the captain of the Blue Knight squad, I will protect Isaac's future, as well as the future of the entire Joshua family. Hearing this, Riley Joshua froze. He suddenly broke into a smile. Right, haha. I was such a fool. He reached out to take Isaac. Why was I so wary of the Demon Bone King's curse? This child will surely bring glory to the Joshua family. Riley lifted his nephew into his arms and smiled brightly. Let's go home, Isaac. Your uncle will teach you many things, he continued. With these innate abilities, you will definitely become an extraordinary holy knight. As he was lifted high into the air, Isaac also gave a happy smile, but thought to himself, I won't do what you want. Let's just get home quickly so you can return my body to me. Then, the next thing Riley Joshua said made him pause for about 2 seconds. Even if you might not live very long, my nephew, I will protect you no matter what. Isaac was stunned and surprised. Riley Joshua continued talking about his future plans. Your name will definitely ring out across this entire continent. Isaac panicked and let out a few babbling sounds. To him, it meant, wait a minute, did I just hear something extremely shocking? But to Riley Joshua, he thought the boy was responding to his words. The uncle by blood grew even more excited. I knew you'd like it. Isaac groaned in despair. No, Riley, still excited, continued. When we get back, I'll immediately teach you how to curse that damn demon bone king. Hearing this, he darkened his expression and thought, you bastard, who exactly were you just scolding? Finally, they arrived at the Duke of Joshua's mansion. It was an incredibly spacious place with massive gardens, magnificent decorations, gold-plated sculptures, and large gazebos. Looking out from the carriage window, Isaac muttered in awe and was also insanely jealous. You bastards of the Joshua family. While we demons were being tortured by the likes of you, in every way possible, you could still live so luxuriously. How much is all this stuff worth? Remembering the starving demon kids begging for food every day, Isaac felt like crying. You damn capitalists. While I was struggling to find a bite to eat for the little ones, the Phantom, the observer, spoke up. Master, this place sits on a completely different level compared to that pathetic place of ours. Just selling a few of those sculptures would be enough to buy 10 Demon King castles. Isaac trembled with rage. I know. You don't need to remind me. As he was looking around, his seventh uncle, Riley, picked him up. He introduced, this is the Joshua family mansion, Isaac. This is the starting point of all exorcisms and demon slaying. He held his nephew up and opened the window on the other side for him to see. Take a look. On the lawn, there's a scarecrow that looks quite a bit like the demon Bone King tied to a cross. Several teenagers are training by hitting that scarecrow. Next to Isaac's ear, he heard the voice of Vela. When you're older, you'll be just like those children. The children held clubs, hitting the scarecrow and cursing, Die, Demon Bone King. The children looked quite crazed, and every one of them had a strange smile. Each strike was accompanied by a curse. Demon Bone King, shatter. This is for you. I curse you. You piece of trash, you're not even worth the dirt on the ground. Tearing you apart still isn't enough. Demon Bone King. The curses still echoed in his ears. Die. In the carriage, Riley Joshua laughed happily. Isaac watched, feeling a headache coming on. What kind of things have you stuffed into these children's heads? Is this some kind of fanatic family? Then he comforted himself. It doesn't matter. He made a plan and smiled. As long as I can infiltrate the Holy Kingdom, burn the Emperor alive, and turn this place into an empire. Isaac, the little phantom, chuckled. That's just a joke. A great demon bone king like you surely doesn't need to take it to heart, right? How petty. He cursed silently. Shut your mouth and go scout the surroundings. The phantom immediately replied, As you command. Right after that, over 10 glowing spots appeared scattered all around the mansion in front of Isaac, which left him stunned. His eyes lit up. Amazing. They're all magic cores. He did a quick count. There are at least 10 of them. The little phantom chuckled and replied, I've never seen so many magic cores concentrated in one place like this, my lord. I wonder how many demons they had to slaughter to get these. The carriage finally came to a stop. We've arrived, young master. Riley carried little Isaac out of the carriage and ordered the servants, Go and prepare a room quickly. Isaac will be staying with me. The butler came to greet them but hesitated. He said apologetically, My sincere apologies. Young Master Riley Joshua. We have received orders to take young Master Isaac to the annex. Hearing that, he was displeased. The annex? For what reason? The butler nervously replied, The fifth master has issued the order. He said young Master Isaac is never to enter the main residence. Isaac felt troubled. What is it now? Violet frowned and gritted her teeth. He wants to take Isaac to that cursed, deadly place. Isaac also frowned, thinking, This family is a total mess. I already knew that the moment I saw a newborn baby already being thrown outside. It's on the verge of collapse. His seventh uncle, the seventh master, grumbled. My brother really has done something pointless. He agreed with the thought. Exactly. I could be living comfortably in the mansion, so why do I have to go to the annex? The phantom chuckled. The magic cores you need are in that annex, my lord. That single sentence was like a dagger to the heart. Riley Joshua walked past the butler and headed straight inside. Move aside. I won't let my nephew stay in that god-forsaken place. Isaac shouted in despair. No, not the annex. I want to go to the annex. The seventh uncle pleaded. Come to my room, Isaac. I'll read you the story of the great saintess who fought against the demon king of bone. What is this? Like a bedtime story? He thought, if it's like that, isn't it more like an exorcism for me? Riley Joshua continued. After I finish that, I will teach you the specific exorcism method for the demon king of bone. He didn't even have the energy to cry. Are you trying to kill me? As they walked in, someone stood in their way to block them. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss just for picking up a stray child? The other person said. I clearly ordered that child to be sent to the annex. He crossed his arms and spoke haughtily to Riley Joshua. It's been a while since we last met, and you're already defying your own brother. The person speaking was the fifth son of the Joshua family, Gowel Joshua. Isaac stared wide-eyed at this newly appeared fifth uncle, who looked just like a villain. He judged him. What a thug! Gowel Joshua pointed at Isaac. Put him down. I'll take him to the annex, Riley protested. Are you kidding me? This child is a descendant of the Joshua family. How can you send him to the annex, a place we used to exile people in the past? Isaac glared at his fifth uncle and thought to himself, that rude jerk must be on the side waiting for my presence. Seventh uncle, Riley Joshua, please hold me close. Get out of the way. I still have to tell you the story about the skeletal demon king being purified. Looking at Isaac's expression, he seemed extremely annoyed. He was screaming inside, hey, put me down. You can take me to the annex, you know. Gowel stepped forward, poked his cheek, and laughed. Riley Joshua, where did you dig up this human skeleton? Then he cursed, descendant. What a load of crap. Isaac gritted his teeth in anger. I actually want him to take me to the annex, but what is wrong with this jerk? Is he a priest or a hoodlum? Then he reconsidered. Whatever. I'll just go to the annex and absorb my mana cores. Riley Joshua exposed Gowel Joshua. Do you think? I don't know why you want to take my nephew to the annex, he said. You want people to think he's cursed, to keep him away from the competition, right? Hearing those keywords, Isaac was stunned. Away from the competition? What the hell? Wait a minute. He remembered his plan and inwardly went crazy. There's no way. I still have to protect this family, then become a saint and eventually become the Pope. More importantly, I have to take revenge on those godforsaken gods. Gowel Joshua smiled like a jerk as he spoke. Want people to think that, I heard a demon escape from this kid's body. Maybe he was already cursed from the start. The commander retorted, that's not true. Young Master Isaac contributed to destroying that demon. He expressed his point of view. Being targeted by a demon right from the start already proves how important he is. Another knight also helped out. That's right. He possesses the holy power of a saint. Gowel Joshua didn't care and laughed mockingly. I'm so moved I could cry. How much effort have you put in to cover up for this? Piece of trash. Don't mess with me. If you've already called him the next saint, then show me his power. The phantom on the side added fuel to the fire. He wants to see your power, my lord. Why don't you summon a meteorite for him to see? Isaac annoyingly replied, meteorite, my ass. Gowel Joshua turned around. Right, if you've already called him a saint. He looked towards a withered tree. Then what about that over there? Look at that tree. It has no vitality left. It even feels like it's emitting death energy. Gowel Joshua challenged him. Is that the symbol of our family? Why don't you ask him to revive that thing the family head loves so much? He pointed at the tree. He laughed maliciously. That holy tree died because of the dark mana of the nobles. If he has all the qualities to be a saint, then at the very least, he should be able to revive that tree, right? Then he laughed sinisterly. Of course, only if he really is a saint, as you all claim. Seeing that Gowel Joshua seemed dangerous, Riley Joshua put his arm around his dear nephew to protect him and asked, have you looked at yourself lately? Isaac also felt scared. He sighed to himself. Melissa, you were great at fighting. But why are your descendants like bandits? He silently commented. The eldest son is missing. The fifth son is a jerk. As he was thinking about this, his eyes were drawn to something. Isaac's jaw dropped in surprise. Huh? That is. The phantom grinned. What? What is it? He reached out and grabbed the phantom. What are you still thinking about? Being grabbed by the head while eavesdropping. The phantom was startled. Huh? Isaac threw it away and ordered, go there and get all of that for me. Before the phantom even knew what was happening, it was thrown away. It panicked. Wait. Back at the previous spot, Riley was still arguing with Gowel. A tree that has been dead for 75 years. Yet you want a child who doesn't even know how to speak. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed. Riley was surprised. Gowel Joshua turned back and lost his composure. Riley could barely believe his eyes. What on earth was going on? That sacred tree in front of him wasn't the withered, death-ridden husk it had been before. It had come back to life, lush and green. Seeing the tree vibrant and full of life, he was overjoyed. It's been revived, right? Gowel Joshua stood there stunned. Even after using purification and restorative magic, it had kept on withering away. It was dying, and yet he couldn't believe his own eyes. What the hell is actually happening? Pleased by the other man's shock, Isaac smiled to himself, thinking, it's nothing, really. He rubbed his chin, congratulating himself. There was a bit of dark mana near the roots, so I just sucked it all up. The shadow, having returned to his side, let out a long breath and replied warily, I've absorbed all the mana from there, sir. I'm so stuffed, the squad leader stuttered as he asked, Lord Riley, how did that tree? What did you do? Riley Joshua replied, I didn't do anything. The squad leader shifted his gaze. Then does this mean it was the little one? Isaac sighed, Bebo. Words that no one understood except for him and the shadow. It was all mana. Such a waste, the shadow asked. What now? Do you want me to throw it all back up? The squad leader cheered, shouting, so it really was Lord Isaac's doing. Immediately, the knights started cheering and chanting his name. It made him jump. Amidst the enthusiastic roar of the crowd, only Joshua refused to believe it. Seeing the plan go off script, he grew defensive. This is insane. Ever since the beginning, no one in this family has ever been able to save that tree. How could a brat like that do it? He looked for excuses. Someone must have helped him. Meanwhile, the knights were tossing him into the air like a hero, competing to praise him. As expected of young Master Isaac. On the other side, Gowl smirked. Right, that must be it. First the exorcism, and now the purification. But then, realizing something, he clenched his fist, trembling, and asked, You did this, didn't you, Riley Joshua? Riley Joshua didn't understand his point. What do you mean? Gowl lost his temper, grabbed Riley Joshua by the collar, and roared. You must have gotten help from the Saintess, and then made it look like that trash of a brat did it, didn't you? Riley Joshua grabbed his hand, trying to pull it off. What on earth are you talking about? Huh. Gowl Joshua seemed to have completely lost control. He kept shouting, Stop with your petty little tricks. How in the hell would I even be able to meet that missing Saintess? The group of knights stopped cheering and looked over at the two of them with worry. Isaac was bored with this chaotic scene. He thought to himself, Melissa, you really should focus on managing your family. Instead of going off to slay demons, your family is a total mess. Watching the fifth uncle's twisted face, he silently judged him. Even so, this man called brother looked nothing like Melissa. Honestly, if you said Riley Joshua was just Melissa in disguise, that would be easier to believe. The shadow chimed in, eager for gossip. And what about your older brother, sir? A thought popped into Isaac's head. I think he looks even more like that bastard of a pope. Gowl Joshua screamed, Don't you dare play dumb anymore. Do you think I don't know you brought this brat here to make him the next saint candidate? I can't believe you'd use such dirty tactics when the family already has a saint candidate. Hearing this, Isaac was curious. There's another candidate in this family. On top of that, this rude jerk wants that candidate to win. The shadow chuckled. Looks like you have some competition, sir. But you don't seem to care at all, do you? He thought, amused. If you don't think that guy is just as evil as the rest of them, then supporting him, beating him should be fun. The shadow reflected that the idea made sense. Seventh Uncle Riley couldn't stand it anymore and challenged him. Then does that mean we just ignore the kid? He is our nephew, and also the son of our eldest brother. The kid has the right to lead this family. Gowl Joshua dismissed him with contempt. Nonsense. Eldest brother? That guy ran away while the family was in danger. Then, he snapped again. Do you still want to bring up that elder brother, who only just now let us know this kid even existed? Far away, Isaac remained indifferent to the reason he was being shunned, so that's why I'm treated like garbage. The shadow advised, Sir, you can't talk about your own life so indifferently. Gowl laughed wickedly. But this kid is still the Saintess's son, isn't he? He might just be a half-breed we picked up from outside. Regardless, she is still the Saintess. The words that followed out of Gowl's mouth sounded like they deserved a beating. But we can't be sure he's really our brother's son, can we? I guess his face looks okay, since he resembles that woman. He continued to provoke the limits of Riley Joshua's patience. If it's profitable for the family, then I think we could just sell him off to preserve the bloodline. Hearing this, Riley Joshua didn't hesitate to punch him straight in the face. He trembled and yelled, Are you insane? Did you just hit me? Riley Joshua didn't back down. Do you think you can walk away from me after saying such rubbish? The knights turned pale, while Isaac happily thought, That's right. Siblings should engage in martial arts exchanges like this once in a while. Thanks to that, I've learned more useful information. Seeing Riley Joshua unilaterally beating Gowl to a pulp, the knights rushed over to stop them and pulled Riley Joshua away. My lord, you can't do this. Someone shouted, Stop them. Isaac thought indifferently. The more chaotic this family gets, the easier it will be for me to take it over. He gave a wicked smile, thinking in the difficult-to-understand language of children. This damn family is already falling apart on its own. The shadow chuckled. Come to think of it, if this family collapses, won't you be doomed too? Has your brain followed suit along with the people here? Isaac snapped at him to shut up. After a chaotic scene, everyone finally entered the luxurious mansion. Isaac was sat on the table, pouting with a deeply unhappy expression. He thought, annoyed. This is so uncomfortable. At the center of the long conference table, the family members were summoned. There was whispering, another brat. What are we supposed to do with this kid now? Watching this, Isaac sighed. Not a single person in this hellish family is sane. Seems they really know how to treat an heir. Huh. The murmuring continued. Since we already took in and raised that country bumpkin girl to be the saintess, the least she could do was not give birth to this useless boy. She's not fit to be a saintess. Isaac felt like he was going to lose his mind. Are you guys all insane? That's enough. A woman spoke up, and everyone went silent. She said, Riley, we decided to raise this child. She was trying to avoid attention by staying in the annex, but this was the second wife of the Joshua patriarch and the current interim head of the household, Hannah Joshua. She demanded, why did you allow this child to come here? Isaac quietly noted that she was being openly hostile. So that's how it is? She must be the one behind the people trying to push me to the annex. Gowel bandaged his nose, which had been smashed in from a punch. He gritted his teeth. The interim head of the household asked again, I'm talking to you. Why are you answering, Riley Joshua? Isaac thought, she must be the aunt of this pathetic uncle. Riley Joshua didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked back, isn't father here? Hannah replied, he went out to town. I have to admit, this whole Saint candidate business is a total mess. Riley Joshua sighed. Well, this is a shame, but he dropped a bombshell. He should have heard the news that the eldest grandson of this family, Isaac, has revived the holy tree. This news made Hannah and Gowel jump to their feet. Gowel slammed the table in protest. That's just a coincidence. How could a brat like him do something like that? Maybe the prayers of the Joshua family have finally been answered, an elder spoke up. I think so, too. Even our patriarch couldn't find a solution, so how could a child like that possibly do it? Hannah crossed her arms, sat down, and agreed. I agree. She gave a sinister smile. There was no proof from the start. The elders murmured, and the interim head said, she's absolutely right. It is truly a blessing that the holy tree has revived. Isaac looked at them mockingly. Look at those guys. He held out both hands. You want proof, don't you? A blue light appeared, making Gowel and Hannah freeze. The elders and Riley were stunned. In front of them, a blue crystal materialized as Isaac held out his hand. He said smugly, well then, look closely. An elder stammered, that energy. Watching the crystal float before Isaac, the elder exclaimed, it's the power of the holy tree. Isaac babbled. Surprise, you amateurs? In the luxurious room, a group of elders sat around the table, debating. One of them said, it seems Isaac has removed the manna that was corroding the holy tree. Another elder was startled. What? There was indeed manna on the holy tree, but can an infant really remove it? The female elder beside him replied, isn't that the most logical explanation right now? The boy even manifested that manna into a physical form right in front of us, didn't he? Another person adjusted their glasses with a thoughtful look. That's true, but even if this exorcism method is effective, it certainly isn't simple. Just one tiny mistake could completely kill the holy tree. That is why the patriarch chose the periodic cleansing method instead of direct exorcism. Gowel Joshua looked at everyone in panic and disbelief. What the hell are they talking about? There's no way an infant could do something like that. Riley strongly agreed with the elder's words. Isaac must have exorcised the dark manna by instinct. Isaac stood beside him, crossing his arms with an incredibly smug expression. Exactly. Then everyone heard Riley Joshua continue. A child still breastfeeding has done something that no one in the Holy See has been able to do in the last 75 years. Hearing this, Gowel Joshua immediately glared at Riley Joshua in fury. What the hell is he talking about? Gowel Joshua slammed his fist onto the table, showing his opposition. Elders, do you really believe this nonsense? He screamed in anger. An infant who can exorcise evil. It can't even talk yet. If outsiders hear about this, they'll surely laugh in our faces. Just look at it. Even the fact that it belongs to the Joshua lineage is hard to believe. What if it actually comes from some no-name family? Isaac boredly raised his finger to pick his ear, listening to the discussion indifferently. After that, Riley spoke seriously. Respected elders, please listen to me. This child will definitely become a saint. In fact, the boy could very well become the next pope. Isaac thought arrogantly. Exactly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him and lifted him high into the air. Then, Isaac heard that person say, and above all, this child will destroy the skeleton demon king. Isaac was horrified. What the hell? Stopping at the previous sentence would have been fine. As soon as they heard demon king, the elders immediately started whispering. The skeleton demon king? That despicable creature. Hearing this, a woman smiled sinisterly and whispered, you're digging your own grave, Riley. Then, she looked straight at Riley, Joshua, and Isaac and said, if you're so confident, why don't we test it? In a place where the light didn't reach, she rested her chin on her hands. With a dark look, she gave a cruel smile. I demand that we use the artifact archive in the northwest of the Holy Kingdom, Helen. In a forest with withered trees, where sharp thorns were everywhere and the air reeked of death, a monster had just had its throat slashed. Fresh blood splattered the ground. The man standing before the monster's corpse, his black cloak billowing in the wind, allowed a layer of eerie mist to envelop him. He sheathed his sword and muttered, "This place is a dump." A guard approached from behind the man, bowed down on one knee, and respectfully greeted him. "Greetings, Patriarch." The man didn't turn back, just coldly asked, "What is it?" The guard hurriedly replied, "Your representative in the family has requested to use the archive of artifacts, sir." The man stepped forward, his voice sounding impatient. "I already made it clear that no one in the Holy See is allowed to use it." The guard hurriedly reported, "It wasn't a request from the Holy See, sir. Your grandson has successfully revived the Holy Tree, so the interim head of the household wants to see if the child has the qualities of a saint." The man turned his head in surprise. He stepped toward the guard. "What do you mean?" The man frowned, clenched his fist, and looked down at the guard from above, asking, "Why is there a saint in my family?" This man was the patriarch of the Joshua family. "Riley Joshua, look at this. I won't allow it. Only a saintess could possibly survive entering that place. Tell them to avoid any unnecessary conflict, no exceptions. Just tell them to get it done." Suddenly, a figure with long white hair, dressed in noble attire, approached from the side. She spoke with an intrigued look. "You just mentioned Isaac, didn't you?" That woman was the current head of the Joshua family, the saintess designate, Melissa Joshua. She smiled and muttered, "Resurrecting the sacred tree, huh? Isn't that impressive? Since the vault has already been opened, why don't we send all the candidates, both saint candidates and saintesses, in there as well?" Upon hearing this, the guard was immediately flustered. "Pardon me." Seeing the flicker of interest in Melissa's eyes and the silence from Riley Joshua, the guard could only grit his teeth and continue. "But if we do that, what if a child from another family manages to obtain the precious items in the vault?" Melissa smiled and replied, "I certainly hope they do. Even the most gifted saintesses of previous generations couldn't manage to take a single thing from that vault. Who knows, if someone actually retrieves that artifact, perhaps they could track down the skeleton demon king and destroy him." Her eyes held a thoughtful glint. "In that case, we should reward them, shouldn't we?" Melissa then turned to order the guard. "Tell them that whoever brings out the best treasure from the vault will be given a reward that even the Pope couldn't purchase. They will receive the Joshua family heirloom." The guard was sweating bullets by now. Melissa joyfully added the next part, "And I will personally teach them the family's secret techniques." She then excitedly clenched her fists. "Whatever the child who succeeds wants, I will grant it." Legend has it that the Sacred Relic Vault is a place that holds more than just sacred artifacts. It also guards a secret technique dating back thousands of years. Through many generations, the saintesses have taken on the duty of guarding the vault, which is why people often say the Joshua family are the true owners of this vault. Since only children under 10 years of age are allowed inside, the vault is often used as a rite of passage for the candidates. When they turn 1 year old, these children enter and choose an item. People try to predict what kind of power a saintess will receive based on the item the child brings back. However, the vault is an incredibly dangerous place, and even saintess candidates can hardly avoid life-threatening risks when entering. After many unfortunate incidents occurred, the vault was sealed. The dark ghost laughed sinisterly. "Let's see." It then intently watched Isaac and said, "If my master can survive and bring back the treasure." Isaac frowned, babbling irritably to imply, "Why are you bringing that up?" The ghost, hovering over Isaac's head, didn't forget to persuade him. "But you are looking forward to it too, aren't you, master?" Isaac's eyes sparkled as he replied, "Of course." He was incredibly excited and thought, "They say the corpse of the skeleton demon king is in there." Suddenly, a hand reached out and lifted him from his cradle. "Are you excited, young master?" The commander of the Blue Knights smiled and said to Isaac, "The family head has opened the vault for all the candidates." Isaac was secretly stunned. "All of them?" As if answering Isaac's confusion, the man happily tossed him into the air and said, "All the descendants of the 5 prestigious families are coming. Even that cursed family of the Pope will be there too. But I am sure that no matter what happens, you will win, young master." Seeing this, the ghost could only sigh. "Looks like they're blowing this out of proportion." Isaac was tossed high, but his mind never stopped calculating. "That's fine too. The more people there are, the easier it will be to distract them. Then I'll be able to reclaim my body more easily." As Isaac landed, he was caught by someone else. Then he heard a warm, familiar voice. "You must be careful, Isaac." Violet brought Isaac to her face and cautioned him. "The demons captured from the battlefield are guarding that place." Isaac silently took note. It would be dangerous because of the demons guarding the area. Wait, he then thought. If they were captured like that, they must be at most level 6. I just need to use overwhelming power, and Isaac hadn't finished calculating yet when Riley poured a bucket of cold water on him. Level 8 demons aren't easy to deal with. Saying that, he placed Isaac back in the cradle. Hearing Riley Joshua's words, Isaac was immediately startled. What the hell? Why are level 8 demons there? The commander added one more thing. Even so, that level 9 dragon is probably the worst part. Riley Joshua laughed. If we are talking about rank alone, then yes. Hearing them talk, the ghost could only weep. This whole family must be out of their minds. A dragon in a place where a bunch of kids are going? Isaac was also speechless. The ghost tried to comfort him. But at least you know quite a bit about dragons, right, master? Not hearing his master respond, the ghost turned to look and found Isaac trembling, biting his finger, his face covered in sweat. The ghost was astonished. Huh? What is it this time? Meanwhile, Isaac panicked, thinking, oh crap, the danger level of a dragon is on a completely different scale. After a long while, the ghost heard Isaac speak. Well, I did trick them a few times. The ghost asked, how many exactly? Thinking of the rage of the dragons he had scammed. That bastard scammed even the young dragons? What on earth did he sell to those kids? They aren't even 300 years old yet, and he scammed the ancient dragons, let alone the young ones. Damn that shitty skeleton, Isaac stammered. About 70, I think. Isaac suddenly remembered something unpleasant. They also have good memories too. They'll recognize my soul. The ghost looked at his master and smirked. Maybe it's time I changed masters. Isaac gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at it. I can hear you, you know. Isaac slammed his small, chubby hands down on the cradle, his resolve burning. Looks like I have no choice. So, there are level 8 demons and a level 9 dragon in the sacred relic vault, but my current self can barely deal with level 6 demons. To fight them, I need to snatch all the mana cores of the Joshua family. Looking at the ghost's helpless face, Isaac excitedly thought, all right, here we go. A new day began as the first rays of sunlight warmed the magnificent, opulent palace. In a certain room, little Isaac sat behind the door, intently reading a book. The cloud spirit beside him asked with worried hesitation, Master, are you all right? Not hearing his master answer, it asked once more, Master, are you okay? Isaac stared intently at the book in his hands, his face pale, and stammered, yeah. He scowled, thinking, if I could master divine power, learning these 3 spells would be a piece of cake. Why is it getting so frustrating to learn? I haven't even been weaned off my mother's milk yet. Now I just need to manipulate his mind and make him teach me. Then it's a done deal. The little cloud excitedly screamed, Master, do you want to use black magic right in the middle of these mages? You're planning to bury this house and then get some really cool demons, right? Isaac crawled on the floor, squinting as he glared at it. For the past 155, what on earth happened to your personality? The little cloud let out a few awkward laughs. Isaac wearily looked at the book, lifted his hand to rub his eyes, and thought to himself, I can't grasp all this theory on my own. The baby Isaac yawned tiredly. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him. You look so tired, Riley. The commander of the Blue Knights entered. He picked the boy up, hugged him close, and said with tender concern, I bet you've had an incredibly busy day. Isaac mentally groaned, give me a break. Kids my age need 16 hours of sleep a day to function. While Riley was putting Isaac back into the crib, over on the other side, the commander picked up the book with a completely bewildered expression. Riley placed Isaac down, then spread his hand out in front of the boy's eyes, whispering, Regenerate. A golden light appeared, enveloping Isaac. Oh, what a great spell. Keep going, show me a spell, uncle. Seeing Riley, Joshua didn't continue the incantation, but instead turned to talk to the commander. Isaac hurriedly tried to climb out of the crib. Seeing this, the little cloud immediately tried to stop him. Please, just stay put. The little cloud continued. You need to get to the annex as soon as possible. You can't hide that person here, can you? Isaac suddenly remembered. That's right, the annex. I have to get rid of these people as quickly as possible. Noticing the quiet behind them, Riley, Joshua, and the commander quickly turned back to check. Seeing Isaac sleeping soundly in the crib, the little cloud scoffed internally. What a terrible act, who would even believe that? The commander held the spellbook, smiling warmly as he said, Master Isaac fell asleep so quickly. Riley also praised, what an amazing child, so quick at everything. Hearing this, the little cloud felt like screaming, Are you all crazy? Seeing Isaac was sound asleep, Riley said, It's late, shall we head out? The commander agreed, Yes, besides, I have to go train. On this side, the little cloud was completely baffled. That's truly magical. Just as they were about to leave, Isaac lay in the crib with a smug grin. Suddenly, he heard them add one more thing, although that totem seems very dangerous. I think we should take it outside. Isaac was immediately panicked. What? Before stepping out the door, Riley looked back and instructed the commander. It is a precious item, the first totem belonging to Isaac, so make sure it stays safe. The commander quickly replied, "Yes, sir." Hearing that, Isaac inwardly protested. "I still have to restore it. Who gave you the right to take it first?" Before they left, Isaac even heard them say, "I'll display it in the most visible place." He could only cry in his heart, "My totem. I haven't even finished draining the mana from it yet." The moment the door clicked shut, Isaac immediately sat up. "Fine, then I'll just suck the mana core and the annex dry." He quickly used his short, stubby body to climb out of the crib. "Let's move." The little cloud weakly said to Isaac, "Are you seriously going to crawl all the way to the annex?" Isaac replied, "I have a way. Open the door for me." The little cloud immediately flew toward the door. "Yes, of course, as you command." It muttered while dashing to the door. "There is no way I'm carrying you all the way there." But just as it touched the door, the little cloud suddenly froze. "Huh?" Isaac, behind it, had just fallen out of the crib, face planting onto the floor. Before he could even feel the pain, he heard the little cloud say, "Your uncle locked the door. The entire lock system is on the outside. He even put a spell on it." Isaac was so angry he felt like spitting blood. That annoying uncle. He ordered, "Break the door down." Thinking of the guards outside, the little cloud advised, "They'll think you're under attack and swarm in here." Isaac cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Isaac angrily hit the door, feeling miserable. "I'm going crazy. I can't stand all this whispering from here to there. If I use magic, things will only get worse." Suddenly, the door clicked. Isaac stood before the door, thinking, "How the hell am I going to sneak out?" When the door hit him in the face, a boy about 5 or 6 years old pushed the door open and walked in. He was holding a fake arm wrapped in bandages. Looking intently at Isaac, who was sprawled on the floor, he exclaimed in surprise, "This brat? He shouldn't even be able to walk yet, right?" The boy who just walked in was Gowel, Joshua's son, a candidate for the holy office of the Suri Joshua family, 5-year-old Joshua. Isaac panicked and touched his nose, looking at the boy in front of him. Suri glared and thought, "This guy must be my enemy." Isaac looked at the boy and thought, "That totem, which even a genius like me couldn't create, he's holding that toy tightly. There's no way this little brat could have created it." The boy spread his hand, and suddenly, a circle of golden light appeared in his palm. Isaac excitedly watched the scene. Suri raised his hand, his eyes full of malice. "I am the one worthy of being canonized." Isaac pretended to be innocent and crawled to the boy's feet, his eyes catching him, casting a spell on the toy not far away, while muttering, "You dare covet what belongs to me." He was still saying, "This is how I'll get rid of that pushy Joshua," when suddenly he let out a shout. The toy had just slammed right into his head. Isaac laughed with delight. "Found myself a horse to ride." Suri turned red with rage and asked, "Do you even know who I am?" Because a newborn couldn't speak, Isaac could only reply. In his heart, "You look exactly like that thug of an uncle. You must be his son." After that, Isaac quickly snatched the toy from earlier with a smug expression. "I saw you gathering mana to attack, you jerk." Isaac kept using the toy to attack Suri. "Serves you right." The little cloud hovered nearby, cheering, "Great hit, master." Isaac thought while hitting him, "You arrogant brat, prepare yourself to be a horse for your brother to ride." Suri couldn't fight back, only able to endure the blows in silence. Finally, he had no choice but to use holy power to block. "Do you think you're better than me?" Isaac smiled and stroked his chin, acting surprised. Suri smugly continued, "Surprised? At my age, no one can use level 3 defensive holy power yet." He concentrated his holy power while mocking. "Surprised a bit too early, aren't you?" Isaac quietly watched him execute the holy power. Level 3 offensive holy power, holy light. Rings of white light appeared in midair. "Take this." Isaac gasped in amazement, staring at the holy power before him. Impressive. Then, he gave a slight smirk. "Thanks for the meal." What happened next terrified Suri. He only saw a large, purple light ring expanding to surround Isaac. Suri panicked, eyes wide as he stared at the baby. How could a defensive spell be amplified to such an extent? He watched Isaac playing with the magic. Suri thought to himself, "How did you learn to use that when I haven't even taught you?" Isaac babbled, as if to say, "Thank you for the guidance, brother." Suri turned his head in surprise. "No way." Suri was stunned, watching Isaac laugh delightedly and point toward the attack spell that was bouncing back. Suri stammered, shouting, "Wait." Isaac sat there, observing with a smug look. The ghost said, "The entire Joshua family must be crazy. How could they put a dragon in a place full of newborns like this?" It continued, "However, master, at least you have very profound knowledge about dragons." Suddenly, Isaac nervously bit his hand. The ghost panicked. "What's wrong with you now?" At that moment, Isaac thought, "Oh, Damn it. Now that I think about it, dragons are actually quite dangerous. I've been scamming them for a long time. The ghost asked. How many did you scam? That bastard scammed the baby dragons clean. Just what on earth did you sell to those kids? They aren't even 300 years old yet, and even many adult dragons were swindled. That bony bastard. What about the 70 or so of them? Isaac worried. This is bad. They have memories like leeches. They'll recognize my soul. The ghost replied, Isn't this a perfect opportunity for me to take your place, master? Isaac scolded, I can hear you. Then Isaac slammed his hand down. With no other choice, Suri stood frozen, watching Isaac sitting on the shoulder of a towering demon with eyes as red as blood. Looking toward him, Isaac babbled, What are you doing? He grinned with excitement. Hey, Scarface, carry me now. In the end, Suri let Isaac clutch his hair. He was terrified, constantly watching every movement of the ghost, yet his hands were still gripping Isaac's legs tightly. To keep him from falling, he thought, Focus. Just survive and get out of here first. Isaac enjoyed Suri's shoulder. He used his hands to pull his hair until it was all messy, while Suri's body couldn't stop shivering. He helplessly carried Isaac while being extremely terrified. He cried out in a shaky voice, Someone save me. Under the pitch-black night, lit only by the bright moon high above, inside the deserted garden, the constant, babbling voice of Isaac could be heard. Isaac had one hand gripping Suri's hair, one hand holding a toy to point, and his small mouth was shouting. He commanded him, left. To the left, Suri, while carrying Isaac on his back, took each weary step, following his instructions. Suri stopped, panting heavily from fatigue. Isaac frowned in annoyance and snapped, Are you trying to die? Pull yourself together. Suri wearily questioned. In the middle of the night like this, where do you intend to go? Suddenly, his feet stepped back slightly, and he looked up in terror at what was in front of him. He gasped, his whole body drenched in sweat. He trembled, stammering out the words, It's the second auxiliary building of the Joshua family, the haunted house. While Isaac was deep in thought and the observing ghost was laughing, he thought in a panic, Why did this madman bring me here? Many people had died here, so the family head had forbidden anyone from entering. Suddenly, both Isaac and the observing ghost became excited. The observing ghost chuckled and said, Looks like there are a few dozen of them here. It looked at the clusters of light scattered throughout the house. Then it said, Master, you had to risk your life training for 15 years just to gather this much mana. Isaac waved the toy in his hand, meaning to signal Suri to go inside, while whispering, Let's go, kid. Suri understood and panicked, shouting, You want to go in there? No, we can't go in there. The adult said we shouldn't. Before he could even finish his sentence, a ghost suddenly appeared, leaning close to his face and threatening, Shut up and go. Go, puppy. Inside the building, moonlight glimmered through each window pane. Suri carried Isaac on his shoulder, cautiously taking each step very softly. Isaac placed his hand on his head, slowly observing the surroundings, then commented, It's even worse inside. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He looked at a nearby door and thought, Wait, that is. The observing ghost appeared again. It said, The entire building has been sealed, master. Every door here also has something like a barrier protecting it. Hearing that, he lay flat on Suri's head, bored, and said, What a hassle. Suri, still terrified, urged, Hey, let's go back. Everything in here is locked. Isaac suddenly pulled his hair to the left, and then Suri yelped, Ouch, why are you doing that? He tried to pull Isaac's hand away, shouting, Let go. He suddenly looked in the direction Isaac was pointing and gasped, The moonlight shining in from outside the window revealed each dusty, solemn portrait hanging on the old wall. He raised his head to look, then instinctively said, The past family heads. Looking at the pictures up there, Suri mocked him. Are you still aiming for the position of family head? He smiled confidently and said, It's useless though. The next successor will be me. Ignoring all his words, Isaac waved the toy in his hand. His face revealed a hidden danger, and then he swung his hand hard, aiming at a portrait on the wall. Seeing the glass fragments on the frame shatter, Suri's eyes went wide, his mouth agape in horror. Isaac didn't stop. He kept waving the toy, throwing and breaking all the remaining frames, causing Suri to clutch his head, trying to stop him. Our ancestors. Are you crazy? What are you doing to the family heads? Once finished, he held the toy in his hand, laughing arrogantly. That's right. Why would anyone put a barrier on portraits? The observing ghost appeared again, happily announcing, The barrier has been broken, master. Isaac laughed cheekily and said, Good job. Then, from Suri's back, Isaac jumped to the ground and said, Let's go. Suri panicked and hurried to say, Hey, where are you going, Isaac? After landing safely on the ground, he rolled several times to another spot with the ghost floating above. He left Suri standing there alone, yelling angrily, Hey, are you crazy? After causing this much chaos, where are you going? He rolled in front of a room, then used his strength to burst the door open. Seeing the shimmering mana inside the room, he excitedly exclaimed, "Amazing." Suri ran at full speed, rushing toward Isaac. Yet, he gave the command, "Gaba," whispering, "Lock the door." The door gradually closed. Suri, on the outside, seeing that, tried to run faster, frantically trying to stop him. "Hey, stop! Stop it! What are you doing?" As the door was about to close, Isaac turned around, gave a scornful smirk, and said, "A brat like you doesn't need to know." Even as Suri screamed outside, "Hey kid, the door is locked." Isaac sat upright. He placed his hands on his lap and let out a sigh, whispering to himself, "It's still magical." Then he thought, "Let's begin." Outside, Suri used all his strength to bang on the door, shouting threats. "Get out right now. Hurry up. I'm going to tell the adults everything." He kept banging on the door and screaming, "I'll tell them everything and get you kicked out of here." He didn't notice a figure standing in the distance behind him. Finally, Riley Joshua arrived with a group of people and called out to Suri. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Suri stiffened like a statue. He turned around, stunned, as Riley Joshua asked again, "What are you doing here?" Suri saw him and said happily, "Uncle, you came at the right time. Isaac, that monster." Before he could finish, the elder snapped, "What do you think you're doing?" "Suri, regardless of your reasons, you know very well you aren't allowed in the annex. And what were you thinking, bringing Isaac here?" Suri froze, gave a strained, confused smile, and stammered, "I." Then she continued, "Do you have any idea how many people saw you carrying Isaac here on your back? Furthermore, there are traces of offensive holy magic in Isaac's bedroom. You are the one responsible for all of this, understand?" Faced with those words, Suri nervously stammered in protest. "No, it's true, I brought him here, and some of the holy magic was mine." But Riley placed a hand on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Suri, you've crossed the line this time. No matter what, you've harassed a child who hasn't even been weaned yet." His face turned stern as he demanded, "Where have you locked Isaac up?" Suri panicked and blurted out, "I didn't lock him anywhere." The words he just uttered left everyone present stunned and wide-eyed in shock. Isaac went inside himself, and then Riley Joshua stood up abruptly, approached the room, and said, "Isaac, are you in there?" He touched the door and exclaimed, "Locked? Good heavens." Then, the door suddenly opened to reveal his worried face. Inside the pitch-black room, Isaac was sobbing. He cried out in distress, "Isaac." Seeing this, the elder asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Isaac?" "Oh my." The child looked so terrified. Conversely, Suri stood there blankly, showing a deeply suspicious expression. Riley Joshua hugged the sobbing Isaac to his chest and said, "Thank goodness he's safe." He seemed scared, but it looks like nothing else happened. Riley Joshua gave Suri a sharp look and walked away, leaving behind a reminder, "Suri, you should be ashamed of yourself." Suri's tears streamed down his face. He said helplessly, "No, it's not like that. Really." Isaac suddenly spoke up, so only Suri could hear, "Thanks." He smiled brightly and maliciously, thinking, "Thanks to you, I had a delicious meal." Suri saw that and went mad with rage, shouting, "That bastard." The elder found it strange and blurted out, "Suri." The attendants around them looked at Isaac and whispered, "Why does the kid look like he's on fire? Isn't it freezing here?" One of them lamented, "Such a small child." And already Isaac touched the pile of mana in his pocket and gave a faint, cold smile, thinking, "I collected way more than I expected. In just one go, I absorbed an amount of mana equivalent to 100 years of hard training." He clenched it tightly and thought, with this much mana, thinking that, he let out a devious, silent laugh. Meanwhile, Riley Joshua noticed his strange expression and suddenly thought, it seems Isaac was truly terrified. At a majestic castle, someone turned to Isaac and said, "Isaac, I want to introduce someone to you." Isaac lazily glanced up. Riley Joshua introduced Isaac's new assistant. "This is Ashley. From now on, she will be your assistant." Ashley respectfully brought her hands to her chest and introduced herself. "I am Ashley, a holy knight of the Joshua family." She knelt on one knee, bowed her head in respect and loyalty, and said, "I will serve you until death." Isaac heard Ashley and just glanced at her, uninterested. But in his mind, he thought, "They sent someone to monitor me because of last time. Huh." He looked disgusted, propped himself up with one arm, pointed at Ashley with the other, and said, "Hey, you there." Isaac continued to scare and yell, "Forget it. Get out of my sight." Ashley looked at Isaac, bewildered. She stepped closer to Isaac. At this moment, Ashley leaned in, blushing. Her two hands were trembling as she reached out. "Let me pinch your cheeks once, okay?" Isaac looked at the person in front of him, blushing, and thought, "Why are there so many crazy people in this house? Riley Joshua smiled, took something out from his person, turned toward Isaac, and said, "Ah, Isaac." He took out a small box containing a ring and held it toward him. "This is a gift from your uncle." Isaac looked at the plain-looking ring on his hand, and with a dark expression, thought, "Did you pick that up from a trash can?" I thought I misheard. But the ghost on the other side also looked at the ring with contempt, saying, "Is the Joshua family really in such a crisis? How could he call this a worthy gift for the master's first birthday?" Ashley saw the ring and immediately lunged forward. Isaac was startled, looking at the ring in disbelief, saying, "Oh my, isn't this the Saintess's heirloom?" Riley Joshua stood beside him, gently patting his head, and said with a smile, "The Saintess's heirloom. Your uncle got it from the council for you." Isaac's eyes widened in surprise, thinking, it's the real deal. An image of the Saintess appeared, her finger wearing the glowing ring. "This is the ring the Saintess used during the battle against me." It was an ancient ring containing a bit of holy magic. The ring glowed. He held the shimmering ring, assessing the holy power contained within. Incredible. Isaac looked at the ring and smiled deviously, thinking to himself, "It looks like it would break after only using it once or twice, but I have a way to fix it." He suddenly looked up at someone. Furthermore, Gaul Joshua was staring with envy, leaning against a tree. Isaac looked in his direction. He was glaring this way. Isaac thought, that angry, envious look on his face, it guarantees this is the real deal. He was glaring at his little nephew as if he wanted to eliminate him. Gaul Joshua walked toward where everyone was standing, while Isaac looked at him, confused. "My sweet little nephew, Isaac." He approached with a fake, joyful face, saying, "Oh, you're so adorable." Gaul Joshua asked fake questions, while he and the ghost looked at him with surprise and confusion as he acted. "I hope you feel comfortable here." Isaac felt annoyed. What the hell? So gross. He looked at his beaming face and thought, maybe he's gone mad. Damn it, everything is so complicated. Isaac looked at the ring, thinking, I've already broken the blessing device in the treasury, so it won't be able to receive any blessings. But unexpectedly, they handed over the Saintess's family heirloom as a replacement. Flashback to the past. The elder handed the ring to Riley Joshua and said, since Isaac didn't receive a blessing, we had to give this to him. Gaul Joshua, seeing the ring, panicked and cried, the Saintess's family heirloom. Gaul Joshua started yelling at the elder. Give that thing to my son. The elder asked, should I give it to Suri? She sighed and gestured for him to leave. Hasn't he already received the Holy Sea's blessing? Don't be so greedy. Just go back. Gaul Joshua gritted his teeth, seething as he thought about his plan to pretend to make a donation to the Holy See. While he takes it away, there's no way he can understand the true value of that heirloom, he muttered. If you're picking a gift, you should have chosen something better. That thing is useless. Riley Joshua, hearing him say that, immediately retorted, useless? How could you call a Saintess treasure that? Gaul Joshua finally smiled sinisterly, holding a box in his hand, and said, Isaac is your precious nephew too. How could you give him such a useless piece of junk? He took out a ring that sparkled even more than the Saintess's ring. He tempted him, saying, this ring was granted many direct blessings from the Holy See. He went on and on about the ring's power, while Riley Joshua stood to the side, looking at him in confusion. In the archives, this thing is definitely more useful. It's an incredibly precious item that Riley could never get his hands on. He sat down near Isaac, thrust that sparkling ring toward him, and continued to coax him. Oh, right? Isn't that so? As he reached out to grab the Saintess's ring, Isaac immediately punched him right in the face. Now, give me that old, dirty ring and get the hell out of here. He grabbed the ring box and cursed. Doesn't this piece of garbage reek of the Pope's stench? Then Isaac threw the ring away. Get lost with it, too. The ring was unceremoniously tossed into the lake. Gaul Joshua saw it get thrown and screamed, what are you doing? Go find the ring right now. Riley Joshua looked at Isaac and thought to himself, that ring is worth 1,000 times more than the one I gave the kid. He looked at Riley Joshua, holding up his hand with a ring on it, smiling. So, you still chose my gift? Riley Joshua reached out toward him and said, Isaac, my beloved nephew. He excitedly raised his hands to the sky, laughing. From now on, I will give you the best of the best. Ashley, standing nearby, also imitated him, raising her hands to the sky and laughing happily. Hooray for young Master Isaac. Meanwhile, the subordinates had to struggle in the water, searching for the ring that had just been thrown. It's too deep, young Master Gaul. Gaul stood there with a dark face, ordering his subordinates to find it at all costs, even if it cost them their lives. Isaac crossed his arms happily. I already cast a weight spell on it. They'll never find it. The ghost beside him also flattered him. As expected of my master. Determined never to touch a foul object of yours, truly admirable. Isaac ordered the ghost. Pick it up tomorrow morning. The ghost asked in surprise. Me? Isaac retorted arrogantly. Could it be me? Isaac recalled the scene of Gowel Joshua clutching his head and screaming, so he was sure the thing was very valuable, and said to the ghost, "That thing is worth a lot. I'm going to sell it." Gowel finally slammed his hand on the table. That bastard. He collapsed onto the table, clenching his fists in anger. He doesn't even know what that thing is worth. Then he sat back in his chair in frustration. Whatever. It's not like he knows how to use an ancient ring anyway. Gowel continued to ramble, consoling himself. That thing can only be used by someone who can use holy arts. It requires absorbing the holy power of at least 20 people to activate it. That's impossible. He smirked. I wonder if even 10 people will show up to his birthday party. The next day, at that same luxurious mansion, the scene was very lively and bustling with both adults and children. Ashley saw the scene before her and exclaimed happily, "This is amazing. There are over 148 Sanctus candidates, including nobles and servants. There are about 4,000 people here today." She held Isaac in her arms and said happily to Riley Joshua, "All the Duke families have arrived, and even a dozen Marquis families. Other nations have even sent Sanctus candidates. Isn't this great? The Emperor is here too." Isaac thought with a dark face, why are there so many Sanctus candidates? Did the lazy gods just scatter them everywhere? The ghost beside him also chimed in, they are exactly the type to do something like that. Riley Joshua's expression was serious, deep in thought. I didn't expect this. I thought no one would come because they think it's a trap. Someone pushed the door open and said, "Of course they wouldn't think it's a trap, my friend." Simon walked toward them happily and said, "It's been a long time, Riley Joshua." He was the head of one of the 3 merchant associations in the Empire and Riley Joshua's closest friend. Count Simon? He looked at the person in front of him in surprise and asked, "Simon, you came too?" Simon laughed and replied, "The rumors have spread across the entire empire." Simon also happily replied, "Of course, I had to come." Both Riley and Ashley frowned when they heard Simon say that everyone knew it wasn't a trap, so they decided to participate. Regardless, all the weak sons of the Joshua family are here anyway. He continued to ramble, not to mention what the head of the Joshua family has put on the line. How could I not come? Even the Pope's family will be coming. Isaac, hearing what Simon said, thought to himself, she bet what? Riley didn't believe what Simon just said was true. Don't talk nonsense. No way the Pope's family would attend. Then he shrugged indifferently and replied, just guessing. No way. Those unfriendly royals would appear in the Joshua family's territory. They hate this place because there are too many commoners. From the Bariza family, suddenly a dark shadow appeared in front of the door to the room where everyone was talking. Simon, keep your voice down. Why would you say that? My daughter, Reborn, is a Sanctus candidate too. This event is hosted by the Joshua family anyway. The Pope's family has no reason to get involved in this. The mysterious shadow reached for the doorknob. You must be careful with your words. Simon was speaking when the sound of the door opening echoed. Someone stepped inside. Everyone looked toward the door in shock. Don't pay attention to that bunch. His face always looks like he just stepped in something nasty. My grandparents used to say there's nothing more dangerous than a vulgar man. Here a berry appears. Turns out, the wisdom of the ancients is never wrong. Riley and Simon are terrified as the wicked-looking Cardinal Barry shows up. He walks slowly toward everyone and says, just think about it. A weakling from the Joshua family is hosting an event like this. I hope your kid can bring something back from the treasury to save this family's face. He laughs sinisterly. I'm curious to see what kind of kid would actually dare to call themselves a saint candidate. Hearing that, Ashley becomes guarded and holds Isaac tightly in her arms. She hasn't even met him yet, then she mutters, still, this is a chance for you. Barry puts a hand to his chest, but his face is mocking and the air around him is gloomy, contrasting his words. I sincerely pray that the saint candidate can elevate your family's reputation. Violet breaks into a cold sweat, thinking, this is a scam orchestrated by the Holy See. The number of people in black cloaks keeps growing. The saint candidates jumped from 25 to 148. It was already strange a week ago. The only explanation is that the Holy See is turning a blind eye to these saint candidates. Peering out of nowhere, bloodstains spray everywhere. Everyone wants their child to be a saint candidate. When children like that are brought into the treasury, they inevitably try to eliminate the weakest rivals. Riley clenches his fists. They might even hurt him during the chaos. He glances back at where Ashley is standing, holding Isaac. If that happens, Ashley and the child. He looks at his uncle, confused. Riley Joshua thinks anxiously that Isaac will be in danger, a boy of the Joshua family, a stone statue of a child held in a woman's arms. Beyond the family's prominence and reputation, it's completely useless. However, to those wanting to seize the Joshua family's superior genes and to those wanting to gain favor with the Pope's family, those who hate the Sanctus's bloodline, that Joshua kid is nothing but the perfect prey. A mysterious hooded figure stands before a child. So, let's mess with this Joshua kid a little. The child takes the vial the mysterious person hands over. It won't kill him, but he won't be able to do anything. Pour this poison into his water. He uses holy poison. Empty glass bottles lie scattered on the floor. Teach the brat just how cruel the world can be. The young children are terrified and pale, all staring at something. Let's turn him into a laughingstock in front of everyone. A child is sitting on the floor, guzzling more and more empty glass bottles, and declare to the world that the Joshua kid can never become a saint. After drinking so much, Isaac happily wipes his mouth and smiles. So delicious. The other children stand there, horrified. Guys, I am scared. How many bottles has he drunk? Isaac throws an empty bottle at a kid's head, shouting for more. Bring more. This poison can't kill me. Isaac sits on the floor, squirming and demanding more. The child who was just hit in the head cries loudly. I want to go home. I'm so scared. Two people are whispering. What's wrong with that brat? I thought you put laxatives in there. Or did you grab the wrong bottle? People around start gossiping. Oh, it's so weird. I don't think that's it. Ashley, listening to the rumors, just clutches her forehead, silently scolding Isaac in her heart. Why does he keep drinking the poisoned bottles? Ashley continues to scold him inwardly, full of shame. How embarrassing. Stop tainting the Joshua name. Someone walks toward Isaac, who is happily drinking. Ashley angrily approaches, grabs the bottle, and stops Isaac from drinking anymore. Stop drinking. Are you that thirsty? She hands another bottle to Isaac. Here, drink this one if you want. She is interrupted mid-sentence as Isaac throws a bottle straight at her face. Then Isaac yells, "It's not poisonous." Someone else takes the bottle away. Isaac grabs the hem of their pants, squirming and shouting for the bottle. Give it here. Give me this super poison. That person is also helpless before Isaac's stubbornness. Why is he so hyper? That person is explaining. This bottle shouldn't be drunk, but this one is holy poison. The woman next to her also stops Isaac from drinking further. Are you crazy? You'll die if you drink that. Isaac yells, holy poison. Isaac suddenly lunges for the bottle, his eyes looking monstrous. Give it here. You have to give it here. One side is fighting over the bottle, while the other side is standing around discussing the bottle of holy poison. It seems he has extraordinary resistance to poison. I heard a person can reach a level of naturally destroying toxins while training their holy power. What? Are you saying he's already reached that level? But why is he only targeting the poisoned bottles? Could it be he wants to ensure no one else can drink them because they're dangerous? Ashley, listening to everyone talk, can only sit in a corner and smile in despair. Nonsense. Suddenly, a voice rings out, making Ashley look up. Really? Kinaberry appears out of nowhere, sparkling in front of Ashley. Are you saying he's sacrificing himself? Ashley stands up, panicked, looking at Kina, surprised and thinking, Kinaberry? Why is he here? I didn't hear anything about the Pope's family participating. The Pope's direct descendant, Kinaberry. The other children are also surprised. They are confused why Kina would appear here. Wait, that's Kinaberry. Why would the Pope's family be at the Saintess's treasury? Isaac wins, grabbing the bottle, and shamelessly sits on the person's back, drinking. Oh, well, now we know who the winner is. Kina looks at Isaac and thinks to himself, so this is the brat who is basically guaranteed to become a saint? But that pure hair color, could someone from the Pope's family have it, Barry? Kina thinks about the Joshua family's hair color. All the others in that family have hair the color of dung. Kina laughs sinisterly. What's so strange about a member of the Pope's family appearing at the Saintess's treasury? Kina continues. But what he says also makes the person standing next to him surprised. The Pope's family is the leader of all the clergy. Therefore, the Saintess's treasury also belongs to our family. As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone around is surprised. This makes him even happier, and he laughs out loud. I'm just here to take back what's mine. Why does that surprise you all? Isaac, still drinking, glanced at Kina with contempt, thinking, look at that arrogant way he talks. He really is from the papal family. Kina radiated a glowing ball of light around him. But that brat is a genuine monster. Just the sheer amount of holy power he has exceeds that of a bishop, and he's the #1 saint candidate. Isaac, who had been deep in thought, paused when he heard Kina speak. Using that kind of procedure to humiliate the host? And you people call yourselves saint candidates? Kina kept rambling with disdain. How pathetic. What's the point in harassing a little kid? Kina said, stepping toward Isaac. A baby can't possibly have any poison resistance. He dropped to one knee, looked at Isaac, and said he must be protected by the Saintess's power. Isaac could only curse to himself, watching Kina. His family sure breeds idiots. Kina gave a fake, snide smile. He created 2 small flames in his hands, pointing them at Isaac. Poor thing. Don't worry, let me detoxify you. The surrounding crowd saw Kina using magic. They started whispering. He can already use holy detoxification magic. Look at the size of his holy power, that's at least level 5. Only Isaac remained bored and puzzled. He looked at Kina, thinking, oh, this brat is trying to pull a stunt. Isaac watched Kina casting the spell. He cursed in his heart, trying to use me to show off your skills. Huh, you're quite clever, I'll give you that. But outwardly, Isaac smiled. However, his hand quickly struck Kina across the face. Kina's head snapped to the side from the blow, and suddenly, a young boy pointed and shouted, "The holy power, it's gone." Kina's eyes widened in shock. He quickly dropped Isaac, unable to believe what just happened. My holy power was neutralized? No way. Not by a kid like him. Kina stared at his palms in terror, disbelief washing over him. Is he stronger than me? The boy stared at Isaac, murderous intent radiating from him. He clenched his fists, cursing under his breath, a parasite of the Joshua family. Isaac wore a mocking, provocative face. "What are you looking at, kid? I'll smash your head in with this bottle," Isaac threatened Kina. Then, someone rushed over to grab and hold Isaac back. "No, don't do it." Ugh. He's watching over him because they're family, right? He slapped the person trying to save him. How disrespectful. Kina looked at Isaac, confused. Do they really think they have a chance against the papal family? Does he actually think he can protect him? Isaac was restrained by Suri, his face showing clear anger, but he could only curse inwardly, unable to do anything. These idiots. If it wasn't for me, you would have had that bottle smashed into your skull. Kina tried to act like he was fine, brushing it off. It's nothing. I must have startled him. After all, he's still just a baby. Kina turned and walked away, waving his hand. See you later. Good luck, you Joshua brats. You should at least try to scrape together some dignity for your family. Isaac gritted his teeth in anger, watching Kina leave. He couldn't do anything because he was still held tightly in Suri's arms, unable to struggle. Suddenly, Kina stopped and turned around. He cast a provocative glance toward Isaac and said, "But of course, the best treasure here will be mine." After all, the family didn't even dare to get close to the Demon King's skeleton, did they? Everyone stared at Kina, hearing such words coming from a child. Suri heard Kina and said with frustration, "What a stubborn kid. Why the hell does he have to cause such a scene?" Suri was startled, suddenly grabbed by a triggered Isaac who was pulling at his collar, ready to fight. What the hell is wrong with you all of a sudden? Suri and Isaac struggled with each other. The family had promised to grant a secret technique to whoever brings the Demon King's skeleton. Suri gasped in horror. "Melissa, are you playing with my corpse?" Isaac froze in shock at hearing this. Suddenly, Isaac trembled and collapsed to the ground. Isaac thought in terror about the dried skeleton, wrapped in a red cloth tied with a ribbon like a gift. Isaac sat there, fiddling with the bottles among the group of kids, looking up at the sky with extreme boredom. Remembering the appearance of the skeleton king, Isaac thought, I've accumulated centuries worth of mana in this body. If I can just grasp it, reaching level 10 wouldn't be a problem. His eyes glowed as he looked angrily at the kids around him. But now these brats are watching everything. There's no way to sneak it out. He crushed the bottle, tossed it aside, and thought, whatever. Anyone who gets in my way is getting stepped on. Suddenly, a voice rang out, grabbing his attention. Everyone gathered around. It turned out to be the elder making an announcement. Everyone is about to leave, so listen up. He began to explain. This treasure vault is a sacred sanctuary. It houses the relics of the saints from past generations. Isaac groaned inwardly. He's starting with the history lesson again. How long is this going to take? He turned his head and crawled in another direction, saying, so boring. Suri looked over, surprised, and asked, Huh? Hey, you. Watching Isaac's direction, the boy asked secretly, Where are you going? Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred, causing Suri to cover his face in surprise and yell in a panic, Elder. Meanwhile, Isaac was bolting at incredible speed. He thought happily to himself, It's time to use the holy magic I just learned. The elder shouted in terror, Isaac, no. That's a restricted area. He continued, causing the children around him to panic. If you go that way, you'll trigger all the traps in the vault. Everyone quickly ran toward Isaac, shouting, Stop that brat. Back at the Joshua family banquet hall, Ashley said worriedly to Riley, Joshua, I hope the young master is all right. Everyone around the banquet hall announced, We have established a connection to the inside of the treasure vault. They continue to relay information through the magic orb. The spirit beasts are following the third-place candidate, so we will provide information. The first door to the treasure vault has opened, and the candidates are now entering. Riley Joshua thought with concern. They've already entered. A notification rang out. The current third-place candidate is Peter Ed Simon. Riley yelled, My son. The notification continued. In second place is Suri Joshua. Gowl scratched his head in surprise. Wait, that's my son. The announcer continued but hesitated slightly, sounding incredulous. In first place, it's Isaac Joshua. Everyone there was stunned, speaking in unison. leaving Riley, Joshua, and Ashley in shock. Isaac. As he was continuously bolting forward, shouts rang out again. It's Isaac Joshua. The elder was running after him, gasping for air, pleading with him to stop. Isaac, please, not there. Suddenly, he stepped on a mechanism, and the elder was struck by a lightning bolt. Yet, he continued to insist, if you go that way, more traps will be triggered. Suri looked over, startled, and exclaimed, Oh my God. Sorry, sounds of desperate cries echoed repeatedly. Help! Suri panicked and scolded, Are you crazy? Why did you rush in there and cause such a mess? Even though he was terrified, the boy didn't forget to run away while screaming. Complaints mixed with screams, the challenges of the archive were already life-threatening. Suri reached his hand toward Isaac as if to hold him back, saying, Now we even have to avoid traps set for intruders. Isaac gradually moved toward the door, excitedly saying, So, this is the door to the second archive. A notification for the second trap appeared. Second trap activated. Entering the sub-gate of the second archive. The boy, terrified, tried to stop Isaac. Don't go in there. The ghost chuckled, seemingly wanting to praise him. You are truly extraordinary, Master. Thanks to the mana you absorbed in the annex, I have been upgraded. Isaac excitedly said, Good. Now I can make you work even harder. The ghost helplessly cursed. Damn it. He commanded immediately. Now, go and capture all of them. The ghost quickly obeyed and flew off. Yes, Master. It headed rapidly toward the children resting nearby and heard them talking. I didn't expect it to be this difficult. As one child sighed, another boy nearby looked in one direction and wondered, Is this why the saint is so strong? He pointed at Suri, who was hovering in midair, and asked, Isn't that the brat? How? Another boy replied, That's right. They asked each other furiously, How can he fly? His family must have taught him that already. How unfair. Meanwhile, Suri thought helplessly, No, you idiots. They didn't teach me anything. It turned out the ghost had grabbed the boy, leaving him thinking he was hovering without any control. It brought Suri back and dropped him to the ground, reporting, Master, I have captured the messenger. The boy, after being thrown and landing on his face, warned, Stop this madness right now. I don't know how you passed the first trial of the Mandate Archive, but from the second archive onwards, even one mistake could kill you. Suri continued to nag, You have to face your fears and choose the arduous path to grow stronger. Isaac felt annoyed and gave him a blow, thinking, You're doing just fine. He ordered Suri, who was still in pain, Forget it. Explain what's inside the second archive. Suri, still lying flat on the floor, turned his head and said, Once you enter the archive, absolutely do not attack the enemy. You understand. Don't attack them. Isaac, confused, asked, What kind of nonsense are you babbling? Why shouldn't I attack the enemy? The boy continued to panic and warned, That is the only way to pass the second archive. No matter what appears, you just have to stand still for 3 minutes until they disappear. Suri said in a pleading tone, Please understand. If you don't, we will both die. Isaac narrowed his eyes, thinking, So annoying, are you testing my patience? The terrified boy crawled up and said, People have actually died because of this. He walked to the gate and said, Fine, easy enough. Isaac raised his hand to the gate, chuckled, and glanced back. Just don't attack, right? 3 minutes is no problem. A surge of magic appeared around his hand. Then the door slowly opened with an announcement. Welcome to the level of serenity. Patience is a virtue, and cold rationality, stay calm and steady, don't waver. A beam of light appeared before Isaac. Your patience will lead you to the light. A bold step echoed in the vast space. Kina smirked and thought, There's no reason for me to take the dangerous path ahead. I have meat shields who can do that for me. He continued to explain to them, And have you forgotten that an 8th level demon is standing at the entrance to the second archive? Surely those who went ahead will be stuck there. Kenna pointed forward, looking knowledgeable. See? A powerful beam of light radiated out, making the sidekick boy both curious and dazzled. He continued sinisterly, The trial has begun. Ahead, the door was slowly opening. A gentle voice like a reminder made Isaac annoyed. Don't get distracted. A face as handsome as a statue gradually appeared. It was a god, looking very handsome, gently announcing, And your patience will lead you to the light. And if you be. Before he could finish, Isaac furiously unleashed a move to destroy him. Damn it, what the hell is this? Suri was terrified to see him strike. The boy remembered his earlier commitment and thought, 3 minutes wasn't even a problem. Good heavens, Suri screamed, looking at the sky. You're truly insane. Isaac clenched his fist, angrily asking back, How could I be patient when I saw the face of a god? The ghost added, I think 3 seconds was long enough. The notification for the second gate echoed, You have failed. It continued as a wooden hand appeared. For those who cannot endure, a wooden monster shall emerge. Let divine punishment descend. Suri stammered, looking up in fear, while Isaac was ready, focusing his power. He immediately unleashed a terrifying move as if to tear the monster apart. Suri was speechless again. The source of power in the middle of the monster's belly was Isaac destroyed it. Finally, Suri saw the whole thing, and it made the boy even more shocked, thinking, "What the hell is that?" The wooden monster had been destroyed by Isaac into a pile of wood scraps. Isaac thought to himself, "Is this level 8? Are you kidding me?" He was so angry he couldn't control his facial expressions. This golem was created by the magic of my subordinates. Isaac, remembering his former subordinates, thought, "The elites of the skeleton demon king, the 14 spirits. This is their unique magic." The wooden scraps of the monster gradually faded away. According to his thoughts, they work like dogs for the family anyway, or is it possible that this place has something related to my own body? Continuing to think, he stepped forward. "I have to see for myself," Suri asked in surprise. "Hey, where are you going?" Suddenly, a loud, triumphant voice echoed, making them both look over curiously. "I didn't expect those brats from the family to actually help me." A hand pushed aside the nearby branches. The red-haired boy looked like a know-it-all, pointing at Isaac and Suri. "See? I told you they would know how to pass the test." It turned out the boy was the pious cardinal, one of the 5 faiths, the third son of the Sebastian-Nizer ducal family. The boy excitedly ordered, "Thanks for defeating the gatekeeper for us. Now get out of the way. We will enter the second archive first." The children all around kept tattling on him, saying, "You have no idea how much we've suffered because of that brat." "Exactly. If you go in first, you'll trigger all the traps." Isaac calmly thought to himself, "So, there are still this many survivors?" Sebastian-Nizer pointed at Suri. "I never expected Joshua's kids to do something so wicked," he spat. Amidst Suri and Isaac's confusion, the boy continued to question him. "Hey, Suri, you're working with him, aren't you?" The boy panicked and denied it, even though no one was paying attention. "No, we're not, okay? I said no. Are you listening?" Ignoring Suri, Sebastian-Nizer continued, "This brat dodged all the traps, right? Do you really think he could do that on his own?" He spotted the ring around Isaac's neck and boldly asserted, "See, it's an artifact." Sebastian immediately snatched the ring. "This thing definitely has something inside it," he proudly announced to the kids around him. "Look, everyone, with this, we'll be able to avoid all the traps ahead." Suri helplessly whispered to himself, "He's completely misunderstood." The boy kept watching Isaac, worriedly thinking, "He's just sitting there. It makes me nervous. He's not the type to let others take his things." Sebastian-Nizer turned around and smugly declared, "Stay back, you bunch of losers." He excitedly boasted, "You're going to bring back the skeleton demon king's remains, something no one has ever done. It'll be me, and no one else, the third son of the Cardinal Duke family." As soon as he finished, Sebastian-Nizer immediately stepped on a trigger. Sebastian-Nizer, suddenly, a flash of light shone on the boy's joyful face. It left him puzzled. An explosion erupted right where he stood, making Sebastian scream in pain. The kids around him shrieked, "It's a trap! What is happening?" Suri suddenly realized what Isaac was doing. Looking at Isaac's satisfied face, the boy continued to deduce, "He's using them as bait." Thick dust billowed up in the storage room. Suri was carrying Isaac on his back, walking past the injured kids lying all over the floor, heading toward the second storage room. Isaac grinned with satisfaction, thinking, "All the mines here have been cleared." He suddenly stopped, but Isaac was puzzled in his heart, clutching Suri's hair. "Why are those brats following us?" the black-haired boy admiringly guessed. "That kid must have some kind of divine intuition." Another boy added, "Maybe it's because he comes from the Saintess's family." They continued to convince each other. Sebastian-Nizer was acting weird. That ring was probably just an antique. Another voice chimed in, "Yeah, the Joshua family would never do something so unfair." The ghost laughed happily and reported, "It seems they have finally understood your greatness, Master." "How wonderful." Isaac gritted his teeth and replied, "I don't want their recognition." Suri weakly advised in his mind, "Run away before it's too late. These kids are even scarier than any demon species." Suddenly, a voice offered praise, leaving Isaac confused. "If there really is a saint, I think it would be someone like you." The blonde-haired boy looked friendly and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you, Joshua's youngest son. I'm Paris Julius, the second prince of the Julius kingdom." The nearby kids whispered to each other, but it didn't escape Isaac's ears. "That's the kingdom to the east of the Helen Holy Empire. I heard the prince there received a blessing from God. He secretly planned." "Oh, this guy looks useful." Suri's hesitant voice spoke up, catching Isaac's attention. "Isaac," the boy announced, "we're here." Suri looked up at the door and said, "This is the door to the third storage room." 2 circles began to glow with blinding light. "Welcome, candidates." A hooded angel with wings slowly appeared, continuing, "This is the layer of memories. The gatekeepers sternly declared. Show us your determination and courage. The children around cheered with joy, while Suri was anxious. Okay, we can proceed to the next storage room. It's a good thing we followed him instead of Nizer. We're going to get the skeleton demon king's remains. The gatekeepers continued. The challenge is simple. Defeat us and claim your glory. The kids kept guessing. They said, show your courage, so we have to fight them, right? Let's try it. Isaac stared straight at the gatekeeper, pondering. That gatekeeper, could it be? He immediately had a plan. Oh, right. Isaac broke into a sinister smile. He thought to himself, this is going to be entertaining. He waved his hand toward the crowd of kids. They didn't understand and asked back. Meanwhile, Suri seemed to realize something. Isaac's decisions are always right. The gatekeepers are lying. The boy remembered and analyzed. The first storage room was about choices. Isaac had rushed right past it. Suri kept recalling. The second storage room was about composure. Isaac wasn't composed at all. Returning to the present, the boy guessed. And the third one is about memories. That's the clue. We have to remember what happened in the first two trials. After some time, Suri reached a conclusion. We can't attack them. Isaac kept waving his hand at the kids, babbling. All of you, back off. The kids asked, over there? Why? Suri wondered in his heart. Huh? That's strange. This time he chose the right answer. The boy suddenly guessed, no matter how wicked he is still a descendant of the Saintess. Could it be that the Saintess's kind nature has surfaced? Just as he concluded, Suri held tight to Isaac's legs. That's right. Maybe I misunderstood Isaac all this time. Just as the boy started thinking well of Isaac, he unleashed an attack on the gatekeepers. He's going to sacrifice himself to lead everyone down the right path. Isaac laughed with amusement, ignoring Suri's stunned expression. The gatekeeper grew angry and growled, You. He gripped his weapon. You chose wrong. He slashed straight at the children, terrifying them. The kids screamed in fear. Help! Help! Mommy! Suri couldn't believe it, thinking, What the hell is this? The boy glanced at Isaac in fear. Could it be? Isaac wore a joyful smile, while Suri was in absolute horror. You maniac! Isaac excitedly mused. It's been a while since I've seen these guys. The gatekeepers revealed their terrifying appearance. Trusting others so easily is just too foolish. You Sanctus candidates. Isaac narrated. They are lying puppets created by the magic of 14 spirits, he excitedly ordered them, while Suri became increasingly desperate and panicked. Show those brats just how cruel life can be. A huge explosion occurred, and flames erupted. The child put his hand up to cover his face, hurriedly asking, Where on earth did he go? The other little boy burst into tears. They had just been right here, but the two of them were invisible, standing behind watching. He shouted at them to find them immediately. Isaac was sitting on Suri Joshua's shoulders, looking very smug, while he below stood there, stunned and frozen. Paris Julius was standing behind watching as well. All three were invisible. Level 6 invisibility spell. How useless. He thought his uncle had granted him this spell for emergencies, and this was truly the perfect time to use it. Suri Joshua was speechless. Behind them, Paris Julius had realized everything. He stepped forward to say thanks. Thank you for casting the holy spell on me too. He patted Suri's head with a childish gesture as if to say, forget it. He threw the ring into Julius's hand with baby talk, seemingly implying, take this. He was puzzled. What is this? Julius held it up to his finger. A ring? He turned to Isaac, touched, and said, You're giving this to me? Is it because I'm not used to fighting demons? But he just scratched his ear, looking confused. He took the ring and sincerely said, Thank you so much. I won't forget this kindness. As he held the ring, a red circle suddenly surrounded it. He continued, I will pass these words on to my father. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly screamed, A ghost! The observer standing behind gloated, Isaac, you truly are my master. He chuckled, seemingly wanting to say, the most powerful holy power belongs to Prince Isaac. Suri Joshua looked up at him, uneasy. Uncle, what kind of monster did you bring into our family? The kids' voices rose up. Gather around. Can anyone use holy barrier spells? The children were casting their magic. The older boy said, I'll use the holy barrier first. The rest of you, get behind me. The gatekeepers attacked fiercely, warning them, accept your punishment. The boy signaled with his hand it was time. Another child gathered his strength to strike, preparing to receive the hit. The boy launched the ring, but before he could cast the holy barrier, he slipped and fell flat on the ground. The other friend standing in front looked back in shock, then asked him, Hey, what's going on? The magic ring flew toward them. Seeing this, the boy hurriedly asked, What is happening? At that moment, he was controlled by the ring's magic. He knelt on the ground. The gatekeeper was dazed, not knowing what had happened. He jumped up to scan the surroundings. Did someone else fall for our lies? The observer immediately reported to Isaac. This way, the ring has absorbed all the children's holy power. He pointed to his left hand, seemingly wanting to command it to follow. Go that way, right now. It immediately obeyed. Very well, as you wish. What's wrong? Don't feel hard done by, kid. The observer flew in that direction. After seeing his friend fall, the other child asked, Hey, what's wrong? The gatekeeper thought, Don't feel hard done by, kid. He continued thinking, The kids are lying, it's not fair. The enemy has been neutralized and knocked out. It's better than being injured. The observer sucked up all the boy's holy power and reported to Isaac, Master, it's almost done. A yellow and red light appeared. It wondered, What is that? A physical form appeared, making it terrified, and it was thrown far away. A voice spoke up, surprising them all, Found you. It was Keenaberry. He had come here to find Isaac Joshua. Isaac looked at him with disgust, thinking, I wonder where he disappeared to. Finally, he shows up. Below, Suri was filled with fear. Oh my God, I know he's a genius, but this is. He grew a pair of wings. They were eagle wings. Everyone was in awe. Summoning a holy spirit at that age? That's too strong. He raised his hand and said to Isaac, You surprise me. I didn't think anyone here could defeat the demons besides me. He retracted his holy spirit and continued. Or are you setting traps for other children again? Just like in the first trial? He was about to continue, but the children interrupted him. The boy explained, That kid tried to pass the trial for us. The child next to him added, He even pointed out which way we should go. They emphasized, He is our benefactor. Isaac thought, meaning those kids are crazy too. The observer standing nearby asked, Is that what the world calls the spirit of obedience? Keenaberry looked over, wanting to complain, and questioned. Benefactors, you call yourselves candidates for the saint, but aren't you ashamed? I didn't expect you to need the help of a child like that. The two were angry and retorted, Hey, you've been hiding the whole time. While we were searching for traps, you did nothing. Others also criticized Keenaberry. He's right. Isaac is even more saintly than you. The voices didn't stop. You avoided all the trouble. They continued. As soon as we get out of here, we're telling our parents. He looked around at everyone, uneasy. The criticism continued. You did nothing. Everything was thanks to Isaac. We will tell our parents that following the Joshua family is the wise path. Isaac above smiled smugly, while Suri below thought, That's not it, kids. This mischievous kid is using you all. The boy said, If not for them, we would be in big trouble. Suddenly, the ground where they stood shook violently. Everyone turned back in shock. A giant sphere was rolling toward them. It caused the place to shake intensely. People approached the door. Someone asked, Is that the door to the third archive? Someone replied, I think so. That means the second trial is complete, right? They agreed. Looks like it. Suddenly, the sphere made a sound. Congratulations, candidates, for passing the second trial. I am the final guardian, protecting this archive. It continued. Now, choose. Everyone was whispering. Keenaberry stood there, silent. The sphere spoke again. Will you choose your treasure and end the trial here, or will you face the trial to proceed to the third archive? Someone suggested. Of course, we'll choose the latter. The sphere warned. Choose wisely. The sphere continued. Will you choose your treasure and end the trial here, or will you face the trial to proceed to the third archive? It laid out the condition. If you pass the trial, you will find the treasure of the third archive. But if not, his words left everyone stunned. You will die. The observer reminded Isaac, Master. Based on the mana I sense from that voice, he smirked, as if to say, That's right, that's a dragon. You didn't smile, thinking that if what he said about death was true, maybe it was real. A kid said, I still want to take the challenge. We've been through so much to get here. Others immediately agreed. Yeah, if we can get the treasure from the third archive, we'll become saints. Everyone wanted to continue, saying to each other, Me too, I want to enter the third archive. Hearing this, the orb said, So, you all want to face the challenge? Even though it's dangerous, it continued. Very well. Everyone was surprised. Then face the challenge, the orb declared. The people who gathered to become saints were stunned when the orb suddenly exploded. It left behind only one sentence, then face the challenge. Everyone was annoyed. Only Isaac was full of excitement. The orb's voice echoed. The final challenge is quite simple. Everyone saw a holy statue in front of them. The orb's voice rang out again. Praise your God. Everyone wondered, What? Another statue? And asked, Is this our God's statue? The orb continued, Show reverence to your God. Only those who have proven their faith can reach the third treasure. The kid asked, We just need to kneel before the statue and pray, right? Someone immediately denied it, but this is a challenge. I think that's way too simple. Isaac was disgusted and didn't want to say anything. He gritted his teeth in anger. No way. I'm not kneeling before this jerk. Not to a jerk who has been harassing me for 5 years and betrayed me at the very end. The boy scratched his head and stepped forward. I mean, it's not too hard. I just need to pray to our God, that's all. Just do it, right? The boy knelt on one knee. We offer this to our supreme being, the one worthy of all glory and honor. He spoke respectfully. Your servant offers this worship. The orb praised him. You have learned well. Good, you have passed. The boy was overjoyed. Everyone saw this and said to each other, is that all we have to do? Just pray. Isaac suddenly jumped off Suri, shocking him. Isaac, he called out, you should pray. Isaac kicked Suri in anger. Why the hell should I do that? Suri fell to the ground, clutching his leg in pain. Isaac glared at Kina. Barry stood there with his hands behind his back and said, we already learned how to pray at the Holy See. Behold, Kina and Barry knelt down and raised their hands. With a radiant expression, he said, this is the correct posture you must take when worshiping our God. Everyone saw this and wanted to follow suit. I want to do it too. Me too, everyone said. We offer this to our supreme God. A kid stood hidden away, so the orb reminded him, what are you waiting for? Will you give up and accept death? The boy quickly denied it. No, I'll do it. Others agreed and performed the ritual. Me, too. Suddenly, the orb noticed the other kid. Why aren't you kneeling? Isaac sat there in disgust. I'm not insane enough to do that. Everyone turned around, puzzled. What's wrong with him? Does he have a problem with faith? Are the rumors that his family lost their faith true? Isaac heard this, scratched his head, and thought, you monsters, stop sullying our family's reputation. It's just praying. Kina and Barry glanced over with a smug smile. Everything will be recorded. Does that kid want to lose the chance to become a saint? No matter how talented he is. If he lacks faith, it's all useless. Isaac pouted, full of contempt. Following Kina and Barry's train of thought, he thought, I shouldn't have paid attention to him from the start. The orb reminded him, this behavior is truly disrespectful. Child of the saint family. Isaac angrily raised his hand. So what, you dog? He said firmly, I'd rather die than kneel before that stupid thing. He fell silent. He challenged, just kill me. Suddenly, he couldn't control his body. It used magic to force him to kneel. Then the statue spoke. An insult. Perish. He cursed, screw off. Isaac was furious. Using holy power, I will destroy that statue. The observer interjected, Master, this is too dangerous. He shouted in anger, clenching his fists. Die. Suddenly, the orb spoke up again. Excellent. His clenched fist relaxed. He said nothing, just feeling slightly confused. The orb continued. You have passed, little one. Proceed to the third archive. Kina and Barry were stunned. Wait, what? He pointed at Isaac, who was sitting there, and asked the orb angrily, you said we had to show faith to pass. So that brat passed without even praying? That's so unreasonable. The orb continued, leaving Isaac confused. Only that child is qualified to pass through this door. Only he showed true faith in God. It turned and asked him, don't you truly understand? It explained, you knelt before the statue, not before God himself. The statue's explanation left everyone stunned. Is your faith just kneeling before an idol? An image or symbol of God used as an object of worship? Suri looked uneasy, deep in thought. Even if it's a statue of our God, it's still an idol. Everyone thought, we've been tricked, and said to each other. But that's absurd. That statue looks just like our God in the holy paintings. Someone else spoke up. I mean, doesn't the scripture say not to worship idols? The voice explained further, look at that child. Even faced with the fear of death, he didn't submit and kept his faith. Therefore, only that child is qualified to enter the third archive. The ghost observer, hiding behind, chuckled. Faith, huh? Isaac stood up and said angrily, shut up. Kina and Barry wouldn't have it. I can't accept that. He stepped forward and said, the child can't even speak yet. There's no way to prove his faith if he didn't kneel. The ghost observer whispered behind him, I mean, he does have a point. You don't want to, do you? He agreed. He continued, besides, if the child has such faith, his question left. Isaac speechless, not knowing what to say. Why doesn't the child have a holy mark? Hearing that, someone asked, huh? He doesn't? I have one right here. How can a saint candidate not have a holy mark? He smiled slyly and looked over at him, thinking to himself. The child is the only one without a holy mark among the candidates. Give up, kid. You don't deserve to become a saint if you don't even have a holy mark. That voice rang out again, asking a saint candidate who lacked the holy mark why they were still just a child. It was a question that left him completely speechless. The statue suddenly changed its stance, startling everyone. Kina Barry shouted, how is that even possible? Wait, how can you move? Is that even possible? He asked. I'm being serious, because that boy is still just a child. Kinaberry refused to back down, insisting, then let me in too. If someone else can go in without the holy mark, then I should be able to as well, since I have the mark. Someone else chimed in, you're right, I have the mark too. This proves we're the true candidates. It spoke up, answering, you kids need to realize that not having the mark doesn't make you special. It turned the question back to them. Do you all think the same way? They answered yes, and it continued. So, you all want to enter the third archive? Everyone replied, that's right. It thought for a moment before saying, well, then I have no other choice. I will let all of you in. Everyone was stunned. He replied, all right, now we can enter the third archive. Suri, shocked, thought to herself, is he really letting us in that easily? It then continued, what I mean is, if you're all so eager to fly into the fire like moths, then go right ahead. The statue began to fade away. Fine, I'll let you all in. The door opened, and a dark shadow covered the room like poison. Everyone inhaled and felt as if they were suffocating. The voice continued, can you feel it? That is the dark mana radiating from the skeletal demon king's body. Know your place, you fools. I was planning to spare those who couldn't handle the dark mana. Everyone, struggling to breathe, collapsed to the ground, coughing. It's truly unbearable. At this moment, Isaac laughed loudly, full of triumph, thinking, yes, I'm so happy. My body, the skeletal demon king's body. My body is lying right there. He reached up to wipe away his drool, his eyes losing their human warmth, looking famished as he muttered, oh my, look at all that dark mana. Spilling out. Isaac's mouth curled into a savage grin. The other children sensed it, but their thoughts were the complete opposite. They looked at him in awe and exclaimed together, look at that child. He has proven his faith. That is the face of a brave warrior. But they quickly realized something was wrong, their eyes widening in horror. Wait, his eyes have lost focus. What kind of kid acts like that? The golden energy crystal ball spoke again. It's not too late yet. The voice of the god resonated, overwhelming the children. Those who cannot laugh in the face of death are free to turn back and leave. The voice spoke again, offering a choice. If you give up now, I will allow you to choose one treasure from the second archive. Suri stared in terror at that black energy, hesitant and trembling. Damn it, how am I supposed to get past that dark mana? The other children were no exception. Trembling, they huddled on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Forget it, don't go in. We could actually die. Maybe I should just pick the best item in the second archive instead. A calm footstep walked forward, declaring firmly, no, I don't need anything from the second archive. Only Kinaberry stood up boldly to face it. All of us will head to the third archive, he demanded loudly. And please, activate all the traps in the third archive. The two cowardly kids heard this and became even more terrified, cursing under their breath. This guy is insane. The orb, looking somewhat excited, said, oh, are you serious? Kinaberry spread his arms and explained, no saint in history has ever been able to retrieve the skeletal demon king's remains, not even the legendary Saintess Melissa. The crystal orb praised him. It seems you know a thing or two about the third archive, and he was very confident in his own theory. There's no way Saintess Melissa would just leave children to die. I'm sure there are safety precautions in place. Kinaberry held up his hand, asserting, I don't want to hear about us getting treasure without any obstacles. His eyes were full of confidence and determination as he declared, so please, return the third archive to its original, dangerous state, so I can receive a rating even higher than the Saintess herself. Isaac sat with his chin on his hand, judging him with a sidelong glance. This kid has lost his mind, too. The orb confirmed it, agreeing with Kinaberry's request. If that's what you say, then so be it. It continued, its body emitting a powerful golden light mixed with waves of dark energy, making the children anxious and forcing them into a defensive stance. This will surely help identify more clearly who the true saint is. A child cried out, pushing Kinaberry away, screaming, you go in yourself. But unexpectedly, that dark energy enveloped everyone, causing them to float. Why do we all have to be involved? Why are you dragging us along? Their legs kicked in the air, but they were easily lifted up. Everyone was teleported to another room. The children, still reeling and unable to calm down, collapsed, gasping for air. Conversely, Isaac appeared excited, looking around. Oh, what a mess. The phantom, observing them, noticed something, panicking and pointing as it reported. Look over there, master. It pointed into the distance, where a dark hand was on display. Seeing the skeletal arm radiating dark aura, he was overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure, and blurted out, it's my master's body. Isaac gleefully clenched his hands, a terrifying grin stretching to his ears as he praised, well done, my child, I mean, my body. It had absorbed the energy in the third archive. The children were terrified by the aura of dark energy surrounding it, exclaiming, is that the corpse of the skeletal demon king. Just one hand, and it's already radiating so much dark mana. Isaac laughed slyly, silently denying those words, staring at it hungrily. That's not even the whole hand, it's just the thumb. Is that all that's left? The rest was a fake. The hand displayed on the stone pedestal was entirely made of stone. Only one finger was the Demon King's real remain. Yet, just that one finger created such a massive, overwhelming amount of mana. Suddenly, a ferocious bull appeared from nowhere, leaping into the air and letting out a roar that shook the earth. Two children, noticing it, were terrified, clutching their heads, their eyes rolling back as they screamed, "Ah, it's the demon tribe. I thought they wouldn't appear after the second trial." Normally, that's true. But just a moment ago, Kinaberry boastfully demanded that all safety measures be removed. Isaac looked toward the bull, a sense of familiarity stirring. Wait, that is. It had completely landed, cursing angrily. "You pests." Its arms spread wide, its muscular body flexing in anger. "How dare you try to claim my body?" A terrified child pointed at Kinaberry. He landed firmly, snarling at the vermin in fury. He spread his arms wide, his muscular frame tensing with rage. "How dare you seize a child's body?" he roared, pointing an accusatory finger at Kinaberry. "It's all your fault. How are you going to take responsibility for this?" But he remained incredibly confident, calmly replying, "Turn around and step forward. Trust me, I'll make sure all of you leave here with an artifact." He wore a confident, triumphant smirk, silently calculating the 14 spirit beasts in his head. Kinaberry, an elite subordinate trained by the Skeleton King, was actually just a fool trapped by the Pope's family. Possessing high-tier items, Kinaberry stood confidently, facing the ferocious bull. "I prepared a holy spell to counter that thing. The artifact is mine." His eyes radiated a terrifying aura, sharp like an eagle hunting its prey. The power in his eyes, like that of a righteous deity, intimidated the demon race and made him falter. Isaac, on the other hand, sat there picking his ear, not caring at all. In contrast, the children's eyes went wide with astonishment. That's the light of the Pope's family. Even Kinaberry was surprised by the sheer magnitude of this power. Good, it's working. He was overjoyed and prepared to strike again. Now, I'll claim. But before he could get too cocky, a voice rang out, causing Kinaberry to turn pale with fear. "Is it you?" The demon was completely unaffected. Instead, it became even more ferocious and angry, glaring at him with hatred. It roared, ready to challenge the one who dared to possess the body of its king. Meanwhile, outside, at the large gate of the artifact vault, the representatives were worried about what was happening inside. "What's going on?" Contact had been cut off, and a young man clutching a piece of paper rushed over, frantic. "Announcement, we've got trouble. The seal on the demon race in the third vault has been broken." Hearing this, the two brothers of the Joshua family were startled. Peter and Simon were terrified. He covered his mouth, asking, but got no answer. "Riley Joshua, that's one of the 14 spirit beasts, isn't it?" At that moment, he was so shocked and confused, wondering, why, if it's one of the 14 spirit beasts, everyone in the vault is in danger. The representatives were all anxious, looking for a way to solve it. What about the elders who were sent to supervise? No one expected the children to be in such a situation. The two elders outside hesitated and explained that they had tried to trigger the traps in the vault, and then they vanished. Doesn't that mean the children's lives are in danger? Anxiety began to set in. How could the kids handle that kind of monster? "We have to stop the trial and get them out." Suddenly, the gate emitted a dazzling light from behind. The members standing there were confused, shielding their eyes from the glare. "What is this?" Riley Joshua opened his eyes in surprise, wondering. The artifact vault is opening. That beam of light grew larger and larger, completely overshadowing everything outside. People cried out in confusion. "What is this intense light?" They were worried and cautious, warning each other. "Please step back from the entrance. It's dangerous. The dark mana might pour out." "Wait," a hand pointed at the glowing gate. "I don't feel the presence of the demon race anymore." The elder asked, confused. "Has it been defeated?" Kinaberry smiled triumphantly, inwardly proud. "I did it, Kina." Whispers began to spread. "Is that the demon guarding the Skeleton King's remains? He's one of the children who defeated it." Peter and Simon realized something and called out in fear. "Riley, Joshua, could it be him?" Now, he bit his lip, his face darkening. The rumors continued, confirming, "It must be Kinaberry, right? Oh," as expected of someone from the Pope's family. People crowded around Kinaberry, smiling and saying, "Congratulations, Cardinal." A result worthy of the strongest saint candidate. He was smug, looking toward the gate, thinking Kina had done very well. Then, his eyes flickered with a cold, sharp gaze. The Cardinal turned to look at Riley Joshua, giving a savage smile, inwardly contemptuous. "Joshua, this is the end of your foolish opposition to the power of the Pope's family. Now that we have the king's remains, you will all have to bow before us. His smile didn't fade. Instead, he plotted his next move. It's time to end your aristocratic act. A loud voice rang out, causing Riley, Joshua, and the cardinal to watch intently, with two completely different reactions. Look, the children are coming out. Riley Joshua's anxiety was written all over his face. He bit his lip, silently praying. Ajax and Suri watched the small figures stepping out from the gate. Please, be safe. The representatives were standing before the gate, waiting with mixed feelings. The children were still stepping out peacefully, some crying in fear and hugging their loved ones. Riley Joshua was overjoyed to see them. Some are injured, but only slightly. Thank goodness. But the person he most wanted to see hadn't appeared yet. Riley Joshua stepped toward the gate in concern. The children who went into the third vault hadn't all returned. His worries surfaced, his face full of anticipation. Did they meet with any accidents? A voice rang out, making them jump. Look, the last of the kids are finally coming. The children walked out, looking haggard and exhausted, like old men. Trying to walk, the parents recognized their children and cheered happily. Peter, Suri, the fathers ran to their children, both relieved and worried, calling out to them. Peter, are you okay? Suri and her father were finally reunited, hugging each other affectionately. Suri, her father asked anxiously and tenderly, are you okay? Were you hurt anywhere? Riley's face was cold as ice, his concern reaching its peak. He looked around. Everyone else had reunited, only his grandson had yet to appear. Riley Joshua was full of unease. Isaac didn't come with them. The cardinal also reunited with his child, calling out, Kina. Looking at his trembling child, the words he spoke were not tender inquiries, but about results and trophies. What's in your hand? Kina Barry continued to ask, where is the skeleton king's remains? Kina. At this point, worried about not achieving the result he wanted, he stammered, I. The cardinal was furious, scolding him. Who told you to bring such a useless thing back? Behind them, high up, a light appeared in midair. A portal slowly opened, radiating a fierce glow that made everyone look up. Someone quickly noticed and pointed. Look there. In midair, a golden wolf appeared, its fur sleek and sacred. In its mouth, it carried a baby. A wolf? Everyone was amazed. They looked up, realizing something. Wait. They squinted and saw the wolf was carrying a newborn baby, grinning mischievously. They shouted in unison. That's Isaac. The golden wolf slowly descended. Riley, Joshua, and Ashley rushed forward, overjoyed, checking on Isaac. Isaac. She immediately recognized it and said to him, but, Master Riley Joshua, that wolf is the guardian dragon that watches over the relic vault. I didn't expect this golden wolf to have such a noble status. Hearing this, Isaac clapped in praise of her knowledge. The wolf radiated a holy aura, its majestic presence revealing that it was, in fact, a holy dragon. You're right. That's the young dragon protecting the treasure. Although it looks like a wolf, the aura it radiates is clearly that of a holy dragon. Riley Joshua looked up in astonishment. He is the dragon clan leader, holding a deep connection to the dragon race and the one who summoned it into the relic vault. His mere existence is noble in itself. He approaches his grandson, hearing something strange, and wonders what that noise is. Isaac is overjoyed, hands behind his head, sucking on the demon king's finger. Everyone notices and screams in panic. Elder, what Isaac is sucking on? They look again to confirm, but it seems correct. Could it really be? Could it really be the corpse of the skeleton demon king? The elder panics, scratching her head in disbelief, and cries out, Child, you can't put that in your mouth. Conversely, that elder claps his hands in joy. The boy did it. He brought back the corpse of the skeleton demon king. A voice rings out, making the white-haired boy shiver in fear. Cardinal Kina is interrogating his son with a chilling gaze. Did you give the corpse of the skeleton demon king to that child? Kina is so terrified he cannot speak, only stammering. He glares sharply, his hawk-like eyes threatening the boy. I wouldn't call that a clever strategy. Hiraberry says from behind with a sarcastic tone, but that is a saint's compassion, saving the host's honor. Hearing this, the elders speak up to scold him. What the hell are you babbling about? This child is the one who sees the skeleton demon king's corpse. Isaac is still happily acting silly, posing with a devious smile. Hiraberry still tries to argue. You people are so stupid. His son feels confused, thinking, wait, what? Its eyes seem haunted by something, refusing to believe the truth. Why, when I cast supreme magic, was it easily broken by the demon clan? Why did my holy magic have no effect? He is furious, his red eyes looking as if he wants to devour Kina alive. You are just insects. A terrifying bloodlust causes the children to collapse, succumbing to the pressure. It lunges powerfully with curses. Die. At that moment, the other children try to run, only Kina stands still, watching it charge toward him. An explosive shockwave kicks up a cloud of dust. He opens his eyes, still confused, seeing a shield protecting the children, saving them in the nick of time. The barrier protecting them leaves them confused, wondering, that blue color, is it? Looking at the newborn baby and the energy radiating out, Isaac, angry, tries to protect them, making them realize, isn't that the child of the Joshua family? The demon clan member gets even angrier, yelling and scolding, "You filthy clerics! How dare you covet the corpse of the great skeleton demon king?" Saying that, it lunges again to attack Isaac with another punch. Die. He doesn't hold back either, his hand accumulating energy, shouting angrily, "You idiot!" An explosion. Blue smoke rises, echoing with the scolding of a child. Can't you recognize your master? Back in reality, everyone present looks up at this rare truth in awe, but their minds are filled with confusion. Dragons don't lie, do they? Does this mean the child of the Joshua family actually brought it back? So what did Kina do? Riley Joshua steps forward to speak, but that dragon is too dangerous. He raises his hand to explain with an incredulous expression. 14 spirit beasts are not monsters that normal children can deal with. Why did you release their seals? The holy dragon replies, confused. 14 spirit beasts? What are you implying? Suddenly, accusations ring out, looking toward Kina. It was you, that white-haired brat, who ordered them released. The children present at the time testify, still trembling. That's right. Kina ordered the dragon to activate all the traps in Vault Number 3. He even forced us to follow, putting us in danger. Angry gazes turn toward the Hira family. Does that mean our children nearly died because of him? How can someone from the Pope's family do such a thing? If not for Isaac defeating the demon, everything could have ended in a disaster. Criticisms continue to pour onto the cardinal. They turn their backs, admiring the newborn, making him even angrier. By the way, does this mean Joshua's son defeated the Pope family's son? Praises chirp excitedly. All attention turns to Riley Joshua. Isn't that amazing? Even though he couldn't become a saint, he's that strong. So the rumors about the Joshua family preparing to return are true. This uncle feels extremely proud and thinks to himself, Isaac, you really did a great job. The elders use sweet words to coax Isaac. Kid, spit out the bone. It's dangerous. Can you be a little considerate? But unexpectedly, he flatly waves his hand in refusal, leaving them stunned. Why is this child so strong? Sitting on the holy dragon's back, he carelessly rests his arm, thinking smugly, my mana is overflowing now. I wonder if it's thanks to surviving that I can immediately absorb them. The elder approaches from afar, happily replying, Isaac, you did well. When the clan leader hears this, he'll be very happy. Riley, Joshua. Joshua is still hesitant, replying, for sure. Her mouth wears a calculating smile, her face full of schemes to use this power to eliminate the Demon King. We can finally track the skeleton Demon King. We can find the spirit of the skeleton Demon King. Isaac hears this and is indignant, pouting. He thinks deeply, remembering his grandmother, and suddenly realizes, wait, so this is the reason why they want my body, huh? The elders approach Isaac with greedy desire, reaching out their hands to catch him. Give it to me, Isaac, they say in a dark tone. Please, track the skeleton Demon King and rip him apart. This scares him to death. What the hell is wrong with these elders? They excitedly reach out to welcome him like a living piece of gold. We will finally be able to resolve our 5-year-long grudge. Hand it over now. Unexpectedly, the holy dragon suddenly kneels. At that same moment, Isaac swallows the Demon King's finger, making the elders panic, their eyes practically popping out. He even points to his mouth, signaling a challenge, leaving them terrified and speechless. After that, he and the wolf soar into the sky, thinking you crazy people, leaving behind miserable, screaming echoes below. In the luxurious, magnificent palace, discussions continue to ring out. An elder anxiously asks, My lord, have you found it yet? The female elder replies, I don't think it's here. Other elders also sigh in despair. Why won't it appear? Isaac sits to one side, gritting his teeth, thinking, keep looking for it all day. Let's see if you can find it. He glances to the other side, thinking, even so, what happened in the relic vault? It was something that bothered him. Isaac's powerful strike created a massive impact, leaving the creature stuttering. You don't even recognize your own master? He continued to unleash attacks against the demon clan, making it realize, this mana, could it be you, master? Isaac was caught off guard by the demon's question. It continued to express its loyalty. Upon hearing news of your passing, I thought my world had collapsed, but I always knew you would return to us. My lord, the Demon King's voice trailed off as it began to fade away. I must continue to serve you, master. Isaac reached out, as if trying to pull it back. He had been captured by the spears. Furious, he cursed, damn it, speak clearly before you die. I still have so many things to ask you. Returning to reality, Isaac curiously speculated that those who captured him must be from the Pope's family, right? A hand offered a glass of milk while he was deep in thought, leaving him confused. I need to investigate this. Just then, Riley was shouting loudly, making the ghost laugh gleefully. Isaac, hurry up and go. He kept ordering the servant to bring even stronger laxatives. As the ghost continued to mock him, Isaac fumed, this damn house, it won't be long now. I'll turn everything upside down. An elder nervously bit his nails. Warning. If the matriarch finds out about this, she might slaughter us all. She really could rip the guts right out of the boy. Riley Joshua complained, calm down, elder, it'll be fine. The elder couldn't keep his composure. He kept biting his nails, trembling as he recounted. Even though she once dissected one of her own sons, he's still her grandson, after all. Isaac thought incredulously. Her own son? The ghost spoke to him helplessly. Didn't Melissa go on a pilgrimage with the matriarch here? Isaac calmly replied, right. It will take some time for them to finish. I just need to absorb all the mana before Melissa returns, and then just run away. Gowl suddenly opened the door to Isaac's satisfaction. He stepped forward to make an announcement, which left Riley puzzled. Riley, come here. Gowl Joshua continued. The matriarch is calling for you. Isaac looked over in shock. What? Violet asked in terror. Mother is back already? After a pilgrimage? She has never returned this early. He clenched his fists in fear. Damn it, did they come back early because of me? Isaac placed his hand on his chest, where the mana was stored. Worried. I haven't even finished absorbing the mana, yet this is bad. He regained his senses and judged given Melissa's personality. She'll definitely gut me alive. Exclamations erupted non-stop. Oh my god! Everyone was dazzled by the precious gold, silver, and jewels. Are all these things gifts for Isaac? Riley breathed a sigh of relief. I thought the matriarch herself had arrived. Gowl smiled slightly and asked, Are you scared? He continued playfully. She hasn't arrived yet. She just sent a voice message. She said she'll be returning with the family head. I never said she was already here. Isaac snarled at the bastard. You damn jerk. The Blue Knight commander respectfully presented. Oh, the Pope has also sent gifts. An elder crossed his arms and said calmly, causing another elder to scoff, sell it all. The commander broke into a cold sweat, nervously reminding him, the Pope's envoys will hear you, sir. They are waiting right there. A foot stepped into the place where everyone was standing, speaking in a monotone voice. The Emperor is very concerned about this event. This is a gift prepared by the Pope's people to express their apologies and gratitude. The Joshua family's messenger smiled calmly and continued, but it seems the Joshua people don't like the Pope's gifts much. He opened a gift box, but insisted. Surely you will like this. As a dazzling light shone from the box, the henchman recounted. The cardinal said it would help Isaac a great deal. The elder hesitated, immediately recognizing it was a medal with a flower emblem, which made him gasp. The 3 crowns? Isaac, having no interest, asked the ghost. What is that? It immediately replied with disgust. That's a medal, a disgusting object bearing the Pope's mark. The elder asked suspiciously. A medal from the Pope? Everyone was incredulous. No way. The envoy spoke loudly to grab attention. Lord Riley. He said with an air of inevitability, surprising Riley. Take it, it's for Isaac. He shouted, looking up. Wasn't it supposed to be mine? Why is he giving it to my uncle? Riley, Joshua questioned. Did he really say to give this to me and not Isaac? The envoy confirmed, yes. He gave an insidious smirk. I was ordered to ensure it was delivered to you. Riley Joshua stared at him in fury. The elder reached out toward the envoy, questioning. You're giving something that belongs to Isaac to another member of the family. Are you insane? He grew angry, pointing straight at him, threatening, you are giving this to him, knowing that giving a medal to another family member means the recipient is dead. Both Isaac and the ghost were startled by this information. What? The envoy still feigned friendliness. Oh, please don't misunderstand the Pope's good intentions. He explained matter-of-factly, I was just instructed to do so because Isaac is still too young. The elder was still furious. Then what about that on the medal's ribbon? He shouted in frustration. Do the Pope's people not know that sunflowers represent that the recipient of the medal has passed away? Isaac thought to himself. So he really wants me 6 feet under? The Pope is insane. The elder couldn't hold back his anger either, saying, truly, the Pope and his family they mocked the curse of, finally, with every breath. Gowl seemed to try to stop them. Calm down, elders. We can't be rash. He grew even angrier and asked back, do you think we can just relax? Gowl. He continued to defend. This could be interpreted as the Joshua family openly being hostile toward the Pope's house. If this is blown out of proportion, it won't be good for the whole Joshua family. Gowl smiled uglily, analyzing in his heart, this way of speaking is really degrading. Know your place. It must be the cardinal's doing. I married into their family, but this is still so crude. He thought of the Pope and felt satisfied. Well, this means Riley, Joshua, and that brat won't be able to do anything anymore. That's good for me. Dowell Joshua quickly ordered, "What are you doing?" "Riley, take it and say thank you." Riley couldn't stand it and retorted. But brother, he still acted polite, interrupting. "That's good for me." Joshua quickly ordered, "What are you doing, Riley? Take it and say thank you." Riley couldn't stand it and tried to object, but he cut him off with a fake, gentle tone. "But what, brother? There is no reason to get worked up over this." Isaac sighed, raising his hand. "That's not allowed." The messenger suddenly noticed the box containing the medals. He stared curiously at the blue flames burning inside the box. Then the messenger hands, scorched by the fire, screamed in agony and tossed the box aside. Gal gasped in horror. That is. The flames grew larger, hovering in midair, making everyone realize it was the holy fire. They wondered, who could have created such holy fire? At the same time, the minion clutched his hand, trembling as he muttered about the metal. Everyone turned, staring in disbelief at the flames dancing on the palm of Isaac. They shouted in unison, as if demanding answers. Isaac just gave a satisfied smile, while the church envoys stood there, panicked and worried by this act. One shouted, "Do you have any idea what you're doing? How dare you treat the Pope's medal like this? This is treason against the Pope." The elders wore expressions, ready for a fight, stretching their limbs in a threatening manner. "What? You think we did this on purpose? It was just a baby, just a little kid. Why are you getting so angry at a toddler who isn't even old enough to receive an honor?" Riley Joshua picked up the melted metal from the ground, adding, "It's a pity about the incident. Since it happened before we even accepted the medal, we'll just consider it never received." The Pope's men were taken aback, saying, "What? You're actually saying that right now?" His tone grew heavier and colder, warning them, making the man turn pale. "What? Do you expect me to do as you say, Riley?" Joshua held up the medal, his expression icy. "Should I accept a medal from the Holy Father that just melted because of a mere infant?" The elder, seizing the moment, pushed further, saying sarcastically, "Oh my, the metal really did melt, didn't it?" The messenger panicked, realizing he couldn't win, and backed down. "Give it to me, I must have brought the wrong item." A blue flame from Isaac's hand was about to strike, instantly engulfing the church member and leaving him in agony. Seeing this, the elder stepped forward and pinched his cheeks, saying affectionately, "Oh my, little Isaac, what a mischievous one you are." But Isaac was fuming inside. "Drop me, before I burn your butts off." The Pope's man scrambled up, teary-eyed and furious. He fled in a panic, yelling, "Damn it, you bastards." The elders were overjoyed. They lifted him up, cheering with eyes full of admiration. "Well done, Isaac." It was as if they had finally vented all the frustration they'd held back for years. An elder angrily ordered, "Throw that troublesome metal away." The elder was so happy he burst into tears, unable to stop himself from saying, if only the clan head could have seen the look on the Pope's hunting dog's face. They kept smiling, satisfied, praising, "Riley, you did great, Riley. It's all thanks to you for using the holy fire. That was an excellent move." Riley stood there, dazed, not understanding what they were talking about. An elder stepped forward, grinning triumphantly. "Little one, don't play innocent. You used the holy art, the holy fire, on Isaac." Riley, even more confused, scratched his cheek and asked, "Wasn't it you, elders, who cast it?" The atmosphere turned silent. Everyone was baffled, looking at each other in confusion as they kept debating who actually used the holy art on him. "Was it you, Riley Joshua?" Even when he went into the vault, he only used invisible holy arts. But Isaac used the shadow step holy art. That kid can use the shadow step. Now the mystery deepened. They all looked at the baby in horror. No way. Isaac just sat there, indifferent, picking his ear amidst everyone's shock. Could it be that all those holy arts were cast by Isaac? He remembered the legendary book and item he had taken, the secret manual. It was a mythical-grade artifact that allowed the user to instantly learn and utilize a technique. Isaac recalled the time he entered the room, his eyes shining, mouth drooling with greed. He thought to himself, "It's a good thing I took that from the vault. It's weaker than when I was the skeleton demon king back then, but it's still usable." The elders were still in disbelief, frantically discussing. Could it be that Isaac's mother cast the holy art on him? But his mother doesn't have the fire attribute. She has the exact opposite. The astonishment on their faces was clear as they blurted out, "This completely exceeds the concept of normal talent. It's like writing poetry without ever having learned to read." Even the saintess, Melissa, who was hailed as a genius, had to learn her letters before she could use holy arts. Seeing things getting out of hand, Isaac turned pale with worry. "Huh, is that so? That sounds like a lot of pressure, doesn't it?" But from one surprise to the next, only Ashley realized it and spoke up. "That's right. Elders, Isn't the fact that he dispelled the Pope's blessing even more shocking? The two elders heard this and realized it, their eyes sparkling. You're right. You've got a sharp eye. He hurriedly ordered, bring the medal here. I need to verify it. Riley Joshua obeyed immediately. Yes, elder. He looked at the box on the table, saying, but it's not here. The elder, furious, opened his mouth and shouted, what? He pointed, trying to confirm, wait, but it was definitely right there. At this moment, Gowl spoke up from behind, scratching his arm. I threw it away already. Remembering that moment when an elder was angry and had ordered, throw that troublesome medal away. Everyone turned to look at him with shocked expressions. Gowl explained, but elders, you were the ones who told me to throw it away. The elder retorted, ordering, no, even so, you shouldn't have done that. Hey, get someone to find it and bring it back right now. Joshua Gowl's face darkened as he contemplated. He reassessed Isaac. The kid had melted a medal gifted by the Pope, which was supposed to be fireproof. He hadn't actually thrown it away. The medal was still in his pocket. He calculated in his head, this absolutely must not reach the clan head's ears. He smiled, satisfied. Without evidence, it's just a rumor. In a scenic place with mountains and calm water, a few days later, in the western duchy of Yua, his cloak fluttered in the wind. The head of the Joshua family, Eli Joshua, stood with his arms crossed, staring straight ahead. He looked at his subordinates and ordered, the mansion is just ahead. Stay focused until the end. They shouted in unison. Yes, clan head. Suddenly, something made Eli Joshua feel uneasy. He turned his head back. His face grew suspicious, guessing something. Back at the magnificent mansion where Isaac lived, the elders asked nervously, what's wrong? They looked at the child after he had drunk dozens of bottles of milk, his belly full. They were confused, wondering, why hasn't the Demon King's essence appeared yet? Isaac rubbed his belly contentedly. Thanks for the meal. It really makes my body feel more refreshed. The elders collapsed in helplessness and despair. We've already used 300 bottles of laxatives. We even fed him 500 please-me fruits from the Julius Kingdom. Listening to them, only Isaac was happy and craving more in his thoughts. Ah, that fruit was truly delicious. I heard it can even strengthen the bond with a divine beast or something. He wore a strange smile, thinking of its uses, unable to suppress his excitement about divine beasts. They could be tools or companions in battle, and strengthening the bond with them certainly does no harm. They are essential if we want to crush the Pope and the gods in the end. Isaac sat deep in thought, certain that the Esua family also possessed a divine beast. Suddenly, he felt something. His expression shifted into alarm. Outside, a giant whale was flying through the air. It rose and dived, sending water splashing everywhere. Strangely enough, this whale had a horn on its head. It was the divine beast of the Eswar Taran Bloom family. He felt something terrifying approaching, making Isaac a bit vigilant amidst the whispering that kept echoing. Wait, shouldn't we go to the banquet first? The door was flung open violently. Eli Joshua entered imposingly and announced, family head. His every step radiated an overwhelming aura. The elders immediately bowed respectfully. We solemnly greet the family head. We greet you, Elder Isaac. Looking up at that radiant man's face, he thought, so he's the head of the Esua family? Does that mean he's my grandfather? He brought his hand to his chin, lost in thought. I have a good feeling about this. The source of survival is shining. Isaac was still wearing a strange smile when Riley Joshua rushed forward, shielding him with his hands. Please, father, please give us more time. Vivisecting Isaac won't help with anything. Isaac seemed to have something in mind, so he felt very confident. Uncle, don't worry. There's no way he's going to vivisect me. The family head finally gestured, preparing to make a decision. He pointed a finger straight at him, eyes cold, and said, burn the boy. Riley cried out in pain upon hearing this decision. It was as if Isaac had been struck by lightning. He lost his composure. Just a moment ago, he was confidently sure, but now Riley anxiously raised a hand to stop him. No, father. Isaac also realized the problem, panicked. Is my source of survival broken? Why would they want to burn me? This family is insane. Is my uncle the only one I can trust? On the other side, Riley Joshua tried his best to persuade. The boy is still too young to be burned. Isaac sat there, gritting his teeth, secretly blaming. What the hell? Are you implying that one day you'll still burn me? He begged desperately. Father, please reconsider. Gowl Joshua also rushed over and said, I agree. That reward is too much for the boy. Isaac felt like oil was being poured on the fire in his heart, angry. Why is burning me a reward? The pleas continued. That's right. If we burn Isaac, we might be able to obtain the body of the skeleton king thanks to the blessing of the flame. The boy might even become stronger. Hearing this made him even more confused, wondering, blessing. Riley frantically persuaded. But please, give us more time. While Gowl Joshua, wanting to cause harm, spoke up with another method. Instead, we could also vivisect the boy. Riley Joshua, not wanting his nephew to suffer, stammered and suggested, or rather, please, instead of burning him, drown Isaac in water. Hearing this, Isaac became even angrier, cursing under his breath, "This stupid family, just go extinct already." Gowl Joshua opposed again, his words somewhat more provocative. "No, the fire and water of the sanctuary are secret techniques of Esua, used exclusively to nurture the saintess. We cannot waste it on a completely useless child." Riley Joshua, upon hearing this, immediately countered, "Useless? How could you say such a thing?" Isaac watched Gowl Joshua, evaluating him. "Oh, if you look at how he adamantly opposes it, it seems this is actually a good thing." The family head looked at his two sons fighting each other in front of him. Suri is the one who deserves the blessing more. In reality, it was Suri who defeated the demon in the treasure vault. What are you talking about? Isaac is the one who defeated that demon. The holy dragon itself has verified that. The arguments grew louder, pushing further. The dragon must have been mistaken. A child who can't even walk yet, how could he defeat a demon? Don't be ridiculous. You're going too far. Neither would give in. They just kept arguing and bickering. Furthermore, Isaac burned the Pope's medallion by wielding holy fire. Are you planning to deny that too? Obviously, we all saw it with our own eyes. Maybe you colluded with the elders and cast holy fire on him. Who knows? Hearing this, Gowl Joshua confidently folded his arms and retorted, because he had disposed of the medallion, and more importantly, there was no evidence. Suddenly, family head Eli finally spoke up. He brought up the medallion, lifting his hand to hold a medal, and asked, "Are you talking about this?" The emblem in Eli Joshua's hand held a very special meaning. The only person connected to the gods was the Pope, and objects blessed by that person were called blessing gold. Looking at the item in his grandfather's hand, Isaac couldn't help but be amazed. Even when he was the skeleton king, he couldn't have melted it so easily. How could this happen? He silently speculated. Is it because I was born stronger in this life? Eli Joshua exclaimed in surprise. How did you find it, father? He calmly replied. I picked it up on the way here. It seems it was at the bottom of Lake Eliseva, I believe. Riley happily spoke up. Look, father. The boy carries a flame strong enough to melt the Pope's symbol. Hearing this, the corner of Isaac's mouth curved slightly into a smug smile. That's right. Now you can prove that the Joshua family is superior to the Pope. Riley Joshua emphasized. Even, the boy was able to withstand the skeleton king's flames. The elder standing next to him immediately nodded repeatedly, his face full of excitement. That's right, family head. This child will certainly become an excellent skeleton king hunter. He wondered, weren't there many civilians injured by the skeleton king, a villain who has been hiding until recently? He answered without hesitation. Exactly. If this problem is ignored, the era of the skeleton king will rise again. You're keeping people? Right at that moment, the ghost of the observer appeared beside Isaac. He said in a mocking tone, whether it's now or in the past, it seems those who impersonate you are still running wild everywhere, aren't they, master? He couldn't figure it out either. I'm also wondering who they could be, but it doesn't really matter. The more attention they attract, the more beneficial it is for us, right? He nodded in agreement. That sounds reasonable. At that very moment, Riley Joshua's angry voice echoed throughout the great hall. It's not just now. Father, please think about what happened 75 years ago, he said, his voice raised. The skeleton demon king came to the Joshua family and cursed us. Isaac Joshua's eyes widened. A bead of cold sweat slowly rolled down his cheek. What? That's impossible. Gowl Joshua gritted his teeth in fury. He actually came after us, and he declared that he would wipe out the saintess's bloodline. Just thinking about that curse is enough to make my blood boil. The phantom observer laughed. If that happened 75 years ago, then it couldn't have been him, master. He passed away 155 years ago. He brought his hand up to stroke his chin, his expression full of contemplation. A curse on this bloodline, you say. So that's the reason they keep babbling on about how I can't live a long life. But then, Kim. Isaac quickly brushed it aside. Whatever, a curse from some mediocre demon is nothing but child's play to me. Inside, he calculated. I just need to suppress it with higher-level mana, and it won't be able to affect me. Meanwhile, an elder explained, even if that curse can't kill us, it will cause extreme fatigue, erectile dysfunction, or at the very least, stunt our growth. Another elder added, that is why there are so many people who go their whole lives without ever growing a single hair. Hearing this, his blood boiled. I will definitely kill that fake bastard, it mocked. Baldness can be hereditary, you know. Isaac Joshua cracked his knuckles, his gaze dangerous. Don't you see the family head and Gowl Joshua have full heads of hair? The man suddenly stepped closer to him. A curse, you say. Eli Joshua's eyes intently observed the small figure at his feet. Looking at those red eyes, the boy must have been cursed too. Isaac Joshua was stunned, his face showing confusion. Then, the man turned around. His voice dropped low. Fire and water won't be enough. He pouted. What? You guys are making me worried now. Eli Joshua. Joshua declared, I will grant the boy a Holy Spirit. The elder gasped. What? Isaac Joshua couldn't hide his shock either. A Holy Spirit? A series of thoughts flooded his mind. Does he mean those creatures you only possess when granted one? I really need that to reach the transcendental level, a level that even the gods cannot touch. Thinking of that, Isaac Joshua could barely contain his excitement. What a wonderful gift. With the Holy Spirit, I'll become transcendental and punch all those arrogant, crazy gods right in the face. Gaul Joshua immediately objected. A Holy Spirit? That's too much favoritism. His father firmly blocked him. Isn't that the reward for those who have brought great glory to the reputation of our family? What has this child done for us, anyway? Gaul Joshua continued. Even if he really did melt that metal, that was just a blatant act of provocation against the Pope. Do you think they will easily overlook this, father? He thought angrily. This guy again. He frowned, his face clearly showing his displeasure. Then Gaul Joshua, Eli Joshua questioned. When they sent that so-called gift, what did you do? He scolded him furiously. Those heretics dared to humiliate us right inside this mansion. And not only did you bring them back safely, but now you're standing up to protect them. The next words from Eli Joshua made him tremble in fear. What on earth have you done besides bullying your own little nephew? And now, you intend to get in the boy's way? His gaze was incredibly cold. Even beasts know how to protect their own kind. Have you forgotten that our Joshua family was built on the principle of protecting the weak? Eli Joshua shouted irritably. This little child should have been protected and cared for, yet he's the one helping us restore our honor. Isn't that the perfect example of bringing honor to the Joshua family's reputation? Without a second's hesitation, he made a decision. Call everyone to the main mansion. Eli Joshua announced loudly. I will grant Isaac a blessing. A few days later, the pale golden sunlight quietly covered the castle, creating a rare scene of peace. However, the atmosphere inside was completely the opposite. Just after entering the room, Riley, Joshua couldn't hide his impatience. Father, it's not just simply granting him a blessing, is it? What do you mean by that? He said coldly. Don't you understand? If we push the boy into fire or water to force the skeleton demon king out of his body, the boy will be injured. Eli Joshua explained, the fire and water of the shrine have very strong anti-demon properties. In that case, the boy won't be able to learn any exorcism rituals. As if he had realized something, his expression changed instantly. So, the boy will never be able to reach a rank higher than a 5th-level priest? He nodded. Correct. The boy will forever be stuck at level 4. Having said that, Eli Joshua quickly took out 3 blocks of spiritual power. I will let Isaac choose between fire, water, or the Holy Spirit. That's enough for a test. Seeing that sight, Gaul Joshua couldn't help but feel smug. That's it. I knew he wouldn't easily give that brat a Holy Spirit. He brought the 3 orbs in front of Kim. Isaac, his voice urging, choose. Isaac, standing next to Riley Joshua, unconsciously clenched his hands. The energy of fire, water, and the Holy Spirit. Isaac, please choose the white marble. He stared at the 3 blocks of spiritual power, praying endlessly. Please, choose it, Isaac. Suddenly, he grabbed the red orb. Isaac Joshua narrowed his eyes, intently watching the item he had just grabbed. He sniffed Riley Joshua's shoulder. Joshua, in a mocking tone, don't be so disappointed. But Gaul Joshua hadn't finished his sentence when a brilliant golden light suddenly shone onto his face, making him freeze. Even at level 4, Joshua will eventually bring glory. In that moment, the red orb developed small cracks and then shattered. A surge of spiritual power that had been sealed inside instantly flooded out. Soon, spiritual energy erupted violently. Golden flames swirled throughout the space. Someone gasped in shock. What? Others almost screamed. Isn't that the fire of the shrine? Amidst the violently swirling spiritual energy, a figure gradually appeared. He stood frozen on the spot, his eyes wide. That is Riley Joshua's pupils constricted, his voice choking in his throat. A Holy Spirit. Immediately after appearing, the Holy Spirit launched a fierce attack, causing the crowd around them to panic and flee in disarray. Gaul Joshua was terrified. What is this, Father? Why is there a Holy Spirit in that orb? Eli Joshua remained calm. Don't be so panicked, Gaul Joshua, he said in a low voice. I never said there was only one Holy Spirit. Eli, Joshua continued, explaining that the Joshua clan's roots trace back to water. But as he spoke of a child capable of summoning flames hot enough to melt the Pope's gold, his gaze grew profound. I even set a trap during this test, but it seems the boy made the right choice, Ellie's voice echoed. Joshua continued, still, this outcome was beyond my expectations. No sooner had he finished speaking than she flew into a rage. Eli, Joshua, have you lost your mind? Salak gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with a murderous glint. You dare summon a royal class like me to the mortal realm? Her fury erupted violently. Her crimson eyes were filled with hatred, her hair whipping amidst the swirling flames. In a split second, countless fires shot out in every direction. The terrifying pressure shook the very space around them. The elder, terrified, hurriedly urged, use holy defense, quickly. Gowled Joshua stared wide-eyed, both horrified and frustrated. Father, you summon a royal class? Are you trying to burn our entire territory to the ground? He slowly raised his hand, pointing forward. It wasn't me, Eli, Joshua said, pointing his finger straight at little Isaac, who was standing in the sea of flames. It was this child who did it. Looking at the small figure in the distance, the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. This brat, a flash of rare admiration appeared in Eli Joshua's eyes. He really intends to make this place his grave, doesn't he? Meanwhile, Salak didn't stop amplifying her power. A surge of scorching spirit energy roared, as if to swallow everything in its path. Isaac, Joshua frowned. I only meant to add a little holy power to summon a middle-class one. Why on earth did it have to summon a royal class? The observer phantom sighed warily. Just what on earth were you created from? The thought that had once crossed his mind resurfaced. He had wondered what he could summon if he tried just a little bit. At that moment, the scene before him made Isaac Joshua gasp in astonishment. Now that he looked closely, the Holy Spirit before him was the demon-slaying flame. He cheered happily. It's really it. The flame that can convert mana into holy power. The observer phantom flew excitedly around Isaac Joshua's head. It will be very useful to you, Master. He was stunned. Right. But that joy was quickly replaced by worry. How can I make her submit to me? The traditional way. Isaac Joshua gritted his teeth, trying to think of a countermeasure. Besides, royal class holy spirits are all linked to the heavens, but I still can't get too close to those damned gods. The phantom nodded in agreement. That's true. The observer phantom continued. After all, every holy spirit has a close relationship with the gods. At that very moment, a frantic voice suddenly rang out. Good heavens! Clan head, hurry and chase her away. The man trembled, pointing straight at Salak. This holy spirit is so insane that even the gods have abandoned her. Eli Joshua stroked his chin. If I were abandoned just because of my hair color, I'd probably cut ties with the gods too. It seems it's impossible to trust anything that has black hair. Hearing this, he was extremely surprised. So that's why this holy spirit was abandoned? At this moment, she grew even angrier, continuously launching violent waves of fire, her voice filled with outrage. Shut up, you weak humans. Salak's gaze locked onto him. What the hell are you thinking? You dare summon me with a subjugation ritual? In contrast to that fury, Eli. Joshua just crossed his arms and stood still, his expression calm as if nothing had happened. I didn't call you, she shouted back. Nonsense. Surely you used your authority as the clan head to summon me. He shrugged, then pointed behind him. It was that kid over there. Salak looked over instinctively. When she clearly saw the small figure, the rage on her face seemed to freeze. But the very next second, the flames around her flared up more violently than ever. You're insane. You sacrificed a child to summon me. He replied in a calm tone. I would never do such a thing. Salak criticized. Even if your clan were to collapse, you shouldn't have gone this far. What on earth did you do to this infant? Seeing Isaac Joshua's blank expression, she paused. What the hell is wrong with this brat? Meanwhile, he didn't care at all about what was happening. In his head, there was only one thought. Not only does she have power, but she is also hostile to the gods. Is that so? I must have her. I will use you as my mana filter. At that moment, the spirit energy in Salak's hand erupted once more. Fine, then I will test it myself. If this child truly summoned me with a subjugation ritual, then he will survive this attack. In no time, the flame lunged toward Isaac Joshua at breakneck speed. Riley, Joshua screamed in horror. Isaac, she said coldly, I'd rather give him a clean ending. But the very next second, Salak cried out in shock. What? Eli Joshua spoke up. Now do you believe me? This nursing child is the one who summoned you here. He looked straight at her. Now, choose. Sign a contract with this child, or refuse and face the consequences. She gritted her teeth in anger. Her eyes were filled with hatred, her lips curling with arrogance. Do you think a royal-class holy spirit like me cares about that? Punishment. This is even better. Since I'm already here, I'll just burn this wretched clan to the ground and enjoy my freedom. She pointed her fingers straight ahead. Watch your territory burn to ashes. Sala continued to ramble, completely unaware that a giant mouth was slowly opening behind her. You stupid whale. In the very next instant, half of her body had been swallowed whole. Salak shrieked violently. Hey, you crazy brat. Seeing that scene, he panicked and rushed over. Isaac, you can't eat that. Riley Joshua's voice echoed from outside. Don't you dare swallow this one. Hearing this, she froze. A feeling of indescribable unease suddenly rose in Salak's heart. She gritted her teeth furiously. Have you all lost your minds? How on earth did you raise this child? She cursed venomously. Just you wait, you bastards. I'll retreat for now, but I will definitely settle this debt. Watching the surge of spirit energy, so you realized it immediately. Did you? Teleportation? Salak smirked. See you later, you bastards. However, outside, everything remained the same. Nothing unusual had occurred. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Isaac Joshua. The ghost of the observer covered his mouth and laughed mockingly. Oh my, she's actually holding on to him. I can't believe what's happening. Why can't I? Before she could finish her sentence, strange, brilliant beams of light suddenly appeared from everywhere. They quickly wrapped around Salak's body and began frantically absorbing the power within her. She struggled. Damn it, is this dark mana? Eli. Joshua immediately gave a thumbs up, his expression full of pride. The kid swallowed the skeleton demon king's thumb. Salak was furious. What on earth are you feeding this child? Internally, he rejoiced. Spirit beings were the purest creatures in the entire holy realm, so they were practically embodiments of holy power and extremely vulnerable to dark mana. Before long, her complexion turned visibly pale. She hurriedly covered her mouth. Damn it, I'm losing my power? This is nauseating. Salak felt complete despair, her voice growing weaker. Stop it. He dug into his ear, pretending not to hear a thing. What a shame. Eli Joshua said nonchalantly. The skeleton demon king's power is so massive that we can't even get close. She glared at them. Obviously, you guys go insane and attack whenever the skeleton demon king is mentioned. Yet, here you are, spouting such nonsense. He sat down slowly, his voice laced with temptation. If you stay by my grandson's side and purify all the skeleton demon king's dark mana, I'll send you back. Salak was shaking with rage. What kind of drugs are you guys on? Do you have any idea who I am? Eli Joshua just waved his hand dismissively. Well, just stay there and get eaten then. Her eyes twitched and her face darkened. You, crazy bunch. This is exactly why I hate all of you. If you weren't descendants of the Sanctus, I would have cut ties with you a long time ago. Salak's voice hissed through her teeth. Damn it. Since it's come to this, I'll just use this brat to destroy that damn bunch. Isaac Joshua kept attacking Salak, refusing to let go. He spun his opponent around while asking, what was that about a damn bunch? Finally, unable to take it anymore, she gritted her teeth and compromised. 4 days. Just let me stay with this brat for 4 days. Even then, Salak stayed stubborn. 4 days is more than enough for a finger. Hearing that, he looked disappointed. Only 4 days? Boring. Eli Joshua stood up and turned to leave. Quick, open the gates to the East Mansion and take the child and the spirit being inside. No one is allowed to enter until the purification is complete. Is that clear? Eli Joshua's mouth hung open. Gaul Joshua looked bewildered. Father, the East Mansion is, he interrupted in a cold voice. Enough. Eli Joshua glared. I don't want to hear about it. Just then, he took her out of Isaac Joshua's mouth, grinning with delight. The East Mansion sat right next to the annex, where many mana cores were kept. Scene change. At the Joshua family's East Mansion, brilliant golden sunlight blanketed the building, adding to its magnificence. Suddenly, amidst the peaceful scene, a heaven-shaking explosion rang out. A shockwave slammed into the mansion. The servants seemed so used to this sight that they continued working nonchalantly. One servant remarked, another explosion. Is it Master Isaac again? The person beside him countered, it's more likely the skeleton demon king and his mana. Another speculated, looks like the family head has given up. He asked curiously, then the next successor will probably be Master Gaul Joshua, who belongs to the Pope's lineage, or maybe his older brother. She guessed. It seems Master Isaac has been cursed and is no longer on the list of successors. The other one remained skeptical. But is Master Isaac really cursed? The gossiping servant began rambling to fill them in. It was just yesterday. A servant went in to check on him, got scared, and had to run out. He continued. He even said he looked like a bald old man. The servant opposite him widened his eyes. Huh? Isn't he supposed to be a monster or a skeleton? She thought. Come to think of it, he's been in there with a spirit being. The servant's voice was filled with emotion. It's been 15 years, hasn't it? At that moment, at the Joshua estate, inside the East Mansion, screams suddenly broke the usual silence. Two panicked servants rushed out of a room, running while screaming as if they had just seen something horrifying. Ashley slowly walked up to the door of that room. She reached out, grabbed the handle, and gave it a light turn. The heavy wooden door slowly swung open. Ashley called out softly, "Young Master, Isaac, I'm here." Hearing no response, she furrowed her brow, worry clearly etched on her face. "Young Master, are you all right?" Inside the room, Isaac Joshua didn't bother answering. He just sat there, chewing on a piece of candy. Seeing someone enter, he stopped his activity and looked up. Seeing the small figure in front of her, Ashley was stunned. "Just how strong is the skeleton demon king's curse that you still haven't grown up?" He smirked. "What are you talking about? I'm trying not to grow up." Thoughts flowed endlessly through Isaac Joshua's mind. After all power is absorbed most efficiently while in infancy. There are innate abilities you can only acquire when you're just born. On the other side, Salak stretched after a long sleep. "My whole body aches." She asked solicitously, "Did you sleep well?" She reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, then snapped angrily, "Damn it. No matter what, I have to purify all that mana today." Salak pointed at him. "I purified almost everything yesterday," but as soon as she felt the energy radiating from him, her expression immediately changed. "Hey, you brat. Why has your mana level increased again?" She lunged forward, grabbing Isaac Joshua by the collar. "You damn monster. Just how much of the skeleton demon king's body did you swallow? Even after 15 years of purification, your mana level hasn't dropped at all. And it even goes up every time I wake up." He pretended to smile innocently, but internally he thought, "Well, that's because for the last 15 years, I've been secretly absorbing the mana cores in the annex every night." The ghost of the observer smiled brightly. "Who would have thought there were so many mana cores in the annex?" "It's amazing," he shouted with excitement. "Truly wonderful, my lord. I thought it would take 45, but I never expected you to finish in just 15. At this moment, Salah could only massage his temples, sighing in helplessness. "Oh, goodness." Isaac Joshua breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. The tiring task of collecting 10 mana had finally come to an end. Thinking of this, his eyes flashed with determination. "Because I'm self-taught, my knowledge is a bit limited, but I've already trained up to level 6 holy magic." Suddenly, Ashley spoke up. "It's all right, young master. The Holy See is preparing to take action." Isaac Joshua frowned, confused. The Holy See, her next words made him startled and stunned. "The followers of the skeleton demon king, all 14 of them, are all to be executed." Ashley smiled gently. "Now we can completely purify the skeleton demon king's mana, so please don't worry too much." Hearing this, Isaac Joshua was nearly paralyzed, frantically, wanting to object, but he could only make meaningless, stammering sounds. "No, are you insane? I still have so many things to ask them. Yet you are executing them." She was completely unaware of his inner turmoil, happily taking out a candy to entice him. "Now, have some candy and get some rest, young master." Isaac Joshua brought his hand to his forehead, trying to think of a countermeasure. "That damn imposter, I have to do something about him." In that moment, outside, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out. "You did well, Suri." Outside the Gowell mansion, Joshua was leisurely taking a stroll with his son. He spoke with pride. "Not only did you skip a grade, but you are also the youngest ordained priest." Seeming to recall something, Gowell Joshua asked curiously, "I heard the princess will also attend this ordination ceremony, right?" Hearing the praise from his father, Joshua, Suri couldn't hide his joy. "It is a great honor that I, as the valedictorian, have been designated as her guard," he said conceitedly. "Of course. After all, I am your son, father." "This is nothing at all," he laughed heartily. "That's right, and you're even humble, too. My son is becoming more and more reliable. You are just like me, you're so smart." But at that very moment, the figure standing beside him suddenly vanished without leaving a trace. Gowell Joshua was stunned. "Huh? Suri? Meanwhile, Suri Joshua was dragged away by an invisible force into another space. He screamed in terror. Before he could understand what was happening, Suri Joshua plunged headfirst onto the ground. Immediately after, a cold voice shouted his name. "Hey, Suri." Isaac Joshua's eyes were fixed on the figure in front of him. "Do you want to die?" he reproached in a cold tone. "Every time you open your mouth, you make things up. Do you think your life is over just because you graduated from the academy?" By now, Suri Joshua could clearly see the person in front of him and cursed inwardly. "Not this crazy guy again." "Kim." Isaac spoke sternly. "You should remember that it was thanks to my training that you were able to skip a grade and get a high score on the exam. And now you're acting all high and mighty," he justified. "I worked really hard too. Do you think becoming valedictorian is easy?" He glanced at the other with a look of contempt. "With your level of skill, that would be impossible, you idiot." Suri Joshua was speechless. Well, I suppose that's true. Isaac Joshua ignored his expression and began to ponder deeply. Perhaps I should start preparing for the priest ordination ceremony. After all, most holy magic requires ordination before it can be used. He nimbly jumped down from the cradle. Hey, Suri, I need your help. Suri, Joshua winced, annoyed. Me? What now? But when he saw the burning red, menacing eyes of Isaac Joshua, he immediately changed his attitude. I wonder what you need help with, he asked obsequiously. Hand over everything you have. The prize money from the quiz, competition, and also the allowance you get from Gowl, Joshua. Suri Joshua's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Even though he was extremely resentful, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. He really is a devil. In the end, Suri massaged Isaac Joshua's shoulders, fawning over him. I think so too. By the way, what's this about the skeleton demon king's followers being executed? He glanced at him. Suri Joshua recounted that after the incident at the relic repository, they stopped following orders. Since they looked like they were just waiting to die, they decided to get rid of them. Isaac Joshua asked skeptically, Really? He fell into silence and muttered under his breath, There's no other way. I have to get it this year. He paused. Wait, what? Isaac Joshua's next answer made Suri Joshua try to hold back his laughter. Priest ordination ceremony, he mocked. You haven't even attended the academy yet, and you want to be ordained? Suddenly, a loud smack rang out. Isaac Joshua narrowed his eyes, smiling. Try saying that again. Suri Joshua immediately became obedient. I dare not. He brought his 2 fingers together. He hesitated and explained, Actually, there is a recommendation system, and as it happens, the academy professors are here right now. You just need to get a recommendation letter and pass the test to be ordained as a priest, he exclaimed. However, it truly is a perfect system for backdoor deals. Suri Joshua continued, You must perform a great feat to prove your character. His voice trailed off, But your personality is terrible. The ghost of the observer agreed, This bastard at least knows how to read people. Suri Joshua explained, You must save a life to get a recommendation. The higher the person's status, the greater the chance of being chosen. But there's no way someone important just happens to be in danger for you to rush in and save them. Isaac Joshua frowned, his arms crossed over his chest. So, it's only 1 month left? He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. The princess will also attend this ordination ceremony, right? He stammered. Yes. But hearing that confirmation, Sake's face flashed with a cunning glint. Isn't the princess an extremely important figure? At the same time, at the Joshua training grounds, the sky was clear without a single cloud. Eli Joshua stood before the gate, constantly shooing away the 2 people standing in front of her. Leave now. I've already decided Isaac won't come to the capital. The man still tried to convince her. My lady, this year is completely different from previous ones. Bella chimed in, this time, he must attend the founding festival. This is the year that the Saint candidates will be ordained as priests. Eli Joshua did not answer immediately, standing silently in thought. She continued, For the past 15 years, while other candidates were racking up grand achievements, young Master Isaac hadn't even shown his face yet. The man added joyfully, That's right. He displayed extraordinary skills at the Holy Relic archives 15 years ago, didn't he? He spoke up, I heard young Master Isaac is living in the East Mansion, just like the Saintess is. Is that true? I really can't wait to witness just how much he has grown. Bella exhausted every argument. As a professor at the academy, teaching young Master Isaac is my lifelong dream. Besides, this knighting ceremony coincides with the princess's birthday, so the Pope himself will preside over the event. His gaze lowered slightly. The Pope? Bella's next words made Eli Joshua immediately pay attention. He will personally bestow the title of hero upon those being knighted. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. Receiving the title of hero would significantly boost one's power. It was a huge benefit, but Eli Joshua said in a low voice, Isaac isn't old enough to be knighted yet. She retorted, If he is that talented, does age really matter? Seeing the expectant looks from the 2 people in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. After a moment of thought, Eli Joshua finally gave in. Fine, all right. He laid out a condition. But you 2 must take full responsibility. Meanwhile, at the East Mansion, Isaac Joshua was still busy calculating his strategies. He had no idea that trouble was silently closing in. At the same time, outside the East Mansion, flames were still burning fiercely. Not far from the mansion, a man in noble attire stood quietly watching from afar, his eyes narrowing. So, that's where it is. He still couldn't believe it. Even the Pope could only summon a spirit king once, yet that kid was able to summon one through a subjugation ritual, and it was an exorcism saint spirit. 2. A series of thoughts kept racing through James's mind. A fire spirit with black hair. There's a high probability that it's a guardian of the heavens, A saint spirit cannot become a spirit king because of its inherently evil nature. His lips slowly curled up. The Pope and his family love collecting spirits. When they see it, they will go crazy for sure. If I manage to steal this saint spirit and offer it to them, I will definitely be rewarded handsomely. In James's mind, images of brilliant saint spirit stones emitting enchanting light appeared. He looked down at the object in his palm. I have already prepared something that can neutralize holy mana. James's eyes flashed with a sinister glint. If I can suppress that kid's holy mana, the dark mana of the skeleton demon king will surely go berserk. And then, I can just sneak the saint spirit away in the ensuing chaos. Inside the mansion, the voice of Salak echoed through the quiet hallway. In this room, Professor. Bella couldn't hide her excitement. We can finally meet the young master. The man beside her nodded in agreement. That's right. Just as they entered the room and saw the small figure sitting in the cradle, she immediately exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Isaac," he judged. Just as they said, he looks no different than he did 15 years ago. Hearing the commotion, Isaac Joshua looked back blankly. He smiled brightly and invited the recommendation letters. That adorable expression made the hearts of the two onlookers pound fiercely. My heart Bella was so excited she nearly jumped. We must take him to the academy right now. Meanwhile, James was still staring intently at him. This little fox dares to bewitch others. I will use all my might to make the dark mana of the skeleton demon king go wild. His hand suddenly reached out and touched Isaac Joshua. In the blink of an eye, James had scooped him up. He secretly released his spiritual energy. Now, flare up. However, several seconds passed, and everything was strangely normal. Isaac Joshua poked his head out from his arms, blinking innocently. James was stunned. Why didn't anything happen? I released enough holy mana to make the dark mana lose control. Salak quickly discovered his intentions. She grew angry and pointed at the opponent, scolding, "Hey, you annoying little brat. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill that damn priest. Are you planning to release that much? Holy mana for what, huh?" Seeing her, James was overjoyed and hurriedly reached into his pocket. There it is, a royal grade saint spirit. This is my chance. Before long, he pulled out a prepared handkerchief. James smiled, pretending to kindly wipe his face. It seems the weather is too hot, isn't it? But the moment the handkerchief touched him, Isaac Joshua immediately detected something strange. This smell is a drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek. Look at this bastard. In that instant, Salak suddenly clutched her throat. She gasped, trying to catch every breath as if being strangled. The man panicked. "Saint Spirit, what's wrong?" But the very next second, a terrifying wave of power erupted from Salak's body. She acted as if she had gone insane. Blue veins bulged on her skin. Her beautiful face turned terrifyingly savage. He widened his eyes. The dark mana of the skeleton demon king is going berserk. Bella turned pale. "This is dangerous, Professor." James took the opportunity to take out a black saint spirit stone. "Good. Now I just need to leak this chaotic saint spirit energy out." He didn't hesitate. To crush it. He was extremely happy. At that very moment, James quickly unleashed his skill. Soul-severing strike. A brilliant golden light exploded. It tore through the air carrying an astonishing aura, wildly rushing towards Salak. The golden fire quickly engulfed Salak, but the unexpected happened. The fire suddenly rebounded at incredible speed. Before James could even react, he was submerged in the sea of flames. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the room. Kim Isaac watched that scene, his lips curling slightly. "You thought so?" Right at that moment, the loud noise inside the room had startled those outside. Riley Joshua kicked the door open and rushed in, with Ashley following closely behind. "Young master," he just quietly glanced at the item he had just collected, a look of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. "This much should be enough, right? Good. Now there are enough witnesses." After that, Kim, Isaac slowly closed his eyes, silently circulating his spiritual energy to regulate the source of power he was absorbing into his body. Feeling the massive surge of power spreading in the air, everyone in the room stood frozen in shock. He couldn't help but be surprised. Is this young master Isaac absorbing mana? She was equally stunned. That's right, he's calming the frenzy down. As time slowly ticked by, the surge of power swirling around him gradually settled down. Just then, Isaac Kim suddenly opened his eyes. A thought quickly crossed his mind. So the mana has been dealt with. Isaac Kim lightly snapped his fingers and calmly gave an order. "You, stop right there, immediately." Streams of turquoise spiritual energy radiated from Salak's body, quickly spreading out bit by bit, neutralizing the crimson spiritual energy that was running wild. Riley Joshua was so shocked he stumbled backward. Ashley covered her mouth with her hand, seeing the serene holy light. Oh my God. At that moment, she slowly descended to the ground, her whole body going limp as she fell into a coma. A moment later, Salak startled awake. She looked confused, not understanding what was happening. The man standing nearby was so moved his eyes welled up. It's truly incredible. He actually controlled the mana. The dark mana of the skeleton demon king, Bella added, clearly happy. And he even calmed the rampaging Holy Spirit. With the serene holy light of the Joshua family, too. Salak rubbed her eyes. What is this? She took a deep breath and declared firmly, this is truly a miracle. Riley Joshua slowly walked up in front of him. Isaac, she also hurriedly followed behind. Young master, he said in a voice filled with emotion. You finally spoke. I am so proud of you. Isaac Kim helplessly raised a hand to his forehead. Hey, you're only focused on that? Everyone in the room cheered in unison. They tossed him into the air. Long live Isaac. Just then, James also gradually regained consciousness. What the hell just happened? However, the thing that greeted him was her cold, sharp gaze. I should be the one asking you that. You stooge of the Yellow Faith, Salak questioned indignantly. Who is behind this? James turned pale and hurriedly tried to explain. Behind this? It's a misunderstanding. I only came here to see young Master Isaac, she snapped. A misunderstanding? Salak tore away his false disguise. You're wearing fire-resistant gear from head to toe, and you call this a misunderstanding? She declared coldly. From now on, all fire spirits will have no further connection to the priests of the Pope's family. Salak scoffed. I only did that because I was annoyed, so don't get the wrong idea. He panicked. What was that? Please, wait a moment. James's face turned gray. How could a Holy Spirit cut ties with priests, those who are linked to the gods, especially those from the Pope's family? He insisted that a Holy Spirit couldn't possibly do that. Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. Get lost. I cut ties with the gods a long time ago. I am no longer bound by those rules. Meanwhile, Isaac Kim was still comfortably sitting in Ashley's arms, enjoying the scene before him. Salak screamed angrily, her voice full of threats. Get out of my sight. After that, she walked up in front of him. And you, Isaac, Salak spoke up. You saved me with divine mana, and you even control the skeleton demon king's dark mana. She was flustered and coughed a few times. Now that the dark mana of the skeleton demon king has been purified, I suppose our contract ends here. However, I will stay by your side to repay this debt. Hearing that, Isaac Kim smiled inwardly. That's right. As expected of a divine entity, a bunch of fools who don't want to owe anyone anything. Bella spoke up. Now, we will head back to the Holy See to report everything. Her voice continued. A child of this caliber must definitely be ordained. Thanks for the recommendation letter, sweeties. At that very moment, Riley Joshua was standing in front of his father. Eli Joshua stared at the document in his hand for a moment before speaking slowly. The Holy See has approved the ordination for Isaac, he said in a low voice. They want him to attend the ceremony. He couldn't hide his surprise. So soon, was he recommended because he saved the members of the Joshua family and the academy? Eli Joshua shook his head. No, he was recommended because he saved a royal-level Holy Spirit. Riley Joshua suddenly understood. Right. After that, who could possibly object? He pointed to the scores on the paper. More importantly, being ordained is just like graduating from the academy, so I tested Isaac to see if he had the necessary knowledge. At this, a rare look of pride appeared on Eli Joshua's face. I never expected him to get a perfect score on all 1,600 questions. He gaped, unable to believe his eyes. A perfect score? Joy immediately appeared on Riley Joshua's face. There was nothing better than this. And now he can walk and talk too. He closed his eyes slightly. It's just a pity his attitude is a bit poor. Eli Joshua continued. Now we just need to check Isaac's personality, and that's it. Most people pass, except for a few twisted cases or criminals. He whispered. Ah, I remember now. That's the test that uses holy magic to force the person to tell the truth, right? He quickly flipped through the pages to see how he did. Eli Joshua's eyes stopped on one question. What do you think about the family that gave birth to and raised you? Beneath it was Isaac Kim's answer. I will conquer it. Everything is mine. Eli Joshua praised. Look at that strong will. Eli Joshua nodded. At first, I was a bit startled, but having such ambition is worthy of someone from our family. He continued to flip to the next page. What will you do after you are ordained? He had written a very decisive answer. Crush those damn gods, obviously. The next question. What are your goals and aspirations when becoming a priest of the Holy Kingdom of Helen? As soon as he saw the answer, Riley Joshua's eyes widened. I will destroy this country. Seeing his expression, he cleared his throat. Only you and I know these results. Eli Joshua's next sentence made Riley Joshua tremble. If Isaac takes another test like this, he will definitely be executed for heresy. He suddenly slammed the table. You will go to the ordination in his place. Don't let Isaac leave the house during that time. Understood. Eli Joshua was firm. This kid needs to be taught properly first. At that moment, the night had covered the palace, and everything sank into silence. The night breeze blew, making the curtains flutter. From outside the door, a familiar voice rang out. Master. The shadow, the observer, flew into the room excitedly. Have you decided, my lord? Isaac Kim replied nonchalantly. Of course. On his shoulder, he had already packed a large bag. Just after that, Isaac Joshua nimbly climbed through the window. Let's switch the scene to the prestigious Roman capital academy. With magnificent architecture spread across the campus, the halls of the Holy Magic Department were buzzing with chatter. I heard a 10-year-old kid is getting ordained this time. Someone sounded genuinely surprised. For real? What did he do to deserve ordination so early? Another person replied, looking quite interested. Looks like this year's graduation ceremony is going to be fun. Sebastian Nizer's lips curled into a sneer. He mocked. A kid who can't even walk yet? What kind of ordination is that? He questioned. Nizer, you said he can't walk? What do you mean? Sebastian Nizer rambled on. Exactly that. That brat, for the last 15 years, hasn't grown even an inch. He's cursed by the skeleton demon king. How could he possibly grow up? Saying that, he turned to look at the person sitting next to him. He intentionally drawled, right, Suri? Sebastian Nizer sneered, a kid like that getting ordained? It must just be an honorary title. The man opposite him laughed loudly at that. Is that so? Suri Joshua sighed. So annoying. I just got a moment of peace, and now it's starting again. The boy continued his taunts, but being from the Saintess's family must be nice, right? Even a useless kid like that gets ordained. That's just completely ridiculous. He darkened his expression, slammed his hands on the table, and stood up abruptly. Inside, Suri Joshua was grinding his teeth in rage, but he only dared to think it, not say it aloud. That jerk, how dare he? Just then, the door swung open. Kina Berry walked in, having heard the entire conversation. You think the Holy See is a joke, Sebastian Nizer? He stuffed both hands into his pockets, his tone calm. Besides, the one who accepted the nomination letter for Isaac was Duke Leon Sebed, your own father. Kina Berry's gaze swept over Sebastian. I didn't think. You were stupid enough to insult your own father, were you? The boy turned red with fury and shouted, Shut your mouth. You aren't even a student here. What are you doing here? Contrary to Sebastian's anger, he just gave a friendly smile. I didn't want to come either. I was just invited. Kina Berry's next words left everyone present stunned. After all, I was asked to guide you all as a mentor and instructor of holy magic. His voice dropped, sounding heavy. Suri, I'm very worried about you, too. Suri Joshua was stunned. What? Kina Berry gave a cold smile. That cursed Isaac could never become a priest. If the Joshua family can even hold on until you become the head of the house, that would be lucky. He sneered. But if it collapses, come find me. I'll get you a position doing menial chores for the Pope's family. Although his fury had reached its peak, Suri still tried to control his emotions. No, I have to stay calm. Now is not the time. He stepped toward Kina Berry with a firm voice. I don't need your help. Having said that, Suri Joshua shoved his shoulder hard against him, brushed past him, and strode toward the door. Before leaving, Suri Joshua left a parting shot. Worry about yourself. The academy dormitory was a high-rise building equipped with every convenience. As soon as he got back to his room, he angrily threw the book in his hand onto the floor. Suri Joshua slumped onto the bed, holding his head with both hands. His expression was full of distress. Those bastards, why does this kind of nonsense happen to me? He was so frustrated, his eyes turned red, and tears welled up. My family wouldn't even come to the ordination ceremony just because that kid ran away. Suri, Joshua cried out, sobbing. Why now of all times? You useless bastard, he yelled. I curse you to lose all your hair like the skeleton demon king. Just then, Kim Isaac suddenly crawled out from a portal. He had heard every word just now. His eyes instantly sharpened. What did you just say? Isaac Joshua said coldly. Lose all my hair? Do you want to die? Suri Joshua stammered. Why did you come out of there? He asked curiously. And how did you get here? He replied coldly. To be ordained, obviously. The head of the house and my uncle kept trying to stop me, so I ran away. Isaac Joshua reached into his pocket and pulled something out. Anyway, Suri Joshua was startled, wary of him. What is it now? He clicked his tongue at this weakling. Isaac Joshua gritted his teeth, his expression full of dissatisfaction. You dared to go beg for a menial job from that Pope's family? Suri Joshua hurriedly defended himself. No, I. But before he could finish, he took a full palm strike from Isaac Joshua. Shut up. He struck Suri Joshua repeatedly. He shouted in a rage as he hit him. How dare those bastards smear the name of Joshua? Isaac Joshua roared furiously. Joshua is mine. Only I am allowed to insult it. Only I am allowed to destroy it. He wept miserably. What the hell are you talking about? After beating the other person to a pulp, he pointed straight at Suri Joshua's face. Remember this, Suri, Isaac Joshua declared forcefully. I will be the one to burn this Joshua family to the ground. At this moment, Suri Joshua could only scream silently in despair. Oh God, please take this maniac away. Right after that, he jumped off the bed. Don't be weak, get up and lead the way for me. He looked blankly at him. Where are you planning to go? Kim. Isaac cracked his knuckles, his eyes full of murderous intent. To go beat up the bastards who dared to touch you, of course. Where else? At the same time, in the hall, the students had gathered in full. Some were gossiping, some were studying, and the atmosphere was very lively. Just then, a small figure walked through the door, causing everyone to turn their heads in unison. Someone said in a haughty tone, "What's this? Who brought this kid here?" The person next to them admired. "Look at his hair. Isn't it beautiful?" Isaac Joshua suddenly slammed his cane onto the edge of the table. "Which one of you is it?" A twisted smile appeared on his face, daring to cause trouble for a member of the Joshua family. "Are you?" Just then, Isaac Joshua's gaze stopped on some familiar red hair. He muttered, "That red-haired girl, I remember meeting her at the Holy Artifact Archive 15 years ago. I think that must be her." Suri Joshua rushed over to stop him. Wait, in his heart, he was extremely panicked right now. I have to stop him. If he causes trouble here, we're going to be in big trouble. The stream of thoughts kept appearing in his mind. Suri Joshua. Besides, that girl, she's Nizer's younger sister. Just then, the red-haired girl who was mentioned turned her head to look. It was Naki Sebet. Surprise. He tripped and tumbled onto the cold floor. Suri Joshua fell right where Isaac Joshua was standing, so he launched into the air and caught her. In a split second, he landed right in front of Naki Sebet. Isaac Joshua pointed his wooden staff straight at her. You caused trouble for Suri, right, Naki Sebet? She frowned. I never touched Suri Joshua. You're the one doing all this, Nizer. He immediately accused her. Good, so you admit it. She snapped irritably. I said it wasn't me. I'm Nizer, Sebastian Nizer. Are you even listening? Just then, the ghost of the observer appeared and whispered in Isaac Joshua's ear. Master, I sense a familiar energy coming from this girl. He nodded. Yeah, it really is familiar. Isaac Joshua was certain it was the energy of one of the 5 great sovereigns. Suddenly, Naki Sebet raised a finger, pointing it right at his face. You must be the legendary Isaac. Her lips curled into a mocking sneer. One is a cursed child, and the other is a descendant of the Pope's family. Looks like this year's Holy Empire is going to be a complete failure. Naki Sebet continued to insult them. Sooner or later, the Joshua family will be erased from the 5 sovereigns. Hearing that, Isaac Joshua's expression darkened. Look at her losing her cool. The servants of the 5 great sovereigns sure knew how to push his buttons. Suri Joshua hurriedly lowered her voice, warning him, Isaac, don't stir up trouble with the opposing family. Let's just go. Isaac Joshua raised his hand, cutting her off. Shut up. Why the hell should I go back? I came to receive my appointment ceremony. She suddenly jumped up, her voice full of mockery. You'll never be appointed. Sebastian Nizer said she would send a protest to the Pope to cancel it. Naki Sebet asserted firmly. There's no way a child who hasn't been recognized can be appointed. As soon as he heard that, he was furious. Sebastian Nizer, that bastard. Her lips continued to curl into a mocking sneer. And with your attitude, I'm afraid I don't even need Nizer to protest. Sooner or later, it'll just self-destruct. Suddenly, a subordinate stepped out from behind and bowed. Young lady. He whispered to Naki Sebet, should I call the Inquisitor? Suri Joshua panicked. No, 70% of the Inquisitors are people from the opposing family. She hurriedly grabbed his wrist and pulled him along. Isaac, let's go now. But at that very moment, a scream suddenly erupted outside. A giant monster appeared, its body radiating a dangerous aura. It raised its head and let out a terrifying roar that shook the entire hall. People scrambled to run away. Monster, run! Seeing the monster, Isaac Joshua was overjoyed. There it is, my insurance policy. Naki Sebet asked in shock. A monster. Did it escape from the training room? Her subordinate quickly rushed to block her. It's dangerous, young lady. Please step back. But the next second, its giant claws swiped forward. The subordinate was knocked away, tumbling to the ground. Seeing the sharp claws rushing toward her, just inches away, Naki Sebet's eyes widened in horror. Since when did it? In that split second, Isaac Joshua suddenly raised his wooden staff high and shouted loudly, Hey! His staff cut through the air. It flew and slammed hard into the monster. Was that so hard? Isaac Joshua frowned at it. Damn it, I've been calling you for ages. And only now you show your face? A moment later, the monster slowly stood up, drool dripping from its mouth. Its eyes gleamed with hunger as it growled repeatedly, making threatening noises. Naki Sebet quickly unleashed her spiritual power. What a terrifying monster! He gritted his teeth. Hey. Isaac Joshua's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Get lost. The monster suddenly froze, its whole body trembling violently. The fur on its back stood up as if it had just encountered something extremely terrifying. It stared at him with wide, bulging eyes, its throat emitting whimpering, panic sounds. The next second, the monster turned and ran for its life. The ghost of the observer said proudly, "As expected of my master. You pulled a sleeping monster out just to beat it to a pulp and then kicked it away just to show off in front of everyone." Isaac Joshua answered calmly, "I just did what I had to do." Just then, the Inquisitor led his soldiers rushing over. He scanned the area and shouted, "Where is that monster?" Acting with his usual professionalism, he gave orders. "Hurry, get away from the monster. It looks like it ran in that direction. Contact the monster extermination team immediately." After that, he hurriedly ran to Naki Sebet. "Young lady, are you all right?" Seeing that scene, he immediately guessed the identity of the person in front of him, the Inquisitor. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua quickly picked up Isaac Joshua, flustered and intending to leave. "Then, we'll take our leave." But before they could get far, Teho grabbed his shoulder tightly. "Stay there. No one is leaving until the investigation is over." Suri Joshua's face turned pale. "We're done for," she frantically explained. "We really don't know anything." She suddenly shouted, "Stop doing useless things, Teho." Naki Sebet continued, "That child saved me." Both of them stared, their minds filled with countless questions. Naki Sebet stepped in front of them. "Isaac, right?" She bowed her head slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. "I'm sorry for what I said earlier." Naki Sebet was still stubborn. "But it's not like I'm specifically grateful to you or anything. Got it?" He couldn't help but be confused. What's wrong with this girl? At that moment, people in the hall started whispering. "So it's really him?" Someone continued. "He received a letter of recommendation for saving someone?" In the distance, a beautiful child with golden hair was silently watching. She couldn't help but feel bewildered. "That child," she gasped in surprise. "Is he the one my brother mentioned?" This person was the princess of the Holy Empire, Helen Charlotte Alex Frick Hella. Scene changed to the Joshua residence, Eli's office. A frustrated voice rang out from the transmission orb. "Good grief, why do you keep refusing? The Cardinal of the Holy Empire isn't your grandson being appointed a good thing." The person on the other side continued to try and persuade him. "Let the boy attend the appointment ceremony." Eli Joshua replied coldly, "Get lost." The other end of the line shouted in frustration. "But the Pope will be furious." He replied indifferently, "That's not my business. My grandson will be educated at the Joshua residence until he grows up." The other person still didn't give up. "If you keep a child locked up like that, it'll affect his personality." Hearing that, Eli Joshua gritted his teeth. Their personality was already trash. The person on the other side continued, "I don't know if you've heard about this." They lowered their voice. "But it seems there's a blonde kid wandering around the academy." He jumped up in a rage, one name flashing in his mind, Isaac. "Eli Joshua," he bellowed. Outside, Riley Joshua jumped. "Yes, father." Just minutes later, he stood before the office door. "What is it?" His father quickly threw on his coat. "We're leaving for the capital, right now." His father's next words left Riley Joshua stunned. "We have to be there by tomorrow, but even taking the fastest route, it'll take at least a week." Eli Joshua stared at his watch. "We have 23 hours and 48 minutes. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "We have to run." The next day, at the academy dormitory, warm morning sunlight bathed the grounds. Suri Joshua knocked on the door repeatedly. "Hey, Isaac, what are you doing?" he urged impatiently. "Are you really trying to stuff that little body of yours into a priest's outfit? Get out here already. Everyone's waiting." But the sight before him left Suri Joshua stunned. "I beg." The words choked in his throat. He stood frozen, staring at the figure before him, unable to believe his eyes. You. A smug smirk tugged at his lips. "Let's go, Suri." The final night of the founding festival, the banquet hall. The investiture ceremony, everyone was in their seats. Chatter filled the hall. Suddenly, a booming voice commanded, "Everyone, stand." The massive doors slowly swung open to endless applause. The heads of the great houses walked into the hall one by one. Below, Gaul Joshua watched the scene with a look of pride, unable to suppress his excitement. Those were the heads of the 5 great families, the future seat of the Joshua family, and even the title of cardinal. It would all surely be his. Just then, a disheveled figure with messy hair and rumpled clothes burst into the hall. Riley Joshua panted loudly as he asked, "I'm not late, am I?" Gaul Joshua was dumbfounded. Riley didn't bother to explain. instantly asking back, "Have you seen Isaac?" He frowned, confused. Why look for him here? He must be at home. Moreover, seeing his brother's disheveled state, Joshua asked suspiciously, "Don't tell me you ran all the way here." Riley Joshua hurriedly wiped the sweat from his brow. "Yes, I did." "Then do you know where Suri is?" "I think Isaac is with him." He shook his head. "I haven't seen them yet." Before Joshua could finish, a resounding shout echoed through the hall. "His Holiness, the Pope." Immediately after, the voice continued, "Pay your respects." The man entering was the Pope, Giulio Berry. Everyone bowed in unison. "May the Lord's blessing always be with Hela." "May the Lord's blessing always be with Hela." Only when Giulio Berry was seated did the murmurs subside. He sat there calmly, his gaze gentle yet full of authority, slowly scanning the hall below. Giulio Berry spoke, "Please, be seated, my honored guests." At the same moment, Eli Joshua looked around, thinking to himself, "I don't see Isaac anywhere." The priest stepped forward and announced, "The investiture ceremony will now begin. Whoever is called, please step forward." He picked up the wine glass on the table. "Well, that's fine too." But in the next second, the name rang out across the hall. "Isaac Joshua." Eli Joshua froze. "Huh?" Seeing no one come forward, the priest called out again, "Is Isaac Joshua here?" "Isaac Joshua." He took a sip of wine, thinking, "If he's not coming, stop calling his name. They should have removed him from the list long ago. He's not here, so move on quickly." Suddenly, a voice rang out from the back of the hall. "I'm here." Below, Joshua gnashed his teeth. The nerve of him. How does that brat dare show his face here? Amidst countless shocked gazes, Isaac Joshua walked forward with complete confidence. The priest loudly announced, "Isaac." In the honorary seats, Hira Berry was so shocked he jumped up. "What?" he continued. "Isaac Joshua, please step forward." Riley Joshua was also frozen, speechless. His eyes quickly reddened, and tears welled up uncontrollably. "Isaac, is that Isaac? When did he grow up like this? And he's even wearing the ceremonial robes I prepared for him." The hall instantly erupted into whispers. "I heard he was still a child. Could he have broken the Demon King's curse? Does the Joshua family really have such a strong child? Oh my God, he's so handsome." Sebastian Nizer gaped. "What the hell is going on? Why is he so tall all of a sudden?" He kept walking, nonchalantly paying no mind to the whispers around him. Eli Joshua was so angry he crushed the arm of his chair. "That damn Demon King. That monster from hell. What did you do to Isaac?" His face was murderous. "My nephew never used to smile like that. Did you take him over?" Keena Berry leaned in to listen to the rumors. Or maybe the Joshua family curse has ended. Behind her, someone wondered. If this isn't a saint, then what is? Someone else affirmed. Looking at him, it's like he's been blessed rather than cursed. Giulio Berry kindly called out, "Isaac Joshua." Isaac Joshua's eyes were fixed on the man before him. "This guy is the Pope?" He assessed him. Looking at the old man, he's clearly over 70, but the aura he's putting out is no different from a monster. And on his face, I see shades of the Popes I've faced before. Kim Isaac thought to himself, should I take him out right now? Just then, the father and son, Eli Joshua, remembered the answer he wrote on his exam. The question was, as a new priest, is there anything you'd like to say to the Pope? And the answer Isaac Joshua wrote was only one sentence. "Kneel down, so it's easier for me to behead you." Just remembering that, their faces turned pale. Isaac, his hands clenched into fists, must stop the kid. Suddenly, Eli Joshua slammed his hand down on the table in front of him, making an excuse. "Why is my hand so slippery?" Immediately after, Riley Joshua also cleverly knocked over the table he was sitting at. "A cockroach. There's a cockroach." Joshua stared blankly at the two of them. "Are you guys crazy?" He insisted firmly. "I swear there's a cockroach here. It's as big as your head." The scene left the priest flustered. Sweat poured down like rain. "Everyone, please, keep order." Next, Suri Joshua, please step forward. He quickly realized their intentions. "These bastards are trying to stop me," he thought. Hearing his name called, Suri Joshua stepped onto the platform, tense. Giulio Berry glared at the two people before him. With eyes deep in thought, as if pondering something, the priest continued in a loud voice. "Next, those who have been ordained shall offer their gifts to the god." The hall erupted in noise. Finally, the moment of divine selection is here. I wonder which god will grant my child a blessing. Not far away, a father and his Eli Joshua silently observed the ceremony. Standing with his arms crossed, his voice dropped. In all likelihood, it will be the patron saint of the Blue Clan. Beside him, Riley Joshua clasped his hands, praying, "I hope so." He spoke up. "You mean you don't think the evil god would choose the boy, right?" Eli Joshua replied firmly, "If that happens, I'll take care of him. Riley Joshua's face twisted in horror. Huh? Isaac? Why? He shook his head. I meant the Holy Grail, kid. Did you think I was talking about Isaac on the platform? Sorry, Joshua was the first to step forward. Without hesitation, he pricked his fingertip and dripped his blood into the Holy Grail. In an instant, the blood blended into the water. Immediately, a beam of brilliant blue spiritual energy erupted, filling the space with dazzling light. Gowl Joshua jumped up in excitement. That's my son. The patron saint of the Blue Clan has descended. Witnessing the scene, Isaac Joshua finally understood. So that's how it is. The deity the Joshua family worshipped was the god of light, a stoic yet righteous god. He calmly performed the same movements as Suri Joshua just did. Isaac Joshua sighed softly. As for me, whichever god it is, it's just annoying. Suddenly, Julio Berry's pupils constricted violently. He couldn't believe his eyes. This is when Isaac Joshua's blood mixed into the holy water. A wave of black energy suddenly erupted, carrying a terrifying source of power. It swirled violently like a pitch-black cyclone. In the blink of an eye, the dark energy spread, engulfing the entire hall. Eli Joshua opened his eyes wide. His usual calm completely vanished. Could it be, amidst the billowing black fog, a familiar silhouette slowly emerged? He was horrified. He shouted loudly, "The Skeleton King!" The entire hall fell into chaos. Screams of terror echoed everywhere. The Skeleton King! At that exact moment, Eli Joshua stomped hard on the ground, his body lunging forward. Skeleton King! Isaac Joshua was startled, his whole body tensing up in a state of high alert. He raised his fist, gathering violent spiritual energy. Lethal killing intent surged around his arm. Eli Joshua roared in anger, "Die, you piece of..." The giant skeleton waved its hand. Iron chains shot out, wrapping tightly around Isaac Joshua and lifting him into the air. The Skeleton King spoke, his voice ice cold. "I have been waiting for this saint to appear for a long time." He was shocked. What? The giant skeleton declared with murderous intent, "I will destroy the Holy Kingdom, piece by piece, starting with this brat." Isaac Joshua stood there blankly, his mind full of questions. What the hell is going on? He silently observed his opponent, then thought to himself, I have to admit, he looks exactly like me in my previous life. So creepy. At that moment, the phantom of the observer suddenly flew into a rage. It roared, "What is this fake doing?" It knocked on the giant skeleton and scolded, "My master is supposed to look more pathetic and like a loser." Isaac, Joshua's eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead. "Hey, you bastard." At that moment, Julio, Barry, and Leon Sebed immediately unleashed their magic. Two beams of light, carrying destructive power, tore through the air straight toward the newly summoned being. They didn't hold back at all. A deafening explosion rang out. Blinding light erupted, dyeing the entire hall white. Riley Joshua nervously evacuated everyone. "Fall back, now." Meanwhile, Eli Joshua didn't delay. Spiritual energy exploded around his body, his red eyes blazing with killing intent. In a heartbeat, that violent power transformed into a giant blue snake. The snake's body coiled in mid-air, its crimson mouth wide open, carrying the momentum to swallow everything. At the very next moment, it swallowed its opponent whole into its belly. However, as the dust gradually cleared, the giant skeleton still stood there, completely unscathed. "Head of the Blue Clan, eh?" It mocked. "Because of my curse, you probably can't use your full power, right? Wouldn't it be better to just stand there obediently, Eli?" Eli Joshua calmly replied, "To avoid accidentally destroying this place, I wasn't planning on taking action anyway." The very next second, a magic circle glowed brightly beneath his feet. Eli Joshua's eyes turned a deep, frighteningly cold crimson. In the air, a massive magic orb quickly gathered right above the enemy's head. He roared in fury, "But you have been jumping around way too much." Facing power strong enough to crush him at any moment, the giant skeleton remained strangely calm. It constantly calculated countermeasures. Suddenly, it pulled Isaac Joshua to shield its front. "Do you want to see this young saint die?" He was frozen in fear, cold sweat pouring down like rain. In his heart, he screamed wildly. "I thought so," Isaac Joshua complained inwardly. "The grandson is being held hostage, and you still summon something this dangerous?" Seeing the orb in front suddenly change, he was stunned. "Huh? Why is it opening its mouth?" He pointed straight at the giant skeleton, his lips curling in triumph. "A saint won't die just from taking this hit." Hearing that, Isaac Joshua almost spat blood. This lunatic. He struggled desperately against the iron chains, panicked and shouting, "I'm actually going to die." Immediately after, another earth-shattering explosion occurred. A terrifying wave of power erupted, transforming into a shockwave that swept across the hall. Under that immense force, the ceiling cracked continuously, and large rocks fell like rain. The blinding light quickly engulfed it. Countless rays of light pierced down to the bone. In a flash, the silhouette of the giant skeleton became blurred and then completely vanished. When everything settled, the light faded, revealing a ruined hall that was no longer in one piece. Seeing that things had finally calmed down, Gowled Joshua dared to raise his head. Did we take him down? Immediately, another person crawled out from their hiding spot, their face still pale. Oh my God, the Skeleton King has returned. The person next to him exclaimed in shock. Hasn't he disappeared ever since he cursed the family? Was that really 70 years ago? The other person said with a trembling voice. Could it be that he has gathered enough power and come back? Amidst the confused whispers, Isaac Joshua crawled out of the rubble, panting. No way, he gritted his teeth, his face full of annoyance. That bastard was a fake. Kim. Isaac collapsed to the ground, his body almost completely drained of strength. Seeing that, Riley Joshua ran over, worried. Isaac, are you okay? Whispers began to erupt all around. Even though he's a member of the Waisua family, he took that hit and is still perfectly fine. How? Wait, didn't the Skeleton Demon King just call Isaac a saint? Is he really dead? The crowd grew more restless. I think so. The family had dealt with him using the whale saint beast. Despite his body being worn out from exhaustion, he forced himself to speak up. How could he possibly be dead? That was just an illusion. Isaac Joshua's words left everyone present stunned. The observer's phantom nodded in agreement. It seems he created it as a clone and sent it here. There's something a bit strange, he wondered curiously. You felt it too, didn't you? Isaac Joshua was frustrated. He used my mana. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could my mana core have fallen somewhere? If the Saintess's relic repository has a piece of my bone, then it's not impossible. He cracked his knuckles. A sinister look crossed his face. But if that imposter is holding onto it, that's even better. Then I'll just kill him and take it back. Behind him, Eli Joshua remained unharmed. Joshua held his chest and let out a faint sigh of relief. He involuntarily recalled the moment just now. Just now, surely Eli Joshua muttered to himself, his gaze deepening. If I hadn't attacked, he would have easily taken care of Isaac. He cast a glance behind him, his face filled with guarded suspicion. Eli Joshua was filled with endless questions. But why? On the other side, Julio Berry was so shocked his pupils constricted. This is unbelievable. The terror was quickly replaced by a surge of jealousy and resentment, the supreme deity that the Huang Sua family has yearned for thousands of years. A flurry of thoughts raced through Julio Berry's head, a god who stands above even the 5 great main gods. He gritted his teeth so hard they made an irritating grinding sound. The resentment nearly burned his sanity. Julio Berry's eyes flashed with a cold light. And you choose a brat like Joshua? At that moment, Ella Joshua slowly stepped toward his grandson. He called out softly, Isaac. Isaac Joshua replied warily, yes. Eli Joshua placed a hand gently on his shoulder, his tone unusually gentle. Come here, let's go home. He wore a satisfied smile. My grandson defeated the Skeleton Demon King's curse, and he's even grown up to be this handsome. Isaac Joshua broke into a cold sweat. Why is he smiling so terrifyingly? Eli Joshua continued to coax him. This grandfather will buy you some candy. The corner of his mouth twitched. Like hell, I'm going with you. Your face looks like you're about to drag me to the slaughterhouse. Right then, a voice cut through the atmosphere. Duke Kinaberry stepped forward and said calmly, it's not yet time for Isaac to go back. The ground suddenly shook, violently, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. In the very next second, countless black hands burst from the ground, pulling out demons one after another. He remained calm. There's still unfinished business here. Isaac Joshua sighed and pushed himself up. No choice then, old man. Instantly, spiritual energy flared brilliantly on his hands, casting dazzling rays of light. I don't think we should go back just yet. Isaac Joshua strode forward with a look of pure confidence, as if he didn't even care about the demons in front of him. Behind him, Kinaberry pursed his lips. This arrogant guy grew up fast, and now he's a saint. He thought to himself, I don't know what you're plotting, but I will use you to the fullest. He also slowly stepped forward, cracking his knuckles as he walked. I'll show you who the real saint is. Isaac Joshua unleashed his power. Emerald spiritual energy flowed like a whirlpool in his palms. He shouted, Purify. A burst of light exploded so brilliantly that the demons covered their eyes, letting out ear-piercing screams. The atmosphere became chaotic. Someone couldn't help but marvel. What a gorgeous purification, Saint Art. The person beside him agreed. It's been 100 years since I last witnessed such pure light. Another person adjusted their glasses, their eyes showing confusion. But why isn't the kid using an offensive Saint Art, but only a purification one? He made a judgment. Since it has a mana-purifying effect, perhaps the kid is trying to prevent them from being summoned. Salik pointed at himself. The saint art he learned from me, the holy spirit of purification. He bowed his head and thought, other than Salak, there's nowhere else I could have learned any saint art. Isaac Joshua muttered. But if the purification saint art reaches level 6, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, his face showing a clear look of smugness. Then it can deal area of effect damage over time. Isaac Joshua kept calculating in his head. Above all, the reason to use the purification saint art now is, but right then, Kinaberry shoved him aside. Get out of the way. With your level of saint art, you can't handle them. He scoffed to himself. He can only use level 5 saint arts and he's already acting tough? Yeah, you're considered a once-in-a-century talent. But Kinaberry quickly unleashed his spiritual energy. With that kind of talent, you're no match for me, he spoke arrogantly. Watch closely. You have to use a powerful saint art and attack from multiple sides to take them down. But just a few seconds later, the sight in front of him left. Kinaberry completely speechless. Behind him, Isaac Joshua quickly covered his mouth with his hand, trying to hold back his laughter. From multiple sides, you're so embarrassed you're angry. Don't you know about those monsters? They have extremely high recovery capabilities. So, you have to wipe them out in one strike. Those words made him unable to stop himself from laughing until he choked. Isaac Joshua laughed out loud. Looks like you're a complete idiot, aren't you? Kinaberry immediately twitched his mouth, his heart filled with a frantic desire to curse. I should have let the wise Sua family head take him back. Looking at this jerk's face makes me angry. He spoke up. Those are just bait. He paused. Bait? Without explaining further, Isaac Joshua turned and walked quickly toward a hidden corner of the hall. Their main body is here, isn't it? After locating the position, he quickly released his magic power to investigate. Before long, Isaac Joshua's mouth curled into a grin of excitement. Found you. Seeing him suddenly take out a sharp stick, Kinaberry frowned. What the hell are you doing with that bug? Isaac Joshua didn't answer, firmly stabbing it into its back. At that exact moment, a surge of violent spiritual energy erupted. Chaotic magic power instantly flooded the room. The people around cried out in panic. 7. He twirled the stick in his hand and calmly explained, it will silently poison everyone nearby. Isaac Joshua added, so it's very dangerous. If you're poisoned slowly, you won't even realize you're dying. On the other side of the hall, someone suddenly clutched their head and screamed in pain. What the hell is going on? Didn't you hear what the skeleton demon king said earlier? He said he'd wipe us all out. Isaac Joshua wore a sinister smile. If this holy kingdom is his target, he'll have to take us trainee priests out first. As soon as he finished speaking, the whole hall erupted into chaos. Quick, find those bugs hiding out. If you're poisoned, use holy magic to purge it immediately. Amidst the commotion, Isaac Joshua suddenly froze. Huh? His eyes caught a strange sight. In a far corner of the wall, streams of golden light were relentlessly slamming against the barrier. Similar golden light beams were appearing in other corners of the hall. Isaac Joshua panicked. Wait, if he processes them all at once like that, a surge of dark energy rapidly enveloped the entire hall. The ghost, the observer, appeared and urged him, Master, this is your chance. If you cleanse those who are poisoned, won't you be recognized for it? He praised, You really are a genius. Isaac Joshua chuckled excitedly. The opportunity had arrived. But before he could even make a move, Julio Berry stepped forward, raised his staff, and shouted, 9th tier holy magic. The brilliant golden light swirled violently, sucking up all the dark energy spreading out. Under his next technique, mana absorption, he was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He smiled kindly. There, no one will be poisoned anymore. Isaac Joshua gritted his teeth in fury. That damn Pope. Just then, the monster reappeared. Its eyes were filled with hatred, locked onto the figure in front of it. You bastard, you dare defy our great king. I won't forgive you. The monster drew back its legs, channeled all its power into its muscles, and lunged forward like an arrow piercing the wind. I'll drag you down to hell with me. Immediately, he sensed danger behind him. Isaac Joshua instantly unleashed his power. The monster charging toward him suddenly froze midair, its body trembling violently, as if being crushed by a giant hand. It opened its eyes wide, its face a mix of bewilderment and terror. This power. He spat on the ground. A mere nobody thinks they can harm me. After the chaos, the situation was finally under control. Someone reported, We've handled the rest of them. Take the injured to the infirmary. However, Kinaberry was still reeling from what just happened. With just a glance, he was able to repel that monster. Kinaberry's hand clenched into a fist, his entire body trembling with resentment. He stared at that back. No way. How could he do that? That's something only the Pope could pull off. The very next day, the event appeared in all the major newspapers with bold headlines. The appearance of the skeleton demon king at the investiture ceremony had thrown the entire Holy Kingdom into a panic. Skeleton Demon King returns. Skeleton Demon King flees after being defeated. Who is the saint the Skeleton Demon King mentioned? In the emergency meeting, Hiraberry calmly spoke up. It seems there was an issue with the Holy Chalice. There was an illusion summoning magic engraved on it. We are currently investigating the origin of that chalice. Please wait for the results. Hearing this, Leon Sebed asked in surprise, does that mean the outsider's appearance was the issue? He shook his head slightly. That's also one of the causes. But Hiraberry pointed to the text in the newspaper. What is the Holy Dragon doing? The world of the Holy Kingdom is collapsing. He continued, the main issue is the barrier of the Holy Kingdom, which is protected by the Holy Dragon. At the same time, at the Joshua family estate, gentle sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a soft glow. Inside the room, Isaac Joshua was focused on reading the newspaper. The barrier weakening is why the demon race was able to infiltrate, and yet the Holy Dragon is linked to the royal family, so the Pope isn't responsible. His mouth twitched. What a bunch of slippery bastards. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed. My grandson, now you're even reading the news? Ghoul Joshua sat in the chair nearby, clapping his hands while giving a fake smile. Congratulations, my grandson. You've been invested. Hearing that tone, the irritation inside Isaac Joshua began to simmer. What should I do to deal with this jerk? It felt like the family head had done it on purpose. Before he could reply, Riley Joshua excitedly chimed in. Oh, Isaac, since you can speak clearly now, why don't you recite the Skeleton Demon Curse poem? He frowned, thinking to himself, give me a break. Right at that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. A tall figure stepped into the room. Eli Joshua quickly walked toward them. Good, both of you are here. Isaac, step outside so we can talk privately for a bit. Isaac Joshua listened and quickly jumped off the chair. Ah, yes. In an instant, the door closed tightly again. At that very moment, spiritual power flared up around him. A faint glow spread, covering the entire room under a third-tier soundproof holy magic technique. He was stunned. Father, what do you want to talk about that requires a soundproof barrier? He sat down on the chair with a very serious expression. Just to be safe. Eli Joshua was silent for a few seconds before continuing. It's about Isaac. He rested his chin on his hand, his gaze darkening. I think Isaac was chosen by an evil god during the investiture ceremony. Eli Joshua bowed his head, deep in thought, and told everyone, the god that chose Isaac is certainly not ordinary. It seems this mark has never appeared in the history of investiture ceremonies. The Pope and the Cardinal were the only two who saw that mark, and the Pope tried to eliminate Isaac. Riley Joshua heard this and yelled in disbelief. What? The Pope did that. He sighed and confirmed. That's right. Unless an evil god chose him, he surely wouldn't have acted that way. Meanwhile, Ghoul Joshua was still deep in thought. It took a moment before he glanced at Eli Joshua and offered his speculation. Could it be that it wasn't an evil god, but the very god our family worships? Everyone simultaneously wore tense expressions, unable to utter a word, but they all shared the same thought, the faith of the imperial household. Immediately after, Ghoul Joshua suddenly spoke up to clarify for everyone. Ah, they hate impure things. What I mean is, when someone else gets involved with things that belong to them. So if one of the Joshuas were chosen by a god that the imperial family worships, they definitely wouldn't let it slide. If the Pope reacted that way, then the god that Isaac received is surely a god related to the imperial family. This time, it was his turn to be silent and ponder. Since Eli Joshua didn't speak, he pressed on. Or perhaps it could even be a god that not even they have ever been able to summon. Riley Joshua suddenly remembered something and spoke up, saying that if it were Isaac, he could absolutely do it. These words made him worry, and he hesitated as he said, do you really think that kid can summon a proper god? Ghoul Joshua sighed and replied with a smile, probably not. He didn't know how to answer, so he just mumbled, Eli, come here. Wanting to get to the bottom of things, Joshua ordered him to investigate. Ghoul Joshua, contact the papal family and investigate which god chose him. Isaac Ghoul Joshua didn't want to get involved, so he loudly protested, me. Why? Seeing this, he used a reward to force the other person. If you succeed, I'll give Suri a special achievement. Once the reward was mentioned, he immediately went silent, while he stared at Ghoul Joshua with envy. Joshua, in addition to that, Eli Joshua emphasized, from now on, until Isaac begins his internship, the boy will be under special surveillance. If Isaac continues to have faith test results like the last time, in the future, he could potentially become a dark priest. As soon as the words were spoken, all three quickly imagined the appearance of a dark priest. Just like that, they simultaneously turned pale with worry. He gritted his teeth audibly, broke into a cold sweat, and screamed internally. If he really becomes a dark priest, then the whole family will be branded as traitors. The charge of treason will get everyone arrested, and even Suri will be in trouble. Riley Joshua was so scared he trembled, whispering to himself about his nephew. Finally, he sternly ordered, "At all costs, you must stop that from happening." Cut to Riley Joshua, who quickly went to find the children as planned and said, "Before long, you'll all start your internships. The seniors used to give me a hard time, but that's all in the past now." Isaac. Upon hearing this, Isaac frowned, feeling annoyed, and thought angrily, "Don't talk about it. It feels like I'm having to re-enlist." Suri Joshua, though a bit uncomfortable, nodded when he heard him speak. "During the internship, you'll work with the seniors. You'll discover your own potential and learn the true work of a priest that the academy doesn't teach. Based on your evaluation results, you'll be able to change your status and benefits, so try your best. When you finish, you'll sign a contract with a god." At this, he suddenly spoke up. "Oh, that's right. Uncle, do you know when we can participate in the rite of sacrifice?" Riley Joshua asked, highly satisfied. "You're interested in the rite of sacrifice?" Isaac clenched his fists, slammed the table once, and replied firmly, "Very interested. Especially the execution of the subordinates of the skeleton demon king." Hearing these words, he took out his glasses and replied with a bright smile, "I'm very happy to see your faith growing, child. Then let me explain the rite of sacrifice to you." So, both he and Suri Joshua turned their attention to Riley Joshua, and then he began to explain in detail. The rite of sacrifice is when we offer gifts to the gods, and many people gather together to celebrate it like a festival. In reality, everyone attends, but the most important thing is still their heart and faith for the gods. So in essence, this is a very personal ritual. At this, Isaac suddenly interrupted. "Wait, but..." Riley Joshua wouldn't stop. "This brings me back to the basic question. Do we really need to gather in large groups to perform this ritual? But think about it carefully. The rite of sacrifice is inherently a form of ritual that we hold to offer to the gods, and since ancient times, a ritual has always been a communal act. The core of this ritual is that we all serve the gods together, and the clearest proof of that is each person's individual faith in the gods." Isaac listened for a while and then felt annoyed, grumbling to himself. This uncle is a bit too serious. And where did those glasses come from? Anyway, I might have gone a bit too far, but I think you understand what I mean, right? This rite of sacrifice has many similarities to a festival, and the first thing you think of when mentioning a festival is what? That's right, it's having fun and enjoying everything together. And isn't joy a part of faith? So, the gods will bless this rite of sacrifice with great joy, and that is the right of the gods during the rite of sacrifice, right? Upon hearing this, he felt a bit of interest and a thought occurred to him. So that means low-level gods or angels will participate in the rite of sacrifice, right? If I catch them, I'll tear you to shreds. Just then, he suddenly pointed toward him. Our Isaac must want to personally execute the subordinates of the skeleton demon king, right? That sense of justice is truly necessary. He hated group work the most, so he covered his face with his hand, dejected. He screamed inside, "Not group work again." Riley Joshua noticed Isaac didn't like this, so he walked over, knelt down, and said, "I hope you all achieve good results so you can do what you desire." Knowing the other person cared for him, he mumbled softly, "Yes, uncle." On the other hand, Isaac was inwardly lamenting. There's no other way. I'll just have to eliminate a few groups and then pretend to save the rest. Just like that, he smiled brightly like a flower and confidently promised him, "I will do my best." Riley Joshua looked at him with a very satisfied gaze and thought to himself, "Right, this lovely child definitely couldn't become a dark priest. What a relief." While he appeared optimistic, Gowl Joshua was tense, biting his fingernails as he said to him, "But Isaac, during the last conferment ceremony, which god chose you?" Isaac grimaced and replied with a single, confused "ah." Even Riley Joshua glanced at him. Out of options, Isaac sighed and pretended to say, "I don't remember clearly, but it was a rather strange and uncomfortable mark." On the surface, he said that, but in his heart, he felt extremely smug and thought, "Look, this is the sign of destruction." As soon as they heard the answer, both their faces darkened. They were so scared they broke into a cold sweat and had the same thought. That's definitely an evil god. A few seconds later, Riley Joshua stood up, cleverly making up a reason to reassure Isaac. "It's okay. Sometimes there are gods with horrifying marks." And Gowl Joshua chimed in, "That's right. After all, faith is what matters." He turned his head away, so the two couldn't see his smug expression, and replied, "I'm not too worried either." Suddenly, remembering something important, Isaac turned back and asked, "Oh, right. The Scarlet Cardinal is coming to see me. That bastard, that person. Why?" As soon as he finished, everyone heard someone calling. Both he and his companion reacted with angry voices, "Isaac, Joshua, When they saw the face of the person who arrived, they felt both worried and confused. A few seconds later, they all exclaimed in unison, calling the other guy's name in a panic. Kinnaberry shouted aggressively, "I have business with you." The whole hall quickly fell silent. A moment later, Riley Joshua whispered fearfully into his ear, "Why did he come to see Isaac?" Gowl Joshua, frustrated, grabbed his hair and whispered back, "How should I know? How could I possibly understand his thinking?" He started overthinking and said, "Could he be here to harm Isaac? Was he sent by the Pope?" He also leaned toward a negative conclusion, replying, "If it's because of the evil god, that's highly likely." Next, Kinnaberry walked up, grabbed his hand, and spoke urgently, "Isaac, I think you're someone of immense value. I mean it." Isaac didn't like these kinds of compliments, so inside, he was screaming, "This bastard is insane. Is he trying to pick a fight?" The observer ghost couldn't take it either and yelled. Furthermore, he was quite confident in his own deduction, saying, "But now I realize that you haven't appeared before the world for the past 15 years because you were training. You didn't want your skills to be tainted by the fools at the academy. I knew at the moment you were ordained. You are excellent and incomparable to those other idiots. It's such a waste of time for someone like you to be stuck doing these basic internships." The more Isaac listened, the more fear grew inside him. Too scary. He stood on the sidelines, mocking the other guy. "I think this guy has lost his mind." Kinnaberry didn't know what he was thinking about him, just rambling on, then reached his hand toward the other. "Train with me under his tutelage, and we'll head to the professional world. Take my hand, Isaac. We will execute the skeleton demon king together and lead the Suri kingdom." Joshua had negative thoughts about this behavior. Is this some new kind of bullying from the Pope's family? But he seemed genuinely serious. The terms were scary good. If it were me. Just as he thought that, Suri Joshua was extremely surprised when Isaac stood up with an angry look on his face. "Teach, Kina, Barry." He dismissed him. "Get lost." He couldn't believe his eyes and yelled in frustration. What was that? He wasn't afraid, gritting his teeth as he repeated, "Get lost. I'll go through the internship like everyone else." That's right. Suri Joshua didn't dare to interfere, just clasping his hands nervously, muttering to himself, "He's crazy." Kina Barry couldn't control his emotions and barked, "About your qualification as a priest, don't worry. I'm not just talking about training. I will grant you the status of a priest with 15 years of experience." He returned to his seat and waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, not interested." Isaac pointed at Suri Joshua and made a suggestion. "If you want to take someone, take that guy over there." He was terrified, pointing at himself, "Me?" On the other hand, he belittled Suri Joshua. "That guy and you aren't in the same league." He agreed with that point, but it was because of that remark that he was so angry his face turned red, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Those bastards." Next, Kinnaberry casually complimented Isaac. "You have the talent to drive away monsters just with a glare." The observer ghost took the chance to tease him. Surely he saw the master scaring him away with threats. That made Isaac suspicious. This bastard is probably trying to learn that technique from me, right? The more he wanted that, the less Isaac liked it. Just like that, Isaac firmly stated, "Let me say this again, get lost." Just the thought of learning from the Pope makes me want to puke. Because he insulted his grandfather, his expression turned ugly. "You just said my grandfather makes you want to puke." Isaac didn't hesitate to repeat himself. "Of course. I even want to cut his throat." Just as he said that, he was suddenly gagged by someone. While everyone was still confused about what had happened, Isaac was quickly whisked away. After reaching a safe place, the other person spoke up. "Our grandson is busy." It was Eli Joshua. He was in his grandfather's arms, trying to speak, but couldn't. At this moment, Eli Joshua spoke, warning, "Don't ever get near this brat again." Kinnaberry felt insulted and retorted uncomfortably. Even if you were the head of the Joshua family, once again, he was ignored. Just like that, he seriously warned Isaac, "If you keep playing with that brat, he'll turn you into trash." The whole room was filled with sighs. Right after that, just Kinnaberry replied with an incredulous, "Huh." Isaac, wanting to escape, accidentally left teeth marks on Eli Joshua's hand, but in the end, he still couldn't get away. Furthermore, because of those words, he secretly made a resolution in his heart. "These Joshua bastards, I will definitely destroy you all." In Isaac's head, he was thinking about the 5-color test, the test that every apprentice priest must pass: white, yellow, blue, black, and red. This was the order in which they would be tested, presided over by the cardinals of each faith. Therefore, to become an official priest, one must pass this test. Isaac walked to the room with a flag hanging to identify his group and said cheerfully, "So the guys in my group are going to be here, huh?" Afterward, Isaac mentally counted the group members. Gathering 30 kids with the same background or faith into one group, do they want us to fight amongst ourselves, or what? In his head, he also remembered Suri Joshua's reminder, our group is full of my friends, so it's okay. At this, Isaac sighed and made a snap decision. It seems sending you to school early was worth it, Suri. With a very excited mood, he closed his eyes, reached out to open the door, and muttered to himself, I'll use these guys to pass the 5-color test and save my subordinates. So, first of all, I need to make a good impression. Just then, Isaac suddenly heard, he's here. Tie that bastard up. He immediately opened his eyes and saw the aggressive faces of everyone, then screamed in his head, huh. While Isaac was still looking confused, Henry stepped closer and loudly questioned him. You're the one who's been bullying Suri for years, right? Albert also stepped up and joined in. Oh ho, let us teach you some manners, kid. He arrogantly joked, thinking they were just playing around with the older kids. He loudly threatened, if you dare tell Suri, you're dead. Understanding the situation, Isaac sighed to himself, these guys are hopeless. In self-defense, he picked up a bell. So, he was played with by Henry, right? Just consider this a friendly get-together. Albert laughed until he was in tears, loudly mocking. Is that a baby rattle? He also laughed until he cried, saying, looks like the rumor that he was just an infant recently is true. He hadn't finished his sentence before the bell in Isaac's hand slammed into Henry's face. Albert's laughter died instantly as he collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. He kept muttering to himself, how could this happen? Seeing their people getting beaten, everyone screamed in rage. What the hell is this? Has that bastard lost his mind? Then Isaac spoke up, provocation dripping from his voice. Good teamwork is the key to getting a high score, right? So, let's do some team-building exercises to get to know each other better, my dear friends. As soon as he finished, he lunged at them, beating them like a madman. Sounds of screaming from the victims echoed throughout the palace. A moment later, Suri Joshua arrived and started scolding him. Isaac, I don't understand this. You call this team building? Suri Joshua said that because everyone was piled up on top of each other like a mountain, groaning in pain, while Isaac was sitting on top of the human mountain. Seeing him, they all cried out in unison, help us. Suri Henry asked with a pained expression, isn't this guy a relative of yours? Hearing that, Isaac suddenly changed his attitude, smiling as he replied, thanks for playing with my cousin. Next, they continued to plead, save us, please. Even though he had no intention of helping them, because of the test, Suri Joshua turned and whispered to Isaac, hey, the first test is graded based on team harmony. What are you planning to do? Isaac looked surprised and shot back, harmony? Are you blind? Don't you see this pyramid? This is nothing but perfect harmony, isn't it? He was so angry his face twisted, secretly cursing. You forced them with violence, you lunatic. A second later, Isaac changed the subject. Anyway, look at this. Suri Joshua looked confused and asked, what is this? As Suri Joshua checked the list, Isaac explained, those are the guys who want to sponge off you. These bastards have used every excuse to bleed you dry for 7 years. Even though the Joshua family doesn't expect repayment, there's a limit to how much you can take. Albert refused to submit and retorted, the Joshua family doesn't need anything from us. Even if we offered something, I doubt it would help Isaac. Isaac showed a murderous expression and snapped back. Nothing, you say. Your limbs are still intact, and your internal organs are still fresh, aren't they? I don't need much. My dear friends, I just want a healthy relationship where we give as much as we receive. So, during this group activity, be very diligent and dedicated, and keep a pure heart, okay? Suri Joshua realized the truth and went along with him. He didn't answer. Everyone replied in terror, yes, sir. After the team-building session ended, everyone was exhausted, collapsing on the floor and moaning. Isaac didn't offer a single word of comfort, turned his back and said, good, then the team-building session ends here. Still worried about the test, Suri Joshua asked him, what if we fail the test because of this? Isaac replied calmly, follow me. I have something I want to show you. Suri Joshua followed him but kept complaining. Just one failing grade and we're disqualified immediately. The first criterion is harmony, remember? Isaac, full of confidence, raised his voice to reassure his partner, don't worry, I've got it all planned out. First, look at this. Having said that, he quickly opened the cabinet in front of them. The person locked inside was Paris Julius. Currently, he was gagged, his hands tied, crying in resentment while looking at them with a confused expression. The person inside was wailing. Suri Joshua was scared pale at the sight. Conversely, Isaac exclaimed with excitement. Afraid that something big had happened, Suri Joshua grabbed Isaac by the collar and questioned the madman. What are you doing? He's a member of our group. Besides, he's the son of your uncle's friend. Don't you remember him from the relic storage? Isaac replied with an innocent tone. Of course I do. It's precisely because he's part of our group that there's a problem. He kept a letter saying he would stop being a spy. Hearing that, Suri Joshua froze in shock. Immediately after, he stared at the person in the cabinet, causing Paris Julius to break into a cold sweat. Wanting to know the truth, Suri Joshua stepped forward and pulled off the gag. The action was so sudden that it made the other man tense up until his teeth ground audibly. A second later, he hesitantly asked, "Sebastian Nizer told you to do this, right?" The other man quickly took the blame. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. I had my own reasons." At this point, Isaac hurried to order him. Oh, tell me. What did he tell you to do?" Paris Julius replied in a panic. He said I had to completely sabotage the Joshua group. He said Suri would give in because of the test, so he told me to make unreasonable demands so the group would collapse. He cried like a rainstorm, then recounted the time he showed hostility toward Isaac at the welcome party, saying it was also Sebastian's doing. He wanted to personally execute the skeleton demon king's subordinate. Isaac remembered Sebastian's smug face and made a silent resolve. "Sebastian, not only do you dare touch me, now you want to execute my subordinate? I really have to teach you a lesson." Scene change. A few days later, after hearing Stephen recount the whole story, Sebastian Nizer snapped, "You couldn't even lead a group? What's so hard about being a spy?" In the end, how many have given up already? He scratched his head in confusion and embarrassment. Sorry. We had a few team-building sessions, so let me rest." Sebastian Nizer was bitter, screaming internally. Team building? Finally, he had to chase the guy away. Fine. Whatever. Get out of my sight. As the person left, Robert spoke up to comfort him. "Forget it. In the Joshua group, there are still 3 people loyal to you." James quickly chimed in. "As long as they're still in there, they're finished for sure." Sebastian Nizer's heart was filled with deep-seated hatred, and he told himself, "That bastard is such an eyesore. I have to deal with him soon. Even my father is paying attention to him. Does he really want to invite him to the family? Forget it. As long as today passes, it'll be over. Anyway, those losers will be eliminated today anyway." Scene change. At the large hall, after everyone had gathered, the elder spoke loudly, "Welcome to the 5 colors of harmony. The White Faith has performed magic through words, but the most important thing among teammates is harmony and faith. Therefore, the first topic of the 5 colors of harmony will be evaluated through voting." Sebastian Nizer saw Isaac yawning out of boredom, and a malicious thought crossed his mind. If just one person objects to keeping the team structure, the whole team will be disqualified, and the dissenter will be moved to another group. Meaning, even if I betray the Cyan group, I can still continue the test. I've already planted a spy, so you're finished for sure. Thinking of this, he smiled smugly. Immediately after, Ashley also announced the results everyone was waiting for. "I will announce the results. Cyan group. The whole group has unanimously agreed to keep the members as they are. Therefore, the whole group has passed the 5 colors of harmony." This result left Sebastian petrified in shock. Additionally, Isaac deliberately looked at him and gave a provocative smile. Scene change. Suri Joshua hurried to chase after Isaac, calling out, Isaac, wait for me." "How on earth did you pull that off? How did you get them all to agree?" he asked, trying to keep his cool. "Do you remember a few days ago? The cardinal kept looking for me," he replied casually. "Of course, I remember. You even dared to reject the cardinal's summons." Isaac wasn't pleased and threatened. "Are you trying to die?" "Suri." Joshua realized he'd made a mistake and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry." The next second, he told him the truth. "Anyway, I told him if he wanted to see me, he had to bring the royal herb." Hearing that, Suri Joshua felt uneasy, thinking to himself, "Isn't that the secret medicine only the bloodline of the royal faith possesses? It's extremely precious. There's no way he would give it to him." A moment later, Isaac continued his story. "Then he actually gave it to me. So, I took that pill and used it to strike a deal with those guys." Joshua felt even more confused and barked, "What? He actually gave it to you? So, you're going to give them the royal herb after the vote?" He continued to be honest with Suri Joshua. "No. I already had them drink it all before the vote." Hearing this, he shouted in desperation, "What? What if they betrayed you? What then?" Before opening the door, Isaac turned back to reassure Suri Joshua. "It's fine. I trust my teammates." After saying that, he turned away and laughed loudly, leaving him lost in his own thoughts. This is strange. Has he really turned over a new leaf? If so, that's great. But all of Suri Joshua's questions were answered when Isaac opened the door. All the spies were locked in there, beaten until they were begging for mercy. Henry saw him and asked, "Hey, we did exactly what you said, didn't we? Please, give us the antidote." Suri Joshua was so tense his face twisted as he asked Isaac, "What antidote?" He pleaded, "My stomach hurts so much." Seeing them in such a pathetic state, he gave a triumphant thumbs up and said, "I trust they won't dare to betray me, Suri." Joshua shouted in a fit of rage, scolding him in his heart. What have you done, you lunatic? Unable to take it anymore, he pointed directly at him and confronted him. Don't tell me you gave them poison instead of the royal herb. He pretended to be innocent and replied, I gave them real royal herb. 93% flour, 5% mana essence. From a skeleton demon king. 1% laxative, 0.5% hair extract, and a whole 0.000000001% royal herb. He listed it off. Hearing the ingredients, Suri, Joshua said in a panic, even if you washed a real royal herb pill in water, you get more than that. While he could only clutch his head, Isaac turned to look at them, grinned, and said, it's time for them to pay their debts after sucking your blood for all these years. Dominic quickly clasped his hands together, sobbing, save me, I can't take it anymore. Henry followed suit. We already passed the 5 colors harmony, didn't we? Please, give us the antidote. Immediately after, he walked quickly to open the cabinet to get it and replied, all right, I am a man of my word. Anyway, let's see, where did I put the antidote? Isaac took out a diaper and shouted like he'd found a treasure. Found it. Sorry, Joshua saw it and scolded him in his heart. You're crazy. That's a diaper you used to wear. Who keeps an antidote in a diaper? Isaac shamelessly held it up high and teased them. Now, who should I give it to first? Just then, someone burst through the door, shouting to stop him. Hey, the person who arrived was Sebastian Nizer. He gnashed his teeth in anger and ordered him, give my people back, you bastard. I don't know what you bribed them with to steal them from me. But being interrupted by someone else. Isaac clicked his tongue in annoyance. At the same time, Albert was trembling and praying. Henry felt both surprised and confused. Wanting the antidote, they all decided to betray Sebastian Nizer and turn to attack their own master. Seeing that, he threatened loudly, I won't let you get away with this. A second later, he felt the pain and screamed in fury, followed by everyone's reproaches. Don't you dare touch Isaac. Sebastian Nizer didn't understand what was happening and shouted, why did you suddenly jump out to protect him? What did you do to them? After a moment, Isaac stepped in front of Sebastian Nizer, who was sitting on the floor, to settle old scores. I heard you told them this. In critical moments, what people seek is overwhelming power. But you're wrong. The most important thing to them right now is saving their own lives. No one can resist death. He listened for a moment, then shifted from smug to terrified. Sebastian Nizer carried a sense of dread, muttering in his heart, no way. Looking at Isaac's cold eyes, he couldn't help but associate them with a fox's eyes and asked himself, is that even human? Scene changed to the Hera church office. Barry heard the knock and ordered loudly, come in. Seeing Theodore standing timidly at the door, he wasn't pleased and thought to himself, it took 7 days just to meet an apprentice priest. How disrespectful. Finally, he walked in and hesitated to speak. Forgive me, my lord, but Isaac said he wouldn't come. Hera Barry was shocked, unable to believe he had been turned down. The next second, he asked Theodore, he already received the royal herb and he still won't come? The other man scratched his head awkwardly and replied, that's what he said. Also, he asked me to pass on a message. His face darkened as he replied, what message? Theodore then relayed, next time, if you want me to come, send a giant gold bar. As soon as the words left his mouth, Hera Barry was so angry he broke the pen in his hand. Seeing the scene before him, he looked terrified. Furthermore, he stammered, by any means, you must bring that kid before me. Scene change, Sebastian Nizer left, full of rage, then cursed that bastard. A second later, he suddenly remembered the past and whispered to himself. Even so, it wasn't a total loss. My men reported he has something that cannot be seen by father. Set. If I investigate, I'll find clues. I will expose his true identity myself. Here, he looked surprised to see a group of people gathered in front. And then, Sebastian Nizer loudly asked, who are you all? Theodore and John simultaneously showed confused expressions and looked at him. Sebastian Nizer didn't know any better and aggressively stepped forward to ask, why is the dormitory so noisy? He didn't want to cause trouble there, so he quickly explained, it's because we have business with the young master here. Furthermore, Theodore was inwardly cursing. Damn it, why did I have to run into someone from the Red family? They're the sworn enemies of the Yellow family. For God's sake, get lost, you Red freak. If word gets out that a Yellow Cardinal summons someone from the Blue family, it's going to be a massive headache. Despite the explanation, he wouldn't let it go, keeping his cold, piercing gaze on everyone. Just as things were heating up, someone cut in. Why are you all so late? Everyone turned toward the voice in pure, utter disbelief. It was Isaac, alongside Suri and Joshua. Isaac leaned against the door, acting arrogant. I'm pretty sure I told you guys to be here early. I need something for the tea party. Everyone scrambled over to Isaac, a single thought flashing through their minds. This kid is definitely trying to help us out. Considering what he's getting, he'd better be. Joshua really was as predictable as ever. Playing along with the plan, he laughed and replied, "That's right. We're here because we have something we want to give to the young master. It's being prepared right now," he quickly added. "Exactly. A social gathering requires proper refreshments. So, bring it before the day is out." Everyone chimed in happily. Sebastian Nizer, ignored by everyone else, turned deathly pale with rage. He muttered to himself, "A social gathering? Huh. That very gathering where you seduce my subordinates, right? Just wait." He quickly started channeling magic. At that moment, Theodore said his goodbyes. "In that case, we'll take our leave," but before he could finish, Nizer ambushed him, crying out in pain, "Why don't we have a fun little test of faith?" While he was distracted, Suri and Joshua panicked, thinking, "No, he'll definitely be burned at the stake if he takes that test. At worst, our entire family could be wiped out because of this." And he didn't stop there. Sebastian Nizer pulled out a red pouch and tempted them. "I've got something handy. You just have to put your hand on it, and it will react. Let's just use this for now." Just then, Hiraberry suddenly appeared and said, "Isaac, I didn't expect you to dare defy my summons. Just because you're busy playing around." Hearing that familiar voice, he felt both anxious and confused. Furthermore, he stared straight at him and scolded, "Do you think I'm some kind of joke?" Sebastian Nizer saw him and was so terrified he couldn't even speak, thinking to himself, "Cardinal Barry." A few seconds later, Hiraberry glanced at him and asked, "Are you still getting cozy with the Red family? A brat from that family dares to lay a hand on my subordinates?" Sebastian Nizer was stunned and confused, his mind spiraling into distorted thoughts. Damn it, this guy is on the Barry family's side. Just then, Isaac spoke up to defend himself. "I apologize, Lord Cardinal." Beyond that, he put on a pitiful expression and framed him. "As you can see, young Master Sebastian Nizer told me not to associate with people from the Yellow family, so I couldn't respond to your summons in time." These words immediately made Sebastian look anxious. He glared at him, while the other side looked at him with a confused expression. Then, fearing Hiraberry's wrath, Sebastian loudly retorted, "When did I ever say that, you bastard? Besides, what do you mean the Cardinal summoned you? I thought no bishop was allowed to contact students during their probationary period. Unless the Cardinal." Before he could finish, he was cut off. "Oh, is that so?" Seeing him fall right into the trap, Isaac covered his mouth to stifle a laugh, thinking, "This just got interesting." And then, Hiraberry quickly scolded him. "Third son of the Red family, I gave you time to bond with your teammates, but it seems you've wasted that time. I let you off this time because I know your father." Sebastian Nizer frantically explained, No, that's not it." His explanation was rejected when he replied, "But I will personally assign extra tasks from the Holy See to your group." Hearing this, he felt completely hopeless. Gritting his teeth in anger, he cursed, "Damn it. No." Hiraberry ignored the seething Sebastian Nizer and turned to order Isaac, "Now, follow me to my office." However, Isaac refused, which left him so shocked that he couldn't believe it and turned back to look at them. "Ah, I'm sorry, Lord Cardinal, but the Red Cardinal already called for me first. I don't know what to tell you. I just made plans. I'll meet with you if the conditions are better, shall I?" He didn't believe him and asked again, "The Red Cardinal just called you?" Isaac smiled, his eyes turning into crescents, and confirmed it. "Yes, the Red Cardinal just called me." Sebastian Nizer looked at Isaac in utter shock, muttering to himself, "I clearly haven't said anything yet, so how could he know? If this keeps up, Cardinal Barry will hate me and my evaluation score will be ruined. I have to get out of here." Once he had this thought, he ran over, put a hand on his shoulder, and laughed, playing along. "That's right. I came mainly to call for Isaac. So, I'll take him. No, he's coming with me." Hiraberry replied with a single incredulous word. "Huh." Seeing this reaction, Sebastian Nizer felt suspicious. It didn't work?" Immediately after, he stammered, Cardinal." Before he could say anything more, Hiraberry suddenly interrupted. "Well, so be it." Then, he turned to leave, saying, "If you have prior plans, there's nothing I can do. Go on." Seeing him leave, Sebastian Nizer sighed in relief, thinking, "Even Cardinal Barry wouldn't want to pick a fight with my family." But after walking a few steps, Hiraberry suddenly stopped and said, "However, the fact that you caused trouble for the Yellow family remains. So, starting tomorrow, I will be assigning you extra work." Hearing this, he screamed in his heart, "Damn it." Nevertheless, Sebastian Nizer quickly calmed down, planning to blame it on Isaac, and thought, "It's fine. If I just hand this guy over to my father, the cleanup will just." But when he went to open his mouth, he couldn't find him. Startled, he shouted, "Huh." With his anger flaring up again, Sebastian turned to ask Suri and Joshua, "Where did that brat go?" He pointed behind him and replied, Isaac went to bed. He said if he wants to grow taller, he has to sleep early. Unable to do anything to him, Sebastian gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "It's only 2 in the afternoon, and this jerk can't even handle that." He marched to Isaac's room and shouted, "Hey, wake up. Please just wake up." But all he got in response from Isaac was the sound of snoring and sleep-talking, which only made things worse. Albert's group turned to betray him, yelling, "Get that damn Nizer out of here, now." Scene change. 3 days later, under Hira Berry's orders, Sebastian Nizer was forced to scrub the floors. While scrubbing, he cursed, "Isaac Joshua, I'm going to kill you." A second later, Sebastian Nizer threw his broom down, clutched his head, and cried out in agony. Who could handle cleaning 18 hours a day? Just then, he suddenly remembered the scathing words of Sebastian Nizer. "You're so incompetent you couldn't even bring one brat to me, and you still have the nerve to ask for my help?" Enraged, he muttered to himself, while his teammates were constantly whining about getting low scores. "Even my father won't help me." Returning to the present, Sebastian Nizer quickly tried to think of a way out of this situation. "If I want my father to help, I have to bring that brat to him. In that case, I have to meet him first. Besides, he has to come to the prayer hall anyway. I'll just wait for him in the prayer hall." Scene change. 6 hours later. After waiting forever and seeing no one, he grew discouraged. A moment later, Robert opened the door and barked, "What the hell are you doing, you idiot? We still have work to do." He dragged Sebastian away, hissing angrily, "If our scores drop any further, I'll kill you." Sebastian adamantly refused. "No, I have to meet Isaac. No." And when he saw Isaac standing nearby, he looked shocked. Sebastian Nizer stared at him with an expression of pure, utter disbelief. Meanwhile, Isaac squinted and waved back. That smile drove Sebastian Nizer absolutely mad, and as he tried to attack, Robert and Raymond pulled him away. Sebastian Nizer screamed, "Let me go." Seeing his rival like that, Isaac chuckled with amusement. A few seconds later, Suri Joshua began to scold him. "You really are a devil, aren't you? Did you come all this way just to provoke him?" Isaac wasn't fazed and replied, "It's hilarious." Then he asked her, "But wouldn't it be more beneficial for us to meet the Red Cardinal?" Suri Joshua didn't understand what Isaac meant and asked back, "Why?" She quickly explained, "Because Cardinal Barry will never help us become the king." He turned his head and continued, "What do you mean by king?" Seeing Isaac's carelessness, Suri Joshua scolded him again. "Please, you at least need to know the grading criteria." He didn't know he was wrong and actually snapped back, "You should have told me that sooner." Suri Joshua held out the criteria chart. King, irreplaceable talent. Queen, talent that can protect the country. Rook, exemplary student. Knight, capable student. Pawn, average student. Skeleton, useless. She then scolded Isaac, "King, irreplaceable talent? Are you kidding me?" Furthermore, Suri Joshua voiced her inner anxiety. "To be honest with you, Isaac, if the Cardinal loses his temper and ranks us as skeletons, we'll get demoted from the academy. Worse yet, Cardinal Barry might even want to kill you." He disagreed with her viewpoint and replied, "Be reasonable. Who would hold a grudge enough to kill a 10-year-old child? He even gave me some royal medicine." "Here," she told him the truth. "You didn't know? Your mother was once engaged to Cardinal Barry." That left Isaac feeling both panicked and incredulous. She didn't stop there, casually adding, "But your father snatched her away from him. The previous engagement was canceled because your father turned it into a conflict between both clans." Hearing that, negative thoughts flooded his mind. "He definitely wants to kill me. 100%. Suddenly, the shadow of the observer appeared behind him, startling Isaac into shouting, "You scare the hell out of me." A few seconds later, Suri made a suggestion to Isaac. "If you can win the Red Cardinal over to our side, you can use him to keep the Yellow Cardinal in check. Not to mention, the descendants of the Yellow Clan also have to pass the Red Clan's exam. So just promise that they won't get a skeleton rank, and that will be enough." While Suri Joshua was saying this, someone was secretly using magic. Very quickly, a magical hand appeared beside Isaac, but he didn't notice it and replied to her, "That's true. I'll go meet him and see." Just as he said that, the magical hand covered Isaac's mouth, leaving him both terrified and confused. Suri Joshua heard him halfway, and since Isaac didn't continue, she turned around and asked, "What did you just say?" She didn't see him anywhere, and she stood there frozen in shock, calling out in confusion, "Isaac." Scene change. Hera Barry was reading a book when he heard a knock at the door. Immediately, he ordered strictly, "Come in." As the door opened, a surge of mana suddenly rushed in. That mana brought Isaac to the spot and then quickly vanished. A second later, he calmly asked Hera Barry, "Hey, Mr. Kidnapper, what the hell are you doing? You always act so high and mighty, yet you send your lackeys to kidnap me." Seeing Isaac disrespect him, he closed his book, glared at him, and warned, "You brat. Hiraberry walked closer to negotiate with Isaac. I have something to discuss with you. With no other choice, he reluctantly agreed. Oh, sure. There's definitely something up. Didn't you call me here just because I've been ignoring you all this time? He suddenly lowered his voice and spoke to him gently. Isaac Joshua, I want to adopt you. The words hit like a bolt of lightning, making him freeze for a few seconds in shock. On the other hand, Isaac was extremely tense, thinking to himself, what did he just say? Adopt? Does that mean joining the Yellow Clan? Does he want me to join the Yellow Clan? What the hell? Is he mocking me? Or is this a new trick to control the Joshua clan? Thinking that, Isaac gritted his teeth and glared at Hiraberry with resentment. Seeing him like that, he quickly explained, there's no hidden agenda here. I'm just proposing that you leave the Joshua clan and become an adopted child of the Berry clan. Isaac didn't believe it and muttered to himself, that only makes it more suspicious. Why would you guys do that? Is it because that fake skeleton demon king called me a saint? Forget it. Regardless of what their goal is, it doesn't matter. Isaac wanted to know what Hiraberry's intentions were, so he hesitated and asked, but if I were to become your adopted son, what would I get out of it? This question was completely unexpected, catching him off guard and leaving him quite stunned. He didn't know how to respond at first. When the other side remained silent, the boy's tone grew even firmer. If you want to negotiate, at least state your terms clearly, don't you think? Hiraberry glared at him with icy eyes, thinking to himself, he's trying to bargain with me at that age? He then felt compelled to make a promise to Isaac. We will give you everything that the family can provide. After all, the imperial family can compensate for any shortcomings of before he could finish. The boy burst out laughing. Isaac then replied confidently, but the Joshua family lacks nothing. Hiraberry's expression turned thoughtful as he spoke. I hear the Joshua family is trying to keep you locked up in the estate. The faith of the blue demands patience and the restraint of one's own nature. Therefore, you will face countless limitations. But we, the imperial family, will not interfere with anything you do. Furthermore, we will support whatever you wish to pursue. Isaac still wasn't satisfied, so he countered, that still doesn't sound like enough. Unless you plan to support me as the next successor of the Hiraberry family, it's not enough. He thought in silence for a moment before speaking. I heard you were aiming for the position of saint. And now, you're even targeting the position of pope? If you truly became the pope, wouldn't it be more beneficial for the imperial family? The boy quickly retorted, but I am still a member of the Joshua family. If you think I'll switch sides just because of things like that. Before Isaac could finish, Hiraberry hurriedly cut him off. A plot of land in your name, your own private territory, a treasury overflowing with gold, and your own private army under your command, tax exemptions, and an estate even larger than the Joshua mansion. I will even grant you the rights of a direct descendant. Hearing this, he finally promised the other party, I will consider it. Upon receiving this answer, Hiraberry walked to his desk happily and said, very well. Then I shall begin the process of your induction immediately. Suddenly, he remembered something important and startled. But wait, don't tell the Joshua family yet. Isaac replied calmly, oh, sure, of course. However, he also offered a promise to reassure Hiraberry, I will keep it a secret. Just as he finished speaking, he realized someone was eavesdropping and left, feeling both anxious and surprised. The one eavesdropping was Suri Joshua. Seeing Hiraberry appear so suddenly, the boy screamed in panic. Furthermore, out of sheer terror, Suri Joshua could no longer stand and collapsed onto the floor, whimpering. Finally, he gathered all his courage, scrambled to his feet, and ran away, shouting, I didn't hear anything. Watching Suri Joshua's silhouette as he ran and screamed, he could only sigh. Hiraberry wondered how a child of Isaac's age could have such thoughts, so he turned to him and asked, even if it means death? The boy seriously confirmed. Yes, even if it means death. Refused, he wore an angry expression, clenching the paper on the table as he said, you are truly like your mother. From your appearance to your way of speaking, with just one word from me, you could be excommunicated and never be allowed to serve as a priest again. Don't even dream of becoming the pope. Even the title of saint will not be recognized for you. With the authority of the pope, I can forbid you from setting foot in the Holy Kingdom. You know that well, yet you still dare to say such things. Even with Hiraberry's hand on his shoulder and his barrage of logic, Isaac remained as natural as ever. I will build a country myself where priests or popes are not needed. Hearing this, he felt shocked beyond belief. Furthermore, the boy spoke with extreme confidence to Hiraberry. Why does a nation need two leaders in the first place? In any case, it will eventually become my country. He never expected the child before him to utter such words, so he was stunned into silence for a few seconds. A moment later, Hiraberry glared and stammered. You are, before the other side could finish. Isaac sheepishly scratched his head and replied with a bright smile. I need at least that much courage. if I want to defeat the skeleton demon king, right? The more he heard, the more unbelievable it felt. He turned away and quickly said, "Consider as if I never heard that adoption proposal. That would be better for you." Isaac walked to Hira Berry's desk, casually touched the paper that had just been clenched, and said, "Regardless, thanks to you, I've become even more curious. I wonder what really happened at the coronation ceremony. What made the imperial family want to adopt a direct descendant of an enemy family? I'm sure the citizens of the Holy Kingdom would also be very interested to know." Scene shift to the Joshua estate. After learning the news, Eli Joshua was extremely worried and said, "Isaac passed the 5-color harmony test. How could he do that? He was supposed to fail. Damn it. It seems my faith is not strong enough." Fearing that something bad would happen, he quickly carried the chalice away. After approaching the altar, Eli Joshua knelt down with sincere piety. He raised the chalice high and prayed, "Please, oh my God, the divine power that governs both heaven and earth, let him fail, my wretched grandson." Eli Joshua's actions went against the norm, because when people take an exam, their grandparents pray to heaven and Buddha for them to pass. But why was this house? Seeing Eli Joshua like that, the second son of the Joshua family, Benjamin Joshua, asked, "Riley Joshua, what happened to the family while I was away?" He ran over, grabbed Riley Joshua's hand, and asked, "Since when does the faith of the blue go around cursing others?" After hearing this, he laughed out loud. Benjamin Joshua was thinking ill of the boy again. Is Isaac really such a troublesome child? Troublesome? Riley Joshua wore a panicked expression and hurriedly explained, "The boy is kind, innocent, polite, and smart, brother." He didn't believe it, turned back to look at the old man performing the ceremony, and asked, "Then why is father acting like that?" He was quite smart when he replied, "I think he's just too worried about his grandson. After all, the upcoming test of the imperial family and the Red family is very dangerous." Despite that, Benjamin Joshua could not stop worrying. He could not inherit the family because he was the second son, so the appearance of a child with the potential to become the successor should have been a good thing. But why did he feel so uneasy? Speaking of which, Eli Joshua was scratching his head and walking toward them while grumbling. That's strange. Anyone hit by this blessing should have been so pumped that they'd collapse and stay unconscious for 3 days, but how come it had no effect on that kid? When he heard this, he felt nothing, thinking to himself, "Isn't that more like a curse? It's better that it didn't work on me." Suddenly, someone arrived and said cheerfully, "Even so, I think that child is still very important to you, isn't he?" As soon as they saw who it was, everyone couldn't hide their surprise. On the other hand, the other party also proactively greeted them, "Greetings, master and uncle." The person standing before them was the Saintess candidate, Leah Joshua. When he saw her, he said happily, "Oh, Leah, you're back." The next second, Leah Joshua asked everyone, "Is everyone doing well?" Eli Joshua didn't care about her at all, still lost in thought about Isaac, and said, "But how did that kid pass the test? Harmony, right? He shouldn't have been able to pass that." Being ignored, Leah Joshua was embarrassed and didn't know what to say. He didn't pay attention to this either, just kept muttering to himself, "The papal family is showing too much interest in Isaac. If they are truly after Isaac's life, it's best for him to accept it and come back soon. But if he gets ordained, in a year or 2, it wouldn't be a problem. But the kid is too outstanding, so his ordination can't be delayed." That is why, while Eli Joshua was thinking, Benjamin Joshua stared at the desk. Then he spotted the letter and said, "Father, who sent that letter? The envelope looks too luxurious. It doesn't look like our correspondence at all." He didn't answer, just sighed in worry. Finally, Eli Joshua confessed to everyone, "It's from your 4th brother." As soon as they heard that name, Benjamin Joshua and Riley Joshua were both taken aback. Riley Joshua asked in surprise, "Noel, did he send a letter?" Eli Joshua read the content of the letter aloud. "Hey, when are you going to stop being the family head? You're dying anyway, right? Why don't you hurry up and hand over the position?" he said in an irritated voice. That's what he wrote. Having said that, Eli Joshua crumpled and tore the letter in his hands. "Because of this, we have to discipline Isaac properly. No matter what, we can't let your brother take over." He nodded. "I agree," he stated firmly. "If Isaac still isn't qualified, then Riley, you will be the next family head." Hearing that, Riley Joshua was so shocked he choked on his own spit. Cough, cough. Eli Joshua continued, "But he passed the harmony test, so perhaps there is still hope." Salak, not knowing when she had arrived, heard the whole conversation and shouted angrily, "Hope? Hope my ass." He stood with his arms crossed and asked calmly, "What's wrong, Salak?" Salak immediately accused, "That jerk is out beating other people up with his rattle." The more she spoke, the more furious she became. What kind of lunatic uses healing magic just to beat people up harder? Hearing that, Eli Joshua chuckled. That's typical Isaac. Seeing his father's amused expression, Benjamin Joshua could only sigh helplessly. Geez. Salah continued her complaint. He even poisoned and threatened his teammates to pass the test. Riley Joshua heard that and could only grit his teeth in frustration. He waved his hand, looking indifferent. It doesn't matter, as long as the Papal family doesn't find out. Just then, Suri Joshua rushed in, interrupting the conversation. Master, Master, it's not good. He panted hard before he could finish. Cardinal Barry. The next words from Suri Joshua made everyone in the room panic. Has offered to adopt Isaac. Eli Joshua's hands clenched into fists. So, what did Isaac say? His expression turned terrifying. Riley Joshua hurriedly stepped in. Geez, Isaac is a member of the Joshua family. There's no way he would betray us. Eli Joshua's words made him gasp. He said, That's wonderful. Riley Joshua lunged forward, grabbed Suri Joshua by the shoulders, and shook him hard. What do you mean, Suri? What on earth did he use to bribe Isaac? He swallowed hard. A lot of money, so much that no one could refuse. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. At that moment, the servants in the room started whispering among themselves. Sure enough, money can make the ghosts go to work. The person next to them agreed. That's right. He was shaking with anger. Those damn dogs. That old man is still alive and kicking. Eli Joshua cracked his knuckles, the sound sharp and echoing. His eyes were cold and terrifying. And they dare to blatantly snatch my family member? Very well. Cut to the academy. Looking at the mountain of jewels in front of them, the priest trainees couldn't help but marvel. Whispers echoed everywhere. Is all this gold from the Barry family? I heard it's all for Isaac. Another person couldn't hide their surprise. So the rumors about Isaac being close to the Papal family are true? In the crowd, Isaac Joshua just stood there grinning. This is more like hush money. Actually, he raised an eyebrow. Regardless, gold is still gold. Just then, Suri Joshua pushed through the crowd and approached. In his hand was a large flag with bold lettering. Isaac Joshua is a man of the pure faith. Isaac Joshua stared at the banner in a daze. What the hell is this? Why? He reached out to take the paper the other party handed him. Did the family head send him? That stingy old man. Then Isaac Joshua immediately opened the paper to read. It only had one line neatly written, You are one of us. He darkened. What the hell is this, for heaven's sake? Without hesitation, Isaac Joshua crumpled and tore the paper into pieces. Why are they here? Suri Joshua suddenly spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance. Huh? He squinted to look closely, then suddenly shouted, Sister Leah. In the crowd, someone said in a stunned voice, The female family head is here too? Hearing that title, he was startled and turned around. What? Whispers erupted throughout the room in an instant. They are the saintesses of the Joshua family. Look, that's Melissa. As soon as he saw the person entering, Isaac Joshua turned pale. Melissa? Why is she here? She doesn't know how hard I've tried to avoid her, does she? He panicked and hid behind Suri Joshua. I have to find a place to hide. Meanwhile, those around them kept whispering. It looks so real, doesn't it? That's video from the communication orb, right? Hearing that, Isaac Joshua poked his head out. What the? He irritably delivered a hard kick to the person in front of him without holding back. Damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Isaac Joshua grumbled. Stop being so dramatic. I thought she actually came. He groaned, holding his back with a pained expression. Hey, what did I do wrong? Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang out from behind him. You must be Isaac, right? Melissa, Joshua smiled kindly. So, the rumors about you growing up so fast were true. Her eyes flashed with intrigue. To think you actually broke the Skeleton King's curse. The Skeleton King? Me? He breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness they were only talking through a communication orb and not meeting face to face. She wouldn't be able to tell that I'm the Skeleton King, right? Melissa Joshua asked him kindly. I heard you were kidnapped by his subordinates recently, haven't you? That's right. You must have been through so much. Her voice suddenly dropped to a somber tone. A terrible feeling rose in Isaac's chest. No way, Isaac Joshua, that's impossible. I can feel it. Even through this orb, Melissa Joshua's eyes suddenly turned sharp. Why do I sense the power of the Skeleton King on you? His whole body stiffened. Damn it, if I get caught, I'm done for. She didn't take her eyes off Isaac Joshua. What the hell? He quickly overclocked his brain. That must be because I swallowed the Skeleton King's finger 15 years ago. The whole hall went deathly silent. Isaac Joshua stood frozen, his back drenched in cold sweat from the tension. After a long moment, Melissa Joshua suddenly tapped her hand. Ah, that's right. I heard it from Riley. I mean, there's no way he'd be here, right? Hearing that, Isaac Joshua relaxed his body. Thank goodness I swallowed that finger. she stated with absolute certainty. If he really were here, I'd peel his skin off and hang him up. A corner of his mouth curled up slightly. But how can you peel the skin off a skeleton? On the other side of the hall, someone asked curiously, did they really come all the way here just to see the trainee priests? Sebastian was now unable to hide his confusion. I thought the Saintess didn't get involved in family business. What are they doing here? Leah Joshua smiled slightly and replied, because I'm interested in you, the third son of the Riksak family. The boy looked dazed. Me? Her smile remained gentle, but her next words were as sharp as a knife. I heard you were chosen to inherit the position of family head, but you lost all your men in the harmony test, and you were even stupid enough to get the whole team punished. Those words made Sebastian faint on the spot. People nearby crowded around. Sebastian, wake up. Damn it, did this guy just have a mental breakdown? Melissa Joshua continued, anyway, Isaac, I prepared a special gift to reward you for your recent efforts. Isaac Joshua's eyes lit up. A gift? Is it money? She spoke mysteriously. The gift is Melissa Joshua's voice echoed endlessly. My ultimate technique. The strongest holy attack that can even defeat the skeleton king. He grimaced. I don't need that. Suri Joshua covered her mouth with her hand. Oh my god. Everyone whispered and gossiped. The Saintess's ultimate technique? You mean that divine power? You can't even buy that with money. Basically, it's an upgraded version of holy power. On the other side, someone grabbed Sebastian's shoulder, shaking him hard. Sebastian, if this keeps up, the others are going to surpass us. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. This is just going to make that brat even more arrogant. Amidst the buzzing rumors, a protest rang out. No, you can't. That young man stepped out of the crowd, then knelt on one knee before Melissa Joshua. His mind raced. Do you think the Saintess will let you get away with poisoning your teammates? The young man's lips curled up slightly. I'll tell her everything and get you disqualified from staying here. He took a deep breath and said loudly, Saintess, I have something to report about Isaac. This young man was the eldest son of a count, a subordinate of Sebastian and his top spy. He said in a firm voice, Isaac poisoned us to pass the harmony test. Hearing this, Melissa Joshua's eyes widened in disbelief. Sebastian's top spy squeezed out a few tears, looking as if he were suffering from a great injustice. A saint candidate, using poison? He choked. Can you believe it, Saintess? Melissa Joshua was still in shock. What? Poison? On the other side, Sebastian clenched his fists in excitement. Well done. You're actually useful after all. Once you finish that brat off, I'll let you join my team. Meanwhile, she suddenly shouted in anger, Isaac. Melissa Joshua raised her voice. Do you think poison is enough? She scolded. Poison is one of the least effective ways to train one's willpower. You're really disappointing. Hearing these words, Ambach was stunned. Huh? He was so panicked, he even forgot to cry. Wait, Saintess. Isaac really beat us until we were bruised. Melissa Joshua was startled. What did you say? She pointed directly at Isaac Joshua and scolded. Listen carefully, Isaac. Hitting flesh is useless for training. From now on, remember to break their bones. That's the way to make them stronger. Saying that, Melissa Joshua rolled up her sleeves with determination. To atone for your sins, I'll break their bones myself for you. Leah Joshua hurriedly tried to stop her. You can't. They'll die if you do that. She took a step forward and suggested calmly, how about I do it for you instead? Leah Joshua said coldly, Don't worry. Big sister will do it quickly and cleanly. Just then, he stepped forward. Stop. Let me handle it myself, she whispered to him. Are you sure about this? Isaac Joshua muttered. See, if you had listened, when I threatened you, you wouldn't be suffering like this. He squeezed Ambach's shoulder hard and declared, From now on, you will be my human shield, my subordinate. He went silent. These family members are all crazy. Switching scenes to the Joshua mansion, it was now noon. The harsh sunlight filtered through the buildings. In the library, Leah Joshua asked, Isaac, do you want to become the head of the family? Isaac Joshua picked at his ear. Yes. She asked further, if you become the head, what will you do? He replied decisively, definitely wipe out all the Saintesses. Suri Joshua's face darkened, gritting her teeth. You crazy jerk, Leah asked why. Isaac Joshua replied loudly, because Saintesses are unnecessary. She immediately grabbed his shoulders and begged, Please, I'm begging you. But Isaac Joshua was still determined. I will handle the skeleton king with my own hands. His eyes turned red. Why don't you just quit being a saintess? Those words made the room fall silent. Her eyes were fixed on Melissa Joshua, full of suspicion. She said calmly, I cannot do that. I have committed a crime that I should never have committed. Right at that moment, distant memories flickered through Melissa Joshua's mind under the deep blue sky. She stood before Leah Joshua and spoke softly. Leah, once in my life, I had the chance to destroy the skeleton king. Melissa Joshua slowly reached out her hand. A perfect opportunity to wipe him out for good. She gently stroked Leah's hair, her voice heavy with regret. But I just couldn't do it. Leah Joshua looked up in surprise and asked, why? Melissa Joshua lowered her voice. I'm not sure myself, but perhaps the gods would never forgive such a thing. Back in the present, I'm certain that I am the reason the Joshua family was cursed, Melissa Joshua continued. To break the curse, we must defeat the skeleton king. That is a burden I have had to bear. Isaac Joshua hesitated, repeating her words. A sin you should never have committed, right? She lowered her head, eyes fixed on the ground. She silently guessed that there must have been a reason why Melissa couldn't bring herself to kill the skeleton king. Melissa Joshua spoke up. Isaac, that is why I wanted to see you today. She watched the contents of the box that Leah Joshua had just opened. Surrey Joshua immediately gasped. Is that the Saintess's symbol? Inside the box lay an exquisite necklace with a blue gemstone pendant. It was intricately carved. He propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. The Saintess's symbol, there is only one in the entire world. Its value is immeasurable. The more he thought, the less he understood. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Isaac Joshua's cheek. He still couldn't figure out why Melissa would give this to him. She cautioned him carefully. I heard your offensive holy arts are still quite weak, so I transferred some of my power into this. With this, you will be able to use divine power at any time. Melissa Joshua winked slightly. The other 5 examinations cannot be passed using only purification holy arts. So, you should use this. As she finished her final words, her projection began to fade until it disappeared entirely. I will drop by the Holy Kingdom of Helen soon. When I do, I will teach you how to deal with the skeleton king. See you later, Isaac. Isaac Joshua gritted his teeth in irritation and muttered, Get lost and never come back. Seeing that everything was finished, she nimbly stood up from her chair. Well, I should be going now too. As she stepped near him, Leah Joshua suddenly paused. She slowly raised her hand and said, Isaac, listen. Then, unexpectedly, Leah Joshua pointed straight at Isaac Joshua and sternly questioned, You have a manicore, don't you? Upon hearing that question, his face turned pale. This girl discovered I created a manicore. Even Melissa didn't realize it, so how did she know? A dangerous thought flashed through Isaac Joshua's mind. Should I kill her right here? Meanwhile, she rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Or am I mistaken? Leah Joshua wasn't entirely sure. She asked again. The thing inside was a manicore from the house, right? He was flustered, rambling incoherently. Ah, yes, a manicore, that's right. Isaac Joshua breathed a silent sigh of relief. Damn it, I forgot I haven't even absorbed it yet. I thought I could break the seal with holy arts, but I still haven't been able to. The thoughts kept racing through his head. What the hell is that thing? Not knowing what to do, she didn't hesitate to reach up and remove the necklace from her neck. You can break that seal with this necklace. Isaac Joshua's eyes widened, his jaw nearly hitting the floor as he gasped in shock. Huh. His face clearly showed a surge of joy. Not only does this girl know about the manicore, but she's also giving me a way to unlock it. Jackpot, Leah Joshua said calmly. Even so, I'm not sure you can actually use it properly, but it looks like you're trying to restore the family's secret techniques, aren't you? Isaac Joshua stared at the necklace in his hand. What are you talking about? She asked curiously. After you eliminate the Saintesses, what will you do? He answered without hesitation. Become a rich freeloader. Leah Joshua couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. All right, I'm off. We must meet again after your apprenticeship is over, okay? Watching her retreating figure, Isaac Joshua judged to himself, ha ha, this girl isn't normal either. Outside the mansion, her close subordinate had been waiting for a long time. Leah Joshua quickly walked toward the carriage. Let's go. The man bowed respectfully. Yes, my lady. Seeing her bare neck, the subordinate couldn't help but remind her. That necklace could reveal the family's secret techniques, you know. Leah Joshua opened the carriage door and stepped in, saying indifferently, I know. The man explained that it was a family heirloom handed down directly by the head of the family, so other direct descendants were eyeing it greedily. She leaned her arm against the window, looking outside without a hint of worry. If it gets taken, it only proves that he was only worth that much. The subordinate sighed helplessly, but if he can protect the necklace, he will become the successor. Leah Joshua laughed, still better than him going to the Holy See. Remembering what he said earlier, she couldn't help but chuckle. To wipe out the Saintesses and deal with the skeleton king by yourself. Huh, Leah Joshua whispered. Make sure you do it, Isaac. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, Isaac Joshua was treasuring the necklace in his hand, his eyes shining as if he saw a mountain of gold before him. Scene changed to the Berry mansion. Night had fallen long ago. Heavy rain drenched the entire area. Amidst the howling wind and the sound of rain pounding the ground, A knock on the door echoed through the storm. The servant immediately went to open it, then cried out in surprise, "Oh my, sir." "Gowl, Joshua. It's been a long time since we last saw you." "Gowl," Joshua asked kindly. "Are you still doing well?" she answered while leading him inside. "I am doing well, sir." The servant turned back to ask, "And how is the Joshua family doing, sir?" He brushed the remaining raindrops off his shoulder, his voice filled with contempt. "What do you think? They are still the same bunch of trash as always." The servant nodded in agreement. As expected of the Joshua family, all of them are hypocrites. The corner of Gowl, Joshua's mouth curled up. "To be honest, I was afraid I might go soft on them." Though he appeared calm on the surface, deep down he was becoming even more convinced of his own deductions. Something must have happened at the coronation ceremony. Gowl, Joshua recalled the news he had just received. The priest in charge of Isaac's coronation. His gaze turned cold. "Has been found dead in the monster forest." Gowl, Joshua was still a bit puzzled. Was that a matter serious enough to kill someone to keep them quiet? And now the imperial family wants to adopt Isaac too? There's no way they would do that unless they've all gone insane. He winced. There were too many strange things going on here. Damn it, even though his mother belonged to this family, if he dug too deep, he'd likely lose his life before he knew it. Gowl, Joshua had reached his private room. "I want to rest for a while. Don't come in until I call for you." The servant bowed. "Yes, sir." But the moment the door closed, he quietly cracked it open and stepped back out. "Am I going soft?" The man who handed Joshua over to Cardinal Barry. Gowl, Joshua walked cautiously through the empty hallway. Sometimes he also thought perhaps he had grown too close to the Joshua family. His hand clenched into a fist. "But I don't feel any of that in this damn family." Not long after, Gowl, Joshua stopped in front of Cardinal Barry's office. After making sure there was no one around, he snuck inside. In front of Gowl, Joshua was the secret archive. He quickly rummaged through the stacks of files, his eyes relentlessly scanning the text. The canonization of Isaac Joshua. After searching for a moment, Gowl, Joshua finally found what he needed. This is it. This is the mark of the God who chose him. Isaac looked at the information on the page. He couldn't believe his eyes. Everything was Gowl. Joshua's face immediately turned pale. "Everything belongs to me? Am I the greatest God?" He angrily slammed the book shut with a thud. The very next second, Gowl, Joshua turned around and bolted out of the office. So that's it. That's the reason the ducal family. The Pope orchestrated all of this. This isn't for the Holy See. It's for the survival of the Barry family. His expression became more serious than ever. "No, this is about the survival of the entire empire." At the same time, in Isaac Joshua's dorm room at the academy, clothes were scattered everywhere. Looking at the pile of treasures in front of him, the Phantom Observer was extremely excited. With this much money, it should be enough to buy weapons to break that binding orb, right? He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Yeah, I think that's just about enough." Suddenly, Isaac Joshua rubbed his chin in thought. "But the problem is the anti-magic stone." It immediately lamented, "It doesn't just erase mana. It's also immune to magic, aura, and even holy power. What a headache." Isaac Joshua yelled in frustration. "They dared to turn my subordinate's binding orb into an anti-magic stone. Those bastards." The Phantom Observer pondered and then offered a guess. "Maybe that's the only way to take down a 9th-ranked demon king." He could only sigh. "Forget it. I'll try to unseal the mana core first." Hearing that, its eyes lit up. "So, you can finally absorb it?" Isaac Joshua sat on the bed and quickly pulled out the necklace. "According to Leah, this thing will help me break the seal, right? I've never seen anything like this before." He brought the pendant close to the mana core. Instantly, the seals on the surface of the mana core began to dissolve. Witnessing that sight, Isaac Joshua was overjoyed. "Look, it's opening." In the blink of an eye, the mana trapped inside was released. It surged violently. Isaac Joshua urged, "Eat it now." The Phantom Observer responded excitedly, "Got it." It opened its mouth wide, greedily swallowing the surging mana. Watching the flow of magic power, he couldn't hide his joy. "There's more mana than I thought." Isaac Joshua added, "This is more than enough for me to rank up my magic. Now I can cast those high-level spells to my heart's content." The spiritual energy swirled more and more violently, filling the room, making him so happy he laughed out loud. The Phantom Observer continued to absorb the mana. Its cheeks were puffed out as if they were about to burst. Isaac Joshua was overwhelmed with a sense of victory. Finally, everything was going according to plan. But immediately after, the smile on his face froze. An unusual feeling quietly spread throughout his body. Isaac Joshua looked down at his hand. In that moment, his entire body turned to stone. Isaac Joshua screamed in horror. "What the hell is this?" Only a few minutes later, the room fell silent again. He slumped onto the bed. Holding his head in his hands, filled with frustration, he looked at his pale, skeletal hand. Isaac Joshua couldn't help but curse. These damn bones again. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. It must be the curse. Isaac Joshua's eyes grew heavy. The curse that helps the skeleton demon king become the strongest demon king. The reversal of life and death. It angrily rushed over and tapped his head. Will that curse take over your body? Isaac Joshua tried to remain calm. My body has been blessed many times. I won't be devoured so easily. He continued. The curse only spiked because the amount of mana I just absorbed increased too quickly. The Phantom Observer was stunned. So, the balance has been broken? Isaac Joshua explained. I could strengthen my holy power to suppress the curse, but then I'd have to live like a pious sheep again. That's so annoying. It asked in surprise. But your body can automatically convert mana into divine mana, right? Or maybe you should wait a little longer, he replied in an annoyed tone. Who knows how long that will take? The Phantom Observer suggested. Why don't you try absorbing some mana from the Saintess's symbol? Isaac Joshua flatly refused. That would be a waste. It hovered in the air. You'll just end up getting caught and burned at the stake. He spoke up. There's no other way. I'll take advantage of the 5-color test. The Phantom Observer exclaimed in surprise. Huh. Isaac Joshua stated firmly. If I use the Crimson family's heretic test cleverly, I can significantly increase my holy power. As he spoke, he took out a roll of bandage. He tightly wrapped his hand, which had turned into bone. I'll just seal my right hand for now. Right at that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Hey, Isaac, Suri Joshua asked curiously. What are you doing in here? Hearing that voice, Isaac Joshua's heart skipped a beat. Crap. He wore a crooked smile. You're here too? He wondered. Why are you laughing to yourself? You're creeping me out. Seeing Isaac Joshua hiding his hand behind his back, Suri Joshua became even more worried. Why are you covering your hands? Are you hurt? He shook his head, responding awkwardly. Hurt? No, I'm not. I'm fine. He reached out and grabbed Isaac Joshua's bandaged hand. You're fine? Let me see. As soon as he saw the hand clearly, Suri Joshua recoiled in fear, stepping back several meters. His pupils contracted violently, and his voice trembled with terror. What the hell is that? Bones are those bones? The Phantom Observer leaned in and whispered, Master, quickly use magic to erase his memory. He refused. I can't. If I use it on someone else, I'll get caught. Meanwhile, Suri Joshua was still trembling uncontrollably. I never expected that not only would you be morally corrupt, but your body would be, too. Is your morality rotting because your body is decaying? Isaac stared blankly. What? He kept rambling on. You should have spoken up when this happened. Everyone already thinks you're evil for no reason. He paused at that. The family curse. Joshua is just like that. Either born useless or talented, but with a major disability. Suri Joshua held his head, looking incredibly stressed. Our ancestors had someone just like this, he muttered. But how are you both disabled and morally corrupt at the same time? Isaac's lip twitched repeatedly. Should I just kill him right now? Suri Joshua proposed seriously. First, I'll tell the old man, and then we'll get you treated. Although you won't live long, there might be a way to extend your life. He frowned angrily. If I do that, my identity as the Skeleton King will be exposed. Thinking this, Isaac quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't tell the old man or the uncles, he said, intentionally lowering his voice to act calm. I don't want our family to worry. Isaac put on a rare, righteous expression. Besides, the 5 colors test is more important right now, he said in a low voice. I want to personally destroy the Skeleton King's minions before I die. Hearing those words, Suri Joshua was completely moved, his eyes turning red. Isaac reassured him, Don't worry, I won't die that easily. I already have a plan. He hurriedly ran over, his voice full of urgency. You have a plan? Tell me. I'll help you. Hearing that response, the corners of his mouth curled up smugly. In that case, Isaac broke into a bright grin. I need you to deliver something to the Red Cardinal. 20 days later, in the quiet hall, wailing echoed everywhere. Isaac, that bastard. Someone clutched their face in misery. Who plants bombs in a restroom? The person opposite him accused him. He even pumped toxic gas into my pillow. The person next to him was trembling with rage. That's not all. Yesterday, he laced our food with cyanide. Contrary to the furious crowd, Isaac was still nonchalantly chewing his bread. You guys don't like my personal training plan? Everyone shouted in unison. Training my foot. That's an assassination plot. David pointed to the paper filled with tiny text. And what the hell is this? 1. Fall off a cliff and die. 2. Be killed by ghosts. 3. Get beaten to death. 4. Just die however you can. He sighed exhaustedly. What else? Those are your targets. He widened his eyes and shouted in panic. What? Isaac pointed to the corner of the room where all sorts of bizarre tools were piled up. If you're done eating, put these on. Chip frowned. What is this? David was surprised. Sandbags? He immediately exploded. You intend to make us do physical training? We're clerics, not knights. He agilely sat down, rummaging through the pile of tools. The next 5 colors test is coming up soon. We have to train our stamina. Chip was stunned. What are you talking about? The next test is for the yellow color, he continued. Isn't the test supposed to require us to use our intellect? He spoke in a very calm voice. Oh, I changed the order of the tests. Isaac raised his hand to show off the sandbag he had just put on. The next one is the red color physical test. Chip was bewildered. You changed the order? He confirmed. Yeah, and I changed the content of the test, too. He shouted angrily. What the hell have you actually done? Suddenly, Isaac changed his tone. He clapped his hands together loudly. Enough chatter. Hurry up and put on the sandbags and run 50 laps around the training field. David clenched his fists, angrily protesting. What kind of nonsense is that? There's no such thing as just changing the test order because you feel like it. Chip also pointed straight at his face. And 50 laps? What the hell? Are you crazy? Isaac raised his wooden staff. Oh, I misspoke. His face wore a sinister grin. It should be 100 laps. Isaac threatened coldly. If we don't finish first this time, get ready to head to the afterlife. He roared. Why aren't you running yet, you damn mutts? That evening at the dormitory, David threw his sandbags onto the floor with a thud. I give up. I'm quitting. Why do we have to suffer so much? He panted heavily. Isn't achieving the rank of king twice enough? We've already done it once. We just need to wait for the blue color test to get another one. Just as he finished speaking, Isaac appeared out of nowhere. He placed a hand on David's shoulder. Are you messing with me? We need to reach it all 5 times. He was stubborn. 5 times? Chip said with a tone of obvious disbelief. The red and yellow teams will definitely not let us reach the rank of king, Albert agreed. Besides, the next one was supposed to be the yellow color test. Why are we being dragged into physical training? He continued. The order of the 5 colors test is a tradition that has lasted for generations in the Empire. Who are you to change it? Just then, the door to the room burst open. Someone rushed in, frantic. Everyone. Something has happened. He gasped, then spoke hurriedly. The next test is for the red color. The red cardinal just had a private conversation with the yellow cardinal and changed the order. The whole room gasped in unison. Holy crap, for real. Chip held his head and wailed. But the red test is a one-on-one duel. David turned pale. Worse yet, if you lose, you're out. He spoke up triumphantly. Now that you've confirmed the next test, are you happy? A cold glint flashed in Isaac's eyes. Why aren't you heading out to train yet? A few days later, at the Imperial Training Center, the atmosphere was more bustling than ever. The stands were packed with spectators, and the sound of chatter was nonstop. Inside the arena, the contestants had gathered in full force, waiting for the test to begin. Sebastian Nizer stood with his arms crossed. His expression was full of dissatisfaction. Damn it, I can't believe my father agreed to Isaac's proposal. The boy recalled his father's words. Isaac said he would show me something interesting. You go attack him and make him use all his strength. Thinking of this, Sebastian Nizer felt even more annoyed. That's not all. It's no longer a one-on-one duel. It's turned into a team battle now. The boy's lips curled up involuntarily, revealing his excitement. Whatever, forget it. The blue team led by Suri Joshua is nothing to worry about. In Sebastian Nizer's mind, he quickly reached a conclusion. Except for Isaac, the rest are easy to deal with. There's no way the Red family, a family specializing in combat, could lose. At this moment, a vision appeared in the boy's mind. 30 people on the red team, led by Sebastian Nizer, crushing the 30 people on the blue team, captained by Suri Joshua. The boy stepped forward, full of energy. Let's go, boys. The teammates behind him shouted, let's fight. Sebastian Nizer was eager to charge forward and wipe them out in an instant, but the very next second, the smile on the boy's face froze. Sebastian Nizer stood there, stunned, his pupils shrinking. In the spectator stands, the judges, even the Crimson Cardinal Leon Seabed, were equally surprised. What? Seeing the person walking out alongside Isaac Kim, Sebastian Nizer screamed in horror, Kina Berry. She waved her hand with an awkward smile. Oh, about that my personal food taster has had a stomachache since this morning. Isaac Kim pointed behind him. Luckily, I found someone to fill in. She's just an apprentice, so it should be fine, right? Those words hit the boy like a bolt of lightning. The entire spectator stand immediately erupted into chaos. What? Kina Berry is on the Azure team? Isn't she as strong as a high-ranking priest? Leon Sebed lowered his voice. Crimson Cardinal things have gone a bit too far, haven't they? But when he saw the distressed look on Haraberry's face, he immediately swallowed back his scolding. Why did you let Kina on the Azure team? Did you not know about this either? Below the stands, Kina Berry whispered, if I take care of those vermin, You'll agree to study with me and teach me those powerful techniques, right? He lowered his voice and replied, "Of course." Her eyes lit up. Then it's a deal. Watching the opponents closing in step by step, Sebastian Nizer felt his legs go weak. The boy stood frozen in place, completely at a loss for what to do. Finally, Sebastian Nizer shouted in despair, "This is cheating. That's too much." Sebastian Nizer criticized her. She's not even an apprentice anymore. Why is someone at her level appearing in an apprentice-level match? This is Kinaberry, cut him off. You're wrong. She held her head high and declared loudly, "I refuse my promotion to high-ranking priest." Kinaberry glanced away. "I have also renounced all privileges granted to me," she stated. "This way, I can stay as an apprentice longer, just like Isaac Joshua." Those words left the entire arena stunned. Everyone was bewildered, not daring to believe their own ears. Below on the arena floor, the referee also stood still, looking deeply conflicted. Kinaberry spoke up. "I wonder, has the referee made a decision yet?" He was flustered. Well, Kinaberry is currently still officially recognized as a low-ranking priest, and she has not participated in any 5-color assessments, the referee declared. Therefore, there is no rule forbidding her from participating. The boy refused to accept it and protested vehemently. That's nonsense. Inside, Sebastian Nizer couldn't help but feel a surge of unease. Damn it. Even if we all rush in together, we might not even be able to take Kina down. And now, with Isaac added to the mix, we're totally finished. Suddenly, the boy's gaze stopped on Suri Joshua. But if it's a one-on-one duel between team captains, we might still have a chance. On the other side, Isaac Kim saw him rubbing the back of his neck and frowned slightly. He stepped forward, his tone mocking. "What's wrong? Do you have to go to the bathroom?" Seeing that he didn't care about the teasing, he asked, "After this is over, your hand will recover, right?" Isaac Kim looked down at his own hand. "Yeah, once I have more holy power, it will be fine." He scolded him. "You should have been the team captain, really." Suri Joshua's voice was filled with seriousness. "Honestly speaking, the fact that we made it this far is all thanks to you." He continued, "From the time I was a class leader and topped the exams ahead of schedule," Suri Joshua bowed his head, "to passing the harmony exam, it's all thanks to you." Hearing that, he jumped in surprise. "What the hell?" Isaac Kim nodded. "Well, it's true that it's also thanks to my great teaching, but how many people could actually keep up?" His next words made him freeze. "And yet, you were able to do it," Suri Joshua said. "Even so, Sebastian Nizer isn't someone you can take lightly." Isaac Kim pointed angrily and scolded. "If you do exactly as I say, then even having to fight that annoying red-haired guy won't be a problem." His cheeks turned red instinctively. "Isaac, he said coldly. Plus, Isaac Kim raised his fist in a threat. "If you lose, I'll personally skewer you," he asked coldly. "Is that clear?" Suri Joshua was stunned. After a while, the referee finally made the announcement. "The match will begin in 5 minutes. Both teams, prepare yourselves." In a corner of the stands, Ashley stood motionless, unable to hide her anxiety. Lord Isaac. Beside her, Riley Joshua crossed his arms, intently observing the arena. Although Kina was on their team, he frowned slightly. This situation is disadvantageous for both Isaac and Suri. Riley, Joshua's gaze, quickly turned cold as he looked down. Those bastards from the Crimson family, do they dare to use holy arts to wreak havoc on the kids? Below on the arena floor, several fighters were now in a state of being controlled. Their eyes were bloodshot, and their faces were savage, no different from demons. Isaac Kim tugged on the chain in his hand and smiled narrowly. Come on, not yet. Don't be hasty." Ashley blinked and whispered in rebuttal, That looks more like the holy arts of the Azure family, doesn't it?" She was flustered, her eyes darting away. "Lord Isaac asked me to teach him. The soul stimulation holy art, you know." He immediately leaned forward. "That soul stimulation holy art?" Ashley hesitated and replied, "I'm pretty sure it is." She tilted her head, looking very confused. "But it's only supposed to boost people's spirits so they're no longer afraid of the enemy, right?" Riley Joshua shouted. "Is that so?" "They look like beasts." Below on the arena floor, he gripped the chain in his hand tight, the corners of his mouth curling up in triumph. "This is a secret I've never revealed before. Soul stimulation combined with herbal incense will create a phenomenon." In Isaac Kim's mind, a name appeared. Beastification. The smile on his lips became even more sinister. "I've already prepared their physiques for beastification. Now is the time to make full use of it." In that very moment, circular magic circles suddenly appeared on the arena floor. Isaac Kim's eyes lit up. "It's starting, isn't it?" Just a few seconds later, those circles simultaneously lit up, shooting out pillars of bright red spiritual light. Amidst the brilliant light, a hazy figure gradually appeared. That form instantly became clear, revealing a large body filled with pressure. Everyone in the stands cheered excitedly. There it is, someone exclaimed joyfully. The guardian deity of the Crimson family, the god of justice. Suri Joshua knelt down in a hurry. Quick, pray. Whoever has stronger faith will be blessed by the Crimson God. We will have the advantage. He clasped his hands together in sincere prayer, begging for their victory, but right then, a massive, heaven-shaking explosion rang out. A massive hole suddenly appeared right in the middle of the guardian god's chest, and in a split second, the statue shattered into countless pieces before everyone's stunned eyes. He muttered, "I didn't mean to." A few seconds later, the guardian god's head dropped straight to the ground. Suri Joshua immediately grabbed the collar of the culprit, Isaac. "Can't you ever break that habit of yours?" Isaac just laughed awkwardly. "Haha, don't make a big deal out of it." Over on the other side, Sebastian Nizer's team was still in shock. One of them said with a trembling voice, "Isaac Joshua just destroyed the Scarlet family's god statue." The person next to him also stared in disbelief. "Isaac beheaded the god statue. When did he?" Kina Barry's face darkened. "Isaac Joshua," she cried out in panic. "I'm asking you, did you just destroy a god's statue? How on earth did you do that?" Kina Barry kept grabbing Isaac Joshua's collar, demanding an answer. "It was some kind of holy magic, right? Can you teach me?" Suri Joshua stood nearby, looking dazed, and asked, "Why would you want to learn that?" Furthermore, after breaking the god's head, she turned around. With cold eyes, she said, "So what? Except for the Yellow family's god, the other gods don't matter to me." Suri Joshua didn't say anything more. He quietly clasped his hands together in front of his chest. May the gods show mercy to this guy too. Suddenly, he lunged forward, hugging him tightly, and laughed out loud. "Isaac, you bastard. You were just testing the durability of the arena floor, right? You're absolutely insane." Suri Joshua urged, "You should apologize, Isaac." Isaac Joshua replied in a tone that wasn't sincere at all. I'm sorry. Okay." On the highest balcony, the heads of the families remained silent. In contrast to the chaotic atmosphere below, it was strangely quiet up there. At that moment, Leon Seabed's face was as dark as a pot bottom. This kid is truly an unpredictable troublemaker. It'll be fun to see him crumble. Hearing those words, he felt a chill down his spine. Damn it, they're planning to interrogate Isaac. Kina Barry sneered. If we're talking about the problem, then wasn't it the Scarlet family itself that let the god statue be destroyed? She continued, "My lord, the family head here allowed a novice priest to use magic to destroy the god statue. Perhaps the Scarlet family's faith should be re-examined." Before that, a thought rose in his heart. "I won't let you touch Isaac." The two looked at each other silently. On the surface, they kept a calm demeanor, but underneath, intense undercurrents were surging. He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. That venomous snake. Leon Sebed swallowed his anger and pretended to be calm. Organizing a heresy investigation just because of a few novice priests is a bit excessive, don't you think? Let's continue the 5-color test. Hearing that, Suri Joshua couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. His whole body finally relaxed a bit. But at that very moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Sebastian Nizer's head. "This is an order, Niger." The boy was startled and looked up. His eyes were glued to the person sitting in the stands. He ordered, "Make Isaac Joshua a cripple." Soon, the match officially began. The referee stood between the two teams and announced loudly, "The rules of the Scarlet Test are simple." He introduced the match rules. Find the real necklace among the fake ones. The team that finds the real one first wins. The referee continued explaining, "The holder of the real necklace will be chosen by the captain of each team, and once chosen, the holder cannot be changed." A thought crossed Suri Joshua's mind, then, choosing who holds the necklace is very important. He continued explaining the competition format. There are 3 ways to find the real necklace. First, capture the opposing captain and force a confession. Second, use deduction to guess who is holding the real necklace. The referee continued to speak. And finally, defeat the entire opposing team and collect all the necklaces. He urged the 2 captains, proceed with distributing the necklaces. Immediately after, Sebastian Nizer shouted urgently, "Everyone, gather round." The boy reassured his teammates, "Don't worry, that's just the weak blue family." At that moment, Suri Joshua stood before the referee and earnestly requested, "I want to resign as captain." He was stunned. "What? Right now?" Seeing that, Isaac Joshua angrily grabbed his shirt and pulled him back hard. "What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and distribute the necklaces." Suri Joshua panicked and yelled, "Wait, Isaac." Sebastian Nizer laughed mockingly. "That Suri guy is truly weak. Isaac is such an idiot. He should have been the one to volunteer as captain." The boy thought to himself, fighting those blue guys. What's there to worry about? Just need to watch out for Kina. Everything else will be fine. Sebastian Nizer sneered inwardly. She knew how to hunt monsters, but who knew if she could handle humans? A bunch of blockheads. Ah, The moment of battle had arrived. The referee announced loudly, the match for the Scarlet side. The contestants were burning with fighting spirit. In everyone's heart, there was only one thought. There's no reason to fear those weak blue guys. His voice continued to echo across the arena, but the scene before them made everyone stop dead in their tracks. Looking at his fierce, savage expression, the whole group couldn't help but panic. What the hell is that? Isaac Joshua lunged forward like lightning. A legal test, so I can give those annoying clerics a good beating. I have to take full advantage of this. He was stunned. Is that even a human face anymore? Sebastian's teammates realized, so the blue team intended to confuse us with that face. Huh. The boy also quickly regained his composure. Don't be afraid. They won't dare to strike because of their honor code. They can only defend. He quickly reached into his pocket. Now, the weapon in Isaac Joshua's hand was an improved version of the gold flail, a spiked chain. Without hesitation, he raised the weapon high. His bloodshot eyes flashed with a savage look. Hand over your captain. The gold flail slammed hard onto the cold stone floor. A thunderous explosion rang out, followed by a cloud of dust and debris scattering everywhere. Someone screamed in fear. Is that really the blue team? What the hell is this? I thought they had to uphold their honor. Isaac Joshua walked slowly toward them. If they wanted to live, he licked the body of the gold flail lightly, like a bloodthirsty demon. Then hurry up and hand over your captain. Nizer's face darkened and he ordered, someone, hurry over there and help. The boy yelled, maintain the formation. Do not retreat. Leah Joshua took the opportunity and suddenly used all her strength to dash towards Sebastian Nizer. The others stared blankly and shouted. Suddenly, a girl shouted, hey, stop them, hurry. That was when the boy finally realized what was happening. But just as the warning cry went out, Sebastian Nizer pretended to attack. Watch out. The boy stood there like a statue, unsure of what to do, thinking to himself, I knew you were talented, Sebastian. Hidden beneath that dazed expression was a sly smirk. Sebastian guessed his next move, but it wasn't enough. In a flash, the boy vanished right before Leah's eyes. Joshua froze in surprise, hands still in the air. I've already seen through everything you're planning, he thought, glancing sideways. Holy magic, doppelganger. After such a spectacular escape, Sebastian shouted, seize her. The others immediately obeyed, unleashing their magic to attack Leah Joshua. She was completely surrounded. Trapped in the center of the circle, her enemies began casting their spells. Holy magic, binding of repentance, level 5. She gritted her teeth in frustration. She clicked her tongue, desperately searching for an escape route. Suddenly, Sebastian Nizer vanished, and the boy reappeared, crashing into the ground with a massive shockwave. It distracted everyone else. Sebastian Nizer, his face twisted in an arrogant, excited grin, ordered, get them. The whole crowd rushed in, yelling, grab them. The boy fought back while analyzing the situation. This trick isn't any different from those basic beast transformation spells. It won't work on me. At most, it just gives you a little extra strength. Suddenly, Riley screamed, her face full of worry. You, Riley Joshua, that's not holy magic. As she shouted her warning, Sebastian Nizer quickly moved in front of the unguarded boy and threw a punch. Careful. Suri Joshua could only curse inwardly, paralyzed by fear. Damn it. Just then, the boy remembered the words Isaac Joshua had told him. It'll be fine, Suri. Just do as I say, and we'll win. He had warned Suri Joshua that Sebastian Nizer would definitely try to fight, hand to hand. Remember every word Isaac Joshua said. Suri Joshua slowly raised his hands. After all, he's always looked down on you. The boy turned serious, taking a defensive stance. Sebastian Nizer, filled with excitement, roared and swung his fist toward the boy. It's over, you moron. Instantly, Suri Joshua's eyes flashed with a dangerous blue light. The shockwave from their collision shook the entire surrounding area. Riley Joshua witnessed it all, trembling with anxiety as she called out Suri Joshua's name. Suri. Isaac Joshua, who had been silently observing from the start, smiled with pride. He whispered to himself as if everything had gone exactly according to his plan. That's it. Isaac Joshua secretly hoped Suri Joshua would prove his worth and show everyone that he wasn't weak. The boy braced himself, using all his strength to block Sebastian's fist, and shouted, You're the moron. Sebastian, hearing Suri Joshua's insult, became flustered. Before he could defend himself, he was grabbed by the collar and pulled back. Suri Joshua quickly tossed Sebastian over his shoulder in one move. The boy was left stunned, not even sure what had happened. Huh? That throw gave Sebastian quite a shock. The sound of the impact echoed loudly. Anyone watching could feel the pain for him. Sebastian Nizer lay motionless, knocked out, and unable to continue the fight. On the other hand, Suri Joshua was fired up, gritting his teeth, wanting to finish him off. Deep down, the boy thought, do you know why we aren't allowed to use our family's techniques on commoners? because it only works on nobles, right? The boy was exhausted, breathing hard after taking down Sebastian Nizer. Huff huff. Suddenly, he muttered, "Not quite." Suri Joshua stood up, looking down at Sebastian, who was still knocked out on the floor, and judged him. "It's because commoners can't take the impact." The boy stood there in silence, not doing anything, as if waiting to see if Sebastian would suddenly wake up. Suri Joshua gritted his teeth, eyes bulging as he stared at the person he had just knocked unconscious, Riley. Joshua beamed, smiling from ear to ear when she heard the boy scream. "Never." Suri Joshua clenched his fist and shouted with all his might, "Look down on our holy clan." The entire stadium erupted in excitement, cheering for the boy amidst the roar of the crowd. The spectators cheered for the winner. Down below, Leah, Joshua frowned, analyzing the situation. Suri doesn't have that kind of strength. Someone definitely secretly used holy magic to buff him. She stared at Suri Joshua, who was struggling to catch his breath after the battle. Now, Leah. Joshua glanced over at Isaac Joshua, who was wearing a bizarre smile nearby. Did Isaac do this? How? Suddenly, he shouted towards Suri Joshua, making the boy jump. "Get it done." The boy stammered, sweat dripping down his face, and replied, Okay, then I'll take the necklace." Isaac Joshua's voice rang out. He made a hand gesture and roared with an extremely annoyed expression. "Do it properly. Finish him." Suri Joshua replied helplessly, Yeah, I know." Just then, Sebastian regained consciousness, groaning in pain. "Hey!" The boy yelled Sebastian's name, making him jump and frown. "Sebastian." Suri Joshua lowered his voice, threatening him. "Tell me where the real necklace is, now." Sebastian Nizer, still dazed and confused, muttered, "What?" The boy sneered and said, "Ha, you think I, the future heir, will talk under this kind of interrogation?" Suri Joshua covered his face with both hands, sighing in frustration. "Just tell me, you jerk. I'm begging you. Only then will you leave here in one piece." Seeing the boy's bizarre behavior, Sebastian Nizer thought to himself, "Is this guy crazy?" He shouted angrily, "Shut up, you lunatic. I've trained in every type of torture specifically to inherit the family name." Before he could finish his sentence, Suri Joshua lifted his foot, aiming directly for Sebastian's knee, intending to crush it. "Dare you?" He went pale, begging for mercy at Suri Joshua's action. Wait, hold on." Sebastian Nizer's face was twisted in pain as he heard the sound of his own knee being shattered by Suri Joshua's stomp. In the stands, a man pointed, panicked and disbelieving. What kind of sound was that? It sounded gruesome. Another bishop covered his mouth in fear. As he witnessed the scene, whispers spread through the crowd. Suri Joshua closed his eyes, gritting his teeth, enduring it all. How could someone from the Holy Clan do something like this? It's truly horrible. Meanwhile, Isaac Joshua was wearing a smirk like a cocky little devil. While Sebastian Nizer's face looked incredibly sour, his mind filled with confusion. Suri Joshua, on the other hand, was muttering, "I told you to just spill it already." Suddenly, two of their own teammates sprinted over and started tearing into Suri Joshua, leaving the boy standing there helpless. "Suri, you idiot," they shouted. Riley Joshua narrowed his eyes, issuing a warning, "Stay where you are." He quickly cast a spell by stomping his foot, catching all the other candidates in their tracks as they cried out in pain. Holy magic, wide area paralysis. Repel the enemy. The sheer force of the spell was so intense that it hit everyone on the stage and even the spectators in the arena. Sebastian Nizer cursed under his breath. Damn it. Did they pretend to get caught on purpose? He pieced it all together, analyzing the situation. They even knew where the necklace was hidden. But why would they? Fine, I'll go get that necklace myself. As he began to figure things out, Sebastian Nizer glanced at Isaac Joshua, who was standing there, looking relaxed. Wait, did he plan all of this? He smirked, looking incredibly smug and self-satisfied. The victims of the magic struggled to look up at Isaac Joshua and cursed him. Are you doing all this just to force Nizer to talk? Well, guess what? Nizer isn't going to tell you anything. Isaac Joshua's eyes widened as he retorted. What are you even talking about? He answered with total indifference. He stepped closer to them, swinging a mace in his hand. Don't all of you know exactly where that necklace is hidden? He spoke slowly, gripping the mace tight while chanting, Now then, unique effect, holy power absorption. The others panicked, raising their hands to beg for mercy. Wait, fine, I'll tell you where it's hidden. But that only seemed to drive Isaac Joshua into a frenzy, and he raised the mace high, aiming right at them. Let's get this over with, he shouted, holding the necklace up. Found it. Isaac Joshua grinned, clearly thrilled. When the MC announced, the Blue Crest team is victorious, the sound echoed throughout the arena. Wow, cheers for the Blue Crest faith. People were buzzing with excitement. So the rumors about the Blue Crest faith returning were true. And they even got the Pope's grandson on their side. Riley Joshua felt a surge of pride, smiling as he watched them. Well done, Isaac, Surya. Suddenly, Chabless Alex Frikhella spoke up, startling him, truly worthy of being the youngest priest in the Empire. He glanced at his attendant and ordered, "Give these winners a reward worthy of those who have blessed this arena with such a magnificent performance." Chabless Alex Frikhella stepped forward with a composed, dignified aura, truly looking like a benevolent monarch, the crown prince of the Holy Kingdom of Helen. Riley Joshua quickly bowed to him. "I humbly pay my respects to the second son of the Holy Kingdom." Chabless Alex Frikhella spoke softly, praising them. "You have such exceptional grandchildren." He suddenly suggested, "How would you feel if I gifted them their official priest uniforms?" Riley felt immensely honored and agreed immediately. "Of course, Your Highness. That would make the children shine even brighter in the upcoming exam." Riley Joshua replied quickly, feeling that vestments gifted by royalty were like family heirlooms. Chabless Alex Frikhella seemed very pleased. "In that case, may I stop by when the tailor arrives?" Riley was taken aback for a moment, then replied, "Yes, wait. Aren't you incredibly busy, Your Highness?" "There's no need for you to," the prince stammered. I just want to meet them personally." This left Riley Joshua deep in thought. They're just two apprentice priests. Why is he in such a rush? Suddenly, Chabless Alex Frikhella remembered something. "Oh, right. One more little gift," he whispered in Riley's ear, making him stiffen with unease. "You better advise your youngest grandchild to drop out of the Yellow Crest exam." Hearing the next words made Riley's eyes widen in disbelief. "The Pope wants to kill Isaac?" Riley Joshua whipped his head around to look down at the arena in concern, staring intently, whispering the name Kim. Isaac was busy talking to Surya Joshua. "Isaac," Riley Joshua said, his voice deep and respectful, while Chabless Alex Frikhella watched the situation in silence. "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing Isaac teasing Suri, Riley hesitated and said, "But, Isaac." Riley Joshua replied softly when he saw Isaac Joshua laughing so happily down below, "It'll be fine." Suddenly, whispers started spreading through the waiting room. "Hey, did you hear? The Crown Prince is going to gift us uniforms. For real." The other candidates were incredibly excited. They chatted among themselves. "And we even ranked first this time. Looks like we really made a name for ourselves." Just then, he rested his chin in his hand, frowning in annoyance. "Hey, Isaac Joshua." He looked irritably at Kina Berry, who was calmly drinking tea, and retorted, "Aren't you going home?" He tried to shoo her away, but she just sighed and didn't say a word. "The exam is over. I don't need you anymore." Kina Berry's attendant said worriedly, "He's right, you know. You should go home. The family head is looking for you." She set her teacup down firmly and refused. "No." Kina Berry raised an eyebrow and declared, "You told me to join the Blue Crest family, didn't you?" Everyone who heard that was struck as if by lightning. Isaac Joshua distorted his mouth and mocked her. "When did I ever say that?" She replied calmly, "Last night." He gritted his teeth, retorting angrily, "Stop making things up. That was just for the Red Crest exam. Who gave you permission to officially become a priest of the Blue Crest family?" Kina Berry was flustered, not knowing what to say. Her attendant let out a long sigh. She argued back, leaving the attendant in complete shock. "Whatever. I've already agreed to become a Blue Crest priest, so I'm staying right here." He wailed internally, "My lady." Kina Berry stubbornly declared, "Tell my father I'm not coming back yet." The attendant was on the verge of tears, crying out, "My lady." The other guy grumpily yelled, "Just get lost already." She didn't say anything, just silently wondering. He definitely used holy magic on Suri yesterday. But what was that power? Kina Berry looked at the sulking Isaac Joshua opposite her and evaluated him. And the prince is planning to gift them uniforms? Giving her that dress is basically like announcing she's yours, isn't it? As she finally realized this, Kina Berry thought back to the chapter list involving Isaac, Joshua, and Hela, feeling shaken. The entire faith is under the Pope's control. Is the Crown Prince defying him? She slammed the table and stood up, declaring, "Regardless, I still want my reward for helping you with that chaotic test, but you seem so busy, so I'll just stay here with you." Her two attendants were weeping silently to themselves. But if His Eminence finds out, the whole family will be in complete turmoil. Kina Berry's next words left the two attendants even more shocked and ashen-faced. "If you want, I can help you win all the remaining tests. I'll even deal with the priests and help the Blue Squad execute the Skeleton Demon King's subordinates. What do you think?" They groaned in their hearts, but he arrogantly refused. "Forget it. Just get lost." Being rejected drove her mad. "What? You said you'd teach me. I'm not going anywhere until you agree to it." Kina Berry could only lie on the floor and throw a tantrum. "If you're so good, then drag me out." Isaac Joshua gritted his teeth in fury. "Are you stupid? I was only using you. Get lost." She stubbornly replied, say whatever you want. I fulfilled my end of the bargain, so I'm taking what you promised. He declared, I said I'd do it later. I'm busy right now. Get lost before I change my mind. That made Kina Berry furious, and she could only stammer, are you going to go back on your word? Finally, she cleared her throat and pretended to respond. Fine, I'll wait. Once the internship process ended, Isaac Joshua muttered nonchalantly, I've lost my patience. Deal's off. He smirked shamelessly. Besides, I've already got a student who listens better than you. This comment made Kina Berry feel threatened, so she demanded, a student who listens better than me? Who? Isaac Joshua answered calmly. Who else? He pointed nonchalantly towards Suri Joshua, who was handling things in the distance. Obviously, it's Suri. Kina Berry's face darkened, shooting a death glare at the boy. That guy? Isaac Joshua replied triumphantly. Yeah, him. She spoke up, making Suri Joshua instinctively step back. You mean to say that guy is better than me? Kina Berry challenged. If I prove I'm better than him right now, will you teach me? The boy was extremely awkward and silently wailed. Why are you dragging me into this? Isaac Joshua narrowed his eyes and smirked. That depends on how well you perform. This made her stare daggers at Suri Joshua, her killing intent so strong the boy looked like he might wet his pants. Inside a magnificent, luxurious banquet hall of the Holy See, a girl gasped in surprise. Wow, what is that? The red-haired boy widened his eyes. The Blue Squad's seating area is seriously top tier. Other contestants also began to chat excitedly. Behind Riley Joshua, someone whispered, looks like their food is different from ours. I heard their rooms got upgraded too. So, if you take first place in the test, you get special treatment. He remained silent, merely swirling his wine glass. At this moment, Riley Joshua mused to himself. I didn't expect them to rank Isaac's team first. What standard did the Holy See use to judge this? From afar, Leon Gibbed spoke up, stepping closer to him. You must be pleased that the Blue Squad won, right? Riley Joshua greeted him, Your Eminence. He replied cheerfully. It's been a while, Riley Joshua. Leon Gibbed smiled. I heard you're about to hit rank 9, right? He nodded while staring intently at him. To reach that at your age is truly admirable. Suddenly, Leon Gibbed grabbed Riley Joshua's shoulder and whispered, But I'm sure the head of the Joshua family must be having a headache. He spoke in a dark, implying tone that made Riley frown in caution. Because the only one capable of succeeding you, Riley, doesn't have much time left. After that, Leon Gibbed poked at him as if by accident, making Riley Joshua glare at him with slight annoyance. Forgive me. Even if your lifespan wasn't an issue, the role of family head would likely still be too much for you. He hesitated before declaring, After all, you can't have children. But regardless, your nephew is truly excellent. The family head must be very proud. He frowned and replied in a low voice, Is that so? Leon Gibbed chuckled, assuming it was obvious. Ha ha ha, forgive me for the little tease. Even though he's the third son, my family's heir was defeated miserably in front of the royalty and other nobles. Anything else? Riley Joshua frowned and nodded helplessly, considering internally. As expected of a family that sees through people's hearts, they probably already know about the Joshua family's curse. He drank calmly and made a decision. Well, he's not wrong. Besides, I don't intend to become the family head anyway. Riley Joshua had just finished thinking that when he saw Leon Gibbed approach Isaac Joshua. As long as he doesn't harm Isaac, he thought. Leon Gibbed mocked him. Isaac. The boy was eating like he was starving. Isaac. The person next to him was terrified and shook Isaac Joshua. Hey, Isaac. He's calling you. Isaac Joshua cursed carelessly. Ugh, for heaven's sake. Why do you have to interrupt me while I'm eating? Isaac Joshua turned around, annoyed, and answered dismissively. Yes, Your Eminence. Leon Gibbed could only force a laugh. Ha ha. He quickly changed the subject. What was that interesting thing you said you'd show me, Isaac? Leon Gibbed asked bluntly. I haven't seen anything yet. Isaac Joshua suddenly remembered and replied, Oh, you haven't seen it yet? He said excitedly. It's the sight of me stomping your son into the ground. Isaac Joshua held his food, looking arrogant as he asked, Well, Leon Gibbed, is it fun to watch? Suri Joshua witnessed the whole thing, turning pale and tearfully reprimanding him. Why would you say that to the Red family? The boy tried to cover Isaac Joshua's mouth. What are you doing? Why? They're always hunting the skeleton Demon King spies, so don't go looking for trouble. Isaac Joshua calmly replied, So what? On the contrary, he remained calm. Regardless, I have high expectations for the Blue family. Oh, and it seems you've learned an interesting skill. But Leon Gibbed frowned and narrowed his eyes, staring intently. I'm not sure why, but I can sense dark mana within you. At that moment, Isaac Joshua gave a fake smile and cursed silently to himself. It's been a while, so stop trying to pick a fight, Isaac Joshua replied calmly. So what? The other man shot back, still keeping his composure. Regardless, I have high expectations for the blue-colored family. And it looks like you've learned a pretty interesting skill, haven't you? Leon Capulet narrowed his eyes, staring intently as he spoke. I'm not sure why, but I can sense dark mana inside you. Isaac Joshua gave a fake smile, cursing under his breath in his mind. That's the holy detection spell, he said excitedly. Have you forgotten? I once consumed a part of the skeleton king's body. Isaac Joshua spoke casually, as if recounting a childhood memory. If the scene where I crushed your son wasn't entertaining enough for you, then, would you like me to continue that fun little game during the Imperial exam? He made the man frown in astonishment. Everyone around Kina Barry looked at her and whispered, is that guy actually planning to attack the son of the Imperial Cardinal? This confused her. Huh? What's wrong? Leon Seabed smiled and asked, so, what do you want from me this time? He replied with a gentle smile, making Surrey Joshua hold his head and sigh in exhaustion. Oh, it's nothing too difficult. Isaac Joshua replied nonchalantly. I want to meet the demons who serve the skeleton king, he declared. This made the man silent. He shot a disgruntled glance. Just give me the keys to their prison, and that'll be enough. Leon Seabed turned away, hiding his murderous intent as he replied, I can give you the keys if you return safely, but whether that's even possible, I don't know. He didn't forget to glare and added in a low voice, don't count on coming back alive from the Imperial exam, a warning that made the other candidates tremble with fear. Terrified and bewildered, only Isaac Joshua cursed under his breath. What is this bastard babbling about now? One candidate shouted, causing everyone to panic. Everyone, we've received the mission for the Imperial exam. Another student replied in shock, What? What is it? Hearing them, Surrey Joshua was startled. It's an exploration mission. Leon Seabed explained calmly from a distance. In this exam, you will have to retrieve items that the Holy Kingdom of Hela has lost in various regions. Aren't you curious to see where your holy team will be sent? He dropped that line gently. The others froze in terror at those words, except for Isaac Joshua, who was frowning, deep in thought. That's Grassidia, the Mystic Empire. Suddenly, Surrey Joshua began to tremble as he realized Grassidia is a sworn enemy of Hela. They want us to go to a country that always craves the blood of priests. People at the table suddenly shouted, it's even right next to the demon territory. Are they insane? Do they really want us to go there? At this moment, Isaac Joshua suddenly shuddered, covering his eyes as he listened to everyone's discussion. Recently, many holy knights and their guards have been kidnapped near that area. Word is, the culprit is a high-ranking demon who ate the priests during the Imperial exam, 14 years ago. The area is clearly still cordoned off for investigation. Leon Seabed approached, acting fake. How pitiful, he expressed. But you don't need to be that scared. I can change the location using my authority. Surrey Joshua suddenly spoke up, pale with fright, and pleaded. That's right, Isaac, I beg you. Please, ask him. The person next to him also grabbed his hand and begged. Just this once. His face turned pitiful. With wide, seemingly weak and harmless eyes, he asked the man, really, you'll help us change the location? Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, someone suddenly spoke loudly. The holy residents in the capital. There's big trouble. They've lost their minds. They're sending the kids to the land of mages. Riley Joshua stepped forward, worried. And not just that, they also have to rescue the kidnapped holy knights. This is clearly an S-rank mission. Sending the kids, there is no different than sending them to their deaths. He clenched his fists in anger and roared, if they don't cancel it now, I'll tear down the Gowel Tower. Joshua, feeling troubled, advised, calm down. Father is already furious too. Your father even know he already went there to make a scene. He gritted his teeth and cursed internally. Those bastards clearly want to kill Isaac at all costs. Gowel Joshua calmed him down. Since our father is already gone, they'll surely adjust the exam. Given the current situation, they can't assign apprentice priests to a mission that affects diplomacy, he continued. They probably just want to warn us not to be too arrogant. That made Riley Joshua frown and sigh. Ha! Gowel Joshua closed his eyes, feeling slightly embarrassed as he thought of Surrey Joshua and judged, regardless. I don't want Surrey to die there. He spoke softly to advise him. And don't worry too much. Even if it's Isaac, as long as he's still conscious. Suddenly, a servant shouted, My lord. A knight rushed in, breathless, and announced, There's a big problem. Young Master Isaac. Leon Seabed was overjoyed and advised, That's right, Isaac. Just tell me you want to live. At this, Isaac Joshua began to negate. Behind the fear he had been feigning, he was hiding an excited smile. Isaac Joshua's expression twisted as he glanced over and declared, I find that place very interesting. Why would I want to change the location? Finally, after the knight reported, He has already accepted the mission, sir. It made Riley, Joshua, and Gowel Joshua turn pale in wonder. What? At the Dark Lands, the demon territory, where the sky was bathed in red, winds howled, carrying thick dust. In the ruined palace, the ground was littered with white bones and the weapons of the defeated. Demon Ash sat on the throne, looking at the one kneeling below. So, you mean to tell me? When she heard the news, she was extremely furious. You failed to kill the saint, she was the demon ass. The trembling subordinate stuttered. I am truly sorry. Demon Ash didn't bother to punish him. Whatever, it doesn't matter. The main goal was just to cause chaos anyway. However, she had her own plans and happily flicked her snake-like tongue out. Seeing the power of our respected king with my own eyes is already a great achievement. We even successfully planted a magical device inside the Holy Kingdom's border, a place once thought to be impenetrable. The subordinate crawled on the ground, sweating profusely, but remained awestruck in his heart. Ah, your majesty is truly powerful. As for Demon Ash, she freely expressed the excitement she had long suppressed. Even a small fraction of his power is already so terrifying. At that moment, the subordinate spoke up, interrupting her monologue. My lady, I felt his power during the coronation ceremony. Demon Ash asked, slightly skeptical. His power? He confirmed it bluntly. Yes, it is the great skeleton king himself. What's with that startled look? Demon Ash instantly pictured Isaac Joshua's cunning demeanor. Can you feel the power of the great dried demon king? From that kid who consumed a piece of his body? The subordinate quickly confirmed. That's right. I heard he's been conferred a title and is currently undergoing training. She cheered joyfully. Heaven must be smiling on us. Hearing this, Demon Ash bowed his head, his whole body trembling slightly. Even though we can't touch him because he's always inside the family territory, she also knows about the customary competition. Sooner or later, he'll have to participate in the assessment for the yellow and blue ranks. That's it. Demon Ash slowly stretched out his legs. What a perfect opportunity. With the young priests and demon clan hunting each other, she touched the eye patch on her face, her tone becoming excited. Just a tiny fraction of his power has already made us this strong. I wonder how much stronger we'd get if we ate a piece of his body directly. Demon Ash's eyes couldn't hide his insanity. I'm dying to know what that kid's flesh tastes like. I can't hold back anymore. At the academy, whispers were echoing constantly. Have you heard about the mission assigned to the blue team? A group of male students wouldn't stop talking about it. A mission to that mysterious empire. Not just that, I heard they also have to rescue a holy knight taken hostage. Every piece of speculation reached Suri Joshua's ears. The Yellow family really wants to send them to their deaths. They'll definitely be slaughtered by those mages. He was frustrated, radiating a dark aura. Damn it. Suri Joshua's face darkened, making everyone uneasy and afraid to get close. Everyone thinks we're going to die, huh? No one believes we'll succeed. Yet, his gaze shifted elsewhere. The worst part is those seemingly strong people. Everyone was timid, gritting their teeth and staying several meters away from Suri Joshua. The Holy Knights are completely ignoring our team, which means we'll be in danger the moment we leave the border. He could imagine his team getting beaten to a pulp because both the Demon Clan and the bandits will surely attack the second they step out of the Empire. While Suri Joshua was despairing, we're definitely going to. Isaac Joshua irritably scolded. Those jerks. This is too much. He grumbled angrily. Why won't anyone join our team? Hearing this, Suri Joshua turned around, furious, and pointed straight at Isaac Joshua. It's because of you. Even though Suri Joshua was frustrated to the point of tears, he didn't forget to criticize him. This mission isn't just hard. They're trying to send us to our deaths. Don't you see everyone writing their wills? The team members collapsed on the floor, sobbing. Suri Joshua used the story from many years ago as an example. Do you know what happened 14 years ago? During the yellow rank test, Riley's blue team was completely wiped out. Isaac Joshua indifferently picked at his ear. He immediately thought of Hira Berry. He cursed that sleazy cardinal in his heart. He dared to play dirty like that. If we refuse the mission, he'll suppress our team. If we accept, we're sure to die. Isaac Joshua instantly flashed a cunning smile. Whatever, if I succeed, no one will dare look down on us anymore. Plus, this mission involves both the mysterious empire and those high-level demons. It's like a mana core manufacturing factory, isn't it? As for Joshua, Suri quickly regained his composure, grabbing hold of him. Still, we can choose a holy knight. Maybe we still have a chance. We must secure a holy knight from the first team, the Royal Knights. While Suri Joshua was still trying to convince himself, definitely, someone stepped in to cut off the conversation. Too bad, Count Mole laughed scornfully, strolling over. The first team's holy knights have already been picked by the yellow team. He looked at their expressions happily and announced, not only that, my son and his friends have also moved over there. One person looked at everyone with disgust. I really shouldn't have entrusted the kids to the blue team just because of their past glory. Hearing this, Isaac Joshua raised an eyebrow and spoke up to expose him. You're really short-sighted, Count. You'll be shunned the moment we succeed. Suri Joshua put a hand on his shoulder in confusion and reminded him, Isaac, if you can't pick the first team's knights, the second or third is fine. Just don't pick the fourth. Humph. Isaac Joshua was lost in his own thoughts. Holy knights, humph. He suddenly had an idea. His eyes widened with excitement. Where did those beauties come from? Seeing Isaac Joshua bouncing happily toward them, Suri Joshua yelled from behind, Good, great. Isaac signed the contract with the second team's Holy Knights. He walked up to a man and said something that surprised him. What? But he had no choice but to comply. After finishing, Isaac Joshua turned around, grinned, and gave a thumbs up to confirm the situation. Suri Joshua thought everything was settled and gave a thumbs up back. The blue team, that guy actually did it. 2 team members also sighed with relief, but the next sentence hit them like a bolt of lightning, leaving them completely frozen. I've chosen the 4th team's Holy Knights. Isaac Joshua was overjoyed, thinking, this is good news. He grinned as if he won the lottery. I just signed a contract with the strongest team. The whole group screamed in panic. Are you crazy? Everyone knows those 5 members of the 4th team, the 4th team's Holy Knights, or the errand boys have never been accepted in the Holy Kingdom. They're even humiliated by being sent as errand boys. In that team, there's no one to mess with. Even though their skills surpass the royal knights, they absolutely despise the church. When the news reached Eli Joshua, he angrily demanded, Explain yourself. What on earth are you thinking? Isaac Joshua realized his mood wasn't good. He looks genuinely angry. Huh. The ghost of the observer whispered from the side. When he wrecked the whole house, he wasn't even this mad. But deep down, he had his own calculations. Maybe I should give him the answer he wants to hear. If I asked to change the mission, it would be no different than tarnishing the Joshua family's honor. And naturally, I don't want that to happen. That statement only made Eli Joshua more furious. You know about honor too. Isaac Joshua clenched his fists. He didn't believe it, so he confirmed it right away. Naturally, he knew his methods too well. Someone who uses dark mana, like you, daring to talk about honor? Isaac Joshua was startled, looking away guiltily. Eli Joshua frowned, even more annoyed. What's with that expression? You think I don't know? Someone as dark as you is talking about honor? Really? Isaac Joshua was startled, his guilty conscience flaring up as he watched the other boy's expression. Eli Joshua frowned, growing more irritated. What's with that look? You think I don't know what you're up to? The old man sounded irritable and disappointed. I was lenient because I considered you special, but now I can no longer trust you. Isaac Joshua clenched his fists and stammered. I truly despise him. Isaac Joshua then declared with such booming conviction that it sounded like he wanted to kill the Skeleton King himself. The observer ghost couldn't believe it. Wait, what kind of lie is that? Isaac Joshua launched into a series of sharp arguments. I lost my parents and have been cursed. It's all because of that damn Skeleton King. Not to mention, our entire family is being looked down upon because we can't defeat him. Eli Joshua stared, completely bewildered. Huh. Isaac Joshua used all his acting skills, lamenting, I've been so humiliated I can't even sleep, sir. The old man was moved by the performance. The boy wasn't lying. A fire of vengeance burned in his eyes. I will definitely destroy that fake Skeleton King. The only reason I use the Skeleton King's power is to investigate that imposter. Isaac Joshua swore I will kill him with my own hands, and I will do whatever it takes. The ghost could only mutter, he's gone mad. Eli Joshua listened to his words in silence. I must protect the Joshua family, so that later, I can claim it all for myself. Isaac Joshua placed a hand on his chest and promised, if I abandon my honor and live a pathetic life, the family will ultimately live in shame. And in the end, it will all just be a thing of the past. The old man sighed helplessly and finally spoke. I've always told you that you don't need to sacrifice yourself for this family. At this, Eli Joshua seemed to fully accept it, but it seems you truly are one of us. This made Isaac Joshua pause. The old man turned toward his desk. You may fail this mission. As long as everyone returns alive, that is enough. The observer ghost was stunned. He believes him? Meanwhile, Isaac Joshua bowed his head to listen to Eli Joshua. If you return safely, the old man declared firmly, I will officially name you my successor. Hearing this, Isaac Joshua achieved his goal and flashed a sinister smile. I understand. Thank you very much, sir. A few days later, on the outskirts of the capital, on a gravelly trail, Isaac Joshua, his head covered in leaves, proudly pointed ahead. We'll meet the knights at the next village. The teammates behind him, their clothes stained with mud, panting heavily as they followed. Suri Joshua was giving her all. tears streaming down her face, stealing her resolve. Damn it, it's come to this? I have to survive at all costs. The team members could only sob and sniffle. The observer ghost didn't forget to add, that is a cruel demon. It brutally slaughtered the young priests. He ground his teeth in fury. Those bastards. How dare they break the rules I set? Isaac Joshua silently vowed. Just you wait, I'll tear you to pieces. The ghost hurriedly reminded him, but please be careful, your power has not fully recovered yet. The team continued their long journey, all unaware that Demon Ash was hiding behind a tree, flicking her tongue out hungrily. Found you. Once they were out of sight, she slowly stepped out, smiling wickedly. The brat from the Joshua family. Meanwhile, under the vast blue sky, at the palace, the residence of the Crown Prince, a voice sounded in surprise. Is that really true, Crown Prince Chapless? Alex Frechella held the letter seriously. Young Master Isaac chose the Knights of the Messenger faction. A subordinate stood at attention and reported the situation. It is said that from the beginning he wasn't interested in the knights your highness sent. He speculated. Could young master Isaac have such poor judgment? Chapless Alex Frechella smiled comfortably. The knight commander I sent is a half-blood spirit. They are very vulnerable to demons. The subordinate suddenly realized, shocked. Sir Silong is a half-blood spirit? You sent him to test young Master Isaac? He stood up slowly. No, even as a half-blood, Sir Silong's skills are extremely useful. That's why I sent him. A look of anticipation appeared in Chapless's eyes, but choosing the Knights of the Messenger faction is truly interesting. The Messenger faction, where the entire order is comprised of half-bloods from the demon race. He placed his hand on the files of the team 4 members in the sun-drenched room. The subordinate recounted, troubled. But the Messenger faction cannot be controlled. They are the ones who threw the priests into the demon's lair. Chapless fell into deep thought. He was quite worried about Isaac Joshua. At this point, Isaac might still be on that side. At the gathering point of the Lamb family, someone slammed their hand on the table in anger. Why haven't they arrived yet? Derek felt irritated, his aura gloomy, constantly grumbling. It's been over 5 hours. Don't tell me he's playing a staring contest. With that Messenger faction, a member of Derek's night squad spoke up, annoyed. Could it be that he's deliberately making us wait? For the sake of our reputation? Another member was equally angry. If someone from the Lamb family, who strictly follows schedules, shows up this late, then that is entirely possible. Hearing this, the old man ground his teeth in frustration. Those filthy little priests, Derek immediately decided. We cannot let them mock us. Suddenly, Isaac Joshua appeared out of nowhere beside him, flashing a cheeky grin. Nice to meet you, Honorable, Commander of the Messenger faction, Sir Derek. The old man was startled by the unexpected appearance and stepped back a few paces. Isaac Joshua kept smiling brightly. We're a bit late, aren't we? Derek quickly regained his composure and questioned. I heard the Lamb family was very strict about time. So, what time is it now, eh? He sighed helplessly and raised his small hand. We were ambushed by bandits, and I even broke my arm, which is why we're late. However, Isaac Joshua knew exactly what he was planning. He raised his voice to speculate. It seems like someone hired them, but I still tried my best to rush here, because being any later would be very rude. The old man felt guilty and quickly looked away. Someone hired them? Even so, you should have been on time. Isaac Joshua seized the opportunity. He quickly gained the upper hand. Why? Are you unhappy about having to work with us? Derek was extremely flustered. What are you talking about? Not far away. Suri Joshua seriously observed the conversation between the two. He's crazy, surely. You probably don't even need us to protect you, right? Derek immediately stood up and said indifferently, we have nothing to regret, so going back from here is fine. Isaac Joshua exposed him without a shred of hesitation. Someone who gains nothing would still wait for 5 hours? Having been hit right in the heart, he jumped in surprise. The members of Squad 4 all readied their swords the moment he spoke. If you didn't need us, you would have left long ago. Then why are you still standing here? Isaac Joshua sneered mockingly. For such a simple escort mission, you're awfully overprepared. You're trying to use us as bait to rescue your missing comrades, aren't you? He added, coolly hitting the nail on the head. If you're that pissed off, then let's just part ways here. Derek was so provoked he ground his teeth. Furious to the point of losing his mind, he drew his sword and charged straight at Isaac Joshua. Shut your mouth. Did that knight, Han something, tell you this? Derek roared in a frenzy. That bastard. He dragged you into this just to ruin our mission, didn't he? Suri Joshua backed away in confusion. Hanak, at this point, finally realized something was wrong. That's the code name for my 4th uncle, he thought. Don't tell me he's involved in this too? Meanwhile, Derek tightened his grip on his sword. Channeling the power within him, he declared, without you lot, we wouldn't even be able to set foot in Gratian Daya. So Derek swung his sword with a decisive, intimidating strike. I'll drag you along, even if I have to chop your legs off. Amidst the whirlwind he created, Isaac Joshua remained completely unfazed. He narrowed his eyes and commanded with a powerful aura, "Put your swords away." For some reason, Derek was frozen by this pressure. He felt a terrifying energy, like a demon king's, emanating from that small body. Terrified, Derek realized his own body was trembling. I can't move. I can't be suppressed by a brat like him. The phantom observer gloated, feeling quite pleased. Quite the arrogant attitude, even with demon blood flowing through your veins, Isaac Joshua thought. He understood this well. Obeying the strong was the instinct of demonkind. That's part of the reason I chose you all. Knowing he couldn't attack Isaac Joshua, Derek retracted his blade in frustration. Seeing this, the boy spoke cheerfully to Suri, Joshua, and the others. All right, let's head out. Suri was incredibly stunned. After all that happened, how can we possibly trust each other? Isaac Joshua just indifferently picked at his ear. Our interests align, so you'll have to follow, she shouted angrily. To hell with those aligned interests. Isaac Joshua calmly clarified their mutual goals, catching Squad 4 by surprise. We're going to hunt down the demon that appeared 14 years ago and rescue everyone who was kidnapped. That is our goal. He grinned at Squad 4. It doesn't matter if your comrades are among them or not. Derek's expression turned serious. Wait, did you choose us because you knew our comrades had been kidnapped? Isaac Joshua remained as relaxed as ever. What are you talking about? He casually dismissed it. I had no idea. Derek immediately relented. Lord Isaac, we will follow you. Isaac Joshua smiled triumphantly. Of course I knew. A member of his squad asked curiously. So, what is your plan? You do have a plan, right? Isaac Joshua replied bluntly. What plan? He looked toward Derek, whose body was exuding demonic energy. The demon blood could not be hidden. They will betray us. She grew even more anxious. Do you know why they only took on message delivery missions? Suddenly, demonic energy engulfed Derek. At that very moment, the hand of a Squad 4 member began to change. Having completely lost his reason, he turned into a demon and frantically charged at the two. He reached out to grab the one who had just voiced his doubts. Other members of the group stumbled back in confusion. Damn it, I knew something like this would happen. I told you. We shouldn't trust them. The group screamed in a panic, restrain them now. Isaac Joshua casually gave the guy a hit to the head, making his vision swim. Calm down. With just one punch, the man snapped to his senses, clutching a burning lump on his head. Isaac Joshua scolded him irritably. You idiot, you lost control. He apologized in confusion. I'm sorry. Usually, I don't transform this fast. It felt like something was pressing down on my head, and then my vision turned red. The blonde member speculated. Could it be because we're near the territory of the Magic Empire and we're being affected by the mana? Another member felt something strange too. I feel like there's something wrong with my body, too. But after being hit, he looked at Isaac Joshua with admiration. But up until now, I've never been able to revert to human form like this. Just one punch, and I'm back to normal. He kept showering him with flattery. That's amazing. Isaac Joshua laughed smugly, feeling secretly proud. Of course, basked in the praise of Squad 4, Isaac Joshua and the Phantom Observer were ecstatic. Because Isaac Joshua hoisted his bag, but as he prepared to leave, he realized something in the bag felt heavier. If everyone's ready, then let's go. Huh? He opened the bag and found a sparrow playing dead inside. What the hell is this? Isaac Joshua quickly saw through its trick. Playing dead? Huh? Even though it was sweating with fear, it tried to lie perfectly still. The Phantom Observer remarked with amusement, This thing is a pretty good actor, isn't it? Isaac Joshua smiled deviously and reached for an item, ready to send it on its way. Should be grant its wish. The bird shuddered in terror. Damn it. The little sparrow didn't know that all its whining had been heard by both of them. The Blood Master is so cruel. Why did he send me to find this damn priest? Isaac Joshua thought to himself, Blood Master. He directly exposed it. Are you saying one of the high demons sent you here? It panicked, dropping its act as the twilight shadows enveloped the dense forest. The Phantom Observer finished setting up the barrier. The barrier is complete, Master. Then it flew over to his side. Isaac Joshua recalled the Blood Master the sparrow mentioned. The Blood Master is one of my subordinates. I believe he is currently being held captive under the Holy See. It seems he heard about me and sent this thing to make contact. He squeezed the sparrow tightly and interrogated it. Looks like he's also keeping it a secret that I am the Skeleton Demon King. Do you have any information for me regarding this? It tried to be stubborn and not surrender. I don't have any information for a priest. But as he tightened his grip, it spilled everything. I'll talk. The sparrow quickly revealed their entire plan. The demon you are about to face. I am the one who interfered with your coronation ceremony. Isaac Joshua thought of that scene and said with disgust, "You mean to say you're the one who sent the skeleton demon king's avatar?" It panicked and rushed to spill everything. That's right, she was the one who secretly planted the magical device and ordered her subordinates to kill the priests. That's right, it was Ash. It was her. The sparrow kept rattling on, adding that after absorbing the skeleton king's power, she was strong enough to bypass the barrier of the Holy Kingdom of Helen. The Blood Lord said he would accept execution, but he absolutely refused to face the demon known as Ash. This made Isaac even more annoyed. Damn that Blood Lord, he thought. The foolish sparrow, fearing for its life, complained inwardly. Why on earth would you give such valuable information to a priest? Damn it all. Hearing that, Isaac raised an object, ready to smash it to pieces. The sparrow trembled, screaming in terror. The Blood Lord believed the current skeleton king was a fake. In total despair, the bird finally revealed that the Lord had been captured. After telling everyone the skeleton king was an imposter, how stupid could he be? The sparrow offered a piece of advice. Regardless, I heard you absorb a portion of the great skeleton king, right? Ash is probably waiting for you to step into her territory. If you value your life, turn back. Isaac, Joshua put the object away, let go of the bird, and said, "Tell him I've received the message." The sparrow flapped its wings and flew off in a panic. Don't die, or my master will be sad. Suddenly, Suri and Joshua approached aggressively, loudly questioning, "Where have you been? We've been looking for you everywhere." Isaac Joshua gave a thumbs up, feigning happiness. But honestly, I'm proud of you. You ordered food from the local inn for us, right? Isaac Joshua noticed a dark figure following him. What food? Demon Ash approached, and Act 8 spoke up. We prepared it to serve you all. She casually suggested, "Please, eat up." Isaac Joshua was slightly surprised. Huh? He smirked slyly. He had thought she would wait longer. Seeing Demon Ash transform into a young girl was amusing, but who would have expected her to come looking for them herself? A moment later, in the forest, someone spoke up. Hey, Suri, what's up with Isaac? She looked confused, muttering, "He's overdoing it." Suri and Joshua felt helpless. Just leave him be. Nearby, Isaac Joshua grumbled, his voice dropping. He sat on a rock and ordered, "There's dust in my water. Get me another glass. And I don't like square plates, bring me something else. The food is cold." Demon Ash's face turned pale as she scurried around working. Yes, Isaac Joshua, unsatisfied, pointed right at her face and declared, "It's too salty, and I hate the sound of your breathing. Stop breathing." Demon Ash, desperate and resentful, replied, "Yes." Derek and the others followed his lead. "Master, our Isaac is telling you to get something else," he said irritably. "How dare you make him repeat himself?" Huh? I felt bored, not understanding how things ended up like this. Are these minions crazy? Why are they standing up for him? I am truly sorry. Demon Ash brought over a tray of soup. "Since that's the case, I'll deal with these annoying people first." She added, "Please, eat up. You holy knights must be exhausted." Derek immediately stopped her. "We were hired by him. We won't eat with him." Demon Ash looked bewildered, but she persisted, trying to persuade them. "The town is only safe if you are all healthy. I made this for you. Please, eat." Deep down, she was screaming like a maniac. Damn it, just eat the damn food. At this moment, Isaac Joshua cut in, stopping their argument. "Hey, why don't you eat first?" He grinned, probing Demon Ash. "How do we know you didn't poison it?" She was annoyed, just wanting to scream at the brat. The group of knights couldn't take it anymore. They immediately defended Demon Ash. "Enough. I'm totally fine. Why are you bullying her?" The whole group grabbed the soup and passed it around. "You have no right to bully her." Just like that, they all took large spoonfuls. "We'll prove her innocence." In less than 5 seconds, they all collapsed, kissing the dirt one after another. Suri and Joshua were shocked. Everyone. Only then did Isaac Joshua slowly stand up. "That makes it even easier for me. After all, I was planning to knock them out anyway." The ghost, the observer, watched the unconscious group intently. "Should I call the Holy Spirit to cleanse them?" Isaac dismissively stretched his body. "Forget them. They need to learn a lesson." Suddenly, he realized something was off. The ghost, the observer, hurriedly reminded him, "Master, this poison, it's a toxin that converts holy mana into dark mana." Hearing this, Isaac Joshua couldn't help but be surprised. He grinned excitedly at the ghost. "Are you sure? It turns this disgusting holy mana into dark mana." The ghost, the observer, chimed in gleefully. "Absolutely. It's a type of parasitic poison." Isaac Joshua lusted after the idea, eyeing the unconscious Suri and Joshua like sheep waiting to be shorn. This meant he could build a dark mana farm right in the Holy Kingdom. Demon Ash achieved her goal and smiled wickedly, absorbing all the dark mana around them. She smugly thought, Now you're definitely done for you, little brat. He quickly wiped the saliva still lingering on the corner of his mouth. Me, done for? Anyone with power will just become my meal. Demon Ash transformed back into her original form, her tone carrying a threat. If you want them to live, follow me. I'll give you the antidote. Derek was alert, not daring to act, but he cursed. That bitch, while she remained arrogant. Suddenly, a wave of dazzling sunlight crashed down. Don't bother resisting. As the sunlight gradually faded, Demon Ash regained her senses. She was horrified to find Isaac Joshua charging at her with his weapon. As he struck, Demon Ash nimbly leaped away to dodge. She used all her natural strength to dash away like the wind. That's right, follow me, kid. The group of knights gripped their swords, wanting to follow. We'll go with you, master. Isaac Joshua firmly refused. No, I'll go alone. He used his self-sacrificing for justice look to persuade them. I can't just leave them here without protection. They'll only survive if you guys transfer mana to them. The man was moved to tears. Lord Isaac, rest assured, we will take care of these priests. He saluted militarily. Watching Isaac Joshua leave, he thought, thanks. Then he chased after her with all his might. Thanks to you guys, I'll be able to harvest more mana later. As night fell and the silver moon hung high, the wind whistled through the leaves, and Demon Ash saw Isaac Joshua approaching and sneered. What a brave little fool. You dare to come here all by yourself without any guards. She carried herself with the air of someone who had everything under control. Isaac Joshua felt nothing but contempt for her attitude. Annoyed, he gritted his teeth and thought, yeah, she really is a fool. Isaac Joshua didn't give Demon Ash any face at all. You dare talk about eating these people without realizing who I am? She was startled and terrified. What? His face turned ice cold. His commanding tone left no room for Demon Ash to resist. Kneel. She was overcome with fear as she felt that suffocating aura. She was trembling. Demon Ash couldn't control her own body. Her knees slammed hard against the ground. She saw the shadow of the Demon King behind Isaac Joshua. This mana is that? Demon Ash's body involuntarily shook as she was crushed by Isaac Joshua's pressure. This mana. He now possessed the aura of a true Demon King. Powerful mana radiated everywhere. How does this brat have the mana of a Demon King? She bit her lip hard. Trying to keep her composure, she thought, damned brat. He must have consumed a part of his body. Demon Ash's fingers clawed into the ground, leaving deep gashes as she tried to steady herself. The Demon King's body mine. She regained control of her body. She reached out toward him frantically. Wait for me, your majesty. I will gut this brat open. Demon Ash aimed right for his youthful face, screaming, and set you free. When their two opposing manas collided, she finally realized she had lost. The Demon King's power erupted, enveloping him completely. After a struggle of sheer strength, the surroundings were shaken by the blast. Isaac Joshua irritably spat out, "You idiot." He activated fireballs, glaring to intimidate her. "Let me show you who your real master is." Soon after, silence returned to the area. The Phantom Observer excitedly flew out. "Master, that was amazing. That was only 5th-tier magic, but the power was equivalent to a 7th-tier spell." It flew around him happily. As expected, merging dark mana and holy mana was a stroke of genius, Isaac Joshua thought, feeling incredibly proud of himself. I've reached a new realm. Maybe this is why those gods didn't want to turn me into a human. A whimpering sound drew both of their attention. Demon Ash was crawling on the ground, her whole body trembling violently. Your majesty," the Phantom Observer asked curiously. "What should we do with her? I think you might have gone a bit too hard on her." Isaac Joshua didn't feel that way. "Really?" Isaac Joshua clapped his hands to test her reaction. Demon Ash screamed in terror. "Ah!" She quickly kowtowed to the ground. "Your Majesty, I have committed a crime worthy of death." While Demon Ash was still panicking and begging for mercy, "Let me give you the antidote." Isaac Joshua calmly replied, "Hey, we'll talk about that later." He squatted down in front of her. "Now, go bring back the holy knights you kidnapped. I'll give you 1 minute." She was bewildered. "What?" Isaac Joshua added cheerfully. "And most importantly," he then proposed something. "I want to get the highest score on this exam. So besides saving the holy knights, I need proof." Demon Ash's face turned even paler. "Proof? What kind of proof?" Isaac Joshua smiled devilishly. "Proof that I defeated a demon." 2 days later, at a local diner, the two sat around a table, deep in thought. Suri Joshua wearily held her face and complained, "Damn that Isaac. What on earth could have happened to him?" Derek gave a stiff smile, using a gentle tone to reassure her. "We've already sent people to follow him, so don't worry too much. Mr. Isaac isn't someone who's easy to bully." But Suri Joshua still couldn't feel at ease, gritting her teeth. Something must have happened. That's why those mages kept looking for him so many times, and they were always so serious. She cautiously looked at the older man. You must know better than I do that they aren't usually like that, right? Derek rubbed his chin, silent, then spoke. There were some bloodstains where we believe he passed by. But that doesn't mean he's dead. From the door, Isaac Joshua walked in casually, carrying a large bag. I'm back. Suri Joshua hadn't noticed yet. Oh, welcome back. When it finally clicked, she jumped up in shock. You bastard. Derek asked anxiously. Are you all right? Isaac Joshua dropped the bag stained with fresh blood onto the table. Here's the antidote. She curiously reached in to check. What else is inside? Isaac Joshua calmly replied, Ah, that's important, so keep it safe. At first, Suri Joshua didn't believe it, but when she saw Demon Ash's head, she screamed in panic. What is that heavy thing? She recoiled from the contents of the bag. What the hell is that? Isaac Joshua stretched comfortably. That thing? Oh. Under both of their gazes, he calmly stated, the head of the kidnapper, and also the proof we need to get the highest score on the exam. Derek hurried to ask, then what about the Holy Knights? Our comrades? He shrugged indifferently. The Holy Knights? Oh, them. Isaac Joshua called out toward the door. They were too heavy, so I hid them in the bushes out front. Go bring them in. At that moment, a man rushed in through the door to announce, Commander, our comrades have returned. A member of the 4th squad shouted excitedly, Ken and Jen are back. They've returned. Suri Joshua couldn't believe it, staring straight at Isaac Joshua. Then, did you? Derek asked, dumbfounded. The so-called head of the kidnapper. He sat with his legs crossed, his face filled with pride. That's right. I went there and chopped his head off. Suri Joshua slammed her hand on the table, shouting, You went into a land crawling with mages all by yourself. He added, confused. How was that even possible? Inside, Isaac Joshua carefully calculated, then grinned. Now I have to come up with a really logical story. In reality, he calmly made up a story. They must have heard we were coming here for a mission, so they planned to kidnap us and make up a story. That they saved us from the demon clan to bargain with the Holy Empire. Yeah, that's it. That woman who poisoned us was a mage. It seems she intended to poison us and sell us to the occult empire. We're valuable, after all. It's no wonder they wanted to human traffic us. Seriously, how could someone treat others like that, right? I just threatened to report this to the Holy See, and she backed down immediately. Isaac Joshua added, and to think she was scared by a kid like me. I guess the Pope really is quite terrifying, don't you think? Anyway, I asked where they were keeping the Holy Knights. And look, you guys knew about it all along. I even knew about the secret path that leads right there. Luckily, the Holy Knights were still being kept as emergency rations. They hadn't been eaten yet, so I got them out. There was a demon guarding them, but it was fast asleep, so I took care of both of them. Hearing this, they were speechless, unable to utter a single word. He even held up his weapon as proof. What? You don't believe me? Want me to reenact it for you? Suri Joshua felt much more at ease. Well, whatever actually happened doesn't really matter anymore. Derek had clearly been brainwashed. I believe you, sir. However, Suri Joshua still felt uneasy, but that's still too reckless. What if something had gone wrong? In just a split second, Isaac Joshua's entire body began to glow with a brilliant light. His words were so eloquent there was no other way. It was better than clashing with the mages. His words made those lying injured on their beds weep. If we fought, there would definitely be casualties. As a guardian of the faith, I couldn't let that happen. Derek was so moved that tears streamed down his face. You really are a saint. Suri Joshua, witnessing this, couldn't believe it. Are you talking nonsense? He interrupted, annoyed. Watch your mouth. He just had to listen. Ah. Yes, Suri Joshua rubbed his forehead, exhausted, and said dejectedly, Well, at least you've returned safely. The mages came looking for you. They looked genuinely worried that you had been kidnapped. Isaac Joshua grumbled irritably. What a load of crap. Those bastards care about a priest, but someone didn't like what he said. You're being a bit harsh, Isaac Joshua. He looked suspiciously in the direction of the voice. Two stern-looking mages stepped inside. We were worried the demon race had killed you, so we came to look for you. We didn't expect to be misunderstood like this. He knew their intentions all too well, so he didn't care at all. Stop lying, you bastards. You came here for the Manhwa, didn't you? He smiled radiantly and made an offer. Please cooperate with our investigation. There is a report that Isaac Joshua replied flatly, I didn't see any. Derek still tried to fish for information from him. We clearly sensed one nearby recently. Isaac Joshua sighed helplessly. You guys have got it wrong. He even explained it in detail. You have to be reasonable, right? These are demons, not stray cats or dogs. Do you really think an apprentice priest like me could defeat one? The older mage whispered to the younger one behind him. That's true for an apprentice to survive an encounter with a demon. That would be Suri. Joshua listened to their discussion, confused, but this was ridiculous. Halak had clearly said there was one here. Hearing that familiar name made him feel uneasy. Halak, he must be talking about my fourth uncle. Suri, Joshua stealthily turned his head toward Isaac. Joshua. Maybe I was wrong. After all, it's a common name. He slowly stood up. Whatever. Suri, Joshua didn't know what he was planning. Isaac. Joshua waved his hand lazily and started to leave. I'm going to get some rest. You guys deal with it yourselves. Seeing him walk straight toward the door, Suri. Joshua shouted angrily. Hey, we aren't finished talking. Finish what you're saying before you go. Time passed. Gentle sunlight covered the forest. He left the inn and headed toward a small house deep in the woods. Isaac. Joshua put his hand on the old wooden door, then smiled comfortably and pushed it open. Isaac. Joshua looked at the person inside the house and gave a wicked smile. All right. He looked at Demon Ash, who was trembling on the floor, not daring to resist, and declared, Now, we need to finish things up here too, right? Back to the evening 2 days ago, Isaac repeated his words. Proof that I annihilated a demon. Ash stammered vaguely. Peer proof? Sir, you mean? He sat down opposite her. The one who had eaten the apprentices of the Sacred Order 14 years ago. Isaac exposed her. It wasn't you, was it? He added sarcastically. How could someone as weak as you do something like that? Even 14 years ago, there's no way you could have defeated Riley. Joshua. Isaac's voice was so cold that Ash was trembling uncontrollably. Even if I took your head, they would still suspect that you weren't the real culprit. So, go and bring me the proof. He curled his lips into his savage smile and gave the order, I need a head to bring to the Holy See. Back to the present, in the warehouse, Isaac sat carelessly on a wooden crate, pretending to be surprised. I didn't expect you to actually bring me the culprit's head, he said with satisfaction. It seems you aren't completely stupid. Very good. I'll let it slide. Ash, who was currently trembling on the ground with a pale face, asked, Did you know who the culprit was from the very beginning? Isaac didn't shy away from revealing the truth. A woman and the monster she kept, right? He curled his lips sarcastically. You thought I wouldn't know at least that much? Ash hurriedly shook her head. No, sir. Isaac suddenly wondered, but why did my intelligence point to you as the demon from 14 years ago? Ash prostrated herself on the floor, trembling as she told the truth. The culprit from 14 years ago was actually my older sister. She ordered her monster to hunt the priests and treat them like snacks. Hearing this, he frowned slightly. They must share the same lineage, so their energy signatures are similar. That led to the confusion. Even so, she had brought him the culprit who had eaten Riley, Joshua's friends 14 years ago. Isaac lowered his voice and ordered, I need more information. What's the hierarchy of the demons like lately? Ash immediately confessed. The false skeleton demon king is currently commanding the level 9 demons. Since you lost your power after the battle with the gods, he has ordered them to kill the saints and collect your power. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, his face darkening. Then what are the gods doing? She replied awkwardly. I'm not sure either, but perhaps the celestial realm suffered heavy losses, so they've been silent until now. Hearing this, Isaac frowned. That's surprising. Could the impact of that self-destruction move be bigger than I thought? Knowing their personalities, there's no way they would stay silent for 155 years. He recalled a few things. They must be scouring all the worlds to find their souls. There's no way they didn't realize that the insect they used to seal me is empty. The more Isaac thought about it, the harder it was to believe. But there's no way their highest level holy arts could fail like that. Even if they missed sealing my soul, it's even more unreasonable that they wouldn't realize the seal was empty. The hand rubbing his chin suddenly stopped. His lips curled into an intrigued smile. Isaac chuckled wickedly. Could it be that inside that insect it's holding someone else's soul? Instead of pondering about his own thoughts, he sat there for a while, wondering if it was a high-level entity with dark mana or some other disaster like a skeleton demon king. Or perhaps even a god. Down on the ground, Ash was still trembling, not daring to lift his head. An idea suddenly flashed through Isaac's mind. Just thinking about it was exciting. I have to check it out, he thought. Suddenly, he spoke up. You're Ash, right? She startled and hurriedly bowed her head to the ground. Yes, your majesty. Isaac pointed and commanded, Go to the demons and be my eyes and ears. A moment later, a voice heavy with gratitude rang out. Thank you so much, young Master Isaac. We are in your debt for a lifetime and it still wouldn't be enough. The man sobbed. Hick, I never expected you to defeat that monster all by yourself and even personally save each and every one of us. Isaac proudly stroked his nose. Heh, don't worry about it. That's our duty. The knights heard this and were all moved to tears. It was truly the noble bearing of someone from the Thansak family. They whispered among themselves, what should we do to repay this favor? He even saved our comrades. Derek stood to the side. silently contemplating. After a while, he suddenly shouted. The answer was obvious. Derek moved closer to Isaac. Sir Isaac, he called. He turned. He, along with the other knights, knelt simultaneously. As a level 7 knight, I, Derek, together with all my comrades, Derek declared loudly, we'll go wherever you command, Sir Isaac. Isaac was secretly surprised. Oh, I didn't expect this to happen. He smirked to himself. So I even got myself a bunch of skilled, free soldiers? Do they have a network across the 6 lands? Their intelligence and mobility must be great. Isaac was pleasantly surprised. Saving 11 people and getting this much benefit was a huge bargain. Suddenly, he noticed a small figure behind the group. That's a child with tan skin and blonde hair. The boy was also looking at Isaac. There's a kid here too? Why is he looking at me? Derek enthusiastically introduced him. It seems you don't know who this child is, do you? You'll be shocked when you find out. No sooner had he finished speaking than the boy ran over. Hello, I am Hyperius, the youngest prince of the Gracidia Magic Empire. Hyperius expressed his gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. Isaac was so shocked, his jaw dropped. What the hell? He suddenly remembered the 2 people who had come looking for him earlier. So that was why the mages were acting so helpful. It was because the prince had been kidnapped. Hit the jackpot. Hyperius looked at Isaac with pure adoration. I used to think the people of the Holy Kingdom were all trash, but it turns out there are people like you too. I owe you my life. He stared blankly at the boy. While Isaac was rubbing his chin, scrutinizing him, Hyperius kept rambling. You are truly impressive, especially compared to those bastards at the Holy See. They only know how to send apprentice priests instead of a real rescue team to save a group of knights. He secretly judged the boy. This kid has potential. Hyperius's eyes sparkled as he begged Isaac. Compared to them, you truly are a man of God. Please let me repay this debt. Hearing this, he curled his lips. Oh, really? Isaac smiled cunningly. Then, do me a favor. Okay. Meanwhile, at the temple, a priest reported, Sir, the Thansak squad has entered Gracidia, he recounted. Because of the mages, we couldn't follow them all the way, but I'm sure they have entered the mission area. Hera, who was taking notes, frowned slightly. I thought they wouldn't be able to get in because they chose those useless holy knights. Yet, they still managed to enter. The priest replied, but it seems only Isaac Joshua went in alone. He put his pen down on the table and raised his voice in surprise. Alone? Hera smirked mockingly. So that brat couldn't even subdue those holy knights. That's right. If we couldn't do it, how could he? He confidently asserted he definitely won't be able to complete the mission, and certainly won't survive to return. The priest also proudly patted his chest and promised, yes, I guarantee he won't be able to return to Hela. Hera rubbed his nose and thought to himself. The 4th son of the Joshua family said he would entertain the precious nephews if they came to his territory. If it were him, he would definitely use the mages to deal with them. Suddenly, the priest wondered, but wouldn't the royal family help Isaac? After all, they seemed quite interested in that kid. Helen leaned back in his chair and laughed. They don't have the spare energy. Gracidia is a disputed area between the Holy Kingdom and the Magic Empire. If something happens there and the Magic Empire takes advantage, it will be a disaster. He didn't forget to warn, even by some miracle, if he succeeds, make sure he doesn't return. Got it. The priest bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Heron's lips curled up smugly. I can already imagine the scene of those Thansak people being laughed at. Isaac wore a mischievous smile, his tongue lightly grazing his lips, his eyes flashing with danger. If that's what they're thinking, then I'll play them a very painful trick. He enthusiastically gestured toward Hyperius. Allow me to introduce my secret weapon. To mess with those holy sea bastards, the youngest prince of the Magic Empire. The apprentice priests heard this and their jaws dropped, their faces turning pale. Isaac was annoyed. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Suri yelled. You're crazy. What did you just do? Who introduces the enemy prince like that? Hyperius laughed and scratched his head shyly. Ha ha, that's why I hid my identity. Sorry for surprising you, everyone. Those stupid priests. Suri looked at the 2 in front of him, questioning reality. You didn't kidnap him, did you? Hyperius denied. Kidnap. No way. Ha ha ha. He was speechless, hearing that. You are definitely being kidnapped, you idiot. Isaac smiled wickedly. With this, the Holy See is finished for sure. We didn't just save a few holy knights. This will definitely make them have to honor us. Suri wanted to object. Isn't it us who are finished? Isaac said something that stunned the whole room. The basic principle of politics is to make the other side owe you. Just by saving the prince, the Magic Empire already owes me a huge debt. Suri was panicked to the extreme. Why did you say that directly in front of the prince, you madman? Hyperius naively exclaimed. As expected, you truly are a brilliant strategist. He secretly thought, is this kid crazy too? Suri tiredly held his head. So you intend to publicly announce you saved the Magic Empire's prince and return with your head held high? Isaac acted secretive. Don't tell anyone yet. That's why I gathered everyone here. With a confident smirk, he asserted that the royalists would definitely set a trap to sabotage our mission. Isaac's declaration left the entire room gaping. So, what do you think would happen if the Prince of the Magic Empire walked right into that trap? Hiberius's eyes instantly lit up. You really are brilliant, Isaac. If you want, I'd be ready to walk through fire for you. He rubbed his hands with excitement, his tongue darting across his lips, his gaze gleaming with wicked delight. Let's give those royalists a real slap in the face. In the meeting room, Isaac spoke with pure arrogance. So, what do you think would happen if the Prince of the Magic Empire walked right into that trap? He stated it decisively. Naturally, there would be a thorough investigation to find the mastermind behind it. Both the Holy Kingdom and the Magic Empire would surely investigate. At this point, Isaac couldn't help but shrug. At that point, the royalists, those who laid this trap, how panicked do you think they'd be? Suri furrowed her brow, her face still etched with tension. I somewhat understand what you're thinking, but Cardinal Barrett isn't the type to lay a trap and let himself be exposed as the culprit. Isaac waved his hand. It doesn't matter. He has accomplices. Suri raised an eyebrow, confused. Accomplices? As a thought struck her, she jumped in alarm. Don't tell me you intend to use the mages. Isaac stood up slowly. They're too annoying, so I plan to ruin their schemes a little, but if we fight them head-on, it might turn into a diplomatic incident. Suri asked curiously, so what do you intend to do? He bared his teeth, unable to stop a chuckle, and raised his hands high with excitement. Tricking them, obviously. Hiberius chimed in. Big brother is right. We'll make the other apprentice priests disappear. What kind of nonsense is this? Have these guys lost their minds? Just then, a sudden tremor occurred, startling everyone. Someone hurried to the window to look out. What's happening? Over there, past the forest, a plume of black smoke is rising. Isn't that where the mages were heading? Isaac suddenly laughed loudly. Ah, ha, ha. He who strikes first wins. Those damn mages. He immediately grabbed Hiberius. They dare to covet my mana core? Without letting anyone react, Isaac charged out the door. Die, all of you. Suri turned pale and screamed, that lunatic. Outside, where the tremor originated, chaos reigned. Fires burned everywhere amidst cries of panic. We're under attack. All the mana cores we stored have been destroyed. Even the tools for creating magic circles are in pieces. The head mage gritted his teeth. Could it be those apprentice priests? Did they discover our plan and strike first? He quickly ordered. Attack those priests. The remaining men immediately raised their weapons and moved forward. Just then, a figure approached and shouted, wait. Isaac wore a devious smile and whispered. From here, he pushed Hiberius forward. I leave him to you, your highness. The young prince immediately put his hands on his hips and barked angrily. You bastards. Hiberius demanded, you dare attack us? The mages saw the boy and panicked. Prince, it's really him. The leader of the mages asked in confusion, Your Highness, why are you with those priests? Please, come over here. We will escort you back. Isaac suddenly cut in. You bastards, if you value this kid's life. With one hand gripping Hiberius's head and the other holding a sword to the boy's neck, he threatened, then hand over everything you have. Hiberius also crossed his arms and urged, Hurry up. Seeing them hesitate, Isaac gritted his teeth in frustration. Did you not hear me? He urged again. Give it all up. You bastards. Suri, hiding behind a tree, witnessed this scene and silently prayed. Oh gods, please take this madman away. The current situation left everyone flustered. Joshua is known as the faith of Azure among the 5 great faiths. They, along with White, are the most righteous and detest injustice. Following the spirit of chivalry, even with a blade to their throats, the heirs of that faith would never draw their weapons. Yet here, someone was holding a sword to the throat of the Magic Empire's prince and starting a hostage play. Isaac pressed the sword closer to Hiberius's neck and threatened fiercely. Are you saying you don't mind if I behead this kid? The boy nodded. Is that what you mean? The mages thought. He must have been captured during a moment of negligence. We have to save him. He thought of a way to distract them. You there, descendant of Joshua, calm down first. The mage suggested, let's negotiate. Isaac pointed his sword at him and cursed, negotiate my ass. Did you not hear me say to hand it all over? At this moment, a mage signaled for rescue and appeared behind the two. He whispered, Your Highness, I'm here. The mage reached out to Hiberius. Signal, take my hand. I'll save you. The boy looked sullen and furious. You idiots, why haven't you saved me yet? He was cursed at, leaving him stunned. You still dare call yourselves mages of the Empire? The mage tried to reach for Hiberius again. Here, Your Highness. Seeing this, the boy agilely climbed up, clung to Isaac, and hid behind him. You useless, unruly fools. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Good grief. The mage tried to explain. No, we came to save you. Tiberius crossed his arms with authority. Enough. In the name of the youngest prince of the Magic Empire, I order you. Sitting on Isaac's shoulders, the boy declared clearly, hand everything over and retreat immediately. He laughed triumphantly. You heard him. Retreat, you bastards. The mage negotiating was so angry he held his stomach. He is the future of the Empire. Although I don't know what the hell is going on, we have no choice but to follow his orders. Finally, they had to compromise. One by one placing their mana cores on the ground. All right, we'll give it all up. Just please let him go. Isaac looked at them, drooling. Mana core, mana core, mana core. His subordinate couldn't help but appear and give a gentle reminder. Master, please control your expression. After getting what he wanted, Isaac spoke generously. Fine. Out of respect for your sincerity, I'll let it slide this time. The mage couldn't help but grit his teeth. Isaac didn't forget to warn them. Rest assured. I will report back to the Empire that you dared to plot against us. The mage was startled upon hearing this. He tried to make excuses. There must be some misunderstanding. We only intended to hunt monsters. Plotting against us? The mage was taken aback, scrambling for an excuse. You must have misunderstood. We're just here to hunt demons. Isaac shot back. If you're out demon hunting, then why are you carrying weapons to capture priests? He warned them. And if you don't like it, make sure to pick up the bodies of the prince on your way out. The mage, stung by Isaac's mockery, couldn't hold back and cursed. Damn it. Isaac smirked. What are you waiting for? Get lost already. Tiberius, perched on his shoulder, also barked. Get lost. Now. By the time Isaac returned to the novice's quarters, dusk was settling in. He unloaded all the mana cores, dropped onto his bed, and burst into laughter. Isaac rolled around on the bed in pure delight, chanting, Mana cores, mana cores, mana cores. Ha ha. Tiberius looked at him with growing admiration. As expected of the big boss, you really think ahead. The mana cores from the Magic Empire are truly on another level compared to the trash from the Holy Kingdom. The color, the scent, even the veining, everything is in a completely different league. The little guy kept singing his praises. I thought the Holy Kingdom was just full of a bunch of maggots who didn't know how to stock up on mana cores, but I never expected to find someone like you in the Holy Order. It's truly a righteous and magnificent faith, none can compare. Suri, on the next bed, sighed inwardly. Looks like we just brought home another lunatic. Tiberius eagerly chimed in, Big boss, just say the word. When we get back to the capital, I'll make sure the Holy Order receives a generous reward. Isaac nodded. Oh, that sounds good. The little guy suddenly proposed, Big boss, have you ever thought about defecting to the Magic Empire? We won't treat you badly. Suri couldn't hold back any longer and stood up. Enough already, you lunatics. He walked over to Isaac's bed and declared, Isaac, I have something to say to you. Isaac turned. Huh? Suri, looking disgusted. First of all, wipe that drool off your face. Suri asked anxiously, Are you really going to tell the patriarch that my fourth uncle used mages? Isaac didn't hesitate. Of course, I need to eliminate a rival for the family head position. Suri immediately warned him, but if you're wrong, you'll lose your life. He continued, sounding a bit tense, You've never met my uncle, so you don't know, but his temper is no joke. If you falsely accuse an innocent man without proof, you'll really be Isaac sat up and scoffed. Innocent? He recalled the mage's words, the direct descendant of Joshua. Calm down first. Isaac began to analyze. They called us the direct descendants of Joshua earlier. That means the mage clearly knew who we were and targeted us from the very beginning. Suri frowned. Well, the people of Joshua are known for their appearance, so he probably recognized us. Joshua didn't hold back and spewed a string of insults. What the hell are you talking about? You're ugly as a demon with that crappy hair color. Anyone could look at you and guess you're from Joshua. Suri got up and left the bed. Like I said, they definitely knew beforehand. Suri, feeling aggrieved enough to cry, tried to hold it in. Shut up, you jerk, Isaac asserted. It's obvious that uncle of yours was behind this. Suri still didn't believe it and retorted. No way they would know there were direct descendants of Joshua among the novices. Isaac ran over and gripped his shoulders. Wake up, Suri. The person you call uncle just tried to kill you. Isaac tried to explain. Do you think your father will just sit still? He must have caused an uproar by now. Suri remained stubborn. I'm sure he doesn't know yet, but that commotion must have, He suddenly froze. Suri looked up at Isaac. Don't tell me this jerk, he was laughing in a creepy, unsettling way. Turned everything upside down, right? The Holy Order, the Imperial family, even the Vatican. I bet everything is in chaos right now. At that moment, in the Vatican, a voice full of surprise rang out. What did you just say? The priest seemed unable to believe it and asked again. The novices of the Holy Order have returned safely. The person opposite him confirmed, that's right. They're probably on their way to the capital now. We checked, and it seems they returned with more people than when they left. They appear to have rescued those who were kidnapped. The long-haired priest couldn't hide his anger. What the hell are the mages doing? Hera frowned with dissatisfaction upon hearing this. That fourth son of the Joshua family and those mages, what in the world are they doing? Why is that kid still alive and returning? The short-haired priest hesitated as he continued. They said they couldn't attack. The person in front was stunned. What? His next words made Hera's hand, which was tapping the table, stop. It seems the prince of the Magic Empire was among those they rescued. The long-haired priest asked in disbelief, who? The short-haired priest uttered a name. The youngest prince of Britannia. Hiberius Britannia. He suddenly bowed his head to report another shocking piece of news. Isaac Joshua has also requested a thorough investigation into the mages. The priest added another bit of news. That kid said he would definitely find out who intended to assassinate the prince. Hera's face instantly darkened, and he gritted his teeth. So this is how that brat intends to play me. He silently analyzed it. The appearance of the prince has changed everything. They will surely investigate it thoroughly. If so, not only am I powerless, but I could also be framed for attempting to assassinate the prince. Hera's hands clenched until they shook. What bad luck. That father and son are truly a curse. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrown open by another priest. Lord Cardinal, there's bad news. He reported urgently. The patriarch of the Joshua family has arrived in Barry and is causing a scene. The priest looked flustered. He is demanding to see his fourth son immediately. Hera Barry gritted his teeth in frustration and cursed under his breath. Now even the grandfather has shown up? Damn it, all three of them. Meanwhile, in the holy capital, Helen Roman burst into a hearty laugh. Rewinding to a few minutes before Isaac arrived to whine and complain to his grandfather. Grandpa, I almost died. Fourth, Uncle tried to kill us with the help of those mages. Sob sob. Hearing this, his grandfather flew into a rage. That brat dares to recalling that scene. He hugged his face and laughed out loud. That's his style, all right. I knew he wasn't a pushover, but I never expected him to dare cause such trouble right in the Pope's backyard. The maid standing nearby hesitated to speak. My lord, suddenly, she knelt on one knee. To Isaac's surprise, the maid declared, I sincerely thank you for avenging my brother, who was murdered 14 years ago. He felt awkward and brushed it off. I didn't know that. Even so, Isaac replied, Ah, it's nothing. He asked, What about the others? She smiled and replied, Their reactions are similar. Patriarch. The maid also mentioned, Lord Gowell seems quite angry about something else. Gowell was fuming, pointing his finger at that madman, shouting, Are you saying you'd kill not just Isaac, but your own nephew too? Riley Joshua was just as confused. Isaac is your nephew too, isn't he? Riley retorted, Their hair colors are different, man. And besides, look at their faces, they don't even look alike. Gowell exploded with rage. Shut your mouth. Just then, a noise caught their attention, and they turned to the maid, who was reporting, It's Lord Benjamin, the one in charge of the finances. He's already burned the fourth son's entire inheritance. So, the noise Riley and Gowell heard was Benjamin using magic to set it ablaze. He wasn't going to let him get his hands on anything. Everything is being returned to the state. Isaac looked crushed. Wait, give it to me. The maid said hesitantly, All the descendants of the Joshua family are meeting for the New Year's holiday. Honestly, it makes me uneasy. A look of worry crossed her face. It seems like that person is planning to kill you, my lord. The maid whispered her assessment. He seems determined to take the family head position, which is why he wants to get rid of you early. Isaac listened, completely relaxed. Don't worry, I don't plan on dying. He frowned, looking a bit strange. But it's weird, there's another place that should be in chaos right now. Why are they still so quiet? Just as Isaac was wondering, a small piece of paper flew in from nowhere. They should have arrived by now. In a flash, he grabbed it and tore it in two. They're here. The moment Isaac tossed the scraps aside, a magic circle suddenly appeared and glowed on the floor. The maid gasped in surprise. Is that a holy summoning spell? Isaac smirked. You seem to be in a big hurry. Huh. Using a holy summoning spell like this, just then, a figure appeared from the magic circle and stepped toward him. Leon grabbed Isaac by the collar and growled. You said you'd show me something interesting, didn't you? Isaac replied, totally calm. Looks like my cute little prince of the Magic Empire is doing just fine, don't you think? I thought you would like him. Hearing this, Leon couldn't help but grind his teeth in anger, but finally, he sighed and let go. Ha! Leon sneered. What were you thinking? Bringing the prince of the Magic Empire here, huh? Isaac smoothed out his collar. I did it to help you. Leon couldn't help but twitch a smile. Help, you say? Leon secretly remembered receiving the letter from him. At first, he actually liked the idea. This is a rare opportunity to squeeze money out of them. In the letter, Isaac explained that the mages might have been plotting against the prince. As the Crimson family, specialists in interrogation, please investigate who is behind all of this. At the time, Leon was so excited he crushed the letter. It's so obvious who did this. It's likely the Pope. And that fourth son of the Joshua family is trying to turn Isaac into a cripple. He smiled to himself. Isaac, Joshua, thanks to that idiot kid, I'll be able to make the Crimson and Azure families kneel. The smile on Leon's lips deepened, his eyes full of interest. That's enough to trade for the right to deal with 14 attendants, maybe even more. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Is this how the Holy Kingdom interrogates people? Leon was stunned. What the hell? Hiborius stood with his arms crossed, looking full of disdain. You call yourselves the Holy Kingdom, but you're this barbaric? The boy lay on the bed, flailing his arms and throwing a tantrum. What? You're asking for my name? Where are my rights? Are all you priests like this? You dare ask about my big brother, Isaac? Do you have no shame, you lowlifes? You dare mention the Azure family? You bastards, even if you had 15 more years, you still wouldn't understand my big brother's vision. Hiborius went on a rant, screaming constantly. This behavior made one of the squad members unable to hold back, wanting to charge in. Let me go. I'll kill that bastard and send him to the underworld. The person behind him quickly held him back. Calm down. Leon closed his eyes helplessly. That brat, he's requesting this interrogation just to scare the Crimson family. Seeing the kid in front of him keep resisting only made him more certain of it. He doesn't want the Joshua family to suffer because of the fourth son, so he brought the prince, who has no intention of cooperating, here. Aha, in that case, the Crimson side will be in complete chaos. Back in reality, looking at Isaac in front of him, Leon grew even angrier. You damn brat, you dared to use us, didn't you? He growled. Do you think you'll get away with this, Isaac? Leon challenged him. I feel quite annoyed seeing my own people go through so much trouble. Isaac smiled innocently. What? You don't look annoyed at all. He exposed him. Isn't it that you enjoy the suffering of your subordinates? Leon frowned slightly. How strange. A weird smile suddenly appeared on his face, and at the same time, he unleashed a terrifying pressure. No one has ever figured that out before. The maid, feeling that pressure, couldn't help but tremble. She was forced to her knees by the aura surrounding Leon. He was still interrogating. Did the Azure family head tell you? Leon threatened. You know, making an apprentice priest disappear isn't that difficult, you know? I wonder who told you. Isaac suddenly spoke up. If you're happy now, how about paying up? He frowned, looking unhappy. Huh. Isabet, he let out a cold laugh. Ha. Leon reached out with his open palm toward Isaac's head. Looks like you haven't learned anything other than how to die faster, huh? The maid, seeing this, hurriedly pleaded, Please, run away. Isaac wasn't afraid at all. He used one hand to brush his hand away. She watched, completely stunned. Leon didn't seem angry either. He even withdrew the aura he had just released. Isaac said, Thank you. He held up a badge toward him, his lips curling. That's more than enough as payment. Leon Sephard stood in front of him, flustered. By the way, I'm quite curious. He smiled as he replied, That monster, was it really you who took it down yourself? Leon Sephard naturally asked how could an apprentice priest ever do something like that. Hearing this, Isaac remained calm and replied, That's a secret of my family, sir. The more he spoke, the more Leon nodded and pondered. Unlike the Azure family, your family seems quite poor at hunting monsters, so I'm not surprised you're curious. Finally, Isaac gave a very smug smile and declared, That's exactly why your son got beaten to a pulp, too. Leon Sephard showed no emotion, just smiling and staring at him. He turned on his heel and walked away, while Isaac felt amused. Leon Sephard silently thought to himself, What an insolent brat. He chirped, Take care on your way there, my lord. Meanwhile, Ashley was a mess, anxiously asking, Isaac, are you okay? Are you hurt? She scolded him with irritation. Why are the people from the Red Clan all so insufferable? He replied calmly, watching the figure of Leon Sephard walk away. Because their family heads are always a bunch of maniacs. Suddenly, Ashley asked in surprise, Wait, what is that thing Isaac is holding in his hand? He recalled and answered, It passed to the Holy Sea's prison. Isaac touched it, deep in thought. With this, I can finally meet my subordinates. Looking down from above at a massive, majestic fortress, the judges of the Yellow Clan Evaluation Board sat, whispering among themselves, wondering which team would take the top rank. Who will be the king of this exam, I wonder? The Yellow Clan, obviously. There has never been a case where the Yellow Clan didn't take the top spot in their exam. Leon Sephard was furious. But all he could do was force a smile and suppress the storm in his heart as he heard them say, "The Red Clan even lost to those blue ones. Huh." Suddenly, someone shouted, making everyone excited. "The initiate priests are arriving. Which team is it?" Everyone cheered happily when they saw Kim. Isaac walking in. It was the blue faction, Isaac Rosua. Those accompanying him were cursing under their breath. "Why doesn't that bastard just drop dead already? Damn it, Isaac Rosua. Do you know how many times I almost died because of that jerk?" Isaac Joshua gritted his teeth in rage and warned them, glancing back at those feigning ignorance, "I can see everything, you idiots. Smile for me, or else." Suddenly, a shout distracted him, causing him to turn his head. "Look there." Amidst the echoing cheers of the crowd, Sebastian's group walked in with extreme arrogance. It was the yellow team. Two of them wore haughty expressions, sneering with contempt, judging the stupid blue team members. They were ecstatic, recalling, "Thanks to Kina's help, we managed to recover a lost treasure of the Holy Kingdom of Helen from the enemy. This is what will truly help the Joshua Holy Kingdom." Suri stared at them, whispering silently, "Merit in the Magic Empire? What a load of nonsense. Do you honestly think just saving a few survivors will change anything? Use your heads, you stupid blue team fools." Just then, a priest holding a paper announced clearly, "Welcome, initiate priests and distinguished guests. Thank you all for attending the Yellow Clan evaluation results ceremony. Please rise." He read aloud with great respect, "Welcome the Emperor and his son." As they entered, the results were to be announced by the Emperor himself. Suddenly, hearing this, the other priests and royal family members became flustered and whispered, "The Emperor came in person? That's incredibly rare." That meant this evaluation was truly so important that he had to announce the results himself. The yellow team group gloated, thinking, "That's right, we recovered a lost treasure of the Holy Kingdom. Surely the Emperor had to come in person." The priest spoke up again. "Now, the results evaluation will begin." His announcement made Suri Joshua frown. The treasure the white team brought back was a lost ancient manuscript. While the priest spoke, the Emperor's side looked at the book the yellow team had presented. The red team had brought back a holy sword crafted 300 years ago by a genius artisan. The Emperor was extremely excited and praised it. "This is worthy of study. His work still holds great value even now." Being praised by the Emperor made the yellow team group incredibly conceited. "This year's initiates are truly different. Last year, we didn't even have anything this valuable." Just then, the priest replied and continued, making Hella itch to look back. As for the yellow team, he blurted out, "It is truly astonishing. They have recovered a national treasure that Helen had lost for hundreds of years." The crowd's murmurs grew incredibly lively. "That's the treasure passed down through the royal generations. Is that the necklace stolen by the Manzi?" Only Suri Joshua was shocked, thinking, "A national treasure? No wonder the Emperor had to come here." The Emperor frowned, examined it, and declared, "Truly extraordinary. This is a treasure for the royal rights, stolen since my grandfather's time." He was extremely satisfied as he declared this, causing the yellow team group to celebrate without restraint. "I thought I would never see it again, yet you retrieved it." The yellow team's ability is truly exceptional. They secretly mocked Suri Joshua's group. "This is the difference in class, you useless blue team. If you can do something greater than this, then step up." The boy looked incredibly annoyed, turning his head away without bothering to look, thinking to himself, "What a bunch of jerks." Just then, the priest mentioned Isaac Joshua's group, and finally, the blue team. He called out naturally, making the entire stands go silent instantly. The blue team heroically rescued all the holy knights kidnapped by demons in Graciandia. The people sitting in the stands began to whisper. The initiate priests rescued them from the land of the mages. Just surviving the return journey alone is already a miracle. Sebastian Nizer mocked. Just bringing people back doesn't say anything. But then the boy was immediately slapped in the face by the priest who spoke up again, declaring, "They also defeated the monster that had killed so many priests 14 years ago." He was extremely proud, shedding tears from the bottom of his heart as he said, "They personally punished the monster that even the mages were targeting and saved all the survivors." Finally, the pain Helen has endured for 14 years has been soothed. The yellow team group felt very uncomfortable and tried to comfort themselves, saying, "It's okay. I didn't think they could kill that monster, but the national treasure is still much more valuable." But they were made even more anxious by the priest, but the blue team didn't stop there. Hearing him say that shocked the other two. They also rescued hybridist John Britannia, the prince of the Magic Empire. They were stunned and shouted, "Who did they rescue?" The priest tossed the paper aside and said, "The Holy Kingdom of Helen has demanded compensation from the Magic Empire for saving Prince Hybridus." He responded urgently, "It is the return of a treasure stolen from us. More importantly, the cancellation of the unreasonable tax in the disputed region of Graciandia." And the magic empire has, the priest's final words made Isaac Joshua stand there, looking incredibly smug, accepted our demands. The emperor stood up and said, "This achievement is so great that I can hardly find words of praise worthy of it." He was extremely joyful as he declared, "What these initiate priests did today not only raises the honor of Helen but also brings practical benefits to us." His words made the yellow team members turn pale. The blue team hadn't just saved the holy knights, and countless commoners, and even the enemy prince. A single life is worth more than the entire universe. Saving that life is the very reason why the Holy Empire of Helen exists. Isaac Joshua's team is overjoyed. Solving commercial issues that affect people's lives is just like saving thousands of people. After that, Headcliff Hella spoke about this unprecedented achievement. He looked stern and warned the priests. "I trust the evaluation team will agree with my assessment, won't they?" At this, the priest could only cough lightly, pretending to be calm. The crowd on the viewing platform was whispering about the national treasure that the yellow team had brought back, which was truly astonishing. But what the blue team had done was incomparable. It wasn't something mere apprentices could accomplish. At this point, the yellow team became anxious as the topic of conversation shifted. Above all, the blue team had reaffirmed the true purpose of the clergy. That's right, protecting the weak and serving the people, that is the true nature of a priest. On the other hand, the other teams only brought back items to restore their old honor. Meanwhile, Hina Berry was sitting on the platform, trembling with rage as she listened to their discussion. Whether intentional or not, the blue team had made a huge contribution to Helen. She gritted her teeth in anger, silently guessing that if it wasn't intentional, then there was no way Isaac would have done all of this. Hina Berry looked at Isaac Joshua standing below, who looked incredibly confident, making her assume that, since they saved the citizens, the yellow team had no other choice but to award the king's rank to the blue team. Everything went exactly as Isaac had calculated. Then, Headcliff Hella announced, "In that case, I will declare the final result." He praised everyone, specifically emphasizing that this year, the apprentices had shown exceptional talent, especially the blue team. Despite the dangerous mission, they didn't give up but risked their lives to save their teammates. Hearing Headcliff Hella speak made Suri Joshua beam with joy. "That feat will be a shining example not only for your peers but also for your seniors," he declared loudly. "Therefore, the winner of this yellow team test belongs to the children of the blue team." Isaac Joshua was overjoyed, celebrating with the blue team. At the children's residence, the blue team's dormitory, Eli Joshua was walking down the hallway. Eli Joshua stopped in his tracks, frozen, before he could say a word, hearing Isaac, the heir, say, "It's nothing, really." He was blathering on, saying that all it took was yapping a few words about his teammates and reciting a few scriptures. Isaac Joshua laughed, feeling smug, saying that as long as you say a few things the head of the house likes to hear, it's as easy as pie. He didn't hold back, adding fuel to the fire, making Suri Joshua's eyes widen, staying silent, not daring to laugh. "Don't worry about getting the king's rank in the blue team's test. Just sit back and Grandpa will hand it to me anyway." "So, this is what it feels like to be invincible?" Isaac Joshua noticed the silence and turned his head, asking in surprise, "What's wrong? Why is everyone suddenly so quiet?" Eli Joshua, looking like he was about to kill someone, growled his name, making Isaac Joshua pale with fear. "Isaac, you," he frowned, saying darkly, "It seems it's still too early for you to take the heir's seat. It looks like no matter how much you're taught, it can't be fixed." Isaac Joshua's face twisted painfully as he muttered to himself, "I'm screwed. Those jerks. If Grandpa was standing here, he should have told me." Suddenly, he threw the pillow onto the floor in a fit of rage. Isaac Joshua shouted madly, "What is this? This is ridiculous." He began to complain. "Forcing me to handle all those grueling training sessions and then using artifacts to lure me into failing. Forcing me to copy hundreds of pages of ancient books that are impossible to understand. And you call that fair?" Isaac Joshua scowled, asking, "What did I do wrong?" The observer ghost frowned and criticized him. "You spat all those nasty words in the head of the house's face." It scolded him. "You don't have a choice. He said he would give you the lowest grade if you don't do it all. You want to fail? You brought this on yourself. Damn it." At that moment, Isaac Joshua realized something and exclaimed, "I've got it." He quickly went to find Riley Joshua and called out, "Uncle, you're going with the head of the house anyway." He pretended to act cute, hugging him and crying, "Uncle." Isaac Joshua feigned pity, his eyes welling up with tears as he called, "Uncle, Uncle." Riley Joshua got goosebumps and said, "Tell me who made you cry, and I'll wring their neck for you." He pretended to be heartbroken and replied, "I think Grandpa hates me. Maybe I should leave this house." Hearing that, he knelt down, confused, and asked, "What? Why? What happened?" Isaac Joshua hesitated and answered, putting words into Eli Joshua's mouth, accusing him to Riley Joshua, saying, "He said I should leave the dorm and go home with him. When I asked to drink, he said I was too young and didn't qualify." This made him suspicious, wondering, why would father do that? Could it be that father wants to discipline Isaac? Riley Joshua looked grim, guessing that his older brother and sister-in-law were like his own parents. When he lost both of them 15 years ago, his world nearly collapsed. He silently made a decision, looking at Isaac Joshua, who was clowning around. "So, when I knew my nephew was still alive, I was breathless with joy. I'm ready to sacrifice my life for this child." The observer ghost asked, confused, "What are you doing?" Isaac Joshua said tremblingly, "Isaac just wants to pass the blue team test, become an official priest, and then destroy the Dry Demon King with you soon." Riley Joshua held his head in pain, calling his name Isaac. Isaac Joshua said tearfully, "So that means Isaac won't be able to smash the Dry Demon King's skull anymore?" The observer ghost shouted, "Are you crazy? Why are you talking about yourself in the third person?" He looked like he had collapsed at the end of the world, speechless. Riley Joshua stood up and said, "Don't worry, Isaac. This uncle of yours will take care of everything." He pretended to ask, "Really?" He bluntly declared, "Of course, I will help. My precious nephew passed that ridiculous test. It's as easy as turning over a hand. It's a small matter." Riley Joshua quickly ran off to implement it, but didn't forget to comfort him. "Don't worry, Isaac." The observer ghost asked suddenly, "But the test takes place tomorrow. Can Riley really do it?" Isaac Joshua adjusted his clothes and replied calmly, "If it's uncle, it's not a problem at all." He smiled deviously, thinking, "Plus, there's a more urgent matter on my mind." Kim Isaac was only focused on worrying about when he would go to the dungeon. He had to meet his subordinates before they were executed. The next day, at the Holy Empire's dungeon, the prison guard frowned, shocked, and said, "Verified. This really is the pass issued by the Scarlet Cardinal. You can enter to see them in 14 days. Then he whispered to himself, "Having power is really nice." Kim, with an arrogant look, he sneered, "The execution is in less than a month, and you expect me to look at those severed heads?" He spoke with a devious tone. "Move it up to 1 week. Make it happen for him." Another prison guard said, looking terrified, "That's impossible. Security protocols require at least 10 days. The other guard spoke calmly, "Getting to see him at all is already a miracle." Just then, Isaac Joshua declared, 5 days. The guard beside him was speechless and replied, "I said no." If anything happens, Isaac Joshua cut him off, threatening even more. 3 days. Isaac Joshua reached out and touched the bars of the cell, saying, "Forget it. How about we go in right now?" The prison guard helplessly replied, "Tomorrow, it can't be earlier than that." Only then did he relent, saying, "Fine, that'll do." The two guards whispered to each other, "Why on earth would the head of the house give his pass to this madman?" The ghost observer frowned and said, "Aren't you here to meet them right now?" Instead, Isaac Joshua laughed and said, "No, I need to get something. After I take first place in the exam today, tomorrow will be even better." He analyzed the situation, a holiness exam. Riley Joshua said he'd handle it so his precious nephew could pass easily. He emphasized and repeated precious nephew. Isaac Joshua ordered the ghost observer to shut up. He was excited and wondered, "I wonder how easy this exam will really be." He mused enthusiastically. If it's Riley Joshua, he surely turned it into child's play. The area around the arena became deathly silent. The priest announced, "Welcome, trainee priests, to the holiness exam and to all the guests watching." He made an announcement that made Isaac Joshua go pale. The final task of the holiness exam is to exterminate a few monsters. The others were overjoyed. They said it was a piece of cake. Isaac Joshua's group was incredibly excited, discussing with him, "What? Why is the exam so easy? That's Isaac for you. You talked to the family for us, didn't you? If we still can't pass this, we might as well just bite our tongues and die." Suri Joshua laughed loudly, pointing excitedly. "Not to mention the monsters we have to take down in front of them are just summoned skeletons, meant as targets for the exam. Right in front of everyone, there were only. The skeletons looked harmless. One remarked, 'They're just skeletons.' But the skeletons themselves were rejoicing, saying to each other, 'Our king, it's our king. He's come to see us. Come to us. Where have you been all this time?' They were dancing and cheering excitedly. 'He's here to save us.' At this moment, the ghost observer muttered, 'Looks like you'll have to fight your own brothers.' Isaac Joshua was still deeply conflicted, his face darkening. He cursed inwardly, 'That bastard Riley Joshua.' And as for Riley Joshua was incredibly excited and secretly happy. 'Everything is for my dear nephew. Good luck, Isaac.' To most people, just hearing the word skeleton makes them want to cry. Weak as slugs, dumb as rocks, easily ignored, but also easily exploited. Basically, They are the untouchable class of the demon world. Most people think that in tests for priests, lessons for nobles, or even at festivals for children, they are only summoned to be slaughtered with bone purge. That was what Isaac Joshua had experienced, and if they died by bone purge, they were headed straight for hell. Upon death, they restart from zero. They would be reborn at level 1. Isaac, level 1, you died again? This was the 43,721,376th time. Rage flared up inside him, and he cursed silently. You damn priests. I am the great skeleton demon king, and you dare to summon these poor souls? The group of skeletons chatted excitedly. Where are we? Where are we? I don't know, but our majesty is here. It's his majesty. Meanwhile, the people in Isaac Joshua's group were very eager, suggesting, Isaac, use bone purge. That way you can send them to hell. That's right. They're nothing before that holy spell. Piece of cake, right? Bone purge. Bone purge is the most basic spell. Just use it. But he was furious, cursing to himself, I've died millions of times because of that damned bone purge. And now you're telling me to use it on these kids? Are you insane? While Isaac Joshua was cursing silently, Riley, you bastard. The skeletons happily ran to him. It's his majesty. He came for us. For us? So happy, so happy. Just then, Suri Joshua was startled and shouted, Isaac, those skeletons are acting like perverts. They were piling onto Isaac Joshua, groping him. Why did you disappear for so long? You finally came to see us. He could only mutter, I understand you're happy, but you guys are heavy. Witnessing that scene, he frowned. Confused, he asked, Are they attacking Isaac? Someone else glanced over and remarked, Are they trying to crush him to death? Hearing that, Suri Joshua was shocked and stammered, but why does it look like they're just happy to see him? On this side, under the joyful gaze of the skeletons, Kim, Isaac was calculating, damn it, if this fails, my identity will be exposed. I'll drain their mana cores so they can't fight. When the priest spoke up, the exam begins. He calculated, if I give their mana cores back later, then they'll be fine. The priest was still happily explaining, in this exam, you must absolutely not touch their mana cores. Priests must use bone purge to turn them into dust. This made Isaac Joshua furious, but he couldn't do anything. Damn priests. At this, the commander of the Blue Knight squad was very confident, cheering. For him, young Master Isaac, we've prepared everything. It's that easy. Make sure you take first place. Seeing this made Isaac Joshua curse the family. Damn it. I'll wipe you all out. Additionally, two people were debating enthusiastically. Just using bone purge is enough to pass. This really is the easiest exam in history. Exactly. Normally, bone purge is too strong for undead creatures. They should have increased the difficulty by making the priests extract their mana cores. Like this, even a newborn could pass. Watching all this made Isaac Joshua furious. Those damn dogs. This is even worse. Enraged, he stood up and shouted. In Isaac Joshua's head, he was only thinking, I'm not using that damn bone purge spell. I'll deal with them with regular attack magic. Damn it, sorry kids. Even if it's just regular magic, it'll still deal critical damage to undead. But it's better than sending you to hell. The skeletons innocently and excitedly said, Oh, His Majesty is looking at us. Looking at us. Oh, Majesty, what should we do now? Tell us what to do. Oh, just seeing His Majesty is enough to make us happy. So happy. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, frustrated, as the ghost observer whispered, I can't do it. Everyone was completely shocked, screaming, What? Suri Joshua asked aggressively. Even a child could do it, so why can't you? Isaac Joshua replied helplessly. No, I really can't. The skeletons quickly approached him, asking, My lord, what's wrong? Are you out of mana, my lord? What should we do? They quickly came up with an idea. Shall we take you down to the dragon's fire to replenish your mana? I'm not a skeleton anymore. Isaac Joshua retorted, I'm a human. Getting thrown into fire hurts like hell. The priests standing nearby were shaken, wondering to themselves if they had heard correctly. What did he just say? Not a skeleton, but a human? Suddenly, someone offered an opinion, saying, Could it be that he sees them as humans? This made him knit his brows in confusion. Below, the long-haired man pondered. Well, skeletons were humans to begin with. Does the kid not want to attack creatures that were once human? This made the blonde-haired man curiously speculate. Perhaps the kid wants to save the humans who have become monsters. This made others marvel at Isaac Joshua's kindness, making him feel a bit embarrassed by the praise. Sure enough, the Saintess's bloodline is the faith that protects all beings from demons. Suddenly, many people from the stand spoke up in unison. Truly, the Saintess's son. What a noble heart. This made Joshua Suri get a headache and groan. You guys are crazy. There's no way that guy is thinking about anything so noble. The boy quickly stepped forward, ordering him. Move aside, Isaac. If you won't do it, I will. Sorry, Joshua hadn't even finished his sentence before Joshua quickly punched him in the face and said, stop it. He glanced around anxiously and analyzed. If someone else uses the bone-binding spell, they'll surely end up in hell. I can't let that happen. Suddenly, Joshua chanted a spell. A blue orb appeared. Other candidates were approaching, forcing him to bow down to cast the bone-binding spell. Light from the magic spell shone across the entire arena. I have to aim carefully so I don't hit the others. The people in the stands were stunned and blurted out. Is that the bone-binding spell? I've never seen one this big. The skeletons naively pointed and whispered. What is that shiny thing? I don't know, but it looks beautiful. Suddenly, Joshua summoned a shadow lich. He quickly ordered the lich, hide them all in the shadows. As you command. It quickly surrounded the skeletons, who were innocently oblivious. Down in the stands, everyone was startled and surprised. Huh? What's going on? Hearing them talk made Joshua sweat with anxiety. Seeing that there wasn't a single skeleton left on the arena floor, everyone whispered excitedly. They've all disappeared. Did Isaac wipe them all out in one blow? All the soldiers in the blue platoon cheered. Amazing. At this level, he must at least be on par with the bishops. He truly has the qualities of a saint. Joshua could only swallow his anger and curse. Those corrupt priests. I'll definitely wipe every one of them out. Joshua speculated that the Red Cardinal was trying to capture Isaac. He was certain that Isaac would summon an evil god during the sacrificial ceremony. He thought deeply and said, if the kid can just summon a mid-tier god, I would be satisfied. Joshua spoke up. If father knew which god had chosen Isaac, I'm afraid fainting wouldn't be enough. Hearing this, Joshua muttered uneasily. Even worse than an evil god? He confirmed this to Joshua, who was standing nearby, stunned. It's completely incomparable. He clutched his head in self-reproach. Damn it. Just what kind of rotten god is going to appear? He hesitated and asked, could that god be at the disaster level? Joshua looked momentarily sad and said, therefore, bringing Isaac back and re-educating him is the top priority. I've already sent people to him, so there should be a response soon. Just then, a servant entered to report, Master, I've just returned after visiting young Master Isaac. His words hit the three people in the room like a bolt of lightning. Young Master Isaac is on his way to the saint's prison. Sir, Joshua went into a rage, grinding his teeth, making Joshua shiver with fear. Why is he going there? That's the Red Cardinal's territory. The kid shouldn't even have the right to enter that place. The servant replied awkwardly. The thing is, the Red Cardinal gave the young master a pass. Sir. This made him furious, unable to control the magic surging within his body as it leaked out. That scoundrel. Joshua asked himself, making the two Joshua and Joshua turn pale with fear. Is he trying to lure my nephew with those cheap tricks? He quickly called out, Father, please calm down. But now, nothing could stop the deathly gaze, wanting to skin Leon's sepet of Joshua. Does he think I don't know his tricks? We are going to the saint's prison right now. On the other side, Joshua was extremely depressed. Inside the prison grounds, Joshua was walking step by step, listless. The saint's prison. He sighed. I'm tainted. I never thought I'd have to use that disgusting bone-binding spell. The shadow phantom tried to comfort Joshua, but didn't everything turn out fine in the end? It asked, did you bring the reward from the test? He pouted and said, I did all of this because of that, so of course I brought it. He held it out in front of the shadow phantom. Just a string? To Joshua, it was a string capable of removing demonic energy, a precious item that helps free people from demonic energy addiction. He reassured himself that for him, it was also something to help him hide his dark mana. Hearing this, it happily chimed in, so you intend to hide your mana before entering the prison? Just then, Joshua observed his surroundings and whispered to the shadow phantom, but before going in, there's no one around here, right? It quickly replied, within my perception range, there's no one. He snapped his fingers and decided, all right, come out now. The skeletons were quickly summoned, chirping happily, oh, Master, we thought we wouldn't be able to see you again. We love you, Master. Joshua gave an order that left them stunned. Shadow Lich, take them home. The skeletons were confused and begged, Master, what did we do wrong? We'll do anything you say. Please don't abandon us. Can't we stay by your side? This made him blurt out, if you stay here, you'll be wiped out. You idiots. You think I enjoyed doing this? Joshua shouted at the Lich as it guided the skeletons. Make sure you get them home safely, he added quickly. As you wish, Master. Once everything was settled, he spoke up. All right, time to go in. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared and latched onto Isaac Joshua. This mini-skeleton caught him off guard, and he yelled, "Since when did you crawl in there?" It happily expressed, "I don't want to be away from you ever again." Meanwhile, the Phantom Observer sighed in frustration. "Damn. Its mana is so weak I can barely even sense it." Just then, the prison guards arrived. Isaac Joshua, it's time for your visit," they said, causing him to mutter under his breath, "Why are they here so fast?" Isaac Joshua quickly moved to hide the mini-skeleton. "Do you have any idea how hard I've worked to keep these skeletons alive? If they get caught, they'll be wiped out." He whispered a warning for it to hold on tight and never show its face. He quickly opened the door, respectfully inviting Isaac Joshua in. "Please, step inside." Isaac Joshua recalled 5 years ago when the Holy Kingdom captured a 9th-tier demon. That was Sabnak. In the past, that demon had infiltrated the Holy Kingdom alone to reclaim the body of the skeleton demon king, but the priests used the corpse as a hostage. In the end, the demon voluntarily knelt to protect its master's remains. The Phantom Observer suddenly blurted out, "A pure-blood demon that has existed since the dawn of time being captured that caused all 6 realms to shake." That was what was recorded in the books. Isaac Joshua guessed to himself, "So, it's really you, Sabnak, the Lord of Blood." He observed and hesitated, but then it startled him, making him furious at how he was being treated. "You call this a visit? You bastards. I can't even see him." It even happily expressed, "You can't even see him with a telescope." The prison guard proudly boasted, "You should be grateful we're even letting you see this much." He coolly replied, "Yeah, bugger off." The guard could only grumble, "Damn it," as he spoke up again. "In that case, we have to search you. You definitely have something suspicious on you. Cooperate with us." He reached out to grab Isaac Joshua's cloak, who then spoke up. "Hey," he warned with a sharp glare, "if you touch me, you're going to die." That threat made the 2 prison guards flinch and back away. The 2 thought, "What is this pressure? Damn it, I can't even move." Isaac Joshua criticized them. "How dare you suspect a descendant of the Joshua family? If you touch me, I'll consider it a declaration of war against the Joshua family." He continued without pausing, "What are you trying to do to a child? Huh? Do you want me to bite my tongue and die right now? You don't believe me? I'll do it." This made the guard wave his hands in panic. "My lord, please, don't say such misleading things." He remembered the scene of Riley Joshua standing behind him with murderous intent, saying, "Do you really think I'll just sit still?" Isaac Joshua feigned annoyance. If it were Riley Joshua, he'd definitely start a war. Have you forgotten he even bragged about his grandson pooping for the first time? At that, one of the prison guards justified, "But the family head told us to find out this brat's motives." He smirked as he stared them down, and they had no choice but to give up. Let him through for now. The family head gave him a pass anyway. The guard cleared his throat, pretending he knew that all along, and said, "Understood. Follow me." Isaac Joshua complained internally, "You should have done that from the start." In the prison hallway, only torches illuminated the gloomy place. The guard quickly led him to the spot and explained, "Behind this door is the demon's solitary confinement cell." The guard also professionally warned, "I'm warning you, its demonic energy can cause cardiac arrest." Isaac Joshua arrogantly crossed his arms and ordered, "Shut up and open it." Suddenly, a roar echoed all around. The surge of Sabnak's demonic energy radiated outward, making everyone struggle and feel terrified. It glared at them and roared, which puzzled the guard, who asked, "Why is it acting like this? It's always been so calm." Sabnak, the Lord of Blood, sensed something and roared even louder. The guard advised Isaac Joshua, "See, this is the power of that demon. Now, let's head back." Meanwhile, he was secretly thrilled to see it. "He's still strong? Huh?" Seeing Isaac Joshua's smile, the 2 guards whispered, "This brat is smiling at that massive amount of demonic energy. Is he crazy?" Observing the situation, Isaac Joshua thought to himself, "It seems he thinks I've been captured by the priests." The Phantom Observer sighed, "This guy has completely lost his mind." Isaac Joshua secretly used telepathy, saying, "We weren't captured. We were forced to come here." Sabnak was confused. "Forced?" Seeing this, the guard fearfully judged, "It's getting more and more deranged." He frowned and calmly corrected, "No, you've misunderstood. That's not it." The Phantom Observer then casually remarked, causing Sabnak to struggle with his chains in frustration. The master said he would bite his tongue and log out. Luckily, it finally stopped at just bowing its head. It roared at the Phantom Observer. They dared to force the master to bow his head. Sabnak continued, "And they made him say those things?" The guards were baffled. "Why is it going crazy?" The Phantom Observer helplessly replied, "What I mean is, they are the ones who should be bowing their heads." One guard shouted, "Call for backup. It can't die before the execution." Inside Isaac Joshua's mind, he glanced around to analyze, thinking, the opportunity is here. But the guards are still watching me. I need a better chance. Sabnak roared, wanting to break his chains. He was shocked and thought, damn it, the Pope's power has been activated. He'll die before I can save him. Should I use magic to cause a distraction? He suddenly turned his head, thinking, but if I use it now, I'll definitely be discovered. Just then, the mini-skeleton spoke up, Master, let me help you. This made Isaac Joshua incredibly happy. Oh, you beautiful little thing, he ordered it, go. With your size, you can easily slit through the bars. Give that stone to him. He'll be able to break the handcuffs. The Phantom Observer judged quite calmly. It has so little mana that it won't be detected. Kim. Isaac prayed nervously, I'm counting on you, little skeleton. Then he muttered, truly admirable. The words Isaac Joshua uttered about the Crimson family were indeed so impressive that it left the two guards frozen, silently thinking, is someone from the Holy Kingdom actually complimenting us? It doesn't sound very sarcastic. The Observer's shadow asked, are you crazy? But he replied calmly, no. And Isaac Joshua switched into his fake persona, praising them. The Scarlet family is the best. I'm just stalling for time. While buying time for the mini-skeleton to deliver the stone to the Blood Master, who was falling apart, Isaac Joshua acted so innocently that it was almost cute. He blurted out, I almost peed my pants when I saw that monster. Yet, you guys handled it so calmly. It confused the prison gatekeeper, who said, you were just laughing, though. It made him nervous, so he explained, oh, I was just so scared I started laughing by accident. Isaac Joshua's next words made them break into a cold sweat. I never expected the Scarlet family to have such talented guards like you. With skills like yours, if you were in my family, you'd already be high-ranking commanders. The two of them watched him put on a show and cursed silently. What is this brat rambling about? Just then, Isaac Joshua said, actually, this is a secret. He spoke slowly. But I came here under the Master's orders. That left the two of them confused. The Master's orders? The gatekeeper repeated. Isaac Joshua sighed and said, this is an internal matter. I'm currently conducting a test to choose the successor. He feigned sincerity as he explained. The mission I received was to injure a high demon and return. The guard blurted out, that's hard. You could easily get killed. Isaac Joshua agreed. Exactly. The two prison gatekeepers whispered to each other, discussing how this wasn't normal. This sounds like the selection for the next cardinal. What kind of madman would assign a mission like that? While they were arguing, the mini-skeleton had already entered the Blood Master's cell and handed it the stone. Well, it makes sense, since they have saintesses in their family. But even so, who would assign this to a child? It quickly ran away while they hadn't even noticed. Well, they are famous for being crazy, right? Isaac Joshua suddenly said, why don't you join the Azure family? That made the two guards wonder about joining the Azure family. He asked excitedly, is this a formal invitation? I mean, he scratched his head and said, maybe this mission is beyond my capabilities. That made the gatekeeper worry and ask, are you okay? Both of them quickly helped Isaac Joshua away and scolded him. Why did you say you'd go meet that monster in the first place? Let us escort you back, okay? The Blood Master whispered, thank you, sir. It watched him acting and called out, Your Majesty. After they left the prison, the gatekeeper said, we're almost there, hold on a little longer. Isaac Joshua trembled and said, thank you all. From a distance, Sebastian Nizer stood in their way and said, hold it. He frowned arrogantly and said, before you leave, you have to go through an inspection first. Sebastian Nizer ordered, show me your pass. Isaac Joshua stood up, calm now, and asked, the one the Scarlet Cardinal gave me. He laughed contemptuously and pointed, that pass is also a tool to measure faith. Did you think he'd just give them out for free? Ignoring Sebastian Nizer's rambling, Isaac Joshua smiled silently. The lower the faith, the darker it turns. Let's see what color it is. The Observer's shadow popped its head out and whispered, is it changing color? As if realizing something, it shouted, oh boy. The Observer's shadow made a bold claim, leaving him stunned. It's pitch black, Master. Sebastian Nizer stepped forward and ordered, give me the card. Isaac Joshua stammered, I won't give it to you. He mocked, what's wrong? Are you afraid it'll turn blood red? That made him annoyed. Blood red? It's as black as my master's conscience. Isaac Joshua hid it behind his back and declared, get lost. I'm not giving it to you. That made Sebastian Nizer quickly ask, so, do you have something to hide? He said, you're planning to steal it and then frame me for losing it, aren't you? Suddenly hit by the truth, he got scared and said, what are you talking about? Pressing his advantage, Isaac Joshua pointed and scolded, you intend to steal it and then demand compensation from my family, right? That made the priests accompanying Sebastian Nizer tremble, silently cursing. Do you think we're a bunch of thugs? He declared. making Sebastian Nizer shake with anger. This is your land, full of your people. You just need to rig the testimony and you could easily turn me into the victim. How could I ever trust you? He flew into a rage and hissed, "You madman. How dare you insult my family?" Sebastian Nizer clenched his fists and declared, "Fine. I don't need the card anymore." He quickly swung toward Isaac Joshua. He punched the ground hard, shattering the rocks, making Isaac Joshua stop in his tracks. Sebastian Nizer laughed loudly and said, "Because I have something even better than that." The observer shadow cried out, "Master." Suddenly, a statue appeared. A massive statue was summoned behind him, the Statue of Judgment. Isaac Joshua analyzed it, the Statue of Judgment of Destiny. That's a statue that can unmask demons in human skin or those without faith. He guessed, is he crazy? How dare he use that on a noble? Sebastian Nizer cheered. If you have faith, the goddess will shed tears of repentance, but if you are a heretic, she will open her eyes in fury at your blasphemy. Isaac Joshua whispered, if things don't go his way, he'll be in big trouble. Just then, the two prison gatekeepers cheered from afar. Don't worry. With your courage and faith, there definitely won't be any issues. Go prove your innocence and make him pay for looking down on you. That made him think, if I step up there, the goddess statue will definitely open its eyes. Sebastian Nizer grabbed him tight and commanded, stop talking nonsense. Isaac Joshua was startled, glancing at his feet, already dragged by Sebastian Nizer in front of the statue before he could finish. Hey, you. In an instant, Isaac Joshua stood before the statue. He spoke gloomily, seeing Isaac Joshua's confusion. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Suddenly, the statue's power was activated, making him struggle as he whispered, my body won't move. I can't run. Watching this, Sebastian Nizer secretly rejoiced. Now, goddess statue, open your eyes. He was thrilled, but suddenly, the statue began to bleed. With this, I can get rid of Isaac and the Azure family. The statue, however, began to cry tears of blood, drop by drop. The priests watching were stunned, blurting out, the goddess statue is crying blood. This left Sebastian Nizer gaping, confused. Isn't that something only a cardinal can do? His mind was a mess. No way, he doesn't have any faith. Even Isaac Joshua was confused, whispering to himself, what the hell? Why is it crying blood? The observer shadow frowned and advised, Master, please, keep your emotions in check. It observed and suddenly realized, oh. The observer shadow spoke up. It seems like it's measuring the little skeleton's faith. It quickly concluded, right, the demon king is also worthy of worship, and it seems the little skeleton's faith. The loyalty of his skeleton servant is absolute, leading Isaac Joshua to silently commend him. Truly a faithful subordinate. The priests following Sebastian Nizer whisper among themselves, how dare he bring out the statue of judgment without being sure? I bet even you couldn't make it shed tears of blood. If the Blue River family finds out, it's going to be a huge mess. He sneers, looking at the boy. Where do you get the confidence to be this reckless, kid? What are you going to do now? Isaac. Isaac remains calm and declares, just wait. The Joshua family will find out soon enough. He points at the statue and says, understand, Phantom Observer? The statue's gaze shifts. It quickly urges him, go back, hurry. Isaac Joshua shudders, feeling as if he's just escaped death, and mutters, that was too close. Suddenly, the skeleton glares and speaks up. Wait, what was that? You should have stepped back to let the little skeleton come out last. Sebastian Nizer suddenly speaks up. I knew it. He points at Isaac Joshua and says, everyone saw it, right? The boy's eyes widen as he cries out. The goddess statue opened its eyes. The confused priests ask, what are you talking about? The statue clearly has its eyes closed. Are you all right, young master? This leaves Sebastian furious now, he shouts. It definitely opened them. I saw it with my own eyes. Only Isaac Joshua breathes a sigh of relief, while the Phantom Observer cheers. It seems only he saw it. The priests whisper, making the boy's claims sound like mere excuses, but it isn't. The statue has shed tears of blood. Oh God, what do I do now? Sebastian Nizer continues to insist. I'm sure the statue opened its eyes. I saw it clearly. The priests remain indifferent, saying, do you think our family has fallen so far that our statue changes its judgment on its own? Sensing trouble, Isaac Joshua quickly starts eavesdropping. This is getting good. The priests are still asking, are you saying the statue of judgment changed its verdict on its own? The more they talk, the angrier Sebastian Nizer gets. If the verdict really changed halfway through, we won't be able to hold any more heresy trials from now on. I think you should watch your words, young master. The boy can't do anything but curse under his breath, shaking with frustration. Damn you, Sebastian Nizer. He yells, looking at Isaac Joshua. I really saw it. Hey you, check it again. At this moment, Isaac calmly asks the boy, why should I do that? So you can change the results? Then Isaac mocks him. You're just jealous because you'll never reach that level in your entire life. He pats the little skeleton's head, praising it. Well done, kid. Finally, he tosses a final insult at Sebastian. You pathetic loser. The boy clenches his fists, cursing. You bastard. You'd better back off while I'm still talking nicely. Suddenly, just as Sebastian Nizer wants to strike, a large hand stops him. Eli. Joshua clenches the boy's hand and says, I guess this would happen, so I came here, and it looks like I was right. He glares at Sebastian Nizer, who turns pale. Are you crazy? This brat, Riley Joshua says awkwardly, Father, if you hit him, it's going to be a big deal. Meanwhile, he observes the situation and advises gently. First, just go back and file a complaint. Isaac Joshua calls out, Riley Joshua, uncle. He puts on a pathetic act. Sebastian Nizer hit me. This makes him even madder than Eli Joshua, who was roaring just a moment ago, making the kid terrified. That bastard has to die. He folds his arms, annoyed, and says, looks like I need to have a talk with the cardinal. Riley Joshua speaks up. I'll write the complaint. Surrey Joshua holds his hand, pleading, stop it, uncle. He's about to die. Riley Joshua glances over with contempt. He's just faking it. He only got hit a few times, and he's already like that? Kids these days are so weak. Immediately, Joshua. Surrey can only silently glare at the one calmly causing trouble from afar. Isaac Joshua. You bastard, what are you doing here? You clearly knew they would do something like this. The boy says, hey, let's go. Staying here any longer will only lead to more trouble, he asks, calmly surprised. What's the matter? Like being tried for heresy? Surrey Joshua frowns and nods. Yeah, something like that. But I've already been through it. Isaac Joshua immediately answers nonchalantly. Sebastian Nizer brought out that scary statue and made me step up. This makes the other two nearby even angrier. Eli Joshua speaks up. That brat did what? The boy asks fearfully. So, are you about to be burned at the stake? He says nonchalantly, you want to die, Riley Joshua? Joshua tries to suppress his rage, taking a stance, wanting to flick Sebastian to death. I won't let this slide. The priests immediately block him, trying to persuade him. Listen, Riley Joshua, the trial is over, and the result is excellent. I'm serious. Young Master Isaac passed brilliantly. Several people quickly explained to everyone present, we have never seen tears of blood as beautiful as those. Hearing that, Riley Joshua frowns and mutters, tears of blood? From a distance, Leon. Sebastian calmly says, I came because I heard reports of a troublemaker at the dungeon. He squints, mocking him. But I didn't expect the head of the Blue River family to be here too. Eli Joshua says sarcastically, pointing his finger, you bastard. You came at the perfect time. You should have just let my nephew meet that skeleton. Why did you dare to test my nephew's faith? He calmly retorts, coming to meet a subordinate of the Demon King's skeleton is suspicious enough. Plus, this was a request from a member of the Blue River family. Leon Sepet says with a gloomy smile, I think such a test is reasonable, don't you? Hearing that, Eli Joshua says, your third son brought the statue of judgment to use on Isaac. This surprises him, while Sepet Nizer stands there frozen in fear. What do you mean? Eli Joshua asks suspiciously. Are you trying to start a war? Conversely, Leon Sepet just shrugs it off. Oh my, I didn't know the boy brought the statue out. He shrugs and replies, well, I apologize. All right, I guarantee you will be compensated fairly for this. Leon Sepet asks, now, can I have back the pass I gave you? Eli Joshua grabs his shoulder as he listens, then replies, you don't need to remind me. I don't want to keep it for another second anyway. He walks toward Kim. Isaac and sneers, Leon Sepet. It's ridiculous that you would give something like that to Isaac. Seeing this, he quickly replies, your nephew asked for it. Eli Joshua thinks to himself, what a bunch of bastards. Even if the kid was making trouble, you guys shouldn't have brought out the statue of judgment. At this moment, his face softens and he smiles happily, silently praising him. Still, I never expected the kid could make the statue shed tears of blood. Eli Joshua still thinks that's something only a cardinal could do. Sorry for doubting your faith until now, nephew. He walks to. With a gentle tone, he took the card right in front of him and said, Isaac, hand it over. Holding the card in his hand, Eli Joshua silently guessed that if there truly were blood tears, this thing would he watched, shocked, as the card turned black. What? Eli Joshua's mind was blaring alarms. It was blacker than sewer water. He envisioned a future where Isaac was being hung on the gallows, pleadingly calling out, Sir, sir. Just then, Leon Sebes asked a question that startled Eli Joshua. Did you find it? Before he could even finish his sentence, he had already thrown it away with great force. "Hey, please return the card." Before it could even reach Leon Cebes' hand, it shattered into pieces. He screamed in panic, "What have you just done?" That card was granted by the first pope. Facing Leon Cebes was the furious expression of Eli. Joshua gritted out each word. "I have nothing to give you, you bastard." At the residence of the Sepet family, the news that Isaac had overcome the statue's trial had exploded. Rumors spread that not only had his faith not wavered, but the statue of the goddess of judgment had even shed blood tears. At the Sepet mansion, the headquarters of the Crimson Faith, Leon Cebes said with a headache, nearly confirmed that he is at the top of the Saint candidates. Facing his words, Sebastian Nizer could only listen in silence. And on top of that, you want a re-examination after everyone has already seen the results? Leon Sepet spoke up, criticizing, "Do you want our family to be publicly humiliated?" He scolded the boy incessantly. "You are supposed to become the future head of the family because all your brothers are idiots, yet you can't even handle a simple matter like this." The vice head of the Sepet family of the Crimson Faith, Leon Sepet, Sebastian Nizer could only feel aggrieved, not knowing what to do, sitting and listening to Neon Sebastian Nizer scold. "Don't you understand that only by becoming the Pope can you save your own life?" He became more heated as he spoke. "If you want our family to rule this world, then you must become a saint, and then the Pope. You understand?" Just then, Leon Cebes spoke up. "Enough." He rubbed his temples and said, "What a hassle. The faith test card is broken." He clicked his tongue reluctantly. "Fine. There must be another way." Leon Cebes continued, "The upcoming sacrificial ritual will be our chance. When the messengers of the gods descend, whoever has issues will be exposed immediately." He ordered Sepet Nizer, who was sitting motionless, "So, from now until then, don't do anything." The boy bowed his head, doubting in his heart. "That's not right. I clearly saw it." Sepet Nizer stood up and asked, "Father, has the list of participants for the sacrificial ritual been finalized?" Which surprised Leon Sepet. "Why?" He frowned and replied, "Most of them are from the Azure Squad. Isaac Joshua is also on it because you placed first in the black test earlier, so you can participate too." Just then, Sepet Nizer spoke up. "No, please register me as Isaac's servant." The boy declared, "I will go with Isaac as his servant. According to the rules, participants are allowed to bring servants, right?" Neon Sepet heard this and questioned, "Are you crazy? Why would the heir of the Crimson faction do something so disgraceful? Don't you know that's commoner work?" Sepet Sebastian Nizer still tried to explain. "Even so, I still have to do it." The boy's face became extremely angry, gritting out each word. "If there's no evidence, we have no choice but to find it ourselves." Leon Sepet blocked him, saying, "No." Causing Sepet Nizer to speak up, "Father, even if it's shameful, I can do it." He calmly replied, "Someone has already taken that position." Leon Cepes declared, "Kino will be Isaac's servant." At this, the boy could only moan, saying, "Damn it, Kina Berry is going to be Isaac's servant." He suddenly realized something. Sebastian Nizer was startled and asked, "Kina, what did you say?" The boy shouted in shock, "Kina Berry is going to be Isaac's servant." At the Joshua family mansion, Eli Joshua worriedly muttered. It was pitch black, which caused. Gowl Joshua asked anxiously, "Is that why Father destroyed it?" Riley Joshua spoke up, "But I heard that the statue wept blood." He said, "I made Isaac take another faith test just in case there was a mistake." Eli Joshua speculated, saying, "Isaac met Melissa not long ago. That's probably why the statue cried like that." He calmly explained, "That faith testing device was stolen by us from the Crimson faction, so it must be accurate." Hearing this, he went along with it and replied, "Ah, that it must be true." Benjamin, Joshua sat next to them, trembling, thinking, "The head of the Joshua family is a thief?" Gowl Joshua answered with a tired headache, "At least we don't have to worry about the evil god choosing him anymore because he is an evil god himself." Benjamin Joshua said in horror, "Isn't that terrible? Those who score high on the 5-color test will summon a god during the sacrificial ritual." Eli Joshua realized and judged. Isaac is surely looking forward to that moment. Just then, Eli Joshua hesitated and said, "Not only that," he recalled the letter that Ian Ballard sent him, "I'm lazy, so the black test will be evaluated based on the god that the apprentices summon, the Black Cardinal." Eli Joshua said irritably, "That bastard Black Cardinal also contributed to our destruction." Eli Joshua quickly ordered, "Gowl, make Suri Isaac's servant." He was determined that, "We cannot let Isaac summon a god." On the day of the ceremony at the arena, the day of the sacrificial ritual took place at the arena. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, are you not listening to me?" Just then, Suri Joshua could only stand still and take it, listening. "Do you mean that nonsense you just said?" Kinaberry replied calmly, "I am his servant." Sebastian Nizer said hotly, I am his servant, you bastard. I already registered. Only the boy stood in a corner, chanting, silently lamenting, "O gods, please save these bastards." On this side, Isaac Joshua was calculating and saying, just smashing their heads and would be the end of it. He felt that because the gods' sycophants were coming here, everything was already a hassle enough as it was. The observer spoke up, "God's sycophants, they will come later." He suddenly remembered that the sacrifices would be transported by the gods' minions. But since this sacrifice is a high-level demon, it seems one of those sycophants will be in charge. The arguing and fighting made Isaac Joshua very annoyed. "I am the servant." "No, I am." He cursed. "Damn it. Do you really want me to use force?" Suri Joshua fumbled, trying to find an excuse to de-escalate. "Hey, today is a good day. Calm down." He stopped and replied, "A good day? Huh? Yeah. Maybe so." In his head, he analyzed, "Because today is the day my minions will be liberated." Hearing Isaac Joshua's reply, the boy could only inwardly lament that the adults had already made it clear to him. Surely, his clan would be wiped out the moment others saw Isaac's true face. They might be right. Perhaps he really was an evil god. Just then, Isaac Joshua glanced skeptically and asked Suri Joshua, "And you, along with those two, what's with you guys? Why is everyone so eager to be my servant?" The boy could only falter and make excuses, saying, "Because priests are expected to serve the people from the lowest positions." Hearing this, Isaac Joshua scoffed. "Nonsense." Sebastian Nizer, feeling compelled, said, "It is my duty to be yours, Isaac." Well, in short, we have to be your servants. Kinaberry didn't back down either, but Isaac had told her, "If I stay by his side, he will train me." The two argued, making the boy from afar have to call out, hey, stop fighting. "I don't need either of you." This made them both cringe. "What did you say?" Isaac Joshua pointed at Suri Joshua and said, "You, be the horse. You, be the servant." Isaac sat on his shoulders. This was a parody of a Korean show recording the daily lives of various people. At that moment, the boy's jaw dropped in surprise, thinking, "And you, be the coat rack." Suri, 16, playing the role of a coat rack. Damn it, why me? On a beautiful, clear day at the arena, the people under the stands were chatting excitedly. "I'm really looking forward to this year's ceremony. It's rumored that the saint will be one of these children. Seeing them in person is even more anticipated than the execution of the high demon." The contestants walked out amidst the crowd's chatter. "The kids are coming in," a priest excitedly reported to Heclafella. "We're about to meet Lord Kina. This is my first time seeing him in real life." Hearing what was said on the other side, the priests on this side glared and mocked. "He will definitely become the saint." "Become the saint, you say?" The priests vied to argue back. "Haven't you heard the prophecy? The new saint will come from the Red Clan." What kind of ridiculous prophecy is that? It doesn't sound credible at all. Their arguing made Leon Sabes, the emperor, and Eli Joshua sit and listen with boredom. "Do you know how rare the holy mark on Lord Kina is?" "Well, nowadays, who doesn't have a holy mark?" Suddenly, someone shouted, silencing them for a bit. "The priests are here." Walking in from behind the gate was Isaac Joshua. Kinaberry's eyes widened in disbelief as she gripped her fan, and Sebastian Nizer withered away, having been turned into a horse. Isaac Joshua appeared, radiating a blinding aura, making everyone freeze. Deep down, Suri Joshua was incredibly worried. This jerk is definitely going to summon the most evil of evil gods. From the start, he's always been an evil god himself. All three people above were silent, unable to believe it. Mouths wide open. A wave of gossip erupted, leaving those three to just stay silent. What is going on? The guy playing the horse? Isn't he from the Red Clan? Why is Lord Kina there? Oh my god, what on earth is happening? Seraphim laughed heartily, while Eli Joshua's face darkened. "Hey, stop laughing." She struggled to object. "Because you're laughing so much? How can I even look?" Seraphim asked excitedly, "Was this planned beforehand?" "I didn't think Nizer and Kenna would act like that." Hiraberry said warily, "You think so?" She observed the situation and asked softly, "You don't seem concerned at all. Red Cardinal, White Cardinal?" Seraphim frowned and replied, "I heard you were quite strict with the boy." He recalled Kinaberry's words, being a servant is an important step to becoming the Pope, and she had no intention of letting that position fall into Isaac's hands. He could only close his eyes and accept, thinking, as long as what the girl says is true, it's fine. Hiraberry observed and analyzed. Isaac is strong enough to choose the most powerful gods. Kina being over there is also good for our plan. Seraphim incessantly teased and asked, "Why are you so quiet? Are you plotting something?" He could only calmly reply, "Nothing, other than letting Kina become the Pope." Hiraberry mused. "Anyway, today, even if Isaac doesn't summon a god, she was interrupted by Leon Seabees. "Oh, that's right." He smiled slyly and said, "Isaac isn't on the list for the god summoning in part 2 of the ceremony, is he?" "It seems you've forgotten that." Leon Seabees, feeling it wasn't chaotic enough, added fuel to the fire. "So, I've added him back on, leaving the other two stunned." "What?" He smiled wickedly in response. "I'm looking forward to seeing which god Isaac will summon." The other two could only curse in their hearts. This madman. The priest quickly announced that the execution ceremony had officially begun. Suddenly, a blast of fire energy erupted, shattering the arena floor. A silhouette waited to appear. Hooded figures emerged. They led the Blood Master Sabbat to be brought out, making the audience sitting below cheer. The High Demon. When it appeared, it caused many to tremble. The pressure it radiated shocked Isaac Joshua's group. The other contestants were stunned and wondered, "That's a High Demon. Even while tied up, is he still this strong?" Suri Joshua shuddered and speculated, just how strong is that skeletal demon king? To have someone like him as a subordinate? Sebastian Nizer also analyzed, thinking, "This strength is insane, and he's even more sealed and bound than when he was in the dungeon." Bloodmaster Sabbat radiated his power. Isaac Joshua's hands tightly gripped the ropes as he whispered, "Sabbat." He gritted his teeth and swore, "I will definitely save you." Isaac Joshua looked at Bloodmaster Sabbat and cursed in his heart, "What have you done to my subordinate, you damn priests?" He gritted his teeth, not saying a word, only thinking. "You even dared to stick torture devices on him? Are you crazy?" At that moment, Isaac Joshua looked no different from a reaper waiting to execute his prey, contemplating, "You damn bastards, I hate you." On the stands, everyone was excitedly gossiping. Isaac's gaze had changed completely the moment he saw the demon. To be able to radiate such a powerful will, to fight before a 9th-tier demon clan member, he truly is a member of the Blue Clan. Leon watched intently, inwardly judging. I didn't expect that kid's heart to be so filled with such hatred. If he were truly corrupted, he should be happy to see a demon, right? Isaac Joshua thought, I have to calm down. Maybe this is for the best. I just need to free him. He glanced and analyzed. Isaac Joshua observed and deduced. There are 5 spheres binding Sabbat. I already gave him the tool to break the bonds, so I don't need to worry about those things anymore. He was certain that the remaining ones wouldn't be a problem. I place an unbinding spell on them through the priests performing the ritual. As soon as the ceremony begins, they will automatically be removed. Isaac Joshua was secretly relieved. Luckily, I left. Maybe this is for the best. I just need to set him free. He cast a sharp, analytical glance as Isaac Joshua observed, trying to gauge the situation. There are 5 seals binding him, and they're about to break. I already gave him the tool to undo them, so I don't need to worry about those anymore. He felt certain that the rest wouldn't be an issue. I placed a dispelling spell on them through the priests during the ceremony. As soon as the ritual starts, they'll be removed automatically. Isaac Joshua inwardly rejoiced that he had a backup plan. Acting like this will keep me from being suspected. He's waiting, hoping, expecting a good outcome. It looks like it's about to start. At this moment, Isaac Joshua urged Sebastian, "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up." The boy could only curse silently in his heart. "That brat," Sebastian Nizer replied irritably. "We're already here and you still won't step down." He frowned and replied, "Huh? Since when does a horse dare to talk back to its master? Don't you want to be a servant anymore?" At that moment, Isaac Joshua blurted out, "If you don't like it, then get lost." The boy could only hold back and obey. "If you're so good, just wait until I have the evidence." Being grabbed by the head, in extreme pain, he could only groan. He had no intention of answering. "Huh? Pet?" Sebastian Nizer cursed silently. "Damn it." Just then, the priest spoke up. "Now, we will proceed with the execution ritual." The other priests quickly used their magic. Isaac Joshua thought to himself, "The magic device is activated. Now you just need to unlock the shackles, Sabnak." He silently ordered the Blood Lord, Sabnak, "Escape now." It replied, "Yes, my lord." Blood Lord Sabnak said loyally, making Isaac Joshua's eyes widen. "Sabnak, even if I die now, I have no regrets." It quickly saluted him. "Long live the king." Isaac Joshua asked angrily, "What the hell are you talking about, you idiot?" Blood Lord Sabnak calmly replied, "Witnessing you makes the descendants of the 5 gods kneel down trembling. I, Sabnak, have nothing left to regret now." He ordered it to, "Hurry and break the shackles. If you don't, you'll die. This is the only chance." This made it extremely joyful and gratefully replied, "Oh, my king, I'm so glad you succeeded in regaining your power." Blood Lord Sabnak wept with joy, congratulating Isaac Joshua. "Just thinking that you intended to save this lowly servant is already a favor I can never repay." He yelled, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting, you idiot?" causing Sebastian to cry out in pain. I didn't say anything, you bastard. Knowing he was being misunderstood, Isaac Joshua had to use telepathy. He asked the Phantom Observer, why is he acting like that? It replied, puzzled, I don't know either. Perhaps it's because the Phantom Observer squinted and realized, look, there's another seal on his chest. Isaac Joshua suddenly realized and thought, an enchantment sphere. A different one? Was it attached when I left the dungeon? At this point, he understood. So that's why you gave up on trying to escape. Sabnak. Blood Lord Sabnak expressed. You have gained a new life. You don't need to take such risks. The Pope and the Cardinals are not easy to deal with. It begged Isaac Joshua, please leave me behind and earn their trust. He still wouldn't give up and said, stop talking nonsense. Do you think I'd abandon you just because of some lousy seals? Isaac Joshua calculated, this isn't a high-level one. I can break it quickly, but I need to get close to remove it. He frowned, observing and thinking, what should I do? Even if it's risky, I have to attract their attention. Just then, a priest approached Kim, Isaac, and handed him the chain, saying, Isaac, Joshua will switch places with the executioner. He explained excitedly, this is Cardinal Barry's order, to give the top student of the 5 colors a chance. The other candidates speculated. They're going to let a trainee get close to one of the 14 attendants? Something is definitely going to happen. Could it be they failed to kill Isaac in the exam? So now they want to try again. Surrey Joshua worried that Isaac had swallowed the Demon King's body parts. Skeleton. No way his subordinates would just sit by. Isaac Joshua was extremely excited, thinking, jackpot. He silently praised, oh, you lovely cardinal, you really understand me. Kim. Isaac stepped forward excitedly, while the priest was shocked, thinking, how pitiful. This kid has been driven mad by fear. He decided, now that I can touch the seal directly, hurry up and finish it. I will crush that weak seal. Suddenly, Isaac Joshua stopped and thought, trash like that. He observed Blood Lord Sabnak. On its chest was divine magic from the heavens. Isaac Joshua silently shouted, which bastard put that in him? It will take months to remove. The Phantom Observer said dejectedly, it seems you need holy blood to break it. Maybe the blood of a high-level holy beast or the Pope's. He pulled his hair and thought to himself, where the hell am I supposed to get that stuff? Those bastards. Damn it, what else can I do now? If I don't get it soon, he'll be executed. While Isaac Joshua was still wondering, is that bastard Pope not here today? The priest spoke up. Everyone, please stand up. From the sky, a massive magic circle appeared. An envoy of God was descending. The sky flashed blindingly. A voice boomed. A foul stench fills the air. He criticized, a dirty slave of the skeleton Demon King. Everyone shouted, an angel. An envoy of the punishing God has arrived. The envoy appeared step by step in front of Isaac Joshua. He said, I will personally carry out the ritual. The Phantom Observer worriedly said, so that's why Sabnak gave up. If an angel is the executioner, the chances of survival are almost zero. It called out to him, my lord. At this moment, Isaac Joshua only thought, the key item has run to me on its own. The Phantom Observer exclaimed at his thought, are you insane? Surrey Joshua stared blankly. Huh? This scene looks so familiar. Suddenly, Isaac Joshua cast a magic spell, aiming to hit the envoy. This made the boy suddenly remember and become terrified. I think I've seen this somewhere before. Surrey Joshua shouted, Isaac, hey, Isaac, it's all over. The boy could only curse, damn it, as the magic spell was fired. That madman. Suddenly, someone asked confusedly, what the hell is going on? Surrey Joshua helplessly grabbed his hair. He's attacking an angel? Isaac, the boy screamed. Is this bastard possessed or what? Why does this keep happening over and over again? Surrey Joshua helplessly yelled, hey, you madman. Are you happy now that you've done that? Suddenly, the envoy spoke up, making the boy freeze. Not bad, young priest. He was still unharmed and smiled. The envoy said, I didn't expect you to sense the demons hiding there. The people in the stands whispered, demons. So the child of the 5 colors family brought one down. Surrey Joshua glanced suspiciously, asking, don't tell me you were aiming for the demons from the very beginning. Isaac Joshua gritted his teeth and cursed silently. That bastard. He frowned, looking at the envoy with resentment. He had deflected his attack. A group of demons appeared and were dealt with by the knights, making Isaac Joshua silently happy. Looks like Ash passed on the message quite well. Today is the perfect day to absorb mana from the remains of a high-level demon. They probably think they can. It swallowed up the other priests too, so he figured that even the corpse of a grade 6 demon would be enough to make them drool. Let alone this, one of the 14 retainers. A grade 9 demon. Thousands of demons are going to go crazy over this. It makes Isaac Joshua anxious, but if the attention is divided, that's actually an advantage for him. After all, Anyone foolish enough to come here just because of a rumor like that isn't worth keeping as a subordinate. Looking at the messenger flying in the air, it annoys him. He speculates. But that bastard dodged it. Even though I pretended to aim at the minor demons, I was actually aiming straight at him. Yet he still dodged it. Isaac Joshua continues his assault. Let's see if you can dodge this one. Suri Joshua sees this and shouts, "Hey." He quickly throws an attack toward the messenger, but it was blocked by the messenger himself. Isaac Joshua's attack was reflected back at the other demons, making him furious. Again, even so, he doesn't stop, continuously creating magic orbs and throwing them at the messenger, but unexpectedly, they were all deflected back toward the monsters, which are now groaning in pain. He smiles slightly and says in a soft voice, "You are still just an apprentice, so your aim is still clumsy, isn't it? Or are you using me as bait to lure the demons here?" The messenger provokes Isaac Joshua. "Try again. I'll help you adjust. The more you practice, the more you progress." This makes Suri Joshua headache-stricken, thinking, if he actually thought that, it would be good. He gets angry and throws attacks without resting. "Fine then, kid." Seeing that, he scolds, "Isaac Joshua, how can you attack an angel so openly like that? Everyone is watching." Everything was shot back toward the monsters. Now, he secretly speculates, "Damn it, it's useless. Why isn't he dodging, but instead adjusting the trajectory of my attacks?" Isaac Joshua quickly thinks of a countermeasure. If he doesn't increase the damage, this will keep happening. Unless looking at the smug expression of the messenger, it gives him an idea. "I am summoning the power of a god that transcends even the lower-level angels." Amidst his chaotic thoughts, he sighs. This won't work. That requires a pact with a god. Finally, Isaac Joshua makes a decision. Then the only thing I can use right now is he quickly executes Melissa's technique. Isaac Joshua grips the necklace tightly and silently curses, "Get ready, you bastard angel." Suddenly, from afar, the monsters advance while he hasn't yet launched his attack. "I will tear you apart." The monsters rush in, surrounding Isaac Joshua. Suri Joshua screams, "Isaac." At this moment, the commander of the Blue Knights orders, "The whole team, draw your swords quickly. Protect the other priests." He is determined to fight off the demons that are advancing, the demons that are disrupting the execution ceremony. We must deal with them. While the demons are confused, not seeing Isaac Joshua anywhere, the messenger has already quickly grabbed him and said, "That was close, young priest." He smiles, kindly asking, "Are you hurt anywhere?" The messenger praises Isaac Joshua, "You truly are a promising believer." Suddenly, the messenger is hit by an attack and falls down. He was knocked down from high up. Seeing this, Suri rushes toward him, calling, "Isaac." Isaac Joshua lands safely, making him exclaim, "You startled me. I know your aiming skills aren't refined yet." The messenger still smiles and says, "But the demons over there." Before he could finish his sentence, "Not here," he curses in anger. "Damn it, why do I keep missing?" The messenger remains calm and replies, "I told you, this isn't where you should be aiming." He ponders, looking at Isaac Joshua. "Why is a believer of God attacking me?" The kid clearly looks like a loyal believer. He still doesn't stop, continuously, cursing and throwing magic orbs toward the messenger. "You bastard, I'll rip those wings off." This makes him exclaim, "Oh my." The messenger concludes that, looks like this is the result of not being properly educated. It seems that in the eyes of this child, I must look like a demon. Isaac Joshua speaks up. He is a henchman of the skeleton demon king. He slanders while pointing at the messenger. Everyone sees it, right? The demons aren't attacking him. Isaac Joshua lies without blinking, judging. He is definitely a lackey of the skeleton demon king and is planning to steal the corpse of that superior demon. This makes him furious, silently thinking, what kind of priest education is this in this country? I don't know. Daring to call an angel a henchman of the skeleton demon king. The messenger is determined, thinking, fine, all right. Although he taught me to watch over the sync candidates carefully, perhaps this brat needs to be taught a lesson as long as I don't hurt him. Isaac Joshua points excitedly and says happily, "See, I told you, he is a henchman of that demon. The demons came to disrupt, yet you didn't even flinch." He shouts to everyone, "We must deal with him right now." At that moment, the messenger is still thinking. The heavenly realm cannot directly intervene in the human realm, kid. Don't the kids these days get taught that? While he is lost in thought, wait, perhaps this situation is actually beneficial for me. The god of the Crimson family has ordered me to wipe out all the Saint candidates, except for their own people. Before he could finish his thought, he was hit by an attack from Isaac Joshua right in the face. If I can frame him for heresy, he is very excited. It hit, while Suri Joshua screams helplessly, "You madman!" The messenger's face darkens, silent. Isaac Joshua speaks up, pointing at him. If you aren't a henchman of the skeleton demon king, then prove it. He wipes the blood away and glances at him, judging. He dares to demand proof from an angel of God. How ridiculous. Seeing him push forward, he asks, "So you have no proof, right?" He chants a spell. Using the power of the necklace, that source of power suddenly surprises the messenger. Suri Joshua is terrified, standing frozen on the spot. The magical aura Isaac Joshua is creating is extremely massive. He laughs like a madman, loudly declaring, "So that means I'm right, isn't it, you bastard?" Witnessing that scene, Suri Joshua worries. Why is it so big? If that falls, this whole arena will blow up. The kid speculates. Surely he won't intentionally drop it, right? Suri Joshua only has time to say, "Stop," when he sees the madness of Isaac Joshua as he unleashes the technique. Die, all of you. Suddenly, all that power attacks toward the messenger. The other priests struggle to withstand the pressure of that power. Ah, I can't see anything. We're about to be blown away. Hold on tight, he smiles, silently saying, "Got you." He silently guesses, the power of the saint must surely be the child of Joshua. The messenger grinds his teeth, thinking, to let a child hold such power, these bastards don't even know how to educate a child, let alone prevent the skeleton demon king. He darkens his face and thinks, skeleton demon king, skeleton demon king. How could an AI cause so much trouble just over the execution of his subordinate? The messenger stepped forward, approaching Isaac Joshua. He secretly made up his mind to deal with the kid first, thinking he'd wrap up the mission and go home to rest. But suddenly, a voice rang out, "Stand still." The messenger froze, eyes wide with horror. Standing before him was the skeleton king, fully manifested. Submit or die. The messenger was stunned, desperate to escape but paralyzed. He couldn't move, it was as if he were facing a supreme entity. Seeing Isaac Joshua before him, the messenger whispered, "This brat," and, caught completely off guard, he took a direct punch from Isaac Joshua. Staggering back from the impact, he heard Isaac Joshua use telepathy. "You're nothing but an angel," which sent a chill down the messenger's spine. Before he could process it, another blow landed. Isaac Joshua kept pressing him, unleashing everything. Realizing he'd lose if this continued, the messenger had no choice but to fight back for real, shouting, "You're just a human." Isaac Joshua, waiting for this exact moment, smiled. "Gotcha." The messenger's power hit Isaac Joshua. As the smoke cleared, Suri Joshua ran over in a panic, crying out, "Isaac, Isaac." The boy cried out in pain, while the messenger just stood there, using magic to heal himself, saying, "Don't worry, I only stripped away the saint's powers, that's all." The people in the stands began to shout, "What is that? How could he do something like that?" Suri Joshua's screams echoed across the arena, leaving the messenger confused and silent. The boy glared at him, furious, shouting, "How can a messenger of God?" Suri Joshua hugged the heavily wounded Isaac Joshua, sobbing and berating him, "Use such deadly force against a servant of the Lord." The boy tried desperately to wake him. "Isaac, oh God, Isaac, wake up." Suri Joshua grew more and more desperate. "Isaac." By now, the messenger was inwardly anxious, analyzing the situation. Impossible. The lightning judgment is a holy spell meant to paralyze. How could there be this much blood? Suddenly, Isaac Joshua came to, breathing weakly and intermittently. He called out to Suri Joshua, who began to cry in sadness. "Wake up." Isaac Joshua said weakly, "I'm such a fool. I was punished for mistaking God's messenger for a demon." He answered with difficulty, "It's all my fault. Don't be angry, okay?" Suri Joshua could only call his name Isaac Barry. She quickly used holy power to heal his wounds, comforting him. "It's okay, he'll pull through. Only someone like him deserves to teach me." She blurted it out, but it was strange. Kina Berry gritted her teeth, her face darkening. "No way. A messenger of God shouldn't do this to priests like us." Suri Joshua looked at the messenger and criticized him, leaving him rooted to the spot. And to do that to someone weaker, isn't that too much? Hearing the boy say that, the messenger was stunned, speechless. "Weaker? That brat almost took me down. He nearly killed me." Kina Berry denied it. "Impossible. Lethal spells are only meant for demons." The messenger spoke up. "No, I didn't use any lethal spells at all." Suri Joshua questioned him. "Then why is he like this? Everyone saw what you did to him." The messenger answered awkwardly, "I'm curious about that too. Why is he so badly hurt?" He pointed a finger, criticizing the messenger. "You really are despicable." Kina Berry kept questioning him. "Everything is very strange. Why is a messenger of God here without prior notice? And right during an execution at that?" This left the messenger confused. What are you saying?" This made him darken his face. Even Isaac said so the demon didn't attack the angel. The messenger was helpless, replying, "How would I know?" Meanwhile, Isaac Joshua covered his hand, smiling deviously to himself. Hee hee, I set it all up. I used mana to make the attacks hit him. Just wait a little longer. The messenger pointed, annoyed. All of this happened because that kid went crazy. We'll find out when we investigate him. The messenger insisted. Hand that kid over to me. I'll take him to my master for investigation. Suddenly, Isaac Joshua laughed a sneer full of contempt and provocation, whispering, if you're so good, come and get me. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted, shaking everything. Even the knights were affected by that strength and couldn't move. What? The messenger suddenly realized something, his face turning pale. Looking at where the Bloodlord Sapat was, he blurted out, the curse binding the demon has been broken. It appeared behind him, full of pressure. Caught off guard, he asked himself, what? How did it escape? Didn't you say you used a sealing orb from the heavens? It used its hand to grab the messenger and said, you, the Bloodlord Sapat was extremely excited, replying, thanks. I escaped thanks to you. Seeing it, Isaac curled his lip, smiling, and praised it silently. Sapat looks like this guy learned something after being locked up for so long. His smile became increasingly inhuman, judging the idiot. He never understood a damn thing, but it seems he finally learned a trick or two. While Isaac was busy calculating his next move, Sapat reached out and grabbed the messenger's wing. Now, just need to cause a little damage. Before he could finish, the act of pulling off the messenger's wing cut his words short, accompanied by the messenger's agonizing scream. Sapat said in a low voice, I need to swallow a mana core to recover my strength. Mind if I borrow yours? Witnessing this bloody scene, Suri looked pale, her mouth wide open. Isaac's lips twitched, exclaiming, oh, looks like he even knows how to bluff now. At this moment, the messenger reached out to grab Sapat's arm, which was clutching his face, struggling and cursing. You damn demon scum. Saying that, he swung his hand to attack the demon, but missed. Stop blathering. Not stopping there, he continued to gather his strength. His eyes bloodshot, gritting his teeth, he calculated silently. I have to kill him before he recovers his strength. Sapat, of course, didn't sit still waiting to be hit. It raised its hand. In the blink of an eye, its hand blurred. Just as the messenger was deep in thought, something happened that made him freeze. I will offer this arrogant fool as a sacrifice to God. It was Sapat's arm. That hand seemed to stretch out, piercing through the messenger in a flash. As its hand retracted, the messenger. Clutching the wound on his abdomen, he trembled and let out a pained cry, staring at the person before him in a state of sheer panic, thinking, no, if it keeps going like this, I'm going to die. Seizing the moment while the messenger was distracted, Zernet launched another surprise attack, grazing the messenger's neck. If only I could call for reinforcements. After that single strike, the messenger suddenly let out a loud roar, collapsed, and spat out a pool of blood, clutching his neck. Struggling to stand with his throat mangled, he was in a state of mental shock. Wait, suddenly, Zernet's voice rang out, drawing his attention. Thanks for your mana core. I'll be taking my leave now. Hearing this, the messenger was utterly confused, wondering, how could I have a mana core? But what Zernet said next was even more shocking. I leave the rest to you, comrade. Hearing the word comrade, the surrounding crowd murmured in confusion, comrade. Meanwhile, the messenger watched Zernet's silhouette dash rapidly into the sky and vanish, shouting in confusion, what the hell is he talking about? Zernet's words seemed to have planted a seed of doubt in the hearts of the believers. A noble just called the god's messenger comrade. Hearing the whispers around him, the messenger's expression became increasingly ugly, trying to force a sound from his ruined throat. Not to mention, beforehand, he had even used a forbidden spell on a priest. Seeing the situation worsen, he gnashed his teeth in resentment, his bloodshot eyes glaring at the two people behind him. Damn it. It's all because of that disgusting guy. In the messenger's eyes, Isaac was currently wearing a wicked grin, sticking out his tongue to mock him. There's no way someone like that could be a saint. The more he looked at Isaac, the more irritated he became, obsessing over it without noticing the beams of light flashing from behind him. I will never forgive him. Those beams of light, like lightning, shot forward from out of nowhere, aimed straight at the messenger. And just like that, with one moment of carelessness, those sneak attack beams successfully struck him from behind. Immediately after the sneak attack, a pair of powerful legs appeared behind the weak, staggering messenger. He clutched his wound, turned his head, and frowned, silently cursing, what the hell is this now? Suddenly, an angry voice rang out, questioning, how dare you? From midair, a sword suddenly appeared, not just one, but a multitude of swords. And the person attacking the messenger was none other than Riley Joshua. You dare touch my nephew, huh? As soon as his words finished, those swords immediately flew toward the messenger, attacking like an airplane dropping atomic bombs. Amidst that thick blue smoke, he tried to dodge while muttering in confusion, why? The messenger couldn't believe his eyes, asking himself, why is he attacking a servant of God? Right at that moment, from high above, another voice rang out, stopping the attack. What are you doing? That person was Li. With a dissatisfied expression, he loudly ordered, don't behead him. Kill him slowly, with lots of pain. Hearing this from him, the messenger seemed to go insane, immediately screaming, you bunch of lunatics. Luckily for the messenger, two knights stepped up to block Riley Joshua. How dare you attack a messenger of God? Have you lost your mind? But their words barely had any effect. On the contrary, it made him even angrier as he challenged them. Then who was the one who used a forbidden spell? Huh. He cast his eyes toward Isaac, who was shivering and pale in Suri's arms, even though, in reality, the guy had faked his own injury. My nephew is lying there dying, covered in blood. If that's not a forbidden spell, then what is it? Tom wasn't backing down either, and he started arguing back, shouting at Riley. He's clearly faking it. Remember what he did at the test? No, he's a demon in human skin. Hearing this, Riley gnashed his teeth in anger and retorted, demon. You dare call my adorable, angelic nephew a demon? And then Tom and Nevi immediately drew their weapons, saying loudly, get aside. He must be taken to the interrogation room. Seeing them pull their weapons out, he quickly took a stance, preparing to draw his sword to oppose them. I'll never let that happen. Get lost. In the middle of the tense situation, a clenched fist suddenly slammed down hard, shouting, stop. Hira, leading Ellie and Zepet behind him, looked terrifying as he lectured the troublemakers. This is no time for allies to be fighting each other. As soon as he finished speaking, Zepet immediately ordered all forces chase after that demon who just escaped. The knights of his clan obeyed and replied, understood. It wasn't just him. Seraphine also quickly waved her hand for her apostles to follow. Everyone had their own jobs. Only Hira stood still on the observation deck, deep in thought. Although he had let one of the 14 followers escape, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. On his face now was a smile of satisfaction. With such heavy injuries, that brat can't summon the god anymore. As soon as he saw Riley Joshua running toward Isaac, Hira turned away and ordered, the demon has escaped. All high-ranking priests pursue him immediately. The apostles received the command and clearly replied, understood. Below the arena, while Riley Joshua knelt down, anxiously asking after his nephew, Isaac also jumped down from above. Isaac, are you okay? Damn it, I should have been by your side. As soon as his words finished, Eli's cold voice rang out, making Isaac jump for a second. Riley, take care of Isaac. Because he was currently extremely angry, he drew his sword and left with determination. I will hunt down that demon. The air around Li could be said to have dropped to -1,000 degrees. He insisted, I will catch him with my own hands and prove my nephew's innocence. Hearing this, Isaac panicked, screaming internally, hey, you're too strong to get involved in this. He imagined Zernat tied up in chains, screaming, if you join in, he'll definitely be captured. Do you know how hard I struggled to free him? Damn it. With no other options, he pretended to be weak and spoke intermittently. Uncle Sir Isaac put on a pitiful appearance with big round eyes shining, making Suri want to vomit. Don't go, it hurts so much. Seeing this look from him, both Riley, Joshua, and Li were like they had been hit by a bolt of lightning, freezing in place. Immediately, both of them succumbed to this look of his and knelt down, compromising. All right, I won't go anymore. And there's no need for everyone to join in the chase either. Let's go. I'll treat your wounds first. Looking at them like that, Isaac smiled slyly with satisfaction. Everything was going exactly according to plan, and he was quite pleased with it. Then, in the blink of an eye, the scene shifted, and he found his wounds were already bandaged. He was sitting there with a blank, stunned look on his face, much like the idiots surrounding him. Isaac glanced at the people who weren't his family and silently cursed them in disgust. What are you all doing in the hospital room? Relay seemed just as annoyed with them, barking furiously. Get out. What are you doing in someone else's room? Huh. Tom wasn't about to back down. He gritted his teeth and snapped back. Since when did the Holy See's hospital room become your private property? Why on earth did you bring a demon in here? Hearing this, Li Joshua glared at him, stressing every word. A demon? Tom, still oblivious to his own mistake, continued to press the issue. Cardinal, sir, what is the meaning of this? Why are you obstructing the investigation? The Cardinal didn't answer his question. Instead, he sat bolt upright and issued a command. Eli, Josh, and Joshua, I hereby order all members of the Azure Division to cut off all cooperation with the Crimson Division. We are going on a total strike. Effective immediately, all Holy See missions are suspended. A small side note from the author, the Azure Division was a hardworking and sincere organization. They took on all the dirty, dangerous, or thankless jobs that no one else wanted. And thanks to their master, this was the first strike in their history. Returning to the story, Li, veins bulging on his forehead, glared at them and said, "A messenger of God appeared right before an execution and attacked my grandson, and you expect me to resolve this peacefully?" An icy aura radiated from him, striking fear into everyone present. He continued, "Not to mention, that demon called the messenger of God his comrade." But Tom remained stubborn, pushing his point. What if that demon was lying? Seeing through his shallow excuse, Li Joshua countered, "If he were lying, how could he have broken the binding orb?" Stunned by the question, Tom hesitated, unable to answer, and began to stutter. But he quickly scrambled for another excuse, looking at Isaac bandaged on the bed. "How are we supposed to determine anything when you have the kid wrapped up like that? We need to check his wounds." Eli let out a heavy sigh, angrily retorting, "And what if his wounds get worse because of you?" After a tense standoff with the two of them, the Cardinal folded his arms, looking relaxed, and revealed the main point. "The investigators are already looking into who set him free. They'll have results soon enough." Hearing this, Tom and the other man exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. "That's right. We just need to find even a single shred of evidence pointing to the culprit, and that'll be it. We'll definitely find traces of him while they were busy plotting. When we do, we'll catch him from outside." Someone burst through the door into the room, reporting, "Cardinal, sir, we have a major problem." Following that shout, the entire room immediately became anxious. Isaac pursed his lips, feeling a little guilty as he looked toward the door. Just then, a bishop rushed in, breathless, reporting the evidence as he spoke. Isaac lay on the bed, watching the ghost, observing it all comfortably like someone eating snacks while watching a play. "The evidence is gone," the bishop stammered, recounting the situation to them. "I was just about to start the investigation when the shackles suddenly exploded." Hearing this, Isaac smiled craftily, inwardly praising the person responsible. "Snat, you're always so thorough." The bishop, still oblivious to the situation, kept rambling. "And right before it exploded, I even sensed that person's power." At the most critical moment, Tom hurriedly jumped in to cover the bishop's mouth, shouting to cut him off. "Shut up." Having gathered the information, Eli Joshua didn't feel the need to be polite to these people anymore. He immediately ordered them out. "You heard him. The investigation is over. Now get out." Watching this, Isaac silently concluded, and just like that, Grandpa has closed the case. A while later, after the group had dispersed, leaving Isaac to rest, someone knocked on the hospital door. "May I come in?" Annoyed at being disturbed again, he looked toward the door and sighed, Seeing the detestable face trying to force an awkward smile at the door, Isaac was a little surprised and silently called his name Nizer. At that moment, Nizer, looking embarrassed, spoke softly from outside, calling his name again, "Isaac." Without further hesitation, he walked toward the hospital bed and asked in a friendly tone, "How are you feeling?" Seeing him, Isaac felt a wave of resentment, thinking to himself, "I feel worse just looking at your face. I'm about to throw up." Before he could answer, Sebastian Nizer pulled out a vial of medicine and continued, "I brought some of the family's secret medicine to help you recover faster." As he said this, he couldn't help but think back to why he was here. When talking to Leon in the study, if Isaac was so badly injured, wouldn't that mean he couldn't participate in the god selection ceremony? Standing with Leon, he had been extremely obedient, listening to everything the man said. The fanatics of the Yellow Division must be delighted. And of course, Nizer hadn't forgotten that sinister smile on Leon's face as he plotted some scheme. But I won't let that happen. Of course, Sebastian Nizer could only clench his fists until he shook, obeying the order. Go bring it to him and make him drink the family's secret medicine to recover quickly. Returning to reality, Isaac, lying on the bed, took the vial of secret medicine and tilted it, pouring it straight into his mouth. He drank it while praising how delicious it was. Witnessing this, Sebastian Nizer could only cry internally, suppressing his anger until his whole body shook, screaming in his mind, "I can't believe I have to give this secret medicine of the family to this jerk. Do you have any idea how expensive this is?" He watched the medicine being drained without a sign of stopping, pulling at his hair. "A single drop is enough. You're drinking the whole bottle. You lunatic." After chugging the entire bottle, Isaac seemed to glow with an extra layer of radiance. With flushed cheeks, he delightedly exclaimed, "Oh, I actually suspected he was trying to poison me, but this is real secret medicine. I can already feel my stamina increasing." Not stopping there, he even tried to suck out the last drop, exclaiming, "It even tastes like wine." At this moment, the ghost, the observer, looked at the vial and appraised it. "Looks like it also has some disgusting blessings attached to it. Seems like it'll be useful for the god selection ceremony." Just then, Nizer, completely bewildered, finally spoke up to stop him. "Wait, I didn't say you could drink the whole thing." Interrupted, Isaac angrily gritted his teeth, looking as if he wanted to bite someone, and shouted, "What the hell did you just say?" Nizer, unhurried, revealed a tempting piece of information that made Isaac freeze. The head of the family said he'd give you more if you go to the main estate. Hearing this enticing offer, Isaac narrowed his eyes suspiciously at Nizer, guessing that bottle was already more than enough. But if I go to the main estate, they'll give me more for free. This seems fishy. Thinking that, he immediately flopped back onto the bed, clutching his leg and complaining, I really want to go, but my leg still hurts. However, not giving him any room to back out, Sebastian Nizer quickly pulled out a pair of shoes and shoved them into his face, saying, Fine, I'll let you use my gear. These shoes will help you move around. Put them on and come to the mansion with me. Seeing his actions, Isaac felt a bit helpless and muttered to himself, Looks like he already planned this. The Shadow, the Observer, seized the opportunity to stab Isaac. His malicious intent is as dark as the abyss. With no excuse left to refuse, he had no choice but to sit up, take off his bandage and cast and change his shoes, saying, I need to change my clothes. You wait outside. Seeing him like that, Sebastian Nizer was thrilled and immediately replied, Got it. Saying that, he turned around and walked outside, lost in thought without noticing Isaac heading in a different direction. What a greedy guy. I didn't expect him to fall for it so easily. While he was still deep in his calculations, Isaac reached out and gently pushed the window open. You're finished the moment you set foot in that mansion. I'm going to make this the headline. Isaac's earlier agreement was just an act. At this moment, he stood on the windowsill, full of excitement, and laughed loudly with the Shadow. Thanks, you idiot. Scene shifts to another luxurious, magnificent palace. A hand slammed forcefully onto the table in a fit of rage, shouting, Those bastards. The Red Clan, how dare they bring forbidden medicine into the infirmary? The owner of that anger was Hera. His whole body exuded a cold aura of killing intent as he scolded throughout the room. I gave him a VIP room so he wouldn't run off, and yet they dared to heal him and even grant him blessings. Facing Hera Barry's fury, the surrounding priests could only remain silent, listening to him yell and smash things. I have to make the ritual fail. Both the Black Clan and the Red Clan have gone insane. After ranting to his heart's content, Hera Barry finally issued an order for the priests to stop Isaac at all costs. They could not let him summon the god. At the same time, elsewhere, Gaul Joshua was being mentally tortured by the scene before him and a voice. Oh, my beloved uncle. Isaac appeared out of nowhere in front of him, wearing a villainous, threatening grin. I have something to ask you, uncle. Seeing this, Gaul Joshua hurriedly turned around, looking for an excuse to flee. He's gone crazy. I'm busy. Ask me later. But it wasn't that simple. Isaac didn't say much and launched an attack, cutting off his escape route, scaring him to death. Immediately after, Isaac said something strange, out of nowhere. I think you know the answer, uncle. Gaul, confused, asked back, No what? Isaac had regained his normal expression, but a deeply arrogant smile still lingered on his face as he asked, Which god do you think I'm going to summon? Hearing this question, Gaul felt a bit of resentment in his heart, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. This brat. Is he asking because he knows he can get information from the Pope? He was thinking about the figure of the Pope, carefully calculating, if he spoke and the news leaked, what would happen? The Blue Clan could not go against the Pope. Gaul Joshua squeezed his eyes shut, frowning slightly, imagining it while smiling arrogantly, thinking, but everything would change if he could summon the Supreme God. While the left and right hemispheres of his brain were busy fighting each other, Isaac suddenly uttered a sentence that made Gaul jump. I'm going to give up on summoning the god. He couldn't believe his ears and immediately widened his eyes, shouting, What did you just say? Isaac pouted, acting annoyed, turned his face away, and replied, I thought I was going to summon an evil god, so you wouldn't tell me. Besides, what if an evil god actually appeared? Seeing his stubborn, cornering attitude, Gaul Joshua went crazy, pulling at his hair and yelling, Are you insane? Why drop the evil god for no reason? What about the supreme god? Hearing this, having achieved his goal, Isaac immediately dropped his pitiful act and revealed a mischievous grin. Like a crazed fan seeing the prize before them, he slowly approached Gaul Joshua, the supreme god. Seeing this, he hurriedly dodged, denying it. You misheard. Isaac immediately knelt, hugging Gaul's leg, drooling and begging, My beloved uncle, say it again. Which god am I going to summon? Looking at the terrifying child before him, he couldn't take it anymore and frantically tried to push him away. Let go of me. But Isaac had no intention of stopping. He put on a greedy, stubborn, and sycophantic look. I love you so much. Don't mess with me. Do you want to die? Gaul looked into the eyes that were going blank and lamented in his heart he's lost it. But no matter how hard he struggled, Isaac still clung to his leg like a bear cub clinging to its mother. Let go. The clan head just called me. I have to go. Accidentally, Gowel Joshua let slip a piece of information that woke Isaac up and returned him to normal. That demon is hiding in the city. Hearing that, following every word he uttered, the scene changed to inside the town where Isaac was currently in the city. On the street, Eli Joshua was ordering the Blue Clan soldiers to disperse and search for one of the 14 retainers hiding around here. Do not be careless, is that clear? Receiving his order, they answered in unison, yes. Just then, Gowel, having changed into different attire, came to see Eli Joshua. I have arrived, father. He didn't focus on the report, but looked quite stern, frowning and pensive, looking at something. This was the entire map of the underground water veins. What he was looking at was Isaac clinging to Gowel Joshua's leg. Why is Isaac clinging to your leg? He struggled, explaining with difficulty. He wants to follow me. And no matter how much he loved his nephew, Eli Joshua uttered a refusal. It's too dangerous. Go back. Being dismissed so bluntly by him, Isaac cried out, no. He hurriedly let go of Gowel Joshua's leg, stood up, and firmly expressed, I have to take revenge. Seeing this look, Eli Joshua could only listen silently to the reasons and consequences. That thing ruined the execution and endangered everyone. Isaac put on a determined, courageous face, taking responsibility, and declared, therefore, as soon as I find him, I will take revenge. And the shadow next to him, watching the act, couldn't take it anymore and had to chime in. You're acting a bit too deep, aren't you? After listening to all the words from the bottom of his heart, Eli had no choice but to turn away and sigh. After that sigh, he only left him with one word, as you wish. Having received Ella's approval, Isaac happily cheered inwardly. Awesome. On the street, the soldiers from the clans were struggling to search around. At this very moment, his appearance made them. They stopped what they were doing and started whispering. So that's Isaac? I thought they were on strike. Who would have guessed they'd send a direct descendant? While the others were relieved, the Crimson soldiers remained silent and tense. Well, it should be over soon. The family is the best at hunting the demon race. Suddenly, Isaac stretched his arms and stood up, making the soldiers from the other families get their hopes up, as he finally started. But his response to their excitement was like a bucket of cold water. Listen, the minions of that skeleton demon king are not easy to find. His words and expression brought them to the brink of despair. It looked like this mission wouldn't end anytime soon. As soon as he finished, a series of furious shouts erupted. Isaac, are you being serious right now? Somehow, a lounge chair and a parasol had already been set up for Isaac, and he was lounging comfortably as he explained. Calm down. He's a high demon. After all, it's natural for him to hide well. I'm sure he's still around here somewhere. But the Crimson Soldier refused to accept this. He gritted his teeth and said, Are you mocking us? Then he turned to Eli, who was in a similarly relaxed state, and questioned him. This is beyond acceptable, Cardinal. His comrades joined in immediately. That brat hasn't done a single thing all day. But their next words broke Eli's relaxed composure. It infuriated him so much he crushed his cup. This only makes us more suspicious of your grandson. Eli slowly stood up, brushing the shards from his hands. Are you saying I'm wrong? Sensing the murderous intent in Ella's voice, the Crimson soldiers scrambled to apologize. No, that's not. Before they could say more, he called out to his grandson. When Isaac heard Eli call his name, he immediately replied, Yes, sir. Then, with a terrifying, dark expression, Eli crooked his finger, ordering them, Go pay the price. With Ella Joshua's permission, Isaac quickly pointed in a direction and shouted, I can feel the demon over there. Although they didn't know if he was teasing them, the Crimson soldiers still had to run that way, cursing, Damn it. Right then, a figure appeared behind Eli Joshua and spoke up. I thought you all were on strike? What's going on here? The person was none other than Leon. He strolled over, taunting them as if it were a joke. Are you planning to cover up your grandson's crimes? Hearing this, Eli was a bit annoyed, pretending not to hear, and asked, What was that? Leon stepped right in front of him and stopped, analyzing. Doing that will only make Isaac's charges worse. Responding to him, Eli remained calm and retorted, Do you have proof my grandson released the high demon? Naturally. Leon wasn't afraid. He wore a cunning smile. Everything will come to light soon enough. Then, he sneered inwardly. As long as he found the Pope's power inside the seal, he would be done for. He couldn't accuse the Pope, so the ideal scenario was to find evidence, linking Isaac to it. He thought this, licking his lips slightly, anticipating a delicious meal. If he succeeded, he would get to watch these arrogant blue bloods crumble. His train of thought ended. He turned to leave, suggesting, I don't want to ruin the soul-summoning ritual, so let's cooperate for now. Before leaving completely, Leon didn't forget to leave a parting jab. At the very least, I'll help hide the handcuffs when your grandson gets arrested. As soon as he left, Gowel quickly approached Eli Joshua to comfort him. "Father, don't listen to him. He's just scared. That's why he's acting like this." Eli Joshua didn't seem to care and replied, "I'm not bothered." But his face and eyes showed hidden disgust as he said, "I'm going to have Isaac make them work 10 times harder." Hearing this, Gowel shouted helplessly. That is the definition of being bothered. Unable to handle his father's attitude, he turned to the troublemaker. "Hey, Isaac, you heard that." But before Gowel Joshua could finish, the person, sprawled on the chair, had vanished. "You need to investigate more thoroughly, Isaac." After a moment of contemplation, finally, in the silent space, only his loud shouting remained. Where did he go? Switching scenes to another location. A hand reached out and touched ancient letters on the wall. A familiar, rumbling voice spoke. "These traces belong to Sabnak. It's been a long time since I've seen this code." Hearing this, the owner of the hand pondered for a moment and replied, "I see." And those two were none other than Isaac and the Ghost Observer. It continued rambling, exclaiming, "I didn't expect the lesser demons to take your place." Isaac didn't pay attention to those words anymore and replied to the ghost, "It's no surprise they did that. As Orthodox demon royalty, they always despise having to serve a skeleton." He continued walking forward. As he walked, he pondered deeply. Perhaps my magic was too hard to break, so they set up a fake skeleton demon king to control the demon race, meaning they exploited a loophole in the magic rather than directly defying the order. Seeing him distracted, the ghost by his side suggested a few issues. Even so, it's very strange. The seal, the Pope, the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Isaac also found it strange and sank into thought. The mana of both the Pope and the Crown Prince is left inside Sabnak's seal. The Pope makes sense, but why the Crown Prince? Why would the Crown Prince care about a high demon? Seeing Isaac lost in his own train of thought, the ghost gently reminded him, "In any case, how much longer do you plan to keep pretending to ignore them, Master?" At that moment, Isaac regained his focus, looked behind him, and asked, "You mean those guys?" Up on the rafters above his head, a group of people, in masks, were there. He wondered when they had started watching them. "I didn't expect assassins to get involved too." Realizing Isaac was referring to them, the assassins were startled. "We were discovered, but the vigilance of priests is usually poor." Suddenly, one of the assassins felt something. Pupils in his eyes shrank, then widened in shock. Below on the ground, Isaac's entire body erupted with a terrifying power. The assassin's Isaac hurriedly jumped to the ground, ready for battle. What was he doing? He didn't even see the kid chant any holy spells. In contrast to their tense expressions, Isaac was still in the mood to joke around, teasing the group. "Are you all mages, too?" The moment he finished speaking, the mages immediately scrambled to unleash their power, rushing forward. "Hurry, take him down. The priests can't possibly stand against our magic." Hearing this, the specter seemed amused and teased Isaac. "How weak do they actually think you are? I can't believe they're only using level 3 magic on you." Irritated by the mocking, Isaac grew even angrier, rolling up his sleeves and preparing to cast a spell. "These bastards, I'll deal with." But before he could finish, something small flew through the air and pinned itself into the back of his neck. Isaac stood there, dumbfounded. He touched his neck and glared at the one who had fired the needle. "You're dead now. Get ready to taste my holy extermination." Contrary to that mage's expectations, the specter stared intently at the needle, assessing it. High-quality holy extermination. Huh? Not bad. Meanwhile, Isaac pulled the needle out, silently wishing if he could absorb all the mana inside it, that would be great. Seeing him still unharmed, the mage screamed in horror. He's fine." His voice trembled as he asked in disbelief. "You should have collapsed by now. Don't tell me you already drank the holy extermination antidote, did you?" As soon as he heard that, Isaac didn't hesitate. He immediately clutched his head, putting on a pained expression that made the two assassins absolutely thrilled. "My head, it hurts. But this isn't enough to take me down. I am a member of the noble blue family." Witnessing this one-man show, the specter felt a chill, groaning. "What the hell am I watching?" As if energized by the show, the colleague of the guy who fired the needle urged him on. "It's still just one. Shoot him again." After taking 2 more needles to his neck, Isaac continued to act weak and pitiful, staggering around until the specter recoiled in fear. "2 won't do it. You bastards. Do you really think someone from my family falls that easily to poison?" Hearing his provocation, the assassin seemed energized, all pulling out blowpipes and shouting, "He can still talk. Everyone, listen up. Fire everything you've got." Needles rained down, half pinning into Isaac's upper body, the rest sticking into his lower half. From his legs down, after all the poison needles were spent, Isaac looked at the exhausted group and added, "It takes more than that to take me down." This time, he put on a greedy, drooling expression, challenging them. At least 50 more might do the trick. Seeing him like that, the assassins panicked, thinking to themselves, "Oh my god, he's terrifying. In the midst of this chilling situation, one assassin's voice trembled as he confessed, "We're out of poison needles." Hearing this, a look of disappointment flashed in Isaac's eyes as he clicked his tongue. What a pity. Forced by the situation, he had to change tactics and pretend to fall to the ground. Just absorb the mana first, then pull them out. Seeing him suddenly collapse, the assassins were incredulous, asking blankly, "Did we finally take him down?" Only after a long while, seeing no response, did they rejoice, shouting in triumph, unaware that Isaac was watching them through half-closed eyes. Serves you right. Just then, Isaac noticed from the doorway another figure stepping inside. Huh? That's in Isaac's surprise. The man who just entered took off his hood, revealing his true identity. Count Molech, seeing him lying in a heap on the ground, Molech laughed triumphantly, cursing in his heart, "Die, Isaac. My family has been ruined because of you." The assassins, seeing him approach, hurriedly stepped aside to clear a path. "Today, I finally get my revenge." Molech slowly approached where Isaac was lying, bowing his head to look at him. Then, he turned to ask the assassins, "He's not dead yet?" The assassins hurriedly knelt to check on Isaac, replying in a panic, "Didn't we shoot him with so many poisoned needles? Why is this brat so hard to kill? Maybe we should just finish him off." Ignoring them as if they were fools, Molech frowned and clicked his tongue, ordering, "Remember to erase all the traces. Make it look like he was killed by a demon." Meanwhile, Isaac's situation wasn't much better. He was deliberating, "What now? If I stand up, I'll be exposed." The Spectre, waiting to watch the show, immediately reassured him, "It's fine. You've already caused enough shady trouble. What's a little more?" It didn't hold back, directly poking at him, "As if you ever looked like a priest anyway." Before it could finish, Isaac reached out and grabbed it, squeezing hard. "You want to die?" Seeing his action, the assassins exclaimed in surprise, "He's still moving." There was no time to hesitate. The assassins quickly pulled out their weapons, splitting up to advance toward Isaac. "Hold him down. Make it bloody so we can frame it on a demon. I'll slit his throat." Seeing their actions, he felt a bit guilty, gritting his teeth and screaming internally, "Oh crap, I haven't finished absorbing the mana yet." The assassins raised their weapons and moved toward Isaac, ready to strike, when suddenly, among the assassins holding regular daggers, one quietly pulled out a distinct-looking sword. Just as they got closer to Isaac, the one with the sword swung it, finishing them off in one strike. The power of that blade was immense, blowing the other assassins away. Molech, struggling to hold his ground, shouted in shock, "What?" When the strike passed, he didn't know what he had seen, but his eyes widened in absolute horror. Before him stood a mysterious cloaked figure holding a blade radiating power. Molech stammered in disbelief, A swordsman." Molech panicked and retreated several steps, suspicious. "Why is a swordsman here?" The mysterious swordsman gathered power into the blade, pointing it straight at him and firing a blast of sword energy. This forced Molech to shield himself, retreating and screaming into the air. Isaac stood on the sidelines, watching the show with excitement, silently cheering, "Is that magic?" The Spectre next to him chimed in, sucking up, "Compared to you, Master, this guy is still a rookie, but his level is decent." A moment later, after the sword energy dissipated, Molech lay battered and kneeling on the ground, coughing incessantly. He tried to steady his breathing, stood up, and shouted, "Dude, you know who I am." Ignoring his incessant posturing, the mysterious swordsman, who looked vaguely familiar, curled his lips into a sinister smile. "How dare you lay a hand on a noble?" Molech shouted. Then, he suddenly turned and cursed. "Damn it." He bolted toward the exit, wailing as he ran. "I wasn't told anything about this. What the hell is going on?" But as soon as he reached the door, he ran into another familiar figure. Kina stood at the door with a look of disgust, blocking Molech's path. Seeing her, he shrieked in terror. "Lady Kina." Still oblivious to the situation, he turned to her for help. "Lady Kina, please, you have to save me." But before he could get another word out, a burst of flame-like light shot toward him. "I'll explain the details later," followed by a chilling warning. "Count Molech, take one more step, and I'll kill you." With every word Kina spoke, sparks of electricity crackled from her hands. "Isaac needs to train with me. Why do you keep getting in my way?" Seeing her rage, Molech trembled in fear and backed away, pleading, "My lady, what are you planning to do? Please, stay calm. I'm here to support you." He showed no remorse, continuing to blather on. "If that brat summons a god, the Pope will be." Before Molech could finish, Kina stomped her foot, cutting him off. "I don't care." Her entire body erupted with a terrifying electrical aura, suppressing everything around her as she began to interrogate him. "Who ordered you? Was it the Black House?" It was as if she had struck a nerve. Molech stammered, his face pale. About that." Amidst the life-or-death tension, Isaac crawled up from behind Kina, wearing a terrifyingly demonic grin, curiously, poking him. Sounds like you know exactly which god I'm going to summon, huh? He leaned in close with a wicked smirk. Molech turned ghostly pale as Isaac taunted him. If it's going to harm the Pope, I guess it must be one of the Yellow House gods, right? Isaac once again adopted a hungry expression, leaning closer to Molech's face. Is it the god of wealth? Or maybe money? Molech finally snapped under the pressure and screamed, I don't know. Get away from me. Despite Molech's pleas, Isaac wouldn't let go, tugging on him relentlessly. Don't lie to me. I bet you know, is it the god of wealth, the god of money, or the god of gold? Kina, on the other side, lost interest and addressed the person next to her. If you're in disguise, I hope you'll excuse the lack of formalities. At that moment, the swordsman's face was revealed. It was Chapless. Kina looked at him with a helpless sigh. I bet your attendants must be exhausted dealing with you, right? Chapless ignored her, changing the subject. For now, make it a priority to bring Isaac back to the palace. Hearing this, Kina immediately protested. No, Isaac is being taken to the Holy See. As the two began to bicker, another voice cut in. The owner of the voice appeared with an imposing air, stomping his foot onto the ground and declaring, Isaac is coming home. Following that declaration, Eli Joshua marched straight toward Molech, radiating intense bloodlust, barking, which bastard dared to lay a hand on my grandson. Immediately after, a series of screams rang out like a slaughterhouse. Watching the scene, Kina quickly corrected herself. I guess Isaac is going home, then. Even Chapless agreed. Well, there's no place like home. A moment later, the surroundings shifted. Chapless stood leaning against a wall, frowning slightly as he heard the consolation. Please, don't take it to heart, Your Highness. Hearing this, he asked irritably, what was that? The person who had been consoling him slowly replied, it was already being watched, yet that kid still dared to go see the demon, right? The mysterious person who spoke was none other than the Black House Cardinal, Ian Ballard. He radiated a dark aura, calmly asserting, I don't think he's that stupid. After hearing his words, Chapless retorted, so, ordering Count Molech to send assassins to kill Isaac was a wise decision. Ian explained his reasoning with a casual tone. Didn't you want to get closer to Isaac, Joshua? Hearing this, Chapless was skeptical. Confused, he asked, what did you just say? Ian turned gently, carefully explaining, if you save someone from assassins, that person will naturally be grateful to you. Furthermore, knowing the Joshua family's nature, they'd rather die than leave a debt unpaid. So, surely he will voluntarily swear his loyalty to you. Hearing this incredibly logical explanation, Chapless laughed mockingly. Ridiculous. Is that how the Black House thinks? Duh. Northern Crows never cared for morals or methods. Cold-blooded people who feared nothing, even using demons to fight demons. After finishing their chat, Chapless lazily sat in a chair, circling back to the topic of Isaac. So, you've lost interest in Isaac, the scholar. You seemed so interested in his answer, didn't you? He said this while imagining the image of the skeleton demon king bound in chains. Continuing from before about the essay on how to defeat the skeleton demon king, Ian calmly posed another question to him. If that kid really wrote it himself, it's certainly noteworthy. But regardless, you should stop keeping an eye on him. The advice, delivered with a hint of false kindness, left Chapless in deep thought. The interrogation will begin right after the Black House exam. On the large table lay a stack of papers covered in writing. Ian placed his hand lightly on the pile and slowly said, unless he has a way to prove his innocence. Then he lifted his hand slightly. Without any physical movement, the paper crumpled itself. Otherwise, the blue house will be destroyed. Scene change. Beneath a sky pouring heavy rain at the mansion in the capital, a cry of frustration shook the entire estate. How could this even make sense? Really, Joshua, with a fierce expression, was extremely annoyed about something major. Even if Isaac summoned an evil god, do they have the right to kidnap him? I know the kid doesn't have faith, but this is going too far. At that moment, he was in the study with L.A. Joshua and Suri discussing the earlier events. And really, Joshua's attitude was one of extreme rage. I never expected the Black House Cardinal would dare go this far. After listening to him grumble, Eli, who had been pale, finally spoke up about tomorrow's god summoning ceremony. And then, a declaration was made that left really Joshua and Gaul Joshua wide-eyed in shock. Isaac will not be attending. The two of them immediately started bickering in protest. What? Why? He has to attend, Eli. He looks calmer after putting the pieces together, asserting that everything that has happened is because of that very thing. Faced with this spot-on remark from him, Riley nods in agreement, saying, right. Their casual attitude is driving Goel crazy, leaving him pulling at his hair and cursing. Damn it. Finally, he can't take it anymore and slams his hand down on the table, protesting, no, he has to participate. Suddenly, Goel opposes this, leaving Eli and Riley confused. Are you crazy? Didn't you say Isaac needed protection? Do you want the whole world to watch him summon an evil god? Upon hearing this, Gowl suddenly screams in rebuttal, it's not an evil god. Finally, after trying to hide it so many times, he reveals the secret he's been guarding. It's the supreme deity. Isaac is going to summon the supreme deity. With that, Gowl Joshua turns to Eli and Riley, firmly insisting, I don't care about the faith, it doesn't matter. As long as he participates, that's all that counts. After shouting with all his might, Gowl clutches his forehead, exhausted, and lets out a sigh, muttering to himself, damn it, I shouldn't have said that, but saying it is better than staying frustrated. At this moment, Riley is the first to react, looking as if he can't believe his ears, and asks, the supreme deity? Gowl Joshua doesn't hesitate and quickly replies, that's right. But Ellie asks another foolish question, who? And this question drives him insane. He has to yell at him, Isaac. Who else could it be? Having said that, Gowl begins to recount everything he has seen to the two of them. During the investiture ceremony, he was chosen by the supreme deity, so he is forced to participate in the summoning ritual. But Eli Joshua shows no sign of believing him, waving him off. If you're drunk, go to sleep. Stop talking nonsense. Seeing that he doesn't believe him, Gowl cries out in frustration, I'm telling the truth. And his next words successfully make him pause, his hand midair as he lifts his teacup. I saw it with my own eyes at the Berry estate. He then continues to go on, venting everything he knows. So why do you think they wanted to adopt Isaac? Father, when they were refused, they tried to kill him. Now that all their methods have failed, they're trying to stop him from attending the ceremony. Father, do you still not understand why the Berry family is acting like this? This time, it's Riley Joshua's turn to not believe Gowl, sighing and trying to dismiss him. Brother, even a novelist wouldn't write something that far-fetched. If you're not feeling well, go get some rest. Hearing this from him, Gowl is so choked with frustration that his heart aches, and he curses, damn it. Feeling he can no longer convince these two, Gowl Joshua helplessly walks away. If you don't want to believe it, fine. We finally had a chance to get back at them, and now you want to just throw it away. He leaves with an incredibly determined look, announcing, I will take Isaac out of this house. Hearing this, Riley looks at his back, a bit dumbfounded, wondering, don't tell me he's serious. After a long silence, Eli Joshua speaks up again, asking, is everything you said really true? Asked repeatedly. Gowl responds with some irritation, yes. Upon receiving confirmation for the third time, the hand holding his teacup begins to tremble. It seems the supreme deity. And then, Eli suddenly jolts his teacup, spilling tea everywhere, his face turning stern as he declares, is a pervert. Hearing this disrespectful assessment, Gowl loses his temper again, pulling his hair in despair, crying out, how could you possibly reach that conclusion? But he doesn't know that. In his father's mind, a different thought is forming. Isaac is now in danger in a completely different way. The supreme deity is something humans should never get involved with, but at least we might be able to avoid the Inquisition. Eli Joshua thinks, imagining Isaac's innocent, smiling face. Faith means nothing now. Isaac has been chosen by an existence far above the master gods. No one can resist the will of the supreme deity. Just then, a soldier rushes in from outside, throwing the door wide open to report, my lord, we have a major problem. With every word he utters, Eli freezes, his expression blank and dazed. The Crimson Inquisition has begun their investigation into heresy, Master Isaac. Time quickly passes to the day of the Black Examination. The scene shifts to the arena grandstand. Below in the arena, a head priest is announcing to the junior priests in front of him, the second part of the ritual will begin right now. While he continues to read the speech about the rules, the divine selection ritual is about to take place before the eyes of all the spectators, so he urges, everyone, be careful. Do not let any mistakes occur. Sori is standing there, extremely anxious, biting his finger and whispering to himself, I'm going crazy. He looks at the Inquisitors behind him, breaking into a cold sweat. There are Inquisitors everywhere. And as the anxiety mounts and the pressure grows, Suri bites his nails even harder, calling out the name of the person in question. Isaac, what on earth did you do to make the Crimson Inquisition investigate you? Time rewinds a few days ago, to a pitch-black cellar with only a faint light. A series of cold, sharp questions echo. Confess, you are serving the skeleton demon king, aren't you? Inside that cellar, an Inquisitor is desperately interrogating Isaac, trying to pry information out of him. Your name appeared in the code left behind by the archdemon, but the person being interrogated, on the contrary, looks rather cheeky, picking his ear and grumbling. What are you talking about? The Inquisitor refuses to give up, continuing to spill what he knows. Even though that skeleton demon king knelt and repented before the gods, his legacy still remains. And hearing this, Isaac suddenly becomes agitated, shouting and interrupting. Knelt and repented? Seriously. He angrily flips the interrogation table, cursing at the Inquisitors, you bastards. That wasn't written in the code at all. When the situation is clear, Isaac suddenly pauses, realizing something strange. So it turns out it was all a setup by those two Inquisitors to lure me in. So you really can read their code, huh? Caught you. And then, while saying that, he makes a death threat. Warning, I'll see you again at the Black examination. Thinking back to that situation, Suri is frustrated and speechless, chiding, how could you fall for such a simple trap? However, looking at the person still playfully joking next to him, he feels even more helpless, looking to the sky. Why do you think they waited until now to interrogate you? They're going to let everyone watch you get chosen by an evil god. And then, a self-scripted scenario immediately plays out in Suri's mind. He will definitely be chosen by the Crimson God, the god who punishes heretics. He will deal with you as soon as the selection is over, and then he will frame our entire family for heresy. The Inquisitor was completely at a loss, wondering to himself what on earth Isaac was thinking. At that moment, that man was still casually dreaming about money, so much so that his eyes turned into the shape of gold coins, shouting God of wealth, God of money. While Isaac was drowning in his own greed for riches, behind him, someone was silently watching all the gold and treasure. Sebastian Nizer curled his lips into a smile full of anticipation and confidence, whispering to himself, keep smiling while you can. I don't know how you passed the interrogation, but I will make you. Humiliated right in front of everyone. At that moment, Isaac was dreaming of the scenario Suri had painted earlier. After being chosen by the god of blue, I will summon him. If you are chosen by the evil god, you will definitely face divine punishment. At the same time, in the viewing stands, the spectators started whispering and stirring about the rumors they had heard. Is it true that the blue family has fallen? They said they would present the proof right here. Hearing those whispers, Nizer was extremely excited. That's it. This method is more effective than any heresy investigation. Just then, the ceremony leader spoke up, cutting off their train of thought. We will now begin the divine selection ritual. Please channel your holy power into the distributed orbs. When you hear the signal, begin. Suri clutched the orb in his hand, swallowing hard, praying, oh, please, God of blue. He gritted his teeth, trying his best to convey his prayer to the ancestors, but the perverted laughter from beside him kept ringing out, making him uncomfortable. If he is chosen by the evil god, we will all be destroyed. Suri couldn't focus and looked over at Isaac, accidentally seeing his greedy face, constantly mumbling. Something like God of wealth, God of money, God of fortune. That forced him to scream in his heart, begging desperately, please, let him not summon the evil god. As soon as Suri finished, his power was immediately transferred into the orb, making it emit a blinding golden light. That light was actually coming from Isaac's orb. Isaac was extremely expectant when he saw the color of it gold. It's the god of gold. He started imagining a chubby old man sitting amidst a pile of treasures, beckoning him. Gold is money. Come to me, god of gold. And then, everything inside the orb became clearer and clearer. Isaac's anticipation reached its peak. There. He's coming. Oh, god of gold. His eyes were shimmering with expectation, waiting for the money to appear. But contrary to Isaac's expectations, when the mark appeared, it wasn't gold, but another strange mark. Seeing it, the expression on his face became extremely disappointed, his eyes wide and mouth agape. Contrary to Isaac, the ghost beside him seemed amused, letting out an "oh." As if unable to accept the reality before his eyes, Isaac collapsed to the ground, hugging the orb and crying, no, it can't be. It can't be. Seeing his desperate appearance, Sebastian Nizer was filled with excitement, firmly asserting, he has definitely been chosen by the evil god. He looked at the glowing orb in that guy's hand, excitedly declaring he would expose the truth for everyone to see. But what they didn't expect was that Isaac suddenly used all his strength to throw the orb away. Witnessing that scene, the faces of both Nizer and Suri turned pale. The orb flew straight into the sky. Like a shining star, Suri shouted in desperation, scolding the madman. But contrary to his desperate look, Nizer was extremely excited, charging after the orb, saying, you idiot, you think if you throw it away, we won't find it? He was extremely looking forward to this achievement, calculating that it was even better this way. This time he can't deny it. I will expose your true nature in front of everyone. Thinking that, Sebastian Nizer immediately ordered the Inquisitors who were running toward the orb, bring it here. A while later, a figure approached the desperate Isaac, calling his full name Isaac Joshua. That person was none other than the Inquisitors. They were just as expectant as Nizer. Stop, we will retrieve the orb first. We need to verify which god has chosen you. They continued to pose the question about the worst-case scenario, without noticing that the corners of his mouth had stretched to the limit, his veins popping. If it's the evil god, you will be arrested. And of course, before they could even finish speaking, Isaac fell flat on the ground, throwing a tantrum. No, let me redo it. That one doesn't count. In the midst of his kicking and screaming, I want to do it again. An inquisitor ran over to report, found the orb, and without another word, Sebastian Nizer quickly grabbed the orb from his hand, shouting, "Give it here." He was full of excitement, preparing to touch his dream, shouting loudly, "Your life is over, Isaac." Sebastian Nizer didn't even examine the orb, but immediately made his declaration. "Look at the god who has chosen you." And when the inquisitors saw the god inside the orb, they suddenly stammered in surprise. That is, they looked at the mark on the orb in Nizer's hand, who was waiting excitedly to punish someone, and shouted, "The mark of the supreme god." At that moment, he finally looked closely at the mark in the orb. Nizer's complexion turned pale in an instant, twisted and ugly. "It's the mark of the supreme god." Hearing this news, the crowd around them started whispering excitedly. This has never happened before. Didn't they say the blue family had fallen? But if this is true, then it's impossible for them to be corrupted. Even Hira, waiting on the stands, couldn't stand steadily when receiving the results, whispering, "So it's true." By this time, Suri had regained his composure, approaching Isaac, who looked like he was about to pass out, asking, "You threw the orb away even though you knew you were chosen by the supreme god?" Isaac put on a face like he was ready to go into a coffin, frankly criticizing, "What good would that do me?" Hearing his words, Suri sighed helplessly. "Oh gods, please save this jerk." In the middle of Isaac's deepest despair, suddenly, a voice full of amusement rang out, attracting him. "Ha, god of wealth." Immediately, behind the girl who was still excited about having drawn the god of wealth, another shadow appeared. Sensing something strange, the girl turned around and went pale with fright. What was going on? Isaac now wore a look that could kill. "Get over here. You're trying to steal from someone else's family? Hand it over, you jerk." He seemed to lose his mind, screaming crazily at the person and threatening them. Trade with me before I kill you." Isaac didn't care whether the person was a man or a woman. He grabbed their hair and pulled, demanding the item right there. Over on Nizer's side, he felt incredibly frustrated, trembling with irritation, and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." Just a moment later, the scene shifted to a large meeting room where all the cardinals and kings were gathered. The first to speak was Seraphine. She offered a gentle smile, speaking on behalf of Eli, who was struggling to hold back his laughter beside her. "So, everything will be resolved." Seeing him trying to suppress it until his face turned red, she smiled kindly and addressed him. "My Lord Cardinal, it seems you are very happy today, aren't you?" Hela also noticed and quickly chimed in with praise for Duke Eli Joshua. Joshua must be thrilled at the news about his grandson. After all, the boy had been chosen by the supreme god. Receiving such praise, he looked extremely proud, striking a handsome pose. That is correct. While Eli Joshua was still basking in his glory, Leon, on the opposite side, glanced at Hira, who was struggling to contain his anger beside him. Perhaps this is a sign of our empire's era prosperity. As soon as he finished, Hira spoke up, full of defiance. "That only matters if the brat can actually summon him. Anyone can be chosen, but it only has value if they can successfully summon and form a pact." Naturally, Eli Joshua didn't need to hold back against him anymore and retorted bluntly, "You say anyone can be chosen, but in your family, no one has ever managed to do it." After his rebuttal, the two started exchanging fiery glares. Hela hastily spoke up, trying to reconcile the two. "Even so, just being chosen holds meaning. I am happy for this good news myself." While he was still presenting his opinion, "I hope everyone can get along." But Hera was lost in his own frustration. He had intended to expand his power through the god who chose Kina, but it seemed things hadn't gone his way. He felt a bit of resentment, lamenting that he had done his best to support the girl because she was favored by the god of wealth. But before the supreme god, all schemes were meaningless. However, after a moment of fury, Hira Berry finally calmed himself down. "It's fine. The brat was chosen because of his talent, but he doesn't have the aptitude to truly summon him." Underneath his bangs, which obscured everything, he smirked with a cunning smile. He calculated that at all costs, he had to stop the boy from forming the pact. While Hira Berry was secretly planning something dangerous, Isaac over at the mansion was busy praying to the god of wealth, even if he had to bury the supreme god himself. On his desk lay a pile of messy books. The phantom was snoring on an open book. There came a sound of weary, bitter complaining. "Do it over for me." Suri brought water over and asked curiously, "You hate studying that much? Yet now you want to learn?" Isaac held his head in agony. He flipped through the books like a madman, gritting his teeth. Why isn't there a single line here about canceling a god's choice? Suri saw this and was speechless, thinking, "This guy is insane." He walked over and placed the glass of water on the table. "I don't understand why you hate this so much. Isn't this something to be happy about? Isaac crumpled the page and glared at the person who asked as if he wanted to eat him alive. You want to know? Julie broke into a cold sweat and stepped back 2 paces. No, never mind. He scratched his head. You've received a gift from the Supreme God. That means you've been officially chosen. Isaac replied coldly. I threw it away. Suri shouted in disbelief. Why did you throw it away? With that gift, you wouldn't have to worry about summoning him anymore. Isaac remained cold and dismissive. I don't need it. Suri truly didn't understand what he was thinking. I respect your opinion, but even if you hate it, having a high-level god is still better, right? Isaac didn't really care. Why? Suri explained. Because the Crimson family is planning to summon their god and target you. He looked worried. As soon as their god tests your faith, you will definitely be punished. If the Supreme God doesn't intervene, you'll die. Isaac suddenly brightened up. Then hand over the god of Azure that you're going to summon to me. Wouldn't that be enough to block it? Oh, and the god of light, that guy must be good at finding shiny things like gold, right? Suri angrily retorted. The god of light isn't like that. Ignoring Suri's noise, Isaac fell into deep thought. Is there really no high-level god who will listen to reason? The phantom, by now, had woken up. It replied, if you think there is, you better prepare a plan to run. A week later, the ritual to summon the god took place at the royal altar. Whispers filled the air. Are we really going to see the Supreme God? Don't kid yourself. Being chosen and being able to summon are two different things. How could that brat possibly summon him? At this moment, Sebastian Nizer was standing with his arms crossed, listening to the gossip. Haven't you heard the rumors about Isaac Joshua's faith? If the Crimson God is summoned, won't Isaac be executed? He raised an eyebrow and smiled sarcastically. I don't know what tricks you used before, but this is the end. The Crimson God will wipe you out. Nizer smiled triumphantly, pointing his finger right at Isaac's face. Isaac, today you will certainly die. He thought indifferently. Here we go again. Suddenly, someone spoke from behind Isaac. Nizer was right. He advised the boy to be smart and back down. Your body won't be able to handle the summoning. Isaac just felt annoyed. Why are so many people coming to pick a fight today? But then Hira's words made Nizer jump. I will help you summon the Supreme God. He offered a condition. But after you summon him, hand him over to the Royal Gold family. Riley Joshua immediately stood in front of Isaac. Even with that offer, it was useless. Hira wasn't angry at all and said, oh, right. He offered a more attractive plan. I will switch to the God of Wealth. The money-loving boy immediately agreed. Deal. But before he could finish, Riley Joshua covered his mouth. Seeing him struggle, he silently calculated in his mind. That offer isn't half bad. The God of Wealth is also a high-ranking deity, so he should be able to block the Crimson God's attack. Riley gritted his teeth, struggling with his thoughts. More importantly, without their help, Isaac might actually die while trying to summon the Supreme God. In the end, he made up his mind. Let my beloved nephew die? I can't accept that. Before his hand could be branded with teeth marks, Riley spoke up. Isaac, He let go and covered his mouth. Go ahead and do what you want, boy. Isaac smiled gleefully at Hira, sealing the deal. Hira nodded, a wise choice. Just then, someone ran over. My lord, he reported in a panic. Something serious has happened. The summoning order has been changed. Sebastian Nizer has been placed right before Isaac. Hira frowned deeply. What? The smile on Isaac's face also froze. At that moment, Eli Joshua stepped forward, radiating killing intent. It seems that Crimson Bastard bribed the Black Cardinal. Riley Joshua exclaimed in surprise. Father? Eli Joshua's face darkened as he declared, I will go handle this right now. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Sebastian Nizer is summoning before Isaac. That was no different from publicly declaring they would execute Isaac. Just then, Eli Joshua walked up to Ian, who was standing by the altar. The spectators noticed, look, it's the Azure Cardinal. Is he going to oppose the Black Cardinal? He brought out a chest. Someone sighed. The Crimson and Azure families have always been at each other's throats. A clicking sound echoed as the lid of the chest opened. The murmurs continued throughout the stands. I wonder how the upright Azure family will react to this, but surely no one expected such a move. So straightforward, he offered, Here, let's swap the order. Riley and Suri could only gasp. Family head. Ian stared silently at Eli Joshua. The audience was speechless. The Azure Cardinal is offering a bribe. They won't accept something so blatant, will they? Looking at the small gold chest, Ian's face, hidden behind his black mask, remained emotionless as he spoke. This is certainly worth considering. This amount of money is substantial, the surrounding crowd exclaimed. Right then, Isaac spoke up in protest. No way. He ran to Eli's side. Grandpa. Our Joshua family can't do this. Grandpa, no. Family head, please stop. Below, the supporters of the Joshua family were moved, as expected of the saint candidate. Another smiled happily. The boy is truly fit to be the next pope. But Isaac's next words made both of them freeze for a few seconds. If you have that much money, you should have given it to me first. In the midst of the tension, Ren stepped forward, mocking. I never expected the Azure side to do something this dirty. He raised an eyebrow provocatively. Does the Azure family head intend to break his own family's dogmas? Eli Joshua bowed his head slightly. The Azure faith exists to protect the small and the weak. He held the gold bar in his hand and declared powerfully, and we are protecting the smallest, weakest member of our own family. Isn't that perfectly in line with our dogma? Isaac, standing nearby, thought in amazement. Can you really interpret it like that? Ian spoke up. This side of you is truly admirable. But he smiled wickedly. We have already accepted the Crimson side's offer. Eli gritted his teeth. You bastard. Do you have any idea what will happen if that Crimson brat manages to summon his god? Ren seized the chance to provoke them. So, even you find Isaac Joshua suspicious. Azure Cardinal, he stroked his chin, feigning advice. Please stop. What's been decided cannot be changed. Ian nodded. Indeed, what's been decided cannot be changed. Then he declared, so, both of you should summon at the same time. Riley protested, my lord, how could you allow such a thing? After receiving all that money, questioned. Ian said coldly, then worry about summoning faster instead. The pressure from the Black Cardinal radiated like a killing aura, his voice ice cold. Are you afraid? Ren could only grit his teeth and accept it, inwardly regretting. Damn it, arguing isn't getting me anywhere. After all, the Cardinal is the one who decides the order. He clenched his fists, shaking with rage. Fine, but we will remember this. Ren turned and left, throwing out a threat. The Azure and Black factions will regret this. Once the order was settled, Isaac said shyly. Grandpa Eli Joshua placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Don't worry, even if you can't summon, it's all right. His expression was full of tenderness. Even if those bastards summon their god, we will protect you. Hearing that, Isaac's eyes sparkled with emotion. Grandpa, he pointed slightly behind him. It's not that. Eli smiled, following the direction of his hand. It's not. Isaac pointed to some crates in the corner. Those spare bribe boxes. He drooled. Give them to me. Eli looked at his greedy grandson, his heart full of happiness when he heard him say, if there are any more, just give them all to me. A moment later, two giant bumps appeared on Isaac's head. No one knew who hit him. Beside him, someone asked doubtfully, what are you planning to do, Isaac? Suri followed him anxiously. Sebastian Nizer is going to summon the law god, their main deity. Isaac, hugging the bribe crate, walked forward. Then even better, he shared, I was actually planning to strike a deal with the Yellow family and ruin the summoning ritual. Suri was stunned. What? Isaac explained, the stuff they gave me definitely has magic traps in it. I was planning to wait for it to activate, pretend to collapse, and then blame it all on them. Suri was confused. You knew and you still took it? Isaac's gaze became serious. He thought, if a high-ranking god is summoned, he will definitely recognize my soul, so the original plan was to fake an illness to be carried out before anyone could summon a high-ranking god. Although I have a plan to use the Supreme God to smash everything, I don't really know what the Supreme God is thinking. Isaac wore a wicked smile. But if Nizer manages to summon the law, God, the situation will change completely. He licked his lips calculatedly. But if it's that god, it's fine. Isaac would take this opportunity to make sure the Crimson side never bothered him again. Meanwhile, Nizer was caught up in his own thoughts. As long as I can summon him, it's game over for him. Both stepped onto the summoning altar. Outside, the host announced the start. Nizer acted immediately. He raised his hand high. I'll go first. Red energy poured from his hand, and it flared up like blinding fire in the center of the altar. Sebastian Nizer smiled contentedly. The audience exclaimed, it's the Crimson God, the Law God. He laughed smugly. Success. Meanwhile, Isaac's energy radiated very gently. He placed a hand on his chest, closing his eyes to pray with reverence. Then, he opened his eyes, and the energy fluctuated accordingly. A golden pillar of light shot up to the heavens, stunning everyone. The audience was dazed. What is that? Did Isaac really summon a supreme god? Niger, standing nearby, could barely believe it. He told himself that summoning alone wasn't enough. He still needed to sign a contract to complete the process. That meant he still had time. Thinking this, Niger clasped his hands reverently. Oh, God, he chanted. Looking at the summoning circle rotating high above, I implore you, examine the soul of that wretch and punish him. He is an existence that violates the laws of this world. Divine energy enveloped the altar. A powerful voice boomed. Which child dares to call themselves a saint? Sensing the opponent was about to appear, the fearful ghost clung to Isaac, screaming hysterically. He actually appeared. We're about to be wiped out. Isaac calmly reassured him. It's fine. The ghost urged him desperately. My lord, hurry up and sign the contract. A priest from the Red family said anxiously. Did that kid actually summon a supreme god? Ren reassured him. It's all right, young master. Sebastian Nizer, hurry up. He looked at Sebastian Nizer at the altar. As long as he signs the contract first, it's all over. By now, the summoning pieces were complete. A valiant, red-haired god appeared before everyone. The god of law looked down and spoke softly. Is that the one who consumed the bones of the skeleton king? Niger, head bowed in awe, replied, that is correct. He is a heretic. Please, I beg you to examine him. The god of law answered, no examination necessary. He glanced at Isaac, who was smiling mockingly, and concluded, that kid has absolutely no faith. The words of the god of law made everyone present tremble in fear. Furthermore, his body reeks of that foul evil energy from the skeleton king, he asserted. He is already using that power. Hearing this, Sebastian Nizer turned pale. What? The god of law raised his hand. How disappointing. I never expected a creature like this to dare enter the domain of the gods. His hand aimed straight at Isaac below. You shall be executed immediately. Down below, Riley panicked and fell to his knees. No! Isaac's lack of faith has been exposed. He was frantically trying to find a way to take down Nizer right now. He just needed to knock the kid unconscious and sever the connection to the god. But it seemed his intentions were discovered. The people of the Red family blocked Riley Joshua. Have you forgotten the Pope's decree? Ren spoke up. No one is allowed to approach the magic circle except the summoner. He wore a triumphant smile. Everything happens for a reason. If that kid is to be executed, there must be a valid reason. Hearing this, Riley was furious but helpless. At the same time, on the altar, the god of law's hand drew closer. The ghost cried and screamed, Damn it, I followed the wrong master. This time, I'm really going to die. Isaac narrowed his eyes slightly. I told you, it's fine. Stay calm. A bolt of red lightning struck where Isaac stood, blinding everyone with a brilliant light. Riley, standing below, screamed in despair. Isaac. When the smoke cleared, the god of law stood there, valiant as ever, but his gaze seemed slightly stunned. He even looked a bit disbelieving, because Isaac was still standing right in front of him, completely unscathed. What? He blocked it. Not letting the god of law react in time, the young man chuckled. Isaac suddenly raised his hand, his eyes shifting to a crimson red. Let's end this here. His body was consumed by a flow of black energy, spreading across the altar. In the audience, the crowd looked poisoned. Their faces turned dark as they hurriedly covered their noses and mouths. Dark mana. Ren's hair stood on end. It's dark mana. His comrades panicked. That kid is using dark mana. Screams erupted all around. So it's true. He really did consume a part of the Skeleton King's body. The Blue family is using the power of the Skeleton King. That kid is a heretic. Riley wanted to rush to save his nephew, Isaac, but was stopped by Simon. Back off. Otherwise, you'll be branded a heretic too. Riley struggled. That doesn't matter. Isaac was calm, but Riley was not. He shouted, Are we just going to stand here and watch Isaac die? A thunderous explosion echoed. Red smoke blanketed the entire arena. Ren looked satisfied, as if victory were assured. That's it. Now there's no way to deny it. The Skeleton King's dark mana has been revealed. That kid will surely be punished. They schemed, we will attack at the same time as the god. Ren was smug. Just as he strikes, the person beside him nodded. Right, he just needs to strike. He yelled as a signal to the god of law. Do it now. Attack. Yes, attack. Riley watched the Red family group crazily signaling to attack, attack, and attack. Though still afraid, he regained his composure. Why hasn't that god attacked yet? Is there a problem with Sebastian Nizer's summoning? Just then, on the altar, the god of law was breaking into a cold sweat. He frowned deeply. Impossible. That shouldn't be possible. But Isaac just flashed a brilliant smile. That's right. That look, he placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely with an evil grin. I will take good care of you. Long time no see, old friend. The god of law stood stunned and baffled, staring at Isaac in disbelief. His mental composure gradually collapsed, his face darkening. This is impossible. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a clue. It can't be like this. Without anyone noticing, a blood-red barrier had formed around Isaac. A barrier. Below, Ren also realized the situation. With a barrier like that, that brat won't be able to be punished. As if to confirm it, a magic circle appeared. Isaac raised his head, looking somewhat dismissive. You wretch, you haven't changed a bit, have you? Immediately after, the god of law's hand passed through the magic circle. Finally, he stepped entirely into the barrier Isaac had erected. Seeing him, Isaac wasn't surprised at all. So, You still have to do everything yourself? The god of law said nothing, immediately reaching out to perform a soul examination. The result left him frozen on the spot. Isaac was also slightly startled to see his skeleton king's soul being pulled out. What? But he calmed down immediately and smiled. Long time no see. The god of law saw the skeleton king's soul. He was flustered, repeating the same motion over and over again. Soul examine, soul examine, soul examine. Isaac found it annoying. He spoke up. That's enough of the examining, geezer. The god of law gritted his teeth, fear creeping into his heart. He was supposed to be sealed inside a bug. Why is he here? Could it be that the sealing failed? He seemed to realize something. His face turned deathly pale. He couldn't believe it. The god of law turned to the side, trying to hypnotize himself. It must just be a clone. He probably sent a clone through his subordinate, right? Isaac sighed. This guy is insane. Finally, he turned to Isaac, sounding annoyed. You're going to die in that pathetic kid's body. I will return this vessel to its rightful owner. A tinkling sound echoed as Isaac pulled out a few vials of liquid. You can't kill me. Isaac's expression was like a madman showing off his treasures. A high-ranking god like you wants to mess with a supreme god? Do you not see these vials? Do you see these? The god of law seemed a bit rattled. A supreme god chose him, the skeleton demon king. What the hell is going on? He backed away a few steps, muttering to himself. This is beyond my capabilities. I have to report this to my superiors. Isaac let out a loud laugh. Superiors? You. He began to question him. Time to lure him into the trap. I am the skeleton demon king, aren't I? The god of law reluctantly replied, yes. Isaac pressed on. So that means the sealing failed, right? He stammered. Well, it's just Isaac hit him with a fatal question. Wasn't that seal created by your own son? The god of law was startled but couldn't deny it. Exactly. With that, Isaac waved him off. Well then, go ahead and report it. The god of law's face was now black as a soot-covered pot. Isaac continued to pour oil on the fire. But wouldn't you get punished by the ones above too? You're going to get penalized. Isaac placed his hand on the barrier and flashed a threatening smile. It would be so much fun if they heard about this, wouldn't it? No one knew how, but he somehow had quite a lot of information on the god of law, our little scarlet god. You're desperately trying to get a promotion, right? Oh no. If this reaches their ears, you'll never get that promotion. Your superiors might even kill you on the spot. The god was furious but helpless. He asked weakly, just put that aside for now. What exactly do you want? Isaac laughed and replied, not much, because the barrier muffled the sound. Ren, who was standing outside, felt rather anxious. What's going on? I can't hear anything. Inside the barrier, Isaac made his request. Sign a contract with me. The god of law nodded. Fine, whatever. Sign a con. He suddenly froze, realizing a piece of information that was hard to believe. He stared wide-eyed at Isaac, who was smiling right in front of him. What? The god of law scrutinized Isaac from head to toe. A demon king signing a contract with a god? No way he's a priest now. Damn it, is he a demon king or a priest? As if to verify his own thoughts, he grabbed Isaac by the shoulders. What is your current name? Isaac replied, Isaac. He continued, your full name. Isaac answered honestly, Isaac Joshua. The god of law bitterly realized he had fallen into a trap. Oh my god, why does he belong to one of the 5 great families? Isaac smiled cunningly, triumphant inside. You're done for. You can't kill me, and you can't go back to report it either. There's nothing you can do. So, sign the contract with me. Even though many people were waiting outside, the two remained calm in their dialogue. The god of law asked, what on earth are you planning? Isaac answered briefly, I just want to live a normal life. The god didn't believe him. Do you think I'll believe that? Isaac sighed, I've been cursed my whole life, but now I finally have a normal body. Isaac asked, while also threatening him, do you think I'd just give that up? But then, he suddenly changed his attitude. Oh, are you worried that if I don't have faith, I can't sign the contract? I'm actually really grateful, you know. Isaac laughed loudly. I'm incredibly grateful. Thanks to you guys, I got this body, didn't I? And also because you all made a mistake. Isn't that a form of reverence, too? So, we can still sign the contract, right? Seeing this infuriating attitude, the god of law silently thought, should I just kill him already? Isaac continued the seduction. You can't live without me anymore. You also know that human bodies are fragile against gods, and you think I'm going to go around declaring that I'm the skeleton demon king. He insisted. I just intend to live quietly. In this human body, that is. The specter showed himself and sighed. You really don't know how to stop lying, do you? Isaac replied only for him to hear. I'm not lying. He laid out a plan that only he and the specter knew. I will live quietly, assassinate the gods, and take back what belongs to me. I will reach the top peacefully. Finally, Isaac added, and once I reach it, I will destroy everything. He looked at the god of law, and to do that, I need a mouse who can tell me what's going on in the world of the gods. The specter asked curiously, what about the supreme god? Isaac let him know, I'll use him too. I'll use him to threaten the other gods. At that same moment, the god of law was thinking, come to think of it, the skeleton demon king always wanted a body he could die in. Is that why he's so obsessed with this one? He clenched his fists, refusing Isaac's request. Even so, it's impossible. A scarlet god can only sign contracts with members of the scarlet family. It won't work. Hearing that, the smile suddenly vanished from Isaac's lips. What did you say? Isaac's sudden shift in attitude made the god of law a bit cautious. Think carefully, he threatened. You know what I can do if I get angry. This statement successfully turned his face pale. Isaac flicked his thumb downward. Want me to blow myself up again? The god of law gritted his teeth. Damn it. He's threatening me with self-destruction again. He was still having a headache from what Isaac did last time. Looking at the arrogant young man in front of him, he silently made a decision. Fine, for now, I should just appease him. But why did it have to be Joshua? The god of law stepped in front of him and asked, are you really going to live quietly? Isaac held out his hand and smiled, answering, of course. In for a penny, in for a pound. The god gritted his teeth and signed the contract with him immediately after. Everyone heard a cracking sound. The red barrier suddenly shattered like fragile pieces of glass. Ren cheered, the god is here. Others chimed in, he removed the dark mana of the skeleton demon king so we can easily capture him. Immediately, a group of knights from the Scarlet family rushed up to seize the heretic. A knight shouted clearly, you heretic, stop right there. But then, they saw Isaac wasn't running away at all. Instead, he was happily dancing on the altar. He turned around, bowed slightly, and waved his hand toward them. The knights didn't even have time to understand what was happening before. While he was happily dancing on the altar, he turned around, leaned forward, and waved his hands toward them. The knights hadn't even realized what was happening when Isaac showed off the bright red contract seal on the back of his hand, then narrowed his eyes with a playful, yet truly provocative look. I've snatched away your god, haven't I? What are you going to do about it? In an instant, whispers and rumors erupted everywhere. The Crimson God. Did he just form a contract with a priest of the Azure clan? Wasn't he supposed to summon the Supreme God? Right now, Ren was so terrified that he was sweating buckets. Why would he form a contract with our god instead of the Supreme God? Does this brat intend to claim both the Crimson God and the Supreme God? The whispering grew louder and louder. He must be planning to drain the Crimson God's power before contracting with the Supreme God. That has to be it. He's going to take the Crimson God hostage to threaten us. The man, enraged, pointed directly at Isaac, Joshua, and shouted, "What a lunatic!" Hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up in amusement. That's not a bad idea, actually. The entire hall grew even more chaotic. The Crimson God chose a child of the Azure clan instead of the Crimson clan. If the gods punished the heretics who chose Isaac, it would prove his faith never wavered. Those rumors made Sebastian Nizer so angry that his entire body shook uncontrollably. But that means the Crimson God rated a child of the Azure clan higher than the current heir of the Crimson clan. Everyone continued to whisper incessantly. Aren't they saying Isaac is a heretic? If there were truly something wrong with Isaac, their god would have already killed him. Look at how the Crimson clan has declined. Isaac, Joshua spread his arms wide, as if savoring every whisper echoing from all sides. In that moment, Sepet Leon could no longer contain himself and blurted out in frustration, his face darkening significantly. Do you intend to rob us of our god? Sepet Leon glared coldly to the side. The Crimson God and the Azure faith. Surely there must be some misunderstanding here. He spoke in a heavy tone. You'll be canceling this contract, right? Eli, Joshua replied without hesitation, his mouth curling into a triumphant smirk. Isn't the condition to become the Pope, to harmonize all 5 faiths? And now, my beloved nephew, has been chosen by your god. Sepet Leon gritted his teeth so hard that his jaw muscles bulged and blue veins throbbed on his forehead. That bastard. A priest standing behind him couldn't help but protest. This is absurd. How can you just steal a god from another clan like that? Rain agreed. That's right. How can someone from the Joshua family take the god of the Sepet family? Riley Joshua just glanced at them indifferently. Completely unbothered, he said. Let's go, master. We have no reason to listen to them. He continued, this is nonsense. Give it back. Riley cut him off. Everything happens for a reason. Riley Joshua mocked. Haven't you said that to me before? Scene changed to the Joshua mansion. The frustrated shouting of Suri Joshua echoed throughout the room. What the hell have you done? He criticized. Do you see the way they are glaring at you? We're already short on manpower. Don't go out of your way to create more enemies. Seeing Isaac Joshua completely ignore him, Suri Joshua choked on his words. At this moment, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking, his annoyance evident. That jerk. Isaac Joshua recalled that night. In a completely sealed room, streams of radiant light intertwined, surrounded by countless layers of dense magic. The law god sighed softly. Be careful. If the higher-ups find out about this, it'll be a huge headache. He stuffed both hands into his pockets and replied vaguely. Yeah, he warned. And don't get too complacent. That body was crafted meticulously, but in exchange, its lifespan is very short. The law god's voice became more serious. That is why we created many different sync candidates. He paused for a moment, then asked, if you want, I can transfer you into a new body. Right. What do you think about the body of a child from the Crimson Clan? The law god suggested. If you want to form a contract with me, that would be better. Hearing this, Isaac Joshua suddenly realized something. So that's it. He slowly pointed a finger at himself. Turns out this body is even better than I thought. Isaac Joshua wore a cunning smile. If it wasn't exceptional, you wouldn't have had any reason to ask me to change it, right? The corner of the god's eye twitched. What a cunning guy. The law god coughed, regaining his serious expression. Even so, I wasn't lying. He was interrupted. Yeah. No matter how strong this body is, it will wear out quickly. The other Saint candidates are just as strong as me, right? Suddenly, a magical aura flared in the palm of his hand. Because I tried to deceive you once, I'll give you a piece of advice in return. The law god emphasized every word. Do not place too much faith in the Joshua family. Back to reality. Isaac Joshua still couldn't understand. Why would he say that? While he was still deep in thought, Suri Joshua was furious beyond control. Hey, are you even listening? You can't summon the Supreme God because you lack mana, right? That's why you formed a contract with the Crimson God, isn't it? Isaac Joshua lazily rubbed his neck. That's not it. Right then, from outside the door, a forceful voice suddenly rang out. There you are. Hiraberry walked in with a rare, radiant smile. Allow me to offer my deepest congratulations to the priests who tied for first place along with my Kina at the Black Clan examination. He laughed heartily. Even though I don't like that you tied, since you belong to the Azure Clan, it's he, grimaced. Oh my god. Just hearing that made his spine chill. He was stunned. He can actually laugh? Hiraberry didn't forget to remind him. You haven't forgotten our deal, have you? He tried to lure him with sweet talk. I will pay more than we originally discussed. Hand over the Supreme God to us. Suri Joshua was shocked. A thought instantly popped into his head. There's no way Isaac would agree to this. Isaac Joshua slowly stood up. Really? His eyes sparkled. Sure. Hearing those words, he was so angry, he shouted. Are you crazy? Meanwhile, Isaac Joshua just calmly rubbed his hands together. I'll give it to you, but the money must come first. He crooked his finger toward Hiraberry. You said you'd give me the god of wealth, right? At that very moment, a thought crossed his mind. That cursed god of wealth. Without hesitation, he reached his hand into his breast pocket. Everyone has their limits. Regarding the number of contracts one can form with the gods, Hiraberry placed a small box on the table. A pope can establish many contracts, but for someone like you, it's extremely difficult. He quickly opened the box. That's why I'll give you this summoning stone. This way, you won't need a contract anymore. Isaac Joshua cheered in delight. Incredible. His jaw dropped. That's a pillar stone from the Imperial family. Suri Joshua still couldn't believe his eyes. That single stone alone contained enough mana, more divine power than most shrines combined. He even gave Isaac something capable of blessing an entire kingdom. Hey, hurry up and take it. Isaac Joshua quickly shoved it into his pocket. So, all I have to do is summon the High God for you, right? Hiraberry paused for a moment. This guy really doesn't care about the High God, huh? The ghost of the observer couldn't help but wonder. Do you really intend to hand over the High God? He brushed it off. No. I just want to know what the High God desires. I can't fully trust the gods. On the other side, he bowed his head slightly. I've already given you the stone, now then. But before he could finish, the scene before Hiraberry made him jump in shock, handing over the High God. The High God had appeared out of nowhere, standing silently right behind Isaac Joshua. She slowly reached out, and a brilliant golden divine power poured forth, glowing with such majesty that the space around them trembled. The High God's hand rested gently on the back of his hand. In an instant, rays of golden light began to converge, weaving into an exquisite, divine pattern. Suddenly, Suri Joshua spoke up in horror. That is, he shouted, that's the High God's contract mark. The priests present in the room were also completely stunned. One of them confirmed firmly, it's definitely it. The person standing next to him was still bewildered. Wait, doesn't this mean he has 2 contracts now? His face went pale. What on earth is going on? Isaac Joshua was terrified. What the hell is this? Why did she suddenly form a contract with me? Contrary to everyone else's reaction, Suri Joshua looked at him with eyes full of admiration. So that was your plan all along. You intended to secretly form a contract with the High God from the start, didn't you? That's so like you, a deceitful person who always stabs others in the back. Isaac Joshua's hands clenched into fists. It's not like that, you jerk. The priests following Hiraberry were so angry, they were grinding their teeth. The same thought raced through their minds. They took the gift and then formed a contract with the High God. How shameless can these people get? These filthy imperial bastards. They plan to play dirty from the beginning, not just against the Scarlet faction, but against us too. Their inner fury continued to boil. I won't let this, suddenly, he flopped onto the floor. I don't want it. Cancel the contract for me. The furious priests all froze in place. Huh. Isaac Joshua continued to throw a tantrum on the floor. Cardinal, tell me, how do I reverse this? He tried to calm him down. I understand you didn't want this. Now, give me your hand. Hiraberry's gaze turned cold. I will cancel the contract for you. Hiraberry tapped his hand lightly against Isaac Joshua's. You cannot forcibly cancel a contract with the gods. It can only be canceled when you yourself decide you don't want it anymore. He insisted. I want to cancel it at any cost. He closed his eyes, and beams of golden spiritual power flared up, following the activation of his skill. Burn the connection, Hiraberry said in a deep voice. This way, your contract has been nullified. He kept repeating. The contract mark will be erased. Isaac Joshua was distracted. Hiraberry shouted angrily, Stop messing around. Focus. Cancel the contract properly. He yelled back irritably. I am focusing. He continued the unfinished task. Burn the connection. Isaac Joshua winced, trying to endure the burning, uncomfortable sensation radiating from his hand. I don't need the High God. Get lost. I want the God of wealth. Don't get in my way anymore. Just get out of here, you damn High God. He squeezed his eyes shut and prayed continuously in his heart. Go away. I beg you. Get lost. Just cancel the contract for me. Surely that was enough. But a moment later, Hiraberry suddenly gripped Isaac Joshua's wrist tightly, veins popping on his forehead. Are you kidding me? Seeing the mark still on his hand, he stared in shock. Not at all. The ghost of the observer advised, just let it be. After all, this is good for you. Isaac Joshua smiled bitterly. Even so, I still prefer the God of wealth. Plus, something about this feels wrong. Feeling like he was being toyed with, his complexion turned as black as the bottom of a pot. If this really was a mistake, then give the stone back. I can't take this anymore. Behind him, Suri Joshua nodded in agreement. It's a pity, but he should do that. In this situation, he suddenly came up with an idea. If it's come to this, then Isaac Joshua shouted at the Imperial Cardinal, then ran for his life. Time to run out on the bill. Before disappearing completely, Isaac Joshua's voice echoed from a distance. I won't forget what you people have done to me. The man stood rooted to the spot, his mouth twitching. What is that brat talking about? What we've done to him. The person next to him was just as bewildered. But wasn't he supposed to return the stone? Could it be that he intends to? At that very moment, he had already leaped out the window. They panicked and reported. He ran away. My Lord Cardinal. Switching to the Academy Banquet Hall, the lively atmosphere echoed everywhere. People were dining and gossiping. Hey, did you hear? Isaac has 2 contracts. Is it really possible to sign contracts with 2 gods? Everyone turned to look at Hiraberry, then continued the conversation. Isaac signed a contract with the twin gods, but they count as one. Whereas Isaac signed contracts with 2 gods from different faiths, not to mention one of them is a high god. Just then, a solemn voice sounded from outside. Silence, everyone. We have an announcement. The priest opened the scroll and read aloud clearly. After deliberation, the person who ranked first in the Black Faction test is Isaac Joshua. As soon as the words were spoken, the hall erupted. Many gasped in amazement. He instructed, Isaac Joshua, please come to the Cardinal's office to receive your reward. David rushed over, shaking Suri Joshua's shoulders happily. Scarlet Faction. We might go down in history for these 5 faction tests. He sat stunned in his seat. Is this a dream or reality? David asked with a smile. Where's Isaac? Suri Joshua avoided his gaze. I don't know, David happily exclaimed. He'll probably be happy to hear we won. After clearing his throat, the priest continued. And thus, the 5-faction test has officially concluded. He surveyed the entire hall and announced that all of you will step out into the world with everything you have learned here. The graduation ceremony will be held along with the New Year's celebration 3 months from now, and we will meet again. Seeing a group of people entering the hall, the priest also did not forget to remind them. It would be best for you all to build good relationships with your seniors before graduating, the chief manager of the priests said. A second-rank priest, along with 2 companions, appeared, their arrogant gazes sweeping over the trainees. David shivered slightly. Just looking at their faces, he knew they were about to discipline us. The person behind him agreed, saying the greeting was going to be brutal. The atmosphere around them grew lively again. Is that not the senior priest of the second rank group? Why is he here? He must have his eye on Isaac, Suri Joshua thought, breathing a sigh of relief that Isaac was not there. If we leave a bad impression on the senior, it will be trouble. He whispered to himself that he must warn Isaac not to do anything stupid. But in complete contrast to Suri Joshua's expectations, Isaac Joshua kicked the door open and ran in, while a group of people chased him aggressively, trying to catch him. They shouted angrily, "Give back the stone." He stood in his place, observing the chaotic scene before him. Is that kid Isaac? Famous? Ha! The second-ranked chief manager of the priests said disdainfully, truly lacking any decorum, just like the rumors. Just like a mad dog. But before he could finish his sentence, he dashed forward, and Isaac Joshua kicked him straight in the face, causing him great pain. Immediately after, he used holy acceleration magic and leaped high into the air to escape. Someone screamed in panic, "Senior!" He shouted helplessly, "You crazy brat." Isaac Joshua panted while running, replying, "I'm very busy. Get out of the way." He collapsed next to the second-ranked chief manager of the priests. With a worried voice, "Senior, are you all right?" The person next to him pointed and shouted furiously, "Has that brat gone insane?" He tried to maintain his composure. "Don't get angry. We must teach him a lesson." The second-ranked chief manager of the priests had not yet finished his sentence. Fresh flowers and water were splashed directly onto his face from somewhere. "I'll deal with you," he yelled, throwing objects everywhere toward the group. "Damn it. How long do you intend to chase me?" A man said furiously. "What is that brat throwing?" Shouting echoed throughout the hall. "Over there. Give it back." The chaotic scene before him left Suri Joshua frozen. Oh hell. He stomped his feet in frustration. What the hell is wrong with him? The person next to him joined in. That damn apprentice. He dared to use the senior's face as a stepping stone. The man said in a threatening tone, "Does he think he can get away with this?" He added, "Everyone considers him a saint candidate, so now he has lost all etiquette." The second-ranked chief manager of the priests clenched his fists tight. "Don't say that. He is only 10 years old. That is normal." He crushed the flower stem in his hand. "As seniors, the thing we need to do is educate him." Hearing those words, everyone present had the same thought at once. We're doomed. The second-ranked chief manager of the priests slowly stood up. The apprentices will soon accompany the royalty, and they will receive missions directly from the queen. He continued, before long, they will receive a request related to the skeleton demon king. The final graduation grade will also include the results from that, and the current ranking is not the final result. The second-ranked chief manager's face showed a wicked look. Do you think that brat could get a high score without our help? After receiving a low grade, he will wake up, he said coldly. He became a monster because those around him pampered him. As a senior, leading him onto the right path is a given. As those words ended, he raised his hand to cover his pale face. Oh my God, they are really targeting him. The second-ranked chief manager of the priests had not yet finished his next sentence, when another kick landed straight on his face. He needs to taste failure. Isaac Joshua glanced back slightly. What are you muttering about? Ren chased after him in a panic. Over there, the remaining person grumbled. Why do you keep helping Isaac? Are you on his side? He clicked his tongue and suddenly jumped down. Just forget it. Everything happened so fast that he was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Suri Joshua was also panicked and speechless, his two hands gripping his messy hair, while Kinaberry could not believe her eyes at all. Standing rooted to the spot, Isaac Joshua turned his head back, smiled brightly, and waved. See you at graduation. Scene shift to the family estate. Safmet stood tall, his tone extremely serious. I will take care of both the master's body and soul. I will give my all to satisfy the master, with magic techniques that priests could never imagine. Riley Joshua, hearing that, was shocked and fell backward. Ashley's body rushed forward in horror. My lord. She bowed her head. You two don't need to worry. A new fate. On this side, Kinaberry spoke up eagerly. Marry me. She grabbed Isaac Joshua's shoulders and shook them hard. Let's start a family together, he gasped. Oh, damn. Did you just get proposed to? A love triangle. Suri Joshua gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the anger rising within him. How could you talk about that in front of everyone? At this moment, Isaac Joshua pointed and said loudly, I know my uncle is a eunuch, so how could he? You stood frozen on the spot as if struck by lightning. Riley Joshua's secret was exposed. Scene change. Just seeing the magic circle under his feet made his scalp tingle, and cold sweat poured down like a bath. Damn it, this is the summoning circle of the skeleton demon king. Is there still someone who can do this? Hearing the voice of Chaplist, Isaac Joshua was even more terrified. His pupils constricted. His face was filled with surprise. He turned his head slightly, his face pale. "Your Highness," Chapless frowned, confused as to why he was summoned. By the skeleton demon king's summoning circle, and a heaven-shattering secret was unearthed. Outside the garden, the daytime weather was extremely pleasant. The sky above was filled with warm sunshine. In the quiet space, a scolding voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you little brat." Isaac Joshua stood with his arms crossed, gritting his teeth, extremely angry, asking, "That matter was definitely orchestrated by you, right?" The phantom, the observer, was on the side. He smiled triumphantly. Safnet knelt on the ground, silent and not answering. The phantom, the observer, then pointed at. He confirmed that it was true, while his master had wretchedly forced the divine law of punishment, and then even raised a hand against the high god. It was originally meant to belong to the royal clan, yet he swallowed the royal clan's foundation stone and vanished without a trace, not caring at all if the priest lived or died at that moment. Memories from the past seemed to surface. In a room, the sharp sounds of clashing echoed continuously, and the face of the long-haired priest turned ghastly pale. Drained of all color, another priest saw the holy knights around him being blown away and screamed in terror. Terror. There's an attack. Someone is targeting the core priests of the Pope. Returning to reality, Isaac Joshua bowed his head to look at the one kneeling before him. He exposed the truth directly. Even though they had tried to disguise it as a holy magic malfunction, one glance was enough to see its true nature. Snap bowed his head even lower. He whispered, "My sincere apologies, Master." He added with utmost determination, "I could not just sit by and watch that trash of a clergy dare to conspire to harm and attack you." Isaac Joshua closed his eyes, rested his hands on his hips, and let out a sigh. "I guess as much." Snap bowed his head once again, searching for something on his person for his beloved master. "It is shameful to have to let you witness this pathetic state of mind." A moment later, he held out a blue magic stone. "I asked to bear witness one last time, to pour out my heart." Isaac Joshua frowned, asking uncertainly, "A memory magic stone?" Snat held the stone up high with both hands. "It contains all the Empire's secrets that I have collected over 15 long years of being a slave. It will surely help your path." He expressed sincerely, "To be able to repay your grace in this way, I am truly, deeply grateful." Isaac Joshua widened his eyes, silently listening as Snat continued, "Since I cannot escape from here, I beg to choose death." He began to guide him. "If you call those priests here, you will succeed in eliminating one of the 14 followers." At that moment, Isaac Joshua spoke up, cutting him off. "Hold on, wait a second." He raised his hand, which bore the red magic sigil, and called out, "Divine law of punishment, get over here, now." The divine law of punishment appeared, asking annoyedly, "What is it now?" Isaac Joshua narrowed his eyes, threatening him. "Before I blab about the fact that the failed sealing incident was your doing, you better obey." He then directly ordered, "Change the attribute of this kid. With your power, that should be as easy as pie, right?" The divine law of punishment looked towards Snat, blurting out in confusion, "What did you say?" Isaac Joshua's eyes flashed red, and he wore a dangerous smile. "I said, turn an undead into a human, you blockhead." The divine law of punishment asked in disbelief, "Turn him into a human? Are you out of your mind?" Isaac Joshua ignored him and demanded in a stern voice, "I know damn well you can do it. Do it, now." He pointed a finger, slowly listing reasons. "Can't the divine law of punishment bend even the laws of nature? As long as it serves the purpose of meting out punishment, for example, turning an indestructible body into something fragile or paralyzing legs so the target can't escape." The divine law of punishment replied hesitantly, "That is true." But Isaac Joshua's eyes became excited as he said, "If you turn an undead, who knows nothing of pain, into a human, wouldn't he have to experience the most miserable of punishments, turning him into a weak human so he has to endure the torment called pain?" The divine law of punishment thought to himself, "While it is entirely within my power, he is the Demon King's closest butler, a skeleton and a silent assassin." He analyzed silently, "The number of divine servants who have perished at his hands is countless. He is a tough demon that I could only deal with because he was undead." The divine law of punishment narrowed his eyes, having reached a conclusion in his head. "And now you tell me to turn him into a human. I cannot help one of the 14 followers escape." He spoke up, flatly refusing, "Never. I absolutely will not do it." Isaac rested his chin on his hand and went, "Oh, so you want to watch yourself get thrown into prison?" The divine law of punishment replied firmly, "We will both die together anyway. You think I'm that easily manipulated?" Isaac tilted his head, asking nonchalantly, "Is that so?" He turned around, walking away while waving his hand at him. "Then I guess I'll have to go find the Pope and have a little chat." Hearing the title he just mentioned, he startled and shouted, The P-Pope, you said. Isaac tilted his head, his face now brimming with excitement. Let's all head to the grave together for fun, shall we? The divine law of punishment roared in warning. If you do that, we're all going down together. Isaac spread his arms, exclaiming, if I can't even save a loyal subordinate, then living is just a waste. The divine law of punishment broke into a cold sweat, cursing inwardly, this lunatic really does what he says. There really is nothing more terrifying than a madman. He worriedly thought to himself, my life is going to be over at this rate. Finally, he could only helplessly call out to Isaac, who was walking ahead. Fine, fine, I get it, all right. The divine law of punishment said unwillingly, just turning him into a human is enough, right? Isaac turned back to look at him. Wouldn't it have been better to cooperate from the start? The divine law of punishment turned back into the tattoo on Isaac's arm and instructed, touch him. I will chant the holy spell. The observer ghost on the sidelines complained uncomfortably, ugh, gross. Where did this filthy holy power come from? Isaac smiled brightly and held out one of his hands, placing it on Snat's shoulder. A wave of magic emitted from his arm. The divine law of punishment shouted loudly, divine punishment, humanization. The wave of magic gradually enveloped Snat. From now on, you shall experience pain. In the name of a human, his body began to show signs of melting. By his ear was the sound of the divine law of punishment's incantation. The condition to maintain human form is. Snat's entire body had turned into a vague shadow, and the magic surrounding him grew stronger. Isaac waited expectantly, thinking to himself, perfect. With this, I can throw the cardinals off our trail, and just like that, I'll have a very capable personal butler. He imagined having someone so reliable by his side when suddenly, the observer ghost flying behind him was startled. Isaac exclaimed, what the? As the magical currents faded, revealing a long-haired woman with red hair. He called out in anticipation, Satnet. But as he got a clear look at the person standing before him, he shouted in surprise, wait, you're a girl, Satnet. She bowed her head, examined her own limbs, and replied respectfully, it appears so, master. Isaac frowned, muttering to himself, I didn't account for this. Both her build and voice were clearly those of a man. Crossing his arms, he stepped closer and asked, do you feel anything uncomfortable? Satnet nodded. Having these senses is quite strange. Isaac sternly warned her. Regardless, you absolutely cannot reveal your identity, especially to my grandfather or the Joshua family members who are currently furious. They're determined to smash the Skeleton King's skull, Satnat said, clenching her fist firmly. Understood, my lord. Knowing she possessed power on par with the Pope, Isaac wanted to add, be careful. You must be extremely careful. Before he could finish his sentence, Suri Joshua burst out from the bushes, shouting his name. He marched toward them, clearly agitated. Where the hell have you been hiding all this time? Isaac maintained his calm expression and replied, I've been busy protecting the monolith. That's why I've been running for my life. Suri Joshua exclaimed excitedly, good grief. Everything is in total chaos right now because of that terrorist attack. Isaac repeated, terrorist attack. Suri Joshua rushed to explain, from the yellow priests to those people you just betrayed. Everyone's been attacked. They're hunting down the culprit. He had no idea the culprit was standing right next to him. Suri Joshua ran a hand through his hair. Anyway, you've been blacklisted by the second years. This time, per the 7th Imperial Order, everyone has to team up in pairs. But they said you have to work alone. They even warned everyone not to notify you about the mission. Isaac folded his arms and scoffed. Oh, really? Then I'll just team up with you. Simple as that. Suri Joshua avoided his gaze and refused. I'm already in a team, so that's not possible. He warned. This mission cannot be done alone. It's a task to track down the Skeleton King's spy. Isaac furrowed his brow. The Skeleton King's spy, you say. The ghost of the observer clinging to his back lamented. What kind of crazy nonsense is this now? Suri Joshua continued, I heard someone is performing a ritual to summon the Skeleton King right inside the Imperial Palace. Isaac glanced over his shoulder and said, summon who? Why would someone have nothing better to do than get into that kind of trouble? Satnak closed her eyes and shook her head at him. Suri Joshua panicked and added, they say they found someone who looks like the culprit, but the level 6 team got wiped out. Even the level 7 Imperial Knight was defeated miserably. Upon hearing this, Isaac angrily cursed. Had they lost their minds? Sending first-year apprentices to capture a monster like that? Suri Joshua looked somewhat embarrassed as he made a request. It's a tough mission, which is why it's mandatory to go in pairs. If you're willing to beg, this brother of yours might reconsider. Isaac shook his finger, flatly refusing. Forget it. Even without you, I have someone to team up with. Suri Joshua opened his eyes, saw Satnat standing behind Isaac, and yelled loudly. Whoa, you scared me. His face flushed pink as he stared at her, asking, who is this beauty? And why is she with you? Isaac glared at him. Want to die? And then replied, oh, I just saved her when she was attacked by the demon tribe. Satnat listened in silence as they spoke. Suri Joshua asked for confirmation. The demon tribe? Isaac made up a story. While I was chasing one of the subordinates, I saw her get caught in the crossfire. She must have been attacked by him by mistake. He sighed heavily, acting helpless. After I saved her, she said she wanted to repay the debt, so she's been tailing me ever since. Suri Joshua scoffed. Since when did someone with your personality start saving people? He fell deep into his own thoughts. She's a beauty, sure, but having an unknown woman following him around like this, something feels off. Does she know he belongs to the Joshua family and is trying to get close to kidnap him for ransom? Satnat stepped forward and sincerely promised, please don't worry. I came here to become my master's servant. Suri Joshua stuttered, repeating the last two words, Master. Then he stepped in front of Isaac, shielding him. He asked sternly, where are you from? Reveal your identity, now. Satnat seemed to remember something and said, oh, forgive my manners. I am not a servant. The fabric on her shoulder slipped slightly as she declared with sparkling eyes, I am my master's slave. Suri Joshua's face turned pale. His mouth hung open, stuttering, slave. Satnat didn't stop. As if reciting an oath, I vow to serve my master under the status of a slave, day and night. Before she could finish, Suri Joshua frantically pulled her collar up. Isaac, you shameless, wretched man. You're a priest. What kind of perverted game are you playing? Isaac stood behind, making eye contact with Satnat, muttering, what on earth is he talking about? Suri Joshua looked like he was losing his mind as he tightened her collar. Don't even dream about it. Isaac is a direct bloodline. He's about to have a fiancée soon. It'll be a huge mess if anything happens, so get out of my sight. Satnat looked at him and replied, I wouldn't dare covet the position of the master's fiancé. I only wish to comfort his soul. By now, Suri Joshua was completely petrified by what he had just heard. Satnat whispered a plea. Because the master's image has been carved into my mind, I couldn't leave him even if I wanted to. Please, allow me to stay by his side, with my body and soul. Suri Joshua trembled and turned back to look at the person standing behind him, sobbing. Isaac, confused, wondered, what has gotten into this guy? A tear rolled down Suri Joshua's cheek as he sobbed, Hick grandfather. He shrieked into the garden. Where did this guy learn such depraved, bad habits? At the same time, in another location, Eli Joshua was working when he suddenly shuddered. Why do I suddenly have goosebumps? In the morning, the harsh sunlight shone down onto the roof of the Joshua mansion. Inside a room, Riley Joshua's face darkened completely. He lost his composure and shouted loudly, Isaac. He grabbed the collar of the person standing in front of him, clearly agitated, shaking his head repeatedly. You're just a kid, and you already want a girlfriend? Seriously. That's way too early, even by 100-year margin. Isaac thought to himself, completely baffled. What in the hell is this old man rambling about? Riley Joshua shivered, one hand pressed against his forehead as he muttered. And a slave, on top of that? What kind of relationship is that? Ashley, standing behind him, also voiced her disapproval. Young Master Isaac, how could we possibly do something like that? Isaac cursed under his breath. Damn it. What the hell is she blabbering about? Fine, you're dead meat now, Kim Suri. Ralph Joshua was still shouting. What time is it for romance? And you're planning to bring someone of unknown origin into the family, no less. I vehemently oppose this marriage. Isaac just let out a long, weary sigh as he looked at him. What a senile old man. He then pushed the hand off his shoulder and said, It's not what you think, sir. Ralph Joshua asked back, bewildered. What? Isaac waved his hands, starting to explain. Actually, the internship is over. After graduation, won't I have to go on distant expeditions often? There will definitely be times I have to step into dangerous places for missions or training. He pointed to the person standing behind him. I've seen that she's skilled enough to protect me, so I just want to take her on as my bodyguard. Sapnat closed her eyes, placed one hand on her chest, and bowed respectfully as she introduced her alias. Just call me Sap. Both Riley, Joshua, and Ashley completely refused to believe what they had just heard. Inside their heads, they stuck to their conclusion. In short, it's a girlfriend, right? Sapnat looked up again and stated seriously, You two don't need to worry. I will devote myself to serving my master, from his body all the way to the deepest corners of his soul. Both Riley, Joshua, and Ashley turned to stone. As they heard her vow, they repeated the two words they had just heard in their minds. Sapnat closed her eyes again and continued listing. My talents. When it comes to serving, I have more than enough confidence. I plan to soothe my master's soul day and night. She didn't notice that the eyes of Riley, Joshua, and Ashley had turned a dangerous, fiery red. Sapnat's voice echoed in the room. Until he is completely satisfied, that is. I will serve him wholeheartedly with magical secret arts that those narrow-minded priests could never even dream of. Riley Joshua couldn't take it anymore. He gasped, clutched the back of his neck, and cried out, "Good heavens." Ashley stood nearby, reaching out anxiously to support him. Young Master Isaac stood to the side, helplessly covering his face, muttering, "Tone it down, you weirdo." Finally, he threatened them. "Oh, for heaven's sake. Anyway, it's not what you think. If you won't let me have her as a bodyguard, I swear I'll run away from home." Riley Joshua remained firm in his opposition. "There is no way I will allow the likes of her to be your close attendant." "Absolutely not. We cannot bring someone of unknown origin into our house without anyone noticing." When another person wearing black leather shoes had appeared in the room, suddenly, a voice cut through the argument between Isaac and Riley Joshua. "What's the problem with it?" Benjamin Joshua walked closer to them and commented, "If he's even bold enough to recruit the heir of his enemy, then the one he brought back as a bodyguard, surely her abilities aren't just average." He smiled, reaching out to ruffle Isaac's hair. "So you're Isaac? Huh? You look cuter than I expected." Isaac looked at the person in front of him, stunned, silently wondering, who is this creepy guy? Why is he spouting that kind of stuff the moment we meet? Ashley seemed to remember suddenly and introduced him. "Ah, young Master Isaac, you probably haven't met him yet, right? This is Lord Benjamin. He is the one who holds the power of life and death over our family's finances." Isaac's eyes lit up with excitement, thinking, is this the god of wealth who holds the purse strings of the Joshua family? He immediately bowed at a 90-degree angle, greeting him enthusiastically. "It's an honor to meet you, sir. It is my fault for being lacking, so I couldn't come to greet you sooner." Isaac's face beamed, and he began spewing flattery. "Everything depends on your guidance and care, sir. Meeting you, I am truly, truly honored and overjoyed." Benjamin Joshua chuckled a few times and shook his hand. "Anyway, since the person is already here, why don't we put her to the test and see what she's really made of?" Riley Joshua stood to the side, his expression darkening. Finally, Benjamin informed them of some news. "Let's go. The family head is summoning everyone to an audience." Isaac asked in surprise, "Grandfather?" At the same time, at the Sebed mansion, in a large office, Sebed Nizer stood with his head bowed, listening to the person in front of him. "I am disappointed in you, Sebastian Nizer." Leon sat on his chair holding some documents in his hands, shaking his head as he commented, "It seems you have forgotten what the dignity of the divine law represents." Sebastian Nizer glared back, denying it. "That's not it, father." Sebastian Nizer Leon set the documents on the table and questioned him directly. "If that's not the case, then how could that brat Isaac manage to take away the god that you summoned to form a pact?" Sebastian Nizer pounded his chest, recounting it angrily. "How could I possibly be willing to give up?" In the blink of an eye, they disappeared together. That god turned around and formed a pact with that bastard. He added suspiciously, "It's as if, aside from him, it didn't bother choosing anyone else." Cap Leong heard this, frowned, and laced his fingers together to rest his chin. Silent. His eyes narrowed as he analyzed it in his mind. If the divine law god reacted like that, it must be a matter of the soul. Could that kid really be a saint? Sebastian Nizer Leon began to calculate. If that's true, perhaps we should consider forming an alliance instead of antagonizing the Joshua family. Even though the more he looked at that brat's face, the more irritated he felt. The urgent matter right now wasn't that. He stood up from his chair and reached a conclusion. Losing the divine law god means the plan is effectively ruined. Even that treasure, don't even think about finding it. That artifact, which even the Pope is dying to get his hands on. We absolutely cannot let the Joshua family get the upper hand. Sebastian Nizer's face had turned pale. Without a trace of blood left in his face when he heard Sebastian Nizer Leon say that, he patted his chest and asserted loudly, "I will find him, and I will drag that god back here." Cap Leong spoke again. "Then you must act quickly." He shared another piece of information. "Because the eldest son, the one who truly possesses the divine law, is returning." Sebastian Nizer's face was drenched in cold sweat, his whole body frozen in place. He trembled, clenching his hands into fists. "We're going back soon." Sebastian Nizer was drenched in cold sweat, his entire body frozen in place. He trembled, clenching his hands into tight fists. He cursed under his breath, thinking that if that annoying genius returned, he and Isaac would both be finished. He gritted his teeth, mapping out a plan. He should try to get close to Isaac before the eldest son came back. He placed both hands on Sebastian's shoulders, saying that the holy law of God was extremely attached to his brother. "He will never forgive us if he finds out the holy law is gone," he warned, his voice grave, ordering him to bring it back at all costs. "Pretend to befriend Isaac while trying to dig up information about the holy law," he instructed, and Sebastian faced him, asking, Befriend him? If that's father's order, he vowed through gritted teeth. I'll even be his errand boy if I have to. Memories of Isaac's torment flashed through Sebastian's mind, and he silently teared up, muttering, "Damn it all." Elsewhere, a loud voice boomed through the space. "This brat, he's barely old enough to walk, and he's already picking up such bad habits. Did Riley teach you this?" Isaac glanced up at the ceiling, once again explaining, "Grandfather, that's my bodyguard," before asking him back, "Aren't I allowed to recruit a third-class personal attendant after completing my internship? If so, I want to choose the person I like best." Eli Joshua crossed his arms, struck speechless by the question, and he gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, "This brat, he still has snot on his nose, and he's talking about marriage?" Isaac didn't hear clearly and asked in confusion, "What was that?" Eli changed the subject. "You think you can just drag anyone here and make them a guard of this house?" Sabnach stepped forward, firmly asserting, "Don't worry. I have more than enough confidence in my strength. I am absolutely no less capable than any attendant currently here." Ashley, standing behind, radiated killing intent and suggested, "Master, allow me to test her skill." Riley Joshua stood nearby, waving a hand to stop her. "No need." Eli Joshua glanced at them, noting that since they were brought by Isaac himself, their abilities couldn't be mediocre. "If she passes my test, I will officially welcome her into the family," he declared to all three, Benjamin, Riley, and Ashley, who were stunned by his announcement, "and I will grant her the status of a first-class knight." Benjamin shouted, "What? First-class knight status? You have to serve at least 15 years to even have a chance at that." But Eli calmly replied, "Consider it a reward for bringing honor to the Joshua house at the sacrificial ceremony and for giving the Sepp house a painful blow." Benjamin still couldn't believe it, asking, "Isn't a reward like that for a 10-year-old kid a bit too much, father?" Eli replied nonchalantly, "At most, I'll just strip Riley of his title and give it to her. That's all." Riley Joshua stood there as if turned to stone, weakly calling out, "Father." Isaac, on the side, was secretly thrilled. "Ha, that's my grandfather for you. He really knows how to handle things. Everything is going perfectly, and she'll be a first-class knight, too. That's awesome. Now she's on the same level as Riley Joshua. How cool is that? Hee. Eli suddenly spoke up. "So, what about the test?" Before he could continue, Riley and Ashley interrupted, both clamoring, "Let me handle this." Ella's booted foot slammed hard into the ground. "No!" He gritted his teeth, clenching his fist. "I will handle this myself." Isaac widened his eyes in silent protest. "That's not fair. That's cheating." The ghost also agreed, adding, "Grandfather's skill level is already on par with the Pope, after all." Isaac waved his hands, trying to negotiate. "Grandfather, how about just a third-class knight rank? Why not let my uncle handle the test instead? That would be more reasonable." Eli's eyes flashed with a red light, his voice dropping. "If she can't even withstand a cardinal, what right does she have to protect my grandson?" Both Isaac and Sabnach were shocked. "What?" But quickly, Sabnach tilted her head toward Isaac, reassuring him, "Don't worry." No sooner had she spoken than Eli moved with lightning speed, lunging from behind to attack, swinging his arm with great force. A powerful blast of energy erupted. Seeing this, Isaac was so worried he began pulling at his hair. Sabnach stood her ground as Ellie's arm remained outstretched. He gasped, "What?" Ellie stared at the person still standing unharmed before him, wondering. She actually blocked it? Sabnach looked up and faced him without a hint of fear. The two figures blurred as they clashed. Energy exploded, blinding everyone. Riley's eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, "I can't believe she could deflect father's attack so easily." At the same time, Eli attacked Sabnach fiercely, wondering to himself, "What kind of bodyguard did you bring home, Isaac?" He truly couldn't understand why someone of such caliber would accept serving Isaac. Giving someone like that to my grandson is such a waste. Meanwhile, Sabnach remained on the defensive, not striking back. Eli backed away, assessing the girl. He hadn't used his full strength, but neither had she. Even though he held back, those strikes were aimed at lethal points. Yet she handled it as easily as flipping her hand. A thought suddenly crossed Eli's mind. Could it be? His spine went cold, his expression darkening. A demon? Thinking this, Eli clenched his fists, blue energy crackling as he lunged at Sabnach again with lightning speed. Riley shouted in surprise, "Is that a cleansing holy spell, father?" Hearing this, Sabnach stiffened. She couldn't use dark mana. She absolutely could not let any suspicion fall upon her master. The small ghost hiding behind Isaac worriedly warned, "Master, at this rate, she's going to be killed." However, before everyone's panicked eyes, Sabnach just strained to defend herself, taking the brunt of Ellie's cleansing holy spell. The holy light erupted, almost swallowing her whole. Riley turned pale, questioning, "Father, Why would you suddenly use a cleansing holy spell like that? Eli replied, to drive this demon away. Hearing this, Benjamin and Riley were stunned, their faces turning deathly pale. Eli brushed off his hands. You are all too naive to not have suspected her at all. Just as he was in the middle of speaking, a fist flew out, energy erupted, and a cloud of red smoke obscured everyone's vision. Riley screamed, Father, while the ghost asked in terror, What just happened? Only Isaac wore a smile. He thought to himself, everything is crystal clear now, isn't it? Once the dust settled, everyone saw him. Eli Joshua had steadily blocked that small, trembling fist. Sapnet was still standing in the same spot, looking like she hadn't been purified at all. Only Isaac knew she was human now. Yet the battle didn't stop. The two clashed again. This time, Sapnet didn't dodge. She attacked, and Eli Joshua evaded, but he also looked for openings to counterattack, as if wanting to destroy Sapnet. The girl, Sirius, threw a punch back, red energy wrapping around her small fist. Their fists collided, power exploded, and a deafening roar echoed out. The shockwaves spread everywhere. Ashley struggled to remain standing amidst the aftershocks as Househead Riley shouted to stop the fight. Father, both of you, stop. Eli Joshua seemed reluctant, finding it strange that Sapnet was completely unharmed. He softly asked, How are you still safe and sound? Benjamin rushed over, panicked. Father, what do you mean? How? Obviously, it's because she's a human. Riley's face also turned pale. How could you use holy purification magic on a normal person like that? He condemned his father. If this happened in any other family, it would have sparked a bloodbath. This is something one shouldn't do even to their sworn enemy. Benjamin pushed up his glasses, his voice stern. Riley is right, Father. This isn't something that can be resolved with just an apology. Lord Eli just stood there, scratching his head, offering no reply. Benjamin was fuming. But Father, what are you planning to do after turning our mansion into a pile of rubble like this? Don't you know how expensive the repairs will be? Everyone looked around. The furniture in the living room was scattered, looking like a brutal battlefield. He looked at Eli and declared, I will cut off all your allowance for the next 6 months. That news left him stunned. Later, in another room, a voice spoke up. Sapnet, is that you? The table was covered in files. Benjamin said, I haven't found any unusual signs yet. After the investigation, he asked, Father, do you really intend to grant her a Grade 1 certificate? Lord Eli held the documents Isaac had forged, looking them over. He replied, Yes. I gave my word, after all. Benjamin adjusted his glasses, returning to the question that had been weighing on him. Why did you use holy purification magic? I'm sure you must have had a reason. Is she really a demon noble? Eli Joshua set the papers down and sighed. I don't know. I couldn't sense a shred of dark mana from her at all. He speculated. She is human, but at the same time, not entirely. Before his son's surprised gaze, Eli Joshua affirmed, My instincts are telling me so. Even if a god were to look through her soul, they would only see a human. Hearing that, Benjamin found the girl rather frightening. As one of the greatest cardinals in history, his father's intuition had never been wrong. Is she really a demon targeting Isaac? He asked, worried. So, should we kick her out? Eli Joshua shook his head slightly. No, it's best to keep her close to keep an eye on her. We will soon uncover the plot she's planning, he noted. Besides, the fact that Isaac brought this woman here is also a significant detail. Benjamin asked, confused, What? Isaac? Eli frowned slightly. He looked a bit tired, but his words carried positive information. Controlling a demon noble isn't necessarily a bad thing for people of the holy lineage, like us. On the contrary, it will be clear proof of Isaac's power. He continued, Although we are strong enough to keep Joshua standing, there are still things that have been forgotten by the passage of time. Hearing this, Benjamin was startled, thinking to himself, Is father referring to the secret arts? While he was lost in thought, his father stood up and said, Benjamin, I believe it is time to choose the successor at this year's meeting of the direct bloodlines. He was secretly happy. Finally, the old man had made a decision. On the surface, he said, certainly. This will become an extremely shocking topic. Eli Joshua nodded slightly. I know. He stared thoughtfully out the window. I'm not entirely sure if Joshua, in its current state, is truly ready to choose an heir. However, if it's that child, perhaps he is the only one who can resolve the curse of the Joshua family. At the same time, in another luxurious room, the person sitting on the throne spoke, making Suri, who was standing behind, freak out. You still haven't given me an answer. Should I ask again? Isaac didn't show much respect to the person sitting opposite him, asking comfortably, I'm wondering how much compensation I'll get if I catch the skeleton demon king spy. This attitude made Suri gasp in fear. This crazy guy. He looked at the royal guard behind him, full of resentment, thinking to himself, He's already under restricted orders, yet he still dares to open his mouth and demand compensation first. This isn't a commission. This is a royal order. To save his own skin and the Joshua family, he whispered to Isaac, "Are you crazy? Can't you read the room and speak properly?" But Isaac spoke up bluntly, Why not? Don't you see it? No matter how dangerous it is, they are just trying to use me." The old royal knight standing behind the queen was shaking with anger upon hearing him act so bossy in front of her. "They want me to handle it myself, even if I could lose my life while on the mission." Isaac raised an eyebrow, stroked his chin, and smiled as he asked, "I trust the royal family will provide fair compensation, right? Or am I mistaken?" He continued to negotiate. "I believe the spy for the skeleton demon king is right here in the palace, though I don't know who it is yet. They have taken down level 6 and even level 7 knights, so this difficulty level is at least top tier." Looking at the queen with a smile, Isaac continued, "Isn't it obvious that I should receive hazard pay while risking my life? If you expected the opposite, then that would truly go against common sense." Waiting for him to stop, the queen finally curled her lips and spoke, "So, you must be the youngest priest, the famous Joshua family." The ghost hovering above Isaac glanced at Prince Chaplist and remarked, "Even though she's the empress, the prince doesn't look like her at all." Isaac replied mentally, "That's because she's not his biological mother." The ghost looked at the elegant woman in front of them with shock. "You mean he's the son of a concubine who became the crown prince?" "Exactly. If I were her, I'd want to get rid of him too." Isaac smiled and suggested, "How about we just suck up to the empress and deal with the prince for her while we're at it? She seems quite interested in you, master." Isaac laughed. "The empress belongs to the pope's faction." The ghost sounded annoyed. "Oh? Then why haven't they gotten rid of her yet?" Just then, the empress smiled and said, "It seems there was a slight error, even though we had already sent a request to the Holy See. Of course. Considering the level of danger, that compensation is truly inadequate. I will ensure you are rewarded handsomely," she asked. "Does this satisfy you?" Being the youngest priest of the Joshua house, Isaac rubbed his hands together and laughed. "Oh my, I humbly accept this mission, Your Majesty." He remembered what Sarnath had said. "It seems now that you have made a pact with the greatest god. The Empress has given you special attention." The ghost chuckled. "Master, Sarnath's intelligence is truly useful." Isaac grinned. Hey, she has been imprisoned for a long time anyway." He glanced at the Empress, thinking, "But isn't she being a bit too obvious?" Seeing her smile, he thought to himself, "She's clearly trying to use me to take the crown prince down." The Empress picked up her tea and took a sip. The ghost commented, "It seems this woman is harboring her own schemes to strip him of his position." Isaac nodded, obviously. While the Empress stands with the Pope's faction, once the prince ascends to the throne, he will definitely purge all of her supporters. He looked at Prince Chaplist and silently assessed. If he hadn't reached the level of a sword master, she probably would have acted already. Just then, the prince spoke up. "Dragging a novice priest into such a vortex of conspiracy is truly cruel. This is not a matter for the clergy to meddle in." The Empress smiled and set her teacup down. She thought to herself, so mature for his age. She guessed he just couldn't stand her calling for Isaac. Outwardly, she said, "Nevertheless, the fact that the minions of the skeleton demon king are targeting the royal family is an undeniable truth." The Empress looked at the prince. "They could even directly threaten your life, Prince." The old knight cleared his throat. "The skeleton demon king's subordinates are definitely hiding right here in the palace, in the vicinity of the royal quarters. We have discovered cursed magical artifacts of the skeleton demon king, along with a series of items used for summoning. Based on that information, the Empress analyzed, it seems the skeleton demon king wants to wipe out Chaplist Palace, which is the heart of the Holy Land." Hearing this, Isaac looked dazed, his head full of question marks. What? No way. He had absolutely no interest in that. He just wanted to rake in as much money as possible and enjoy a leisurely life. The Empress smiled radiantly and insisted, "In any case, not even the skeleton demon king could penetrate the holy dragon's barrier." Isaac was getting annoyed and retorted in his heart, "I already told you, that's not it." He didn't care. Getting involved with those dragons was too much of a hassle. The ghost nodded, "True. Eliminating the royal family would be an effective way to destroy the holy dragon's barrier." The negotiation continued. The Empress handed Isaac a stack of documents. "This is a list of servants with suspicious behavior in the palace." She issued her demand. "I want you to use this to bring the culprit to light. After all, you are a genius who has made a pact with the supreme god. You will be well compensated. So, please apprehend the one targeting the royal family." Isaac continued to haggle. "Why don't we discuss what that reward will be?" Suri, terrified, covered his mouth and replied to the Empress, "As you command, Your Highness." As he was dragged away, Isaac whispered, "You idiot. Doing that just lets people scam us." Suri hurriedly pulled him out of the royal reception room. I know. Just keep moving. The Empress waved and smiled. I shall await good news from you. Out in a hallway, Suri angrily scolded, You. This guy, I thought I was done for back there. I can't believe you dared to act like that in front of the royals. Isaac grumbled back, Hey, who cares about that anymore? He thought about the goal of the negotiation, drooling slightly. That's the Empress. Can you imagine how much money we could squeeze out of her? Only a complete idiot wouldn't take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Isaac wiped the drool from his mouth. I have to get close and drain her pockets clean. Suri was speechless, 1,000 question marks appearing in his mind. Why on earth did the Supreme God choose this jerk? Just then, a figure stepped forward and gave a warning. Don't put too much trust in the Empress. Suri jumped, turning around. Huh? It was Prince Chaplist, he explained. She just wants to use your so-called title, that's all. Suri exclaimed in surprise. Oh, it's the prince. Chaplist warned seriously. You could lose your life for nothing, so I advise you to act with caution. He walked past the two. Nevertheless, I still hope the skeleton Demon King spies are captured. Suri nervously stammered. Yes, you have nothing to worry about, my lord. We will definitely catch them. He looked excited to be in contact with the prince. Heh, we can't let that cruel skeleton Demon King return. Isaac, standing behind them, sneered in contempt, thinking to himself, I'm already back, you piece of trash. That night, in a secluded corner of the palace, in a dark spot under a tree in front of a locked warehouse door, someone whispered, I'm certain the followers of the skeleton Demon King are lurking around here. Curse items, summoning tools, and that warehouse is filled with things related to the skeleton Demon King. In the bushes, Suri complained. But why are we just waiting here? Just wait and see. The culprit will definitely enter that warehouse. Isaac shattered his illusions. That's a lie. The real summoning site is somewhere else. One look at what's inside that warehouse makes that obvious. Suri retorted. How on earth do you know so much about the skeleton king? Isaac pinned him down, peering at the mysterious figure in black sneaking toward the warehouse entrance. Suri clutched his head and whispered, Wait, you actually think it's him? Isaac recalled, I told you they'd come. He rubbed his chin, analyzing the situation. It was obvious who the culprit was, but Suri's brain just couldn't keep up. What do you mean who? Isaac smirked, looking at the slender figure completely covered in black. Obviously, it's the Empress. Suri gasped in disbelief. What? He challenged. But isn't she the very person who asked us to find the one following the skeleton king? Isaac explained, she's just trying to cut all ties with that spy. This woman probably thinks she's smart enough to fool the church. Thinking of the reward, his eyes lit up. We'll definitely catch that minion. That's how we'll earn favor with the crown prince or the emperor. And then we'll bleed them dry. Suri asked, frustrated. Why are you so obsessed with money? Just then, the ghost appeared and asked, But are you sure you'll be okay? If that's a soul-summoning formation, your essence could be sucked dry. Isaac chuckled to reassure him. Nah, it's fine. I'm okay. Besides, no human could ever actually pull that off. With that, he stood up and started to move. Let's just chase her for now. Suri, confused and a bit scared, called out, Wait for me. Just then, Isaac's body began to act strangely, while Suri was busy carefully checking behind them to see if anyone was following. It was very dark, so he had to be careful. When he finally turned back around to look ahead, his eyes widened. There was no one there. Just him alone. Suri trembled in the darkness. Isaac? Meanwhile, Isaac had just been teleported directly into the formation inside the warehouse. As soon as he landed, he went pale and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I'm done for. This was the real summoning formation of the Skeleton King. Was there actually someone capable of pulling this off? Suddenly, a voice called out, exposing his identity, the son of the Joshua house. The moment he turned around and saw who it was, he was completely stunned. Huh. Isaac? He froze when he realized the person in black was none other than the Crown Prince himself. The two stared at each other, their faces grim. The atmosphere between them became incredibly awkward. Isaac was panicking internally. How on earth could the Crown Prince activate a real summoning formation? He had clearly released a bunch of fakes. Looking back at the formation, he realized with despair, right. This is my original summoning magic. The ghost questioned him. Didn't you teach those boneheads how to use it in case of a life or death emergency? Isaac retorted, they're all so stupid that they shouldn't have been able to remember it in the first place. Seeing Chaplist's blank, confused face, he deduced that more importantly, could this mean the Crown Prince is actually a spy for the Skeleton King? Finally, Isaac stood up, dusted himself off, and broke the silence. Your Highness, what are you doing? Are you patrolling this area? Catching a glimpse of the bone in the Crown Prince's hand, he scratched his head and played dumb. Ah, I see. So you were just on patrol. The ghost was speechless. It was obvious the Crown Prince was the one who performed the ritual. Isaac tried to make an excuse to leave. Anyway, Your Highness, I'll take my leave and finish my unfinished business. I haven't seen a thing. But Chapless cut him off. Why did you appear out of the Skeleton King's summoning formation? Seeing the disappointed, dumbfounded look on the Crown Prince's face, Isaac screamed in his mind. Why are you asking that? You just got caught red-handed summoning the Skeleton King. You know, your head could roll at any moment. The ghost frowned and analyzed the situation. Master, you're a candidate for the saint, yet you were summoned by the Skeleton King's magic? Well, that makes it pretty clear, doesn't it? The people of the Empire are actually quite clever. Even now, Isaac was still panicking. He couldn't figure it out. Damn it, why? I adjusted that magic specifically for the demon race. It should have been incredibly difficult for a human to use. The ghost pondered and shared his personal analysis. To use Master's summoning magic, one needs to speak the language of the bone folk. More importantly, one must have absolute respect and loyalty toward you. He pointed directly at Chapless and declared, this guy is definitely a follower of the Skeleton King. He isn't nothing at all. But for Isaac, this was terrible. The Crown Prince of the Holy Empire couldn't possibly be doing this. Chapless spoke sternly. I'll ask you one more time. Why were you summoned here? Isaac vaguely made up an excuse. I didn't. I just fell out of a tree. Chapless calmly debunked his lie. There aren't any trees here. Isaac tried another excuse. Then I guess I must have just crawled up from underground. Crown Prince Chapless looked annoyed, his voice turning cold. At least come up with a more believable excuse. Isaac sighed and retorted. And I suppose the Crown Prince being a follower of the Skeleton King makes any sense. As he said that, their eyes met. They stared each other down, neither willing to yield. In the dark, damp warehouse, someone finally suggested, let's go somewhere else to talk. That night, dark clouds obscured the faint moonlight, but inside the Crown Prince's palace, the lights were blazing. The two sat facing each other. Isaac crossed his arms and looked at the prince, mocking him inwardly. What a joke. His vitality is radiating, so bright and pure. In his eyes, Crown Prince Chapless was full of life. His powerful energy made it impossible for anyone to associate him with a follower of the Skeleton King. Isaac sighed, troubled, and scratched his head, trying to negotiate. Wouldn't it be better if you just pretended you didn't see anything? But the Crown Prince seemed incredibly stubborn. He repeated the question. Why did you appear? Isaac grew irritated. You idiot. Is that all you care about? He didn't answer immediately, but glanced around the palace. And what is up with this room? On the fireplace mantel were rows of Skeleton King figurines. On the desk were scattered reference books and scraps of paper with magic circles drawn on them. And most eye-catching of all, a painting of the Skeleton King. Riding a horse majestically was hanging in the center of the wall. Looking at the room full of a fanatic's decor, Isaac was speechless. Where did he get all this stuff? And technically, aren't you a stalker yourself? He cleared his throat to make an excuse. Your Highness, you were caught at the scene by a priest of the Holy See. It's the Skeleton Demon King's stuff. Isaac sighed in frustration, scratching his head as he tried to negotiate. Wouldn't it be better if you just pretended you didn't see anything? Wouldn't that be better? Why are you even here? The Crown Prince's train of thought seemed incredibly stubborn. He kept repeating the same question. Isaac was getting annoyed by the questioning. You idiot! Is that really all you care about? He didn't answer right away, instead glancing around the palace. And what is up with this room? On the mantelpiece were rows of Skeleton Demon King figurines. The desk was cluttered with reference books and scraps of paper covered in magic circles. But the most eye-catching thing of all was a painting of the Skeleton Demon King riding a horse, looking majestic and imposing, hung right in the middle of the wall. Surveying the room, which was filled with the style of a die-hard fan, Isaac was speechless. Where did he get all this stuff? Isn't it essentially a fact that you're just a stalker at this point? He cleared his throat, trying to find an excuse. Your Highness, you were caught at the scene by a priest from the Holy See. I don't think you're quite getting the point, I said. But Chapless cut me off with the same question. Why did you appear? Isaac was losing his patience, a mix of helplessness and anger. Oh, for heaven's sake. Just then, it was like a light bulb went on for Prince Chapless. He flushed slightly, looking excited. Wait, he said, staring right at Isaac. He blurted out, could you be the Skeleton King? Chapless's eyes lit up. He wouldn't let it go. Are you the Skeleton King? But Isaac shouted back, how could that be? He scrambled to explain himself. I must have been summoned because I ate the Skeleton King's finger in the past. That's right. That must be why I reacted to the summoning spell. Chapless looked disappointed. Is that so? Isaac was taken aback. Ha! Why does he look so let down? He decided to probe a little. Your Highness, are you interested in the Skeleton King? Chapless replied, this is my younger sister's room. He seemed a bit uncomfortable admitting it. She is obsessed with the Skeleton King. So, I only intended to summon the person she holds dear, just to see if he's truly worthy of her affection. The phantom observer drifted closer to the giant skeleton. Isaac cursed under his breath. He's a terrible liar. Any way you look at it, this is clearly a boy's room. Tired, he offered a solution. How about this? I'll act like I never knew about your secret, so I want you to keep my summoning a secret, too. Isaac tried to convince Chapless. Whether it's you or me, there's no benefit in clashing with Saintia. Cedes, right? He agreed. Right, Chapless said, acting as if he still didn't get it. They aren't the type to easily forgive those who use dark mana, especially for people like you and me. It made Isaac freeze. Huh? Isaac asked back. Dark mana? He questioned Isaac's identity. You aren't a dark mage, are you? Everyone was confused. Huh? Chapless said something that made Isaac's face go dark. I remember 15 years ago, you used dark mana on a bishop. Isaac recalled the past from 15 years ago. It wasn't at a magnificent, grand castle. Chapless pushed open the large doors. He saw Isaac patting Massabaris's cheek with such affection. The day I beat the living daylights out of that old bishop. He was so affectionate his face got crooked and his teeth flew out. How could he possibly know I used dark mana back then? He stared fixedly at Chapless. Isaac paid attention to every detail about him, the bloodline of the Holy Dragon. It can identify the demon race. Golden pupils. Isaac felt a bit anxious. The Emperor's eye. The phantom observer whispered to him, Isn't that the very power you were searching for in the past, Master? Isaac felt a pang of regret. Yeah, if I possessed those eyes, I could have completed the magic I had previously failed at. Shaking off the thought, Isaac asked, You say you can sense my dark mana and my mana core? Chapless answered honestly, Not really. To be frank, I can't feel anything from you. As he said that, he thought, It's guarded too perfectly. Must be because you're a saint. Isaac asked again, Then why did you say I use dark mana? Chapless proposed a condition. I'll tell you if you admit you're the Skeleton King. Isaac was so fed up he couldn't even be bothered. Fine, just send me back. Chapless remained in his seat, but answered, with the utmost seriousness, Very well. If you want to know why I know you use dark mana, it's because the dragon bloodline within me is incredibly strong. I can, to some extent, understand the language of monsters or things that cannot be spoken. That answer made Isaac stop in his tracks, he revealed, like the babbling of infants. Hearing that, Isaac's face turned deathly pale. Babbling? Babbling? He felt like he'd been struck by lightning. Don't tell me this guy. Does he mean when I was an infant he understood all my babbling back then? Chapless continued. Although I couldn't understand everything, I knew back then you absolutely loathed that bishop. In fact, to me and my father, you were like salvation. He brushed back his hair. Surely you know the meaning behind the color of our hair. The platinum hair carries a blessing, while black hair is cursed. Isaac didn't dare move anymore. Chapless's painful past surfaced. Everyone despised it. They called it filthy. They never stopped insulting my mother until, in the end, they drove her to her death. He revealed that old bishop was also involved in that incident. Isaac was completely stunned. The Empress's death is connected to the papal faction. The phantom observer was also being nosy. He really wants to wipe them all out. Little Isaac was incredibly aggressive. That bastard dared to plot against me. Does he have a death wish? He prepared to bully Miss Sabaris back. Get out of my sight. If a piece of trash like you accuses me of being of the demon race, I won't be able to approach the Emperor anymore. If that happens, I won't be able to steal the royal treasury. You bastard! Isaac shouted, frustrated. That Emperor is my puppet, you know. Chapless spoke his thoughts from back then. I even thought you were possessed by a demon, or perhaps just gone insane. But demons can't take over the body of a saint who carries divine favor. He kept saying all the things Isaac didn't want to hear. Even the gods make mistakes. The gods were wrong this time. Thinking that made me feel at ease, especially when someone with platinum blonde hair, a representative of the gods, had turned their back on Saint Chacides. Chapless just kept pouring his thoughts out. For the first time, I had the feeling that the fault didn't lie with me. It also felt like the gods were comforting me. Then, he smiled. So, I like that. Chapless still wanted to confirm. You really aren't the Skeleton King, are you? He asked again. Do you want me to be the Skeleton King, Your Highness? Chapless asked. Are you the Skeleton King? Isaac replied, No. He thought he had become smarter than before. How many years does he think I've lived? Does he think I'd fall for a trap like that? Suddenly, Chapless said something that made Isaac's jaw drop. If you really are the Skeleton King, I am ready to offer this entire kingdom to you. Isaac pointed at himself. He said nervously, I could be the Skeleton King, you know? Actually, yes, I am that Skeleton King. Chapless was a bit skeptical. Did you just say you are the Skeleton King? Isaac became annoyed. I'm just joking. How much do you like the Skeleton King that you'd even offer up the whole kingdom? Chapless stroked his chin. Right. The Skeleton King's goal is this entire kingdom, after all. It just made Isaac even more furious. This crazy guy only listens to what he wants to hear. Right. Because he was so annoyed, Isaac decided to leave. I will pretend I heard nothing today. My family will get suspicious. Now, if you'll excuse me. He still didn't get the point. There is no moon today. It's a perfect night to summon you. Take care now. Isaac was too tired to even curse. I already said I'm not the Skeleton King. He walked away softly, the phantom observer following him, saying, "You seem happy." He replied, "Of course, why not?" Isaac felt like a flower blooming in his heart. He never expected the Crown Prince to be a fan of the Skeleton King. Anyway, I get it. The Skeleton King is pretty cool, right? He absolutely deserves to be respected. He was rendered speechless and just went silent. He hatched a plan. Whatever. As long as I get the Crown Prince on the throne, everything will become much easier. I can't reveal my identity, but maybe I can manipulate him by pretending it's the Skeleton King's will, right? The Ghost Observer replied, "I don't know about that. The Crown Prince seems sharp," it warned. "Besides, being summoned is a bit dangerous," Isaac retorted. "Actually, it's not bad at all," the Ghost Observer replied, surprised. Huh. He felt confident in what he knew, because I discovered that the saint's body and soul are linked incredibly tightly. Thanks to this, the soul separation saint magic won't work. Isaac chuckled gleefully. The saint's body is too attached to that soul, so it can't be helped. The Ghost Observer still wanted to dissuade him. "It seems like it will take deeper root as your mana grows stronger, Master." He didn't forget to be cautious. But being summoned at any time is quite a hassle. I guess I should reinforce the Demon King's summoning ritual on my end. Suddenly, someone called from behind. "Hey, where are you going?" "Suri." Joshua and Kinabaris rushed after Isaac. "You startled me. I thought you'd been dragged off by his underlings," he thought to himself. "All right, it's true. I was dragged away." He asked, confused. "What is this? Did you bring him along just to find me?" He spoke loudly, just pointing. Kinabaris rushed forward, saying something that made Suri and Joshua turn pale. "Because you consumed the Skeleton King's body, you have become the ultimate catalyst for his summoning ritual. If you get kidnapped, it's going to be a huge problem." He added, "Yeah, besides, the Holy Saint warned that the royal palace is dangerous." "Suri." Joshua showed Isaac what was in his hand, the light of the holy sword. He said hurriedly, "He said he was trapped because of the Skeleton King." "I don't understand what you're talking about, but we have to catch the Skeleton King's followers and support the Holy Light." He was skeptical. The Holy Light, suddenly giving a warning, "Why entrapped?" Suddenly, a violent tremor hit. Suri and Joshua seemed to recognize this energy. Kinabaris was shocked, summoning the Demon Clan. Why? She found it even more unbelievable. What? Did they really summon the Skeleton King? Isaac's heart skipped a beat. No. Right after that, a massive, bony arm appeared on the ground. A giant skeleton slowly rose from the water, radiating a murderous aura. The giant skeleton was truly summoned. Everyone was panicked by the sight before them. It was the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King had been summoned. Some looked on with contempt. That idiot finally set foot on this land. Others thought, why would the Demon Clan dare to break into the Holy Kingdom? Isaac suddenly realized, no, that's not the Skeleton King. He thought to himself, that's just a giant skeleton, a mutated giant skeleton. The Ghost Observer broke into a cold sweat. That's the magic circle to summon the Demon King. But isn't that a type of magic that requires knowledge of saint magic? Isaac sighed in frustration. Damn it. Does that mean the culprit is a cleric? The priests saw how huge it was and were terrified. Oh no, this is big trouble. This is beast-controlling magic. It's been summoned to attack. What? Who is its target? Suddenly, the giant skeleton flinched. Your Majesty, the Emperor. High up in the castle, 3 figures in black cloaks stared at the giant skeleton. The summoner, standing in the middle, commanded the monster. Summon one, obey the summoner. Go use your magic and kill the Emperor. It didn't understand what was happening. Master? Is it you? Master? He was a bit bewildered. Master? It had never called the summoner master before, right? Suddenly, the giant skeleton noticed something and immediately ran away, leaving the 3 of them stunned. Huh? Where are you going? The giant skeleton ran to Isaac and bowed worshipfully. I can't believe it. You summoned a god after 155 years. This humble servant is so moved that I can't even see straight. He was scared pale. Don't come over here, you bastard. Suri and Joshua looked around in fear. Ah, that thing is charging at us. Is it really going to attack us? Isaac silently plotted. There's no other way. I guess I have to cleanse it and send it back like last time. His hands suddenly froze. Huh? Suri and Joshua looked at their hands. What's happening? Why isn't the magic working? Isaac was also at a disadvantage. I can't use my holy power. The space around them was surrounded by a purple hue. The ghost observer also reported, there is a suppression magic neutralizing holy power in this entire area. The giant skeleton's eyes glowed bright like car headlights. It arched its back, radiating power that no one could defeat. This was the power of high-level control magic. Someone was directly manipulating it. The giant skeleton seemed forced. To break the control, I'll have to use magic. Inside, it pleaded, please, just let me live in peace. Isaac prepared the finishing blow. Even if it's dangerous, there's no other way. Immediately, a light carrying immense power appeared. The power hit the giant skeleton, causing dust to fly everywhere. It was affected by the light, and then the source of the light slowly faded away. The priest stood frozen. The ghost observer watched with great interest. Wow, the skeleton king disappeared. Isn't that teleportation? At the same time, a flashing sword appeared. Chapless slowly walked over. So that's it. He showed wide, glistening eyes. So, the skeleton king's true goal was to destroy this country? Isaac replied helplessly. I told you, it wasn't. The other priests all worshipped Chapless. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince. He saved us. He displayed his majesty. Before Isaac's blank stare, Kina Barris chimed in. Doing that won't solve it thoroughly, will it? Why didn't you just destroy its magic core directly? Chapless asked naively. Wasn't I forbidden from destroying it? Isaac said irritably. Why are you asking me that? He replied. Well, because that's one of your subordinates, the Skeleton King's minion. Isaac denied it vehemently. I told you, it's not. After that, he decided to leave. Anyway, I'm going to chase after the summoners, so you find that skeleton and keep watch. Leave the rest to me. Kina Barris crossed her arms and said, wouldn't it be better if I went and handled it myself? Isaac yelled, don't you dare touch it. That's mine. And if you dare touch it, you can forget about learning anything from me for the rest of your life. She was stunned, hearing him shout, what did you say? He began to lose control. You dare. You dare control a skeleton and then pin the blame on the crown prince? No. I absolutely will not allow that. Isaac moved like lightning. I'll be right back. Chapless watched him with pure admiration, while Kina Barry remained skeptical. Isaac, could it be that he intends to side with the crown prince? Isaac grimaced as he ran. You dare summon and manipulate one of my subordinates? You're all dead. Deep in the remote forest, the men in black cloaks scrambled away. Damn it. What the hell is actually going on? It was so hard to summon that skeleton in the first place. The summoner of the giant skeleton was incredibly frustrated. That crown prince, damn it. He moved it somewhere else? I knew the dragon god's blood was powerful, but I didn't expect this much. The other summoner added, furthermore, it clearly ignored my command. If it was summoned via the magic circle, it should have obeyed the summoner unconditionally. She wondered. Don't tell me there's someone there with power that even surpasses the summoning circle. He didn't want to believe it. That makes no sense. That summoning circle was created by the very hands of the skeletal king's own powerful subordinate, the one who summoned. The giant skeleton went on. Whatever they say, someone heard it. It doesn't matter anymore. We will find the skeleton again and continue the plan. He rambled on. We will frame the crown prince and drag that Joshua fellow through the mud. Suddenly, the summoner turned pale. Isaac appeared like a ghost. What do you think you're doing? The giant skeleton summoner looked around for his allies. What the hell? Where did those guys go? At that same moment, they were nowhere to be seen. In the blink of an eye, he was smashed right in the face. The giant skeleton summoner sprawled onto the ground, and Isaac strolled over calmly. You asking where they went? My subordinates were kind enough to round them up personally. He couldn't believe what was happening. He managed to pierce through a level 7 defensive spell. Could that be one of the Inquisitor's weapons? The one who summoned the skeleton intended to use his powers. If it's that kind of weapon, it won't be easy to deal with. Regardless, he's just a lowly priest. Isaac walked while shaking his scepter. And I have to do this behind Grandpa's back, otherwise I'll lose my position as the heir. The skeleton summoner thought, what the hell is this lunatic muttering about? Isaac gave a bright, cheerful smile. Since the teachings forbid attacking humans, I have no choice but to resolve this in secret. The summoner was shocked. This bastard, he's not even bothering to hide his identity. Isaac poked him with the scepter. Before I finish you off, I have a few questions. If you don't answer nicely, it's going to hurt a lot. The skeleton summoner broke into a cold sweat. Where do you think you're pointing that thing? He tried to reassure himself. If he's a priest, he'll be weak against magic. Just need to distract him and cast a spell, and it's over. The one who summoned. The skeleton made his move. Isaac Joshua, if I kill you, even the great skeletal king will be very pleased. He flashed a smile. The killing intent radiating from Isaac at that moment was something not everyone could approach. You said who would be pleased? His pupils constricted in terror. Magic? A priest? With just a flick of his hand, the one who summoned. The skeleton was engulfed in flames. After being hit, he was left in tatters. I can handle this. Just use mana to suppress it. I can resist this. Isaac asked, Good. Very good. If you don't want to be burned to ashes, hurry up and tell me who is behind you lot. The summoner still refused to talk. I don't have anyone behind me. Isaac winked and gave him a dose of his confession magic. Just like that, the skeleton summoner rushed to spill the truth. We wanted to frame the crown prince for treason, he asked while giving him a few light taps. And what about dragging Joshua through the mud too? He replied. The status of Isaac. Joshua has completely changed after he leveled the 5 observatories. Isaac Joshua cannot become the saint. The skeleton summoner continued. But if that skeleton kills the emperor, he will have to bear the blame for failing to stop the skeletal king. Isaac patted his cheek lightly again and asked, How bold? So, who ordered you lot? He lost a few teeth before he finally confessed. Rancy. A guy named Rancy ordered us. The observing ghost was gloating. It must be a pure-blooded devil. He chided the summoner. But wait, look at this. That Rancy guy incited you to control someone else's precious skeleton. The skeleton summoner thought to himself, what does he mean by someone else's precious skeleton? He finally blurted out the most important thing. I don't know anything else. We only know he's the guy who travels with the Dark Angel. Isaac finally stopped. The summoner's face was beaten to a pulp. That Rancy guy lent us a magic artifact to control the skeleton, and he is a subordinate of the Dark Angel. The observing ghost whispered, then it really is a pure-blooded devil. Isaac calmed down. Wait, his face changed. The Dark Angel? Isaac crossed his arms in thought. The Dark Angel. He seemed to know a little bit about it. It seems like one of the demon lords is accompanying this Dark Angel. The observing ghost added, and it's very likely the Dark Angel has teamed up with someone from the royal family. It suggested the possibility of an assassination plot against the emperor. Isaac pondered, likely the empress, then. He stared intently at the giant skeleton summoner. But why does the name Dark Angel sound so familiar? I've definitely heard it somewhere before. When Isaac was distracted, the summoner launched a surprise attack in a flash. Die, you brat, you little mouse. In the hands of the giant skeleton summoner was a powerful purple wind. Isaac sneered, I knew it. A leopard can't change its spots. Suddenly, a giant skeletal foot appeared behind him. The giant skeleton appeared and crushed the obstacle. Ah, Isaac happily asked, I told you to stay with Kina. Suri, so what are you doing here? It looked just like a little puppy. I was afraid you'd get hurt, so I came, master. Suddenly, the giant skeleton knelt on the ground. Uh-huh. Isaac's face was full of worry. What's wrong with you? It began to cry loudly. I can't believe my almighty master has turned into such a furry creature. The giant skeleton bowed to him. What a tragedy. It cried even louder. Just wait for me, master. I will quickly tear that disgusting fur off for you. Isaac was so angry he turned red. I have to wring her neck. Something caught both of their attention. It's around here. I can feel a massive amount of dark mana in this area. He placed his hand on the giant skeleton's head. We can't get caught here. That touch felt like a shift in divine power, transforming her energy attribute. The power Isaac channeled into her was incredibly strong, and in the blink of an eye, the giant skeleton had transformed into a cute doll. The specter, the observer, chimed in. Oh, you hit her well. Since she's a high-ranking demon, sending her back to the Lich. That's a bit difficult, though. Isaac then used his strength to throw the giant skeleton far away. Master, it hurts, she cried out as she collapsed. We just reunited. Why do we have to part ways already? The specter asked. Aren't you planning to keep her? Isaac dusted off his hands. If I get caught, it's game over, he replied, looking a bit worried. Is it okay to throw her into the holy lake? The giant skeleton wept, but only received indifference. It's nothing. I already changed her attribute anyway, he dismissed. Suri, Joshua, and the other priests finally arrived. Isaac, are you okay? The high priest, hiding behind a bush, stood up and gave a thumbs up. Looks like you're fine. Then everyone approached Isaac, all praising him. Oh, well done. You caught that spy. You've performed a great service. Suddenly, he spoke, causing them all to freeze in fear. I heard that criminal mention a name. Black Angel. Does anyone know who that is? Hearing this, everyone turned to whisper among themselves. The Black Angel? That heinous criminal? Is he targeting the Holy Kingdom now? Isaac asked curiously. Is he that dangerous? Suri and Joshua were terrified. You don't know. The Black Angel is the contractor of the skeleton demon king. A contractor of the demon king. Isaac's face twisted. What the hell? Did I ever sign a contract with someone like that? The specter chuckled. These scammers are really running wild, aren't they? A priest saw the guy who summoned the giant skeleton lying on the ground and asked, "He doesn't look so good. How did you manage to control him?" Isaac dodged the question. His magic artifact lost control, and then he just collapsed on his own. Headcliff, appearing out of nowhere, said, "You certainly didn't disappoint me." Isaac jumped in surprise. "Man, where does this guy keep popping up from?" He suggested, "You've worked hard, young master. Joshua, let's head back to the palace." Headcliff was very proud of Isaac. "The royal family will reward you handsomely." At the magnificent Grand Palace. The next day, the royal banquet hall was breathtaking. Isaac was stuffing his face at the table, ignoring the whispers. "I heard that young Master Isaac is the one who caught the Joshua family's follower. He's contributed a lot again." Sorry, Joshua, annoyed, said, "Can you move that blood-stained scepter away from here?" He took a breath. "This, His Majesty the Emperor requested it." Isaac picked up the scepter. "He wants me to explain exactly how I caught that guy." He quickly added, "You could just explain it with words. With words, you know?" He looked full of anxiety. "And why did you bring this in here? You aren't supposed to bring weapons into the royal palace, are you?" He replied nonchalantly, "What do you mean? The scepter is always in my underwear." A voice echoed, "How truly delightful." Headcliff walked over and smiled. "I am very pleased that you used my gift well." Suri Joshua quickly stood up. "Your Majesty the Emperor, you remain as elegant as ever." "How could I not be grateful?" Headcliff expressed his gratitude. "Not only did you cherish the gift I gave you 15 years ago, but you also used it to catch the criminal who tried to assassinate me." Chapless, standing behind, was also happy. Then, another powerful voice rang out. "Not bad for the contractor of the greatest god." The Empress also stepped forward. "Indeed, I asked you to do that, but I didn't expect you to actually catch the spy." She wore a fake smile. Isaac thought, "You must have planned to frame the crown prince for treason, so you're probably bitter that things didn't go your way, right?" The specter whispered. "She must be furious." Her plan to slander the crown prince crumbled the moment the Black Angel was exposed as the true culprit. The Empress spoke up. "I believe you must have asked for a reward. As the Empress, may I personally reward you for protecting His Majesty? Such a praiseworthy young priest, I must repay you." Chapless remained silent, but felt a bit uneasy. Afterward, Isaac also expressed his opinion. "I am deeply honored," he said, making her stiffen. "However, the crown prince has already promised to reward me personally." Isaac politely refused. To receive anything more would be too extravagant for a servant of the divine, so please, allow me to only accept your kind intentions. The Empress hinted. "A priest of the greatest god seems quite close to the crown prince, doesn't he?" "You'll be fine," he replied. "Yes," as if he had Headcliff's backing. "The supreme god seems pretty close to the crown prince." "You'll be fine," he replied. "Yes," he added, acting as if he had Heathcliff Capulet backing him up. "I am quite fond of His Highness the Crown Prince, because he is a follower of the skeleton demon king," he thought. Moving to the outer courtyard, Suri Joshua was restless. "You just made an enemy of the Empress. Are you sure about that?" Isaac didn't care. "What, do you want me to be on the Pope's side or something?" The two continued talking. "Because of your words." His Highness the Crown Prince was deeply moved. He answered, "Yeah, so." Before Isaac could finish, someone interrupted him. "Finally found you, you shameless bastard." Several bodyguards popped out to bully him. "Hand over the Earth God's relic, you little brat." Isaac sighed, bored. You guys are still hung up on that? Is there really nothing else to do?" The men cursed. "You little punk. We've been looking for you for days without sleeping or eating." They prepared to attack him. "Whatever, we're taking it back today at any cost. We're in the royal garden. You can't use holy magic, just try it. We will report that you are disrespecting the royal family." The specter revealed, "Except for royalty, no one is allowed to use holy magic in the garden. Royal family, you're all doomed. Give it here, you jerk." Isaac refused. "Not a chance." He wore the smile of a victor. "I've already decided to give it to the royal family, you idiots. Touching royal property will be labeled as treason." They didn't believe it. "Don't be ridiculous, as if the royal family would accept a god from the Pope's side. That's enough. Your lies." At that moment, Chapless arrived. "Young Master Isaac is right," he said. "I have decided to place that object in the Emperor's garden." Everyone, seeing him, called out, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chapless approached them. "I didn't expect you to covet something in the royal palace. You really have no manners." The bodyguards were terrified now. Isaac laughed as if he'd won the lottery. "See." He said he would place the Earth God's relic in the Crown Prince's garden. He crossed his arms with a stern look. "I believe we decided to place it in the Crown Prince's palace gardens," he said, while the guards looked on, utterly exhausted. You just said it was the Emperor's palace, you jerk. Isaac chuckled as he saw Chapless beside him. If you try to take it, I'll consider it an attempt to steal my property. He's the winner, get it? Stop hovering around me and just admit defeat, you idiots. The others were so angry they were practically fuming. Suri Joshua approached and asked, Han, if I may. Your Highness, why are you so wet? Chapless wiped himself off and replied, I was just taking a dip in the lake. He was skeptical. A dip in the lake? Huh. Meanwhile, Isaac walked away, but a thought crossed his mind. Did I forget something? Scene change. Suri Joshua was trailing behind Isaac Joshua. Confused, he asked, You said you were going to defend the capital. Why the sudden change of heart? Do you really want to go back to the manor? Exactly, he replied with a casual whistle. It's a new year. I should visit my family, right? The shadow of the observer curled its lips into a smirk. Is it because of the rumors that the divine blade is being held captive? Isaac Joshua didn't answer, but his mind was already in a tangle. That thought kept bothering him. I was planning to discuss this with the law god. Just then, Suri Joshua dropped a bombshell that almost made him trip. Well, I guess I don't need to deliver the letter from the family head to you anymore. The family head? Melissa said she wants to see you. Upon hearing that, Isaac Joshua's face instantly turned pale. Damn it, maybe I shouldn't go back after all. At the same time, at the Barry family manor, a roar of rage echoed through the main hall. You're saying you couldn't bring the divine soil back? The subordinate answered fearfully, Yes, sir. It's because the crown prince interfered. Hiraberry gritted his teeth. The crown prince, you say? Kirei sat down heavily in his chair, teeth clenched, thinking to himself. The royal family is meddling in the affairs of the priests. Isn't that crossing the line? Suddenly, a voice beside him cursed, How dare that bastard crown prince? He turned his head to look at Kina. Hira let out a sigh of relief, thinking, Good. Let her direct her anger toward the royal family. It will pave the way for her to become the pope. Before he could finish his thought, Kina slammed the table, shouting, Are you trying to win Isaac over? She was trembling with rage. She lost her composure and clutched her head. That bastard thinks we don't have a nursery? And did Isaac Joshua really team up with the crown prince just for a few gardens? A subordinate standing nearby shared his curiosity. Could it be that the crown prince wants to promote Isaac Joshua to a saint or maybe the pope? Hiraberry shook his head. Someone who hates priests like him would never do that. He analyzed the details. Chapless is the one who wants to completely overthrow the pope. He is very smart, so he must have some hidden motive. Hera rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He is the youngest swordsman in history and the one who possesses the purest dragon blood. He frowned, pondering. I heard that not long ago he suddenly dove into a dirty pond. What exactly is he plotting this time? After a long while, Hiraberry slowly sat back in his chair. There's no need to worry. The Pope plans to reclaim a portion of the greatest god's power during the intern's graduation ceremony. He asked skeptically, Is that even feasible? Will they just hand it over that easily? He scoffed, because the divine blade lacks the protection of divine power. Hiraberry continued, Without that protection, they can't use the secret arts. Their influence will collapse, and the number of followers will definitely plummet. The Pope holds the power of the Paus, supreme god, so the divine blade will have no choice but to hand over the greatest god. His gaze slowly shifted to the side. The divine blade will accept our offer. So, kinda, instead of hanging around the divine blade, you should take advantage of this opportunity. Hira. Barry continued without noticing anything unusual. To refine the power of the god you have a pact with. Seeing the person beside him go stiff, he held Kina back. The subordinate was flustered, his fingers tapping against each other. I heard the young lady has already gone to the Joshua house to pay her New Year's respects. Meanwhile, at the Joshua manor, the bright sun shone over the vast grounds. Amidst the rare, bustling atmosphere, Isaac Joshua stood by the window, quietly observing the scene outside. He asked out of curiosity, What is all this? The shadow of the observer spoke up. Can't you tell by looking? Guests. Obviously. Isaac Joshua looked at the massive crowd below and couldn't help but frown. Isn't it too early for New Year's greetings? Riley Joshua stood beside him, looking perplexed. Something feels off. Ashley agreed, Indeed. The strange thing is, there are so many noble women and young ladies here. It feels just like a matchmaking session. Those words made Suri Joshua so panicked that cold sweat poured down like rain. He collapsed to his knees, throwing a tantrum. Damn it. I tried so hard to avoid this, yet it ended up like this anyway. Seeing such a violent reaction, Isaac Joshua felt intrigued. What is going on? Suri Joshua, are you getting married? He exclaimed. Suri, we're 16 now. You're of age, aren't you? Suri Joshua screamed in anger. It's not like that, you idiot. He explained, the Joshua family is known for producing saints, But in reality, daughters are extremely rare in our house. That's why they're forcing me to go out and father a daughter, even if it's with an outsider. It spoke up. That's not a bad deal. Even if he's useless, his ability and looks are still outstanding. Isaac Joshua fell silent. They treat him like a breeding machine. He quickly ran over to help Suri Joshua stand up. It's okay, Suri. This is just a formality. I've already turned them down. Just then, he suddenly realized something and remarked, "Come to think of it, Uncle, why aren't you married yet?" He scratched his neck, shifting his gaze away. Well, because I have to catch the skeleton demon king. Gowel Joshua took a sip of his tea. Catch the skeleton demon king, my foot, he mocked. He's just useless. Because he can't carry on the family line, Riley Joshua shouted angrily. Brother, Gowel Joshua's lips curled into a mocking smirk. The kid deserves to know the truth, right? Isn't that right, Isaac? Your uncle suffers from a side effect that prevents him from marrying due to the skeleton demon king's curse. Isaac covered his mouth in shock. Uncle, are you impotent? He stammered. Don't misunderstand, kid. Well, functionally, there's absolutely no problem at all. Riley Joshua frantically tried to justify. It's just that the skeleton demon king's curse destroys life itself. Isaac, are you even listening? I told you. It's not what you're thinking, he said. Watching the guests bustling in and out, Ashley looked a bit surprised. There really were far more people here than usual. He nodded. If this party were just for Suri's matchmaking, there's no way the others in the mansion wouldn't be gossiping about it. Suddenly, a furious shout rang out from outside the door. You traitor. He jumped and turned around. Huh, Kina Berry, she stormed toward him. You, the one who promised to train me, were actually planning to run away? By getting married? Isaac grimaced. What are you talking about? This is Kim Suri's matchmaking event, she retorted. What are you talking about? I've already confirmed everything. The words that followed from Kina Berry left Isaac Joshua stunned. Everyone who came here has announced that they are your fiancé. They're all demanding to be married to the youngest of the Joshua family, the one who formed a contract with the greatest god. Hearing those words, Suri Joshua went back to being happy, trying his best to hold back his laughter. But just a few seconds later, he buried his face in his hands, laughing uncontrollably. Suri Joshua's face turned bright red. I knew it. This isn't my matchmaking party. It's yours. He grinned mischievously. Perfect. I'll pick a bride for you myself. Instantly, Isaac Joshua raised the wooden staff in his hand, his eyes cold. Is this lunatic tired of living? Suri Joshua panicked and quickly backed away. Wait. A moment later, he was kneeling on the ground with a swollen bump on his head. I'll never do it again. He stood with his arms crossed, his voice stern. All right, say it again. Suri, Joshua muttered, repeating, I will never gloat over my family's pain again. Isaac Joshua immediately pointed at the person standing behind him. Who gave you permission to bring the Pope's nephew into this house? Do you want to die? He widened his eyes. I didn't bring him here. Kina Berry suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Isaac Joshua said, annoyed. What now? She said with a sincere tone. Marry into the Berry family. Let's become one family. The ghost observer couldn't help but exclaim, Did you just get proposed to? He retorted irritably, Shut up. At the same time, in the meeting room, the full attendance of the elders made the atmosphere suffocatingly tense. An elder protested sharply, A matchmaking event for Isaac? No way. It can't be Isaac. Gowel Joshua also vehemently rejected it. Marriage? Absolutely not. Suri Joshua looked toward Isaac Joshua. That kid Isaac, has he become this close with the family already? Even father is showing up? Thoughts raced through his head. Everyone is really worried about him. But the very next second, he wailed. It would be a disgrace to the family, especially with Isaac's personality. He'll tear their house apart. Just you wait. Hearing this, Suri Joshua immediately withdrew all the warm, emotional feelings he had just felt. They are worried in many ways. Riley Joshua stood leaning against the wall, his voice clearly showing his displeasure. Isaac is only 11 years old. It's too early to talk about marriage. He glanced out the window. There are more guests than usual. This is the first time I've seen some of them. That means someone else invited them. Riley Joshua's eyes suddenly turned cold. It seemed he had guessed who it was. Riley Joshua turned and quickly rushed out of the meeting room. For the men of the Joshua family, marriage often meant having to leave the family. Someone definitely wanted to drive Isaac out and had meddled in this. Gowel Joshua, he called out after Riley. He hurried along the long corridor, his mind fixed on only one goal. Only one person would pull a stunt like this. Finally, Riley Joshua stopped in front of a room. He threw the door open, breathless, and demanded sharply, Brother, are you planning to sell Isaac to another noble family? At this moment, Isaac Joshua was standing behind Riley Joshua without him even noticing. The man sitting inside the room looked up slowly and asked calmly, "Is there a problem, Riley?" Instantly, every eye in the room turned toward the door. Some in the room couldn't hide their annoyance on their faces. He leisurely crossed his legs on the chair. "I only invited them because they all said they had an interest in the youngest of our house." Just then, the ghost observer suddenly realized something. "Master, that's the bastard, right?" Its gaze was fixed tightly on the person in front of them, the one who had tried to kill him. The room went instantly rigid. The atmosphere fell into a terrifying silence, like the calm lake before a storm. A few minutes passed, and Riley Joshua could no longer suppress his rage. An arranged marriage for a child who isn't even 16 yet? Noel slowly stood up. What does age matter? He is the most brilliant genius of the Joshua family, and he even formed a contract with the greatest god. He continued, "He's already carrying the responsibilities of an adult. I just want to find him a suitable partner." "Or is it because you can't have children yourself that you're jealous?" He snapped. "What did you just say?" At that moment, Benjamin Joshua also stepped into the meeting room, his voice stern, cutting Noel off. "You acting on your own like this has crossed the line." Noel sighed in weary boredom. "Oh my. Even the stupid second son who has no chance of inheriting the family head position has dragged himself here. Has he?" Hearing that insult, he shouted angrily, "You bastard." Benjamin Joshua was fuming. "Has your arrogance blinded you?" Riley Joshua hurriedly tried to intervene. "Brother, please calm down." Amidst the chaos, Isaac Joshua stood silently in thought. Even though the Joshua family was on the verge of collapse, it still had to maintain its flashy exterior. Just looking at the way the Pope's bloodline was throwing the family into disarray was proof enough of his value. The corner of his mouth curved up slightly. "But the position of family head will eventually be mine. Do you know how much grandfather loves me? And I am also very sensible." The ghost observer broke into a cold sweat. "Are you crazy?" Isaac Joshua reasoned. "It's better to let the family fall into the hands of the skeleton demon king, even if he is an enemy, than for it to fall into the hands of a corrupt bastard like him." It asked in suspicion, "Is that really better?" Right at that moment, the man's gaze swept over and stopped on him. "You must be Isaac, right?" Noel rushed over. "Very nice to meet you. This is our first time meeting, isn't it?" he said in a deep voice. "It is an honor to meet you." But before he could even finish the sentence, Noel's gaze changed, becoming scrutinizing and calculating. "But you don't look like my older brother at all, do you?" He took a step forward, leaving a malicious question hanging in the air. "Do you really carry the bloodline of the Joshua family?" Hearing these words, the two of them ground their teeth in anger, both sharing the same thought. He's treating the boy like an outsider. How heartless, pouring salt on the wounds of an orphan like that. Isaac Joshua looked at him with innocent eyes. "Uncle, your uncle. Noel, right? I've heard so much about you." Noel smirked. "What a bratty kid." He continued, "I heard you were hiding in the mansion, Barry, and you got a sound beating from grandfather. Are you doing all right now?" Isaac Joshua glanced away and calmly added, "Seems like you still talk too much, huh?" Upon hearing this, Surrey Joshua turned pale with terror, whispering Isaac's name in dread. Those present were equally panicked. The teenager frowned, looking serious. "What the hell is that kid saying?" The girl beside him also gasped in shock. "Watch your mouth when talking to your uncle." His face darkened instantly, his anger clearly visible. "What did you say?" The boy showed no restraint. "Your tongue still wags just as freely as ever. I just wanted to ask. Haven't you been beaten enough? You trash." Noel was stunned, staring daggers at the person before him. He spoke coldly, "Surrey, Joshua." The boy started. "Yes, uncle." Noel vented all his rage onto Surrey Joshua, scolding him harshly. "What the hell have you been doing instead of disciplining him? What is wrong with this kid?" He hesitated. This the man thought gleefully. "That little brat is done for." He told himself, "Surrey is finished too. Once you're on the trainer's blacklist, it's over." Seeing the disadvantage, Riley Joshua tried to intervene. "I was the one who trained Isaac, so Surrey has nothing to do with this." Noel angrily cut him off. "You trained him?" Noel sneered, spewing venomous sarcasm. "A lowlife who spends all day hunting for the skeleton demon king like some pest. What right do you have?" Isaac Joshua interrupted, surprised. "A lowlife, you say?" He stepped forward, pointing at him. "Why are you picking a fight with Surrey and my uncle, you bastard?" Isaac Joshua continued. "If you've been humiliated by your own nephew because you can't control your own mouth, you should be ashamed of yourself." He was stunned, looking at his little nephew, his heart aching. "Greetings, then." At this point, he was absolutely furious and immediately unleashed his ultimate technique. "You really don't know what fear is anymore, do you?" "Activate survival prayer." A cold sound rang out. "Survival obstacle detected." He stood there with his arms crossed, completely calm. This was the first time I've seen that appear on a human body since the era of the Ghost Pope. The observer suddenly warned, "There's another one over there." He was extremely surprised. He never expected there to be two of them in the Joshua family. Truly a chaotic household. The ghost observer wondered, "Isn't that the mark that only appears on those who threaten the master's life? When you get the chance, you should quietly eliminate them." Kim. Isaac firmly refused. "No. The survival obstacle is tied to karma, so I need a valid reason to eliminate them. If I strike without cause, the mark will shift to someone else." He thought to himself, "So for now, I must prepare." Noel looked at him with contempt. An outsider, yet so arrogant, not knowing his place. He laughed coldly. "You dare show hostility toward me?" An arrogant thought flashed through his mind. "Noel, I am the most outstanding person in this family. Thanks to me, the family has stood firm among those foolish siblings. I am the trainer of the Saintess, the one who touched level 9 holy magic." In that moment, a surge of dark energy suddenly invaded his hand. A stream of thoughts flooded Noel's head. "I am the one who can ascend to the position of cardinal if I obtain the secret technique." Soon, the dark energy covered his entire hand. "You weren't taught like the other children, so that's why you don't know your place." At this moment, magic power around Noel exploded violently. Blinding holy light radiated in all directions, carrying an overwhelming pressure. Suri Joshua desperately tried to persuade him. "Isaac, don't blow things out of proportion. Apologize right now. He's not someone you can handle." He swung his fist forward without hesitation. Isaac Joshua remained as calm as ever. "Apologize." He instantly waved his hand, slapping him hard. The opponent's hand was knocked back. Noel stood frozen, his pupils constricting violently. His hand trembled uncontrollably in fear. He spoke with utter disdain. "You're showing off something truly unsightly." On Isaac Joshua's hand, glowing red iron chains suddenly appeared. "You're the one who trains the people of the Joshua family." The chains lunged, binding him tightly, giving the opponent no chance to dodge. Noel was choked, his entire body stiffening on the spot. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion rang out. Blinding light erupted right beneath his feet. Riley Joshua was terrified, his face deathly pale. Isaac, the man beside him, was also stunned. The boy still held his head high, his tone arrogant. "A pathetic loser like you, who do you think you are to train others?" Just then, from within the cloud of dust, Noel slowly stepped out. "Is that divine body magic?" he mocked. "That's a very difficult god to control. And yet, you control it quite skillfully, don't you?" Isaac Joshua just waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk away. "Since my uncle, who is only good at talking, has fallen, this nephew will take his leave now." Being looked down upon by his opponent, Noel's face turned icy. The flames of anger within him flared up violently once again. "Should I just kill him right here?" Immediately after, he began to mutter strange incantations. Hearing those familiar chants, the boy froze. Dark spiritual power gathered rapidly in front of him, making Isaac Joshua widen his eyes. "Huh?" he thought to himself. "He's even using dark magic now? Is he trying to cause pain by stimulating the skeleton demon king's curse?" Meanwhile, Noel didn't stop chanting. A terrifyingly dangerous look gradually appeared on his face. The corner of the boy's mouth curled up in mockery. His eyes became intrigued. Isaac Joshua spun around. "In that case, I should play with him a little, shouldn't I?" He quickly unleashed his ultimate technique, Curse Reflection. In an instant, the incoming dark spiritual power changed direction. It shot right back at him. Noel's chest felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. Looking at his opponent's pained expression, Isaac Joshua flashed a radiant smile. "Let's see how you enjoy the taste of the curse's pain." He wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. "Cursed magic, don't tell me he used magic." Isaac Joshua slowly raised his hand, a relaxed stance, yet ready to respond to any further attacks. Noel's expression became increasingly ugly. His teeth were clenched tight. Spiritual power around his body erupted violently. "I have to check this out." At that very moment, a hand suddenly lunged from behind Isaac. The man didn't hesitate and struck a powerful blow to his head. Noel. He couldn't react in time and face planted into the ground. That sudden sight left everyone in the room stunned. The man's cloak fluttered slightly, revealing the familiar face underneath. As soon as Riley Joshua saw him, his eyes widened, and his mouth fell open in shock. He shouted loudly, "Brother Kalia." Kalia's stunning features left Isaac Joshua speechless. He couldn't help but marvel internally. He looks exactly like a male version of Melissa. The shadow of the observer spoke up. If his name is Kalia, then he must be the third son, Kalia Joshua. He is an unparalleled genius among the 7 sons of the Joshua family. Isaac Joshua waved enthusiastically with a bright smile. But deep down, he was calculating. Now that I think about it, he just helped me, so he must have good intentions, right? All right, first I'll thank him, Then I'll slowly get closer and build a rapport. And finally, I'll wring him dry. He said in a deep voice, the skeleton demon king. Kalia furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through his body. You reek of the skeleton demon king. He tightened his grip on his weapon. He lunged toward Isaac Joshua like a flash. I will destroy you. Isaac Joshua panicked and threw his body backward, luckily dodging the attack just in the nick of time. Kim. Isaac rolled a few times in midair, yelping constantly. It asked worriedly, Master, are you still alive? He sat up, clutching his head and grimacing. Damn it, that was almost the end of me. Kalia's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent still billowing out. To think he dodged that he really is the skeleton demon king. Kim. Isaac muttered. That guy has completely lost his mind. Right then, Riley Joshua rushed over and hugged him tightly, desperately trying to stop him. Stop it, third brother. That's Isaac, first brother's son. Isaac, the child you've been waiting for. Hearing this, Kalia was startled. He asked in disbelief, Him? Is it really him? Is it really Isaac? He finally let out a sigh of relief. That's right. Riley, you're great. Well done. You really are a godfather, aren't you? Kalia muttered, That's strange. He clearly smells like the skeleton demon king. He explained helplessly, I already told you, brother. Isaac absorbed the remains of the skeleton demon king. Riley Joshua repeated, Do you remember now? I already told you it's not the skeleton demon king. He was silent for a moment, then gave a slight nod. Right, I remember. The shadow of the observer sighed softly. The crisis had passed, but in the very next second, Kalia grabbed his sword and strode over aggressively. In that case, let's just cut him open and see. We'll know for sure if he's the skeleton demon king or not. He raised his sword high. My dear nephew, let me cut your belly open and take out the bone of that evil skeleton demon king. Riley went pale and hurriedly hugged his brother to stop him. Third brother, if you cut him open, he'll die. You can't do that, Kalia insisted. It's fine. I'll just stitch him back up after I'm done. Hearing that, Kim Isaac broke into a cold sweat. This guy is a total maniac. He hadn't even finished his sentence when he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. At this age, the body's recovery rate is high. Riley Joshua patted his brother's shoulder reluctantly. Third brother, just breathe. Benjamin Joshua affirmed that's the consequence of suddenly overusing holy power. It's all because that bastard Noel set up those stupid traps that led to this. He sighed, I'll take him to the treatment room. Watching the scene unfold, he gradually realized. So the rumors that he didn't have much time left to live were true. It explained. That is the curse of a fake skeleton demon king. It's said that those afflicted by that lethal curse don't usually live past 35. Hearing that, Isaac Joshua was even more certain. No wonder that Noel guy is so arrogant and doesn't look down on anyone. He thinks that since he's the only one who's healthy, he can act however he wants. A look of amusement flickered across the face of the shadow of the observer. Then, in that case, isn't that arrogant look on that bastard's face going to be fun to watch soon? It asked curiously. You're planning to break the curse for the family, aren't you, master? He nodded. That's right. Thinking of that prospect, Kim Isaac couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Then sitting on the Pope's throne will be even easier. The shadow of the observer frowned. Are you truly planning to sit on that filthy throne? Immediately after, he approached him, his voice full of sincerity. I apologize, Isaac. You must have been tense meeting your uncles for the first time. On behalf of my brothers, I apologize for their mistakes. Benjamin Joshua's hand gently gripped Isaac Joshua's hand, but to my surprise, you were able to blow Noel away. I never expected you could control holy power so well, he continued. Father was indeed right to acknowledge you. You are fully capable of leading the Joshua family. Noel retorted angrily. That brat is a talent capable of leading the Joshua family. Do you really think so? Benjamin Joshua shouted, Shut your mouth. He angrily criticized, Are you not ashamed of picking a fight with a child who could be your own son and then getting beaten to a pulp? He was speechless, unable to find anything to retort, but Noel still wouldn't give up. He absorbed the remains of the skeleton demon king, so he must have learned some kind of dark, evil magic. He was stunned upon hearing that. Huh. He pointed and shouted, Listen to me. Everyone thinks I just coughed up blood on my own. I've heard rumors about him, but I never expected he would try to kill his own uncle. There's no such thing as a priest's curse that, before he could finish Isaac, Joshua honestly nodded. Ah, I did do a little something, actually. He spoke up. The skeleton demon king is targeting the Joshua family, so I always have a reactive holy spell cast on myself. It seems it must have been triggered. Isaac Joshua laughed happily. I didn't expect you to be the one spitting blood. Uncle. Uncle, did you use a dangerous curse on me? Benjamin Joshua asked in disbelief. Is that true? Did you really curse the boy, Noel? He grimaced. Could it be that you use magic? He mocked internally. I'm not a skeleton who's only lived for a year or two. The brat gloated again. Brat? Huh. Noel was trembling with rage. A sinister thought flashed through his mind. That's right. I have to be the one to kill him first. Only then will I have a justified reason to send him to his grave. This is the karma for those who stand in the way of my survival. But the time wasn't right yet. He could only swallow his anger. Noel snorted coldly and turned to leave. No matter how much trash like you axe out, I am still the next family head. Isaac Joshua sighed in boredom. Giving up already? How boring. Before disappearing from sight, he looked back and left one last cold remark. Remember this, the day I become the head of the house, all of you will be kicked out. He crossed his arms with a look of utter disdain. How pathetic. Just then, Riley Joshua returned from outside. If our eldest brother were still here, he wouldn't dare act so arrogant. Benjamin Joshua voiced his opinion, but added, Still, this is truly worrying because the truth is, Noel is currently the one most likely to become the next house head. He voiced his inner suspicion. No, the accident involving our eldest brother's family might have been Noel's doing as well. His jaw dropped. What? He added, even the death of our eldest brother's firstborn child, the Pope's side, is truly suspicious. Hearing this, the phantom observer could barely process all that information. The firstborn child? He blinked in disbelief. Their tracks are everywhere, aren't they? It grew furious. The more it heard, the more it felt this family was completely rotten. The next day in the meeting room, the atmosphere was deathly silent. Eli Joshua spoke up, clearly annoyed. What is this? He looked at the people before him, asking curiously, why is the atmosphere like this? His gaze suddenly stopped on Noel. What happened to that guy's hand? Seeing his enemy sitting across from him, Noel gritted his teeth, his jaw clicking. In contrast, Isaac Kim flashed an incredibly friendly smile. It's been so long since the family gathered like this. What a wonderful atmosphere, isn't it? Suri Joshua bowed her head, her mouth twitching. Wonderful, my foot. You sent him flying like a piece of paper. An elder stroked his white beard, his face full of confusion. I heard Isaac broke Noel's hand. What on earth is going on? Riley Joshua hurriedly tried to explain. That's because of you, but before he could finish his sentence, the old man shouted in horror. A broken hand? Really? But immediately after, Eli Joshua acted as if nothing had happened. It's just an arm, that's all. The elders looked at each other in bewilderment. What? An elder grumbled. Just an arm? This is a matter of family order and hierarchy. He cut him off. That's enough. I called everyone here because I have a plan. Eli Joshua looked at everyone. I will decide on the successor. Hearing that, an elder immediately stood up in joy. Finally, you've made a decision. Noel couldn't hide his anticipation either. We have waited a very long time. He glanced sideways at his father. That old man kept stalling, claiming no one was worthy. Thinking this, the corners of Noel's mouth curled up smugly. Even if he's a legendary figure, it seems he's reached his limit. She sat silently, lost in thought. Given the current situation, the next house head can only be Riley or Noel. Kalia's abilities are excellent, but with that health condition, the elder glanced to the other side, where Kalia was slumped over the table, groaning in pain. Her gaze shifted to Riley Joshua, but Riley had changed his path to become a holy knight, swearing an oath to avenge his fallen friend and hunt down the skeleton demon king. Therefore, he is at a disadvantage compared to Noel. Even though he is excellent, the difference between a priest and a holy knight is too great. She bowed her head, continuing to ponder. Riley Joshua has lived as a holy knight for 15 years. Can he perfectly master the secret arts of the A house? He smiled brightly. Father, you should have done this sooner. It is precisely because you keep delaying the succession that everyone below is constantly causing trouble. Although a bit late, Father has finally made the right decision. An elder frowned, unable to hide his worry. I hope power doesn't fall into the hands of the Pope's faction. The person next to him sighed. Honestly, Isaac is the most perfect one. If only Isaac had been born a little earlier, Noel spoke up with confidence. Father, don't worry. I will definitely ensure order is restored as strictly as possible. He continued, I thank you for this. Wise decision. He immediately cut him off. What did you say? Eli Joshua's face showed clear dissatisfaction. I never said I would hand it over to you. Noel froze, not believing what he was hearing. The people in the room were equally shocked. He suddenly stood up, slamming his hand onto the table. What does that mean? Do you intend to give it to Riley? Noel roared. To someone who can't even carry on the bloodline. That is absolutely unacceptable. He coldly snapped. Don't overstep your bounds, Noel. An elder whispered, just hold it in. At that moment, a furious voice rang out from behind. Is this bastard crazy? Noel stood still for a few seconds to regain his composure, his eyes scanning the room to see who had the guts to curse right to his face. Isaac Kim scowled. "Why do you keep bad-mouthing my uncle and calling him impotent? You son of a bitch." He tried to persuade him. "Isaac, that's enough." He shouted angrily. "You guys dare to look down on my uncle because he's impotent? Do you think he wanted to be like this?" Those words were like a dagger to Riley Joshua's heart. He winced, wanting to cry but having no tears. "My dear nephew, no, that's not it. I'm still functioning well. Thank you, my nephew." Isaac Kim emphasized. "Does my uncle being impotent make him a criminal?" Isaac shouted, "Do you think he's impotent because he wants to be?" Noel immediately tried to shut him up. "You're overreacting." Eli Joshua also spoke up to calm him down. "Isaac, Eli Joshua orders you, sit down." He obediently sat straight in his chair. "Yes, sir." An elder joined the conversation. "If it's not Noel, then the successor must be Riley, right?" Riley looked bewildered, pointing at himself. "Me?" Hearing that, the others nodded in agreement. "That's a good choice. Riley would surely be happy to accept being the house head." However, Eli Joshua refuted. "It's not Riley either," Joshua began. "From today, the rule restricting succession rights to only the eldest direct generation is officially abolished. In other words, currently, even my grandchildren can become the successor." This made the whole group panic, shouting in unison, "What?" Noel tried to keep his cool and replied, "Well, obviously, it would still be passed down to our generation first, right?" Eli Joshua replied nonchalantly, "No." Noel grew even more confused. "Ha. After it passes to us, it will be passed on to Eli." Joshua flatly refused. "I said no. I'll put it simply, that means Isaac can become the house head right now." Isaac was secretly thrilled, but he couldn't hide his emotions, his joy showing on every feature of his face. "He really is my grandfather. This is exactly what he should do. The contract with the High God is indeed very valuable." The Phantom spoke up, "But you aren't the one who made the contract. Everything is going according to my plan," Isaac muttered, feeling helpless while judging Isaac. "This guy is insane." Noel broke into a cold sweat. The kid's father is only 11 years old. How can a kid be more talented than his own uncles? Eli replied, "He can. In the past, there was even a 16-year-old cardinal." Noel protested. "That's because everyone from the older generation had died. Are you saying it's only because there was no one left to inherit the position?" Eli Joshua still insisted his opinion was correct. "So what? I only give opportunities to those who are qualified. Whoever reaches the 9th level secret technique and is recognized by the Holy Spirit first will become the next head of the family. Only those who are qualified are recognized. But isn't that a fair chance for everyone?" Noel clenched his fists. "What you mean is an 11-year-old child has the potential to reach the 9th level. Or are you planning to cling to this head of family position for another 25 years? Eli replied. "There was also an 11-year-old saintess. So there is no reason why Isaac cannot become a cardinal at 11. If I'm not mistaken, Isaac will definitely reach the 9th level before he comes of age." Eli sighed. "I can still push myself for another 5 years. Having said that, he fell silent for a moment. The scene shifted to the castle. After Eli said those words, many people started gossiping about it. Basically, this meant that he would make Isaac the next family head. I didn't expect the head of the family to go this far. If it were the grandchildren's generation, they would be nearly 20 years old, so he must be giving the kids a chance, just one chance. If they fail, wouldn't the right of succession go back to the previous generation? Ah, so that's the reason he gave them 5 years. He wants to supervise them during the transition period. Benjamin, standing nearby, tried to prick up his ears to listen and judged. Give them a chance. No way. Father has decided to let Isaac be the next family head. That means he will wait for Isaac, but the Pope's faction certainly won't sit idly by, and there is no rule stating that a saintess cannot become a female family head, so this path won't be easy. Even so, he still had high expectations for Isaac. Just keep going like that. A talented child shouldn't be led astray. As for Isaac, he was wearing an enigmatic smile. So, being recognized by the Holy Spirit is a condition to become the family head. At this moment, Isaac had completely drifted off. The Phantom spoke up. "Then you're done for, Master." Isaac asked, "Why do you say that?" It replied, "You really don't know, so you're asking, right? The Holy Spirit only responds to those with faith, but you obviously have a fatal flaw." Isaac wondered, "What flaw could I possibly have?" The Phantom explained, "Regardless, you need to be loyal to the doctrine to be recognized. You will have to live a life that nurtures faith. The head of the family has really calculated everything." Isaac sighed dismissively. "Why do I have to live by the doctrine?" The Phantom was bewildered by his attitude. "Huh? What?" Isaac added, "Kim Suri has a contract with the Holy Spirit. If I tell him to summon them and then force them to follow us, The position of family head will easily fall into my hands. The Phantom replied, "You speak as if the God of Light would recognize you." Isaac retorted, "If they don't want to see the clan end up destroyed, I just need them to recognize me as the family head." The Phantom responded, "That's coercion." At the same time, Isaac looked up and saw his target. "Found you, Kim Suri. Asking the God of Light for a small favor won't be a problem. Besides, they owe me." Isaac then ran over to greet Kim Suri. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind Isaac. "I only need to be recognized by the Holy Spirit to become the family head, right? Are you Isaac, the one taught by Suri?" Isaac was stunned, silently evaluating him. "Where did this guy come from?" Joseph smiled happily and said, "You've grown so fast when I wasn't looking, Suri." He looked a bit confused and stammered, "Yes, sir." Then Joseph added, "I'm sure you don't know how happy I was when grandfather gave us the right of succession, right, Suri?" Isaac quickly noticed his expression. "Look at this jerk. Why does Kim Suri have such a reaction?" The Phantom appeared and explained, "Joseph Joshua, the eldest son of Benjamin Joshua and the twin brother of the Saintess Leah. He has a striking appearance, has money, and a scandalous past with dozens of women. Although born into a noble lineage, he deeply despises the Joshua clan." While it was explaining, Isaac silently assessed him. "Why is he wearing glasses?" The Phantom continued passionately. "He also disdains integrity and spends money recklessly. In short, basically, he's a scuffed version of Isaac Joshua. Or you could also call him a spoiled brat with money." Isaac asked, "Do you want to die?" Meanwhile, Joseph put his arm around his shoulder. "Suri, don't you have a contract with the God of Light? Summon the god out for a bit." Suri acted as if he didn't know. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Joseph continued to respond. "Suri, what do you mean? You brat. We must be recognized by the Holy Spirit to become the family head." The Phantom exclaimed, "Oh my God. He even uses dirty tricks to become the family head, just like you." Then Suri replied to Joseph, "But grandfather said we must live according to the faith and doctrine." He replied, "Listen, if you are a stone rolled out from the Pope's lineage, then you must know your place. If you want to summon them, I have to live like a monk for a whole month, eating poorly like a beggar. I think we should use a more effective method." "Why are you so rigid?" "All you need to do is close your eyes and summon them out for your dear brother to talk to for a few seconds." Suri replied, "No. Why don't you summon your own god?" Joseph replied, "Oh my, our Suri has grown up. Do as I say. Are you intending to go against your brother's words? I told you not to pretend to be a Joshua with that brown hair." Isaac angrily crossed his arms and let out a sound. Suri saw this and shouted, "Hey, don't take out the rattle." "You?" Joseph wondered. "Rattle? What rattle?" At this moment, Isaac was pulling a weapon from his body. "I'm too old to play with rattles. I shouldn't use it anymore." And Joseph continued to threaten, "Suri, stop talking nonsense and summon the Holy Spirit out here while I'm still talking to you nicely." Suri was terrified. "Actually, using the rattle is fine too." At the same time, Isaac gave him a punch to the mouth. A guy who wasn't even recognized by the Pope's lineage had to struggle until the very last minute, which sent Joseph flying away. That is the Vajra rattle, another form of Isaac's rope. He angrily threatened him. "Who are you picking a fight with, you jerk?" Suri was extremely surprised. "Isaac, even so, think for me." Joseph replied, "I won the right to summon the God of Light first." Isaac angrily retorted, "How dare you cut in line, you bastard? Kim Suri will summon the God of Light for me. I'm the one who will become the family head. How dare you covet something I set my eyes on first?" Suri gently advised, "I won't summon them for you either." After that, Isaac continued to scold him. "You don't even follow the teachings of the Joshua family, yet you dare to use underhanded tricks in front of me?" Suri retorted, "You're no different from him." Joseph clutched his head in exasperation, thinking, where did that lunatic even come from? What the hell is he doing? As his hand touched his head, Joseph was stunned. Blood, the blood of a saintess. I've never been hurt by any ordinary attack, but that bastard actually made me bleed, using such a crude weapon. Afterward, Isaac maniacally charged forward, striking Joseph repeatedly, sending him into a panic. Regardless of time or place, history has proven that fighting is the most optimal solution. Joseph was speechless, thinking, wait, hold on. Isaac continued, raising his voice. So, can we start a little warm-up session now? Joseph. Kim Joseph. He backed away in fear, but Isaac pressed on. Don't you know who I am? I'm your brother. Isaac didn't yield an inch. So what? You're my brother. So what? The Joshua family belongs to me, you bastard. Shut your mouth.